Under a starry night sky, just beyond the ruins of what looks like a castle, the aftermath of a fierce battle is clear. Amid the debris, a hand breaks through the rubble, and a man hauls himself out. A voice narrates that even a star buried deep in darkness, unseen and forgotten, still remains a star, so long as it holds onto its light and desires to shine. The words clearly refer to the man now standing, struggling to breathe as he uses his sword for support in the cold night. The scene shifts. A voice suddenly cuts in, pulling him from his thoughts. Annoyed, he turns to see who interrupted him. A woman, Geminina, smirks knowingly, telling him she figured she'd find him there again, lost in awe over the same sword. We now learn the man's name is Vlad. Geminina, looking smug, points out that he's been spacing out more than usual lately. Vlad snaps back, telling her not to push his buttons. He barely gets any breaks as it is. But Geminina isn't fazed. She shrugs off his warning and bluntly says that people have started talking about him. Caught off guard, Vlad demands to know what she means. Realizing she said too much, Geminina panics and turns away, changing the subject. She then asks if he still hears voices every time he picks up a stick. Vlad doesn't answer. He just stares into nothing. That's enough of a confirmation for her. She wonders aloud what kind of terrible deeds he must have done in a past life. Apparently, Vlad was once struck by black lightning on a clear day, an incredibly rare and ominous event. Geminina warns him to lay low for a while. The new bishop in town used to be a heresy inquisitor, and he's known for his sharp instincts when it comes to anything supernatural. If he deems Vlad suspicious, there'd be no hesitation. He'd be condemned to the stake without a second thought. Vlad sinks deeper into despair after hearing Geminina's warning. The danger feels more real now, and he can't help but be hurt that she'd bring it up so bluntly. But Geminina quickly explains. She's only saying all this because she's genuinely worried about him. She reminds him that plenty of people saw the lightning strike, and ever since, rumors have been flying. Once again, she urges him to stop standing around in public, gazing at that sword day after day. The church is always watching, and they won't hesitate to act if they see something they don't like. But Vlad brushes her off. He refuses to be treated like some criminal just for admiring a sword. As he stares at it, unmoved, Geminina finally loses patience. She calls him hopeless and sarcastically suggests he should just buy the thing if he's that obsessed with it. Of course, the sword's far beyond what Vlad can afford. When he mentions the price, Geminina scoffs. She doesn't believe it could be that expensive. It looks like something made by a random back-alley blacksmith. In fact, she even offers to buy it for him, thinking it wouldn't cost much at all. That's when Vlad finally tells her. The sword is priced at 5 gold. Geminina is stunned. She can't believe it. In her eyes, it's outrageous that a mere hunk of metal would cost so much. She starts rattling off all the things she could buy with that amount, clearly rethinking her offer. Vlad joins in with a smug grin, pointing out that she wouldn't have to lift a finger for an entire year with that kind of money. Their banter is suddenly cut short by a harsh voice. An old man, clearly furious, yells at them. He must have overheard Geminina trash-talking the sword. From his rugged clothes and heavy frame, it's clear he's the blacksmith, and he's not amused. He lashes out, saying the sword isn't meant for street kids like them and demands they leave. But Geminina's not the type to back down. She fires back, asking who he expects to buy it, if not someone from the slums. After all, that's where the sword is being sold. Her tone turns mocking as she questions whether the man's lost his mind. Instead of getting angry at Gemina's challenge, the blacksmith takes greater offense to her calling him old. His fury flares as he accuses her of having zero respect. But Geminina only stokes the fire, teasing that he probably only crafts swords for knights because he's on his last legs anyway. Now with a vein nearly popping from his forehead, the old man snaps. He shouts that she's not wrong, then hurls an insult, calling her a dumb kid and telling her to get back to her shop and scrub dishes. Geminina, not one to take a hit quietly, fires back in outrage. She insists she's a grown woman, clearly insulted by being called child. The tension crackles as the argument escalates, and Vlad quickly steps in. He pulls Geminina away before it can get worse, telling her to cool down. But she's not having it. Still fuming, Geminina grumbles that she didn't say anything wrong. As they walk off, the blacksmith keeps ranting, throwing insults after them. He calls her rotten, dripping with venom, and reminisces bitterly about how he spoiled her as a child back when they barely had anything to eat. Then his gaze drops to the ground where Vlad had been standing. Seeing the deep footprints, he realizes the boy had been there a long time. He mutters that Vlad should be spending more time working instead of standing around dreaming. With a heavy sigh, the blacksmith finally takes the sword off the wall. He's decided it's time to let it go, to sell it to someone who might actually put it to use. In his mind, kids from slums don't grow up to be anything. Still, as he holds the blade, his final creation, he reflects that Vlad is just like the sword, a spark of brilliance hidden in the dirt of the slums. The view widens to show the city of Shoera, the heart of the northern region and home to the powerful Bezit family. Known as the Lighthouse of the North, Shoera shines brightly. Yet even this beacon casts dark shadows. In the depths of the slums, the discarded and unwanted gather. Inside a dingy tavern, men drink and flirt with women. But the rowdy fun is cut short when a shirtless man suddenly yanks a woman by the hair, shouting at her and accusing her of trying to scam him. The woman quickly denies trying to scam anyone, but the shirtless man isn't buying it. He accuses her of selling fake medicine, claiming he can tell it's a fraud because he's been a mercenary for 2 decades. Just then, Vlad arrives, drawn by the commotion. The mercenary immediately recognizes him and calls him the candle maker, demanding he fetch the madam. Vlad, deadpan, tells him that if he wants to see her, it'll cost gold. Silver isn't enough. That only makes the man angrier. He rants that they have no right charging gold when their business barely functions. If the madam isn't around, he says, then Vlad should bring his mom instead. He goes on to claim that even the time candles are a scam, saying his burn out too fast. Vlad fires back, telling him he should have paid for a longer burn time if he wanted more fun. Then he coldly suggests the mercenary go spend time in his own wife's bed instead. That pushes the man to the edge, but before he can react, Vlad offers to settle the matter. He says they can test the candles right here and now, and if it turns out they're faulty, the man can do whatever he wants with the woman. The mercenary hesitates, still suspicious, but Vlad presses him, promising that if the candles check out, he'll beat him down right then and there. Vlad's piercing blue eyes glow with menace, and the mercenary suddenly looks nervous. He lights the candle and waits. 5 minutes pass. The candle burns exactly as intended, going out right on time. Before the mercenary can even react, Vlad slams him in the face with a wooden staff. As the man stumbles backward, Vlad declares that the candles work just fine. Without pause, he kicks him square in the back and shoves him into another room, locking the door behind them. "You're dead," Vlad says coldly. Inside, the terrified man clutches his bleeding nose, begging Vlad to stop. But Vlad doesn't hold back. He ruthlessly beats the mercenary with the staff, again and again. Not just for trying to scam their shop, but for speaking about his mother without an ounce of respect. The pounding is so loud, it echoes out into the streets. By morning, during breakfast, Vlad sits with a man named Jorge and casually mentions that someone tampered with their candles. When the madam, Marcella, hears this, her fury is instant. She demands to know who would dare mess with her business. Then, without skipping a beat, she assigns Vlad to find the person responsible. Caught off guard, Vlad admits he has no clue where to start. But Marcella just grins and says it doesn't matter. She already found them. She had tampered with the candles herself, all part of a scheme to swindle the drunks and rake in more cash. For someone working the streets in a rundown district, she was surprisingly stunning. When she came clean, Vlad was taken aback, especially since he'd gone after the fat mercenary for no reason. But as he made his way downstairs, he shook off the guilt. After all, he was just doing his job. Just then, a group of men approached, and their leader clapped him on the back, praising his work the night before. Wrapping an arm around Vlad's neck, the guy leaned in, asking for some cash. Word was out that Vlad had scored a decent haul from the candle sales. Now they were broke and looking for a share. Vlad wasn't having it. He snapped at the guy, Burley, and his eyes lit up with warning. Burley, unfazed, joked about not being scared and insisted it wasn't just about begging for money. He had something to offer in return. That's when Burley yanked a boy out by his hair, calling him a useless thief. Vlad immediately recognized the kid. Burley offered to hand the boy over for 40 silver. Vlad demanded to know if the kid's fingers and ankles were intact. Burley assured him the boy hadn't been maimed, just taught a harsh lesson. Vlad handed over the silver, warning them that next time they should just deal with thieves themselves instead of bothering him. The boy looked horrified, but Burley laughed it off, claiming they weren't killers. As the gang walked away, Vlad reminded Burley that he was cheating his own people, but Burley was just thrilled to have made some quick cash off the kid. Left alone with the boy, Ned, Vlad scolded him. Ned apologized, saying he tried to be careful. Vlad only told him to get lost after confirming he wasn't seriously hurt. Ned thanked him and ran off, while Vlad sighed, realizing his goal of saving 5 gold had been pushed back once again. Later on, Vlad stops by to see a man named Harbin, who works under the notorious Captain Hoover, also known as the Whale Hunter. Vlad brings up the incident with Ned, mentioning that the kid didn't lose any fingers. Harbin's eyebrows shoot up. He remembers when he wasn't so lucky. As a kid, he lost his fingers and had his ankles slashed for stealing. Vlad and Geminina had watched him bleed out back then. He became a brutal example for the rest. Harbin then brings up the rumor that someone tampered with the candles. Vlad is caught off guard. How did he already know? Harbin says the word's been spreading fast, with whispers that Marcella is cheating the customers. Still, he doesn't buy it. Vlad agrees, but admits Jorge seems to be onto it too. Harbin then says that even if someone did mess with the candles, there had to be a solid reason. Vlad asks what kind of reason that could be. Harbin, staring him down, says there's only one: urgent need for money. And that usually points to just one thing: preparation for war. He warns Vlad to tread carefully. If someone's trying to gather cash fast, it's probably because a gang war's brewing. Jorge the Horse Knight, Black Bear the Swine Butcher, Dice the Gambler, Captain Hoover the Whale Hunter, and One-Armed Jack the Money Grubber. These are the 5 big players running the slums of Shoera. Darkness is closing in on Vlad, and he doesn't even realize how deep he's in. That is, until Money Grubber and his crew show up at his shop, asking for his boss. Vlad just stares, stunned. He never expected Money Grubber himself to show up. His eyes shift to One-Armed Jack. Could the war already be in motion? He's snapped out of it by one of Money Grubber's men barking at him. A scar-faced thug with a ponytail calls Vlad a brat for staying silent and demands to know where his boss is. Vlad's expression hardens. He coolly says he doesn't know. He's just a guy who sells candles. But the thug isn't satisfied. He insults Vlad again and slams his fist onto the table, sending candles flying. Even then, Vlad doesn't flinch. He just locks eyes with the guy, refusing to show even a hint of fear. The workers, especially the women, are frozen in fear as they watch the tension unfold, eyes wide and mouths agape. No one dares move, waiting to see what Vlad does next. Suddenly, Vlad drops to one knee and calmly starts gathering the broken, expensive candles scattered on the floor. Then, as if to further provoke the ponytailed thug, he casually announces that the shop is closed for the day. That only makes the thug angrier. He's clearly not used to being ignored. As Vlad keeps picking up the candles, he tells the guy to move his feet out of the way. That's the last straw. The thug tries to kick Vlad while he's crouched down, but quick as a flash, Vlad counters with a strike from his wooden staff, smacking the man's leg midair. The attacker stumbles, and Vlad follows up with a clean, powerful hit to the face, knocking him flat on the floor. Everyone is stunned. No one expected that. But Money Grubber, he's grinning, clearly entertained. As Vlad stands tall, his glowing blue eyes locked on the thug below, he presses his staff against the man's face. A silent message rings loud. In the back alleys, only the strong stand tall. Money Grubber's men are furious. They're ready to retaliate, but their boss raises his hook, signaling them to hold back. Confused, they watch as the towering crime lord breaks into applause, one hand clapping, the other a hook. He's impressed. Money Grubber praises Vlad, joking about the noise, and Vlad replies that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled. No hesitation, no filter. Instead of taking offense, Money Grubber bursts into laughter. The blunt honesty only amuses him more. He steps closer, touches Vlad's face with his hook, and muses aloud, asking if Vlad remembers who he once took from him. Vlad shoots back that whoever it was must have died early, because he doesn't recall. Before Money Grubber can respond, one of his men calls out urgently. Both he and Vlad turn, and standing before them is Jorge, flanked by his men. Jorge greets Money Grubber with a sly remark, saying he would have grilled some meat if he'd known the big guy was coming. But the towering man brushes it off, reminding Jorge they're not exactly on friendly terms. Still, Jorge plays the host, inviting him upstairs. Jack, however, says he'd rather have some good liquor than meat. Jorge's green eyes flash dangerously as he assures him that Marcella never disappoints in the hospitality department. Money Grubber's red eyes gleam with that same deadly edge as he agrees to sample the drink. One of Money Grubber's crew helps the ponytailed thug back on his feet, and the whole group heads upstairs. Once they're gone, the thick tension finally eases, and Vlad lets out a deep breath, realizing just how close he came to serious trouble. After collecting the last of the broken candles, Vlad quietly counts how many were shattered in the chaos. Just then, Money Grubber calls out to him, referring to him as a shining star. Looks like their meeting with Jorge and Marcella is over, and they're about to leave. Money Grubber tells him that both Jorge and Marcella had nothing but praise for him, saying he's seen Vlad's potential firsthand. He offers an open invitation. If Vlad ever tires of the candle business, he's welcome to join his crew. But Vlad politely declines. He's content with his current job. It may be simple, but it gives him food, shelter, and stability. Money Grubber chuckles, saying he can offer all that and more. Then, without another word, he tosses Vlad a gold coin for the broken candles. Vlad is stunned. It's way too generous. But Money Grubber insists, adding that there's a lot more where that came from if Vlad ever changes his mind. He even reminds the young man of his nickname, Money Grubber, before thanking Jorge for the meal and walking off with his gang. As Vlad watches him leave, he notices how cheerful the man looked, making him wonder how that meeting really went. That's when Gemina's voice calls down from above. Jorge wants to see him. Later, we find Vlad, Jorge, and Marcella gathered in the same room. Vlad stands silent, eyes fixed on something that's clearly caught him off guard. It's a knife, rare and clearly valuable. Jorge, noticing his reaction, admits he had planned to gift it to him later. But with how things are unfolding, now's the time. He urges Vlad to keep it on him at all times. As Vlad accepts the dagger, it becomes clear from the heavy atmosphere that things haven't gone well. He glances around the room and picks up on the tension. The mood is grim. Everyone seems weighed down, Marcella included. Clearly, something's wrong. That's when Jorge drops another bombshell. Vlad should stop selling candles. Confused, Vlad asks what he's supposed to do instead. Jorge doesn't leave him hanging. He explains that they've received a tip. One-armed Jack is sneaking outsiders into the slums. Not just anyone, though. These are mercenaries, likely former knights. Vlad, alarmed, comments that these men sound like Jorge. Jorge nods grimly, confirming his suspicion. Jack was already dangerous enough with the muscle he had. But now, with seasoned fighters who match knights in skill, everything has changed. The fragile balance they once had is gone. Jorge admits that they're already on the losing side. That's why they need Vlad. They believe in his potential. And to prove it, Jorge tells him his first mission is coming soon. The news leaves Vlad stunned. He wasn't expecting this so soon. As he tries to process it all, he thinks of Harbin, a man with no fingers and legs who still managed to climb up through sheer intellect and grit. Harbin mastered language and numbers, carving out a place for himself under Captain Hoover. Vlad sees him as proof that effort and learning can change everything. With that in mind, Vlad trains with his wooden staff. But then, the voice returns, quiet but clear, suggesting he adjust his elbow's angle. The advice is precise. And just like that, Vlad gets annoyed. The voice is back again. You're probably wondering how Vlad ended up hearing voices in his head every time he trains. It all started a month ago, right after he was hit by a bolt of pitch-black lightning. Since then, this eerie voice, which he calls demonic whispers, echoes in his mind whenever he grips a sword or anything close to one. Annoyed by its presence, he tries to shut it out, even saying he needs to buy some holy water before he even considers picking up the sword from the blacksmith. Determined to ignore it, he grips his wooden staff again, vowing not to respond. He focuses his mind, channels his strength, and prepares to strike. But right before he brings the staff down, the voice cuts in again, this time advising him to adjust his elbow angle. Despite himself, Vlad follows the suggestion, and to his shock, the result is far better. The strike feels natural, precise, like he's wielding an actual blade. It hits him then, this path might just lead him to mastery. For a moment, it feels like he's holding a real sword, and he can't help but wonder what exactly has wormed its way into his head. The story then shifts to a snowy mountain range, where a man is calmly wiping blood from his blade. He mutters about how experience can't be faked and admits that he now feels the chill of winter deep in his bones. His gear give away his identity. He's clearly a knight. Hearing rustling nearby, he quickly guesses someone's hiding. Smirking, he calls them out for being either reckless or just plain foolish to think they could deceive him. The white-haired knight walks toward the sound and demands the hidden figures show themselves. After a pause, a voice responds, asking if he's Sir Stanga, the Scarface Knight. As the figure steps into view, Stanga immediately recognizes him. The distinct blonde hair and piercing blue eyes give him away. It's Vlad. He's heard all the rumors from the slums, especially since the boy's name has been coming up more and more. Stanga remarks that with his looks, anyone unfamiliar might assume Vlad's a noble. But Vlad doesn't respond to that. Instead, he gets straight to the point, handing over a sealed letter from his superior. Stanga opens the letter, and as his eyes scan the contents, a faint smile plays on his lips, clearly amused. Sir Stanga reads on, realizing that the opposing group has a mercenary who once served as a knight. Now it all makes sense why Jorge reached out to him for help. With Stanga now in the loop, Vlad informs him that he's been assigned as his guide back to Jorge. He suggests they should be able to reach their destination within 2 nights. Turning to lead the way, Vlad expects the knight to follow. But Stanga smirks and mocks him instead, saying there's no way he'd trust someone as dumb as him to lead the way. Trying to stay calm, Vlad insists he's at least capable of guiding him back safely. But the knight isn't buying it. He calls him out again, saying that anyone doing something this foolish can't possibly be smart. Vlad starts to get defensive, but before he can snap back, Stanga stares him down with his piercing purple eyes. For a moment, Vlad is left speechless. Eventually, Stanga gives in and agrees to follow, but with one condition: if Vlad forgets any part of the route, he'll kill him. Vlad narrows his eyes at the knight, unfazed, and simply tells him to keep up. He won't let this mission be ruined, especially not his first one. Without waiting for a response, Vlad turns and starts walking again. Stanga watches him go, surprised. Even with all his intimidation tactics, the kid didn't flinch. He didn't even acknowledge the threat. That boldness, Stanga thinks, must be what Jorge sees in him. He's only just met Vlad, but already sees potential in the boy, a fire worth feeding. Later that night, the two stop to rest in a small cave. They light a fire and sit in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. After a while, Stanga catches Vlad sneaking glances at him. Annoyed, he calls him out, asking why he keeps staring like he's never seen a retired knight before. Vlad, a bit sheepish, admits that it actually is his first time seeing one up close. Stanga raises an eyebrow and asks if he's just some clueless country bumpkin. But Vlad doesn't answer that. Instead, he flips the question back, asking where the knight is from. Stanga replies that he's from a place called Dacia. Vlad immediately reacts, blurting out how rural that sounds. The knight doesn't take the comment lightly. He clearly feels a bit insulted. Changing the subject quickly, he shoots Vlad another deadly glare and repeats his earlier warning. If they get lost, he'll cut him in half. He means every word. But just like before, Vlad doesn't bat an eye. Calmly, he tells the knight to stop saying such terrifying things as he casually unwraps some beef jerky. Then he adds that he wants her to saying, every knight's joke is actually a threat in disguise. Stanga doesn't bother responding to that. His attention shifts to the food instead. He eyes the jerky, noting how fresh it looks, and asks if there's a portion in there for him. Vlad doesn't skip a beat. He says Jorge didn't give him any extra. Then he turns the question around and asks if Stanga brought anything to eat. The knight shows him a few scraps of meat, clearly unimpressed with his own stash. Meanwhile, Vlad sticks his jerky on some skewers and starts roasting them over the fire. The aroma fills the cave, and Stanga's mouth begins to water. Eventually, in a moment of desperation, the knight offers a deal. He'll answer any question Vlad has in exchange for a piece of jerky. He calls it a rare opportunity and urges Vlad to take advantage of it. With a mouth full of meat, Vlad looks at him and considers the offer. Then, completely unfazed, he asks how many pieces the knight wants, saying he could have just asked if he wanted some. Stanga scowls again, telling him that his pride won't allow him to beg for food. Knights, he explains, live by code. They only get something if they give something in return. Folding his arms and closing his eyes, he makes it clear he won't budge. Vlad simply reminds him that he's retired now. But Stanga doesn't care. He's lived by that code his entire life and has no intention of changing now. So, Vlad goes along with the deal. He starts with a basic question, asks for his name. Stanga gives it. Then comes the next, his age. Stanga says he's 42. That's when it hits him. Vlad never handed over any jerky. Annoyed, he glares at the kid and calls him a brat. Vlad brushes him off again and moves right on to his next question. He wants to know if the retired knight can actually use aura. Stanga chuckles at that, saying Vlad might seem innocent, but he clearly knows a lot more than he lets on. He then explains that having aura and being able to control it are two very different things. Not every knight is capable of using it. Sensing that Stanga is dodging the question, Vlad presses him directly. Can he use aura or not? Stanga just smiles and pauses, which makes Vlad so desperate for an answer that he offers all his beef jerky in exchange. After stalling for a bit longer, the knight reminds him that a true knight only takes something when something is offered in return. With that, Stanga decides to show him instead. He pulls out his sword and grips it tightly in front of him. Then he shuts his scarred left eye. Curious, Vlad asks why he's closing that eye. Stanga replies that he needs to summon his inner world from deep within his soul. As his closed eye starts to glow with a blue hue, he tells Vlad to pay attention. The sword begins to glow too, emitting a radiant blue light. Stanga declares this is the very soul of a knight. The light intensifies, shining so brightly that Vlad has to shield his face. Later that night, the two head towards city. Stanga starts complaining, saying he feels awful. Vlad, thinking he's talking about their ragged appearance, says it's better to look dirty and blend in rather than look like knights and attract attention. But Stanga isn't talking about their looks. He's talking about how all of this is messing with his pride. He grumbles about sneaking in through a hole in the wall, clearly annoyed. Vlad explains that he was ordered to bring him in quietly, and using the main gate would defeat the purpose. Even after the explanation, Stanga still acts like a sulking kid. Vlad urges him to keep going and promises to prepare a nice bath as a reward. As they make their way through the hidden passage, Stanga suddenly comments on how eerily silent it is. The stillness clearly unsettles him. Vlad casually replies that it's just the time of night. Everything's asleep. But then, they come across something that halts them in their tracks. Several lifeless bodies lying ahead. Stanga asks if this is a normal sight around here. Vlad quickly responds that it definitely isn't. Judging from the scene, he guesses these men probably ended up fighting each other. Without wasting time, Vlad suggests they split up. He offers to tell Stanga the location of a secret back entrance used only by members of his organization. Concerned, Stanga asks where Vlad plans to go. Vlad explains that he'll head through the main gate instead. It'll help draw attention away from the real path. As he walks off, Vlad tells Stanga they'll regroup soon. After a while, Vlad reaches the shop and is stunned to see it in chaos. The place has been torn apart. Amid the wreckage, he finds Jorge, badly injured and wrapped in bandages, with Marcella tending to him. When Jorge spots Vlad, he greets him warmly, glad he made it back in one piece. Unfortunately, he also shares some grim news. Money Grubber was the one who attacked them. Jorge had suspected it. Those with wealth often possess power far beyond the norm. Vlad, clearly worried, asks Jorge if he's all right. Jorge admits it's been a long time since he fought someone night level, and the clash left him badly hurt. Still, he's more focused on something else. Did Vlad bring Stanga? Vlad confirms that he found the retired knight, but they had to separate because the main gate was under surveillance. He also mentions that he gave Stanga directions to the back entrance, and figures he should have arrived by now. Pleased, Jorge reveals that they're planning to strike Money Grubber the next day in hopes of ending things once and for all. He then asks how Stanga looked. Vlad assures him the old knight seemed well, and even remarks that he appears to be a good man. Jorge nods, saying that Stanga has a solid heart. Vlad adds that he's surprisingly agile too. The boss wonders aloud if Stanga has lost weight, joking that staying fit is key to living a long life. Finally, Vlad shares what might be the most important detail. He knows now that Stanga can use aura. That alone gives him hope that they'll come out victorious in the coming fight. Instead of being relieved, Jorge is stunned. He can't believe Stanga has that kind of power. Just then, Vlad hears footsteps and assumes Stanga has arrived. But before he can go check, Jorge stops him and asks if he's absolutely sure the man could really use aura. Suddenly, Jorge grabs his sword and orders Vlad to stay behind him. In a chilling reveal, Jorge says that Stanga doesn't know how to use aura at all. Before Vlad can even process what that means, the so-called knight steps into view, his sword and coat soaked in blood. The impostor greets Jorge in a sinister tone, saying it's been a long time since they crossed paths. Then, we flash back to the snowy mountains. After finishing off someone, the impostor had been wiping blood from his sword, speaking coldly to the corpse. He mocked the man's age, saying the winter wind must have gotten to his bones. That's when he heard rustling in the bushes, what turned out to be Vlad. Back in the present, the impostor wears a twisted smile, noting how much Jorge has changed. Jorge demands to know why he's resurfaced now, and the man replies that Count Gaidar has died. The news clearly rattles Jorge. The impostor continues, saying the death hasn't been officially announced due to certain complications, but soon, the truth will spread. With a smug expression, the purple-eyed knight pours himself a drink and starts mocking the late Count Gaidar. He lifts his glass in a cruel toast, fully aware it'll strike a nerve. And it does. Jorge, boiling with rage, curses him and draws his sword. He charges. The impostor doesn't flinch. He just raises the glass, provoking Jorge even more. As Jorge's sword nears its target, the impostor vanishes from its path in a blink, moving so fast it stuns everyone. He shatters the glass with his blade and, with a mocking grin, toasts to the new Count, Siegmund. The insult hits harder than any blade. Jorge, now fuming, realizes the man is not only mocking the fallen Count Gaidar, but is celebrating the rise of someone far worse. Already wounded, Jorge whirls around and takes a swing at the impostor, Godwin. But Godwin meets the strike head-on with his own blade, and their swords clash with fierce intensity. During the heated exchange, Godwin reveals Count Siegmund's first command. The deserter knight, Jorge, is to be brought back immediately. Jorge refuses flat out. He declares that Siegmund is no lord of his, and he won't follow his orders. Godwin smirks, admitting that the Count never really expected Jorge to return without resistance, or to survive the encounter at all. The duel escalates. Both men trade powerful blows, but Godwin's speed gives him the upper hand. He easily dodges Jorge's slash to his legs and narrowly avoids a heavy strike aimed at his chest. As the battle rages on, Vlad quickly turns to Marcella and tells her it's not safe. She needs to get out of there. He grabs her hand and rushes her outside to safety, knowing things are about to get even worse. Once outside, the men downstairs shout up, asking what's going on. Vlad spots Burley and immediately commands him to gather everyone and head upstairs. He tries to explain that their boss is in a serious fight, but before he can finish, Jorge comes crashing down from above. Vlad and Marcella freeze in horror. The others stare wide-eyed as Jorge falls from the upper floor. Just when he's about to hit the ground, Godwin suddenly bursts through the wall, mocking Jorge for still making such foolish choices. Then Jorge slams into the floor with brutal force. The men gather around, shocked and unsure what just happened. Their confusion is cut short as Jorge starts coughing, struggling to move. Up above, Godwin stares down at him, his purple eyes cold and calculating. waiting to see what Jorge will do next. That's when a dagger slices through the air. Vlad's dagger, the very one Jorge had given him. Godwin deflects it just in time with his sword, the blade clattering into the wooden floor. Now, it's Vlad's turn to meet Godwin's glare, his blue eyes locked in defiance. Without a word, Godwin leaps down with his sword raised high, aiming to finish Jorge off. Vlad yells at him to move, begging Jorge to get out of the way before it's too late. Just as Godwin is about to strike, the boss reacts in the nick of time, summoning the strength to leap away. The silver-haired knight's sword crashes into the ground, narrowly missing him. Jorge drops to his knees once again, gripping his weapon tightly. Godwin rises and questions why Jorge refused to follow the orders he was once given. Jorge answers firmly. He couldn't obey something so cruel. He's a human with a conscience. But Godwin cuts him off, reminding him coldly that he's a knight, not just a man. That it's a nerve. Jorge growls with rage, and his comrades rally behind him. Realizing he's outnumbered, Godwin sighs. He's had enough of this drawn-out battle. Closing his left eye, he mutters that all he wants now is peace. Vlad instantly recognizes the signal. He dashes forward, desperate to stop what's coming. But it's too late. Godwin's eyes and sword blaze as his aura surges to life. Blue line-shaped marks start glowing on Jorge and his men. They're the chosen targets. The energy erupts in a blinding flash. Vlad is flung back helplessly as the wave obliterates everyone around Jorge. When the dust clears, only silence remains. Jorge's men lie motionless, bloodied. Godwin is nowhere to be seen. Jorge groans, barely able to move, and is paralyzed by the sight before him. Everyone is gone. His eyes drift to the floor, watching blood drip from his face. He's shattered. Vlad stares at the aftermath in disbelief. His mind floods with memories. Jorge was the one who found him as a street, the first to believe in him when no one else did. The knight who raised him to be strong, to be someone. And now, that pillar of strength had been destroyed. Under the haunting light of the blue moon, Godwin appears once more, this time holding Jorge's severed head. Vlad stares, frozen, a part of him still hoping it's not real. But the truth is clear. His world has just crumbled, all at the hands of the monster he had welcomed into his life. Crushed by grief, Vlad grabs Jorge's sword and screams out in pure agony. Just as he's about to bring the blade down in rage, a voice echoes in his mind, urging him to stop. But he ignores it and swings with everything he's got. Godwin dodges effortlessly. The strike wasn't a real threat, but what surprises him is Vlad's form. He swung the sword with precision, following the correct arc. That shouldn't be possible for a street rat from the slums. What Godwin doesn't know is that this rat was once struck by jet black lightning. Still, despite his confusion, Godwin is impressed. He admits it aloud. But Vlad doesn't care. He's not here for praise. He's here for revenge. Fueled by rage, Vlad charges again, yelling for Godwin to die. The impostor fires an energy blast, but Vlad twists midair and knocks it aside. He lands a clean hit, hard enough to send Godwin flying and make him drop his sword. Staggering to his feet, Godwin stares in disbelief. He starts to realize this kid might have been born with something rare. Maybe that's why he moved the way he did, purely by instinct. But it came at a cost. Vlad's body can't keep up. He crashes to the ground, groaning from the sharp pain. The voice inside urges him to stay calm, to breathe, to hold on. Clutching his side, Vlad curls up, struggling to stay focused. Godwin watches, silent. He considers ending the boy right there, killing him before that potential grows. But something holds him back. He remembers what Jorge once said about watching over those with promise. That memory brings a faint smile to his face. He calls out to Vlad, who's still trembling on the ground, and says that a knight always settles the score fairly. Confused, Vlad looks up. Then, out of nowhere, Godwin tosses him 2 pieces of beef jerky, the same ones Vlad had given him in the cave. He reveals that his name isn't Stanga, and he's definitely not 42. Vlad was shortchanged in that deal, so he's returning a couple of pieces to balance it out. Still, despite the gesture, Godwin makes one thing clear. He's taking Jorge's head with him. Vlad stares in shock, unable to look away from Jorge's bloodied, severed head. Godwin speaks with smug certainty, declaring that he's taking it as a rightful prize, his reward as the victor. He locks eyes with Vlad, almost daring him to respond. Boiling with rage, Vlad glares back and swears he'll kill him. Godwin chuckles, unimpressed. He turns away and mocks Vlad one last time, saying he shouldn't even think about asking for the rest of the beef jerky, not with the pathetic state he's in. With that, Godwin begins walking off. Vlad, still on his knees, struggles to rise, teeth clenched, words shaky but full of fury. He repeats his vow. He will kill the man who took his master's life. But Godwin doesn't look back. He leaves the shop, carrying Jorge's head like a grim trophy. Vlad screams after him, calling his name, but the knight just keeps walking, expression blank. He exits through the gaping hole he created earlier, and Vlad yells after him one final time, promising that the day will come when he'll return to settle the score. After the destruction, Geminina helps the injured Vlad to his feet. He groans in pain with every step, one hand pressing tightly over his wound. It hurts so badly that he eventually collapses to his knees again, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Then, the scene flashes back. Vlad's still inside the shop, curled up on the ground. Marcella stands over him, glaring. She doesn't sugarcoat anything, just tells him bluntly to get up. When he doesn't respond, she slaps him hard across the face. She demands he pull himself together and hits him with a question. Does he know what separates those in the heart of the city from the ones rotting in the slums? Vlad has no answer. He just stares at her, dazed, still reeling from everything, afraid, maybe of being hit again. Marcella doesn't hesitate. She tells Vlad straight. The difference between people in the city and those from the slums is opportunity. In the city, you can fail and still bounce back. They've got room to make mistakes. But for people like them, one failure is all it takes to lose everything. She gestures around the ruined shop, littered with the bodies of their comrades. Does it look like we can afford failure? She asks. This massacre, she says, is the price they pay for just one slip. Marcella grabs Vlad by the shoulders, locking eyes with him. She tells him not to waste the one chance life gives him. For people born into hardship, that rare moment of opportunity might never come again. Back in the present, a new fire burns in Vlad's eyes. Geminina notices the pain he's in and gently asks if he's okay, suggesting they slow down. But Vlad shakes his head. There's no time for that. He wipes the sweat from his face and, with Seaman's help, forces himself to rise. Just then, one of the enemy soldiers spots them. He shouts, announcing he's found Jorge's little underling, the one they've been hunting. Vlad's adrenaline kicks in. Moments ago, he could barely walk. Now he's sprinting. Geminina runs too, and he grabs her hand to make sure she's not left behind. He tells her to move fast. Their lives depend on it. As they dash through the alleys with blades at their backs, Vlad's thoughts shift. Their home is gone. Everything they knew has been torn apart. But maybe, just maybe, it's time for them to fly. Two young birds forced to leave the nest and take to the sky. They manage to slip away, disappearing into the chaos. Their pursuers are left behind, bewildered and angry, spinning in circles trying to guess which path the kids took. One of them growls in frustration, calling them little rats, while another suspects they slipped into a different alley. The gang leader suddenly barks out an order. Every corner must be checked, and whoever finds the kids gets a hefty reward. As he steps forward, his face becomes visible. It's the same ponytail thug Vlad embarrassed back at the shop when Moneygrubber first arrived. That little showdown didn't just bruise his ego, it cost him some teeth. Now he's hell-bent on revenge, itching to make Vlad suffer for the humiliation. Hearing there's a reward, the goons jump into action, eager to be the one to cash in. They scatter in all directions, convinced Vlad and Geminina couldn't have made it far. Ironically, in their rush, they storm right past the very door where the kids are hiding, completely missing the fact that it's slightly ajar. Inside, Vlad and Geminina sit silently behind the door. Vlad grips his dagger, ready for the worst, while Geminina does her best to stifle her sobs with both hands. Every muffled footstep that fades into the distance gives Vlad a clearer picture. They won't get far like this. It's only a matter of time before someone checks more thoroughly. Realizing this, he tells Geminina to wait for a quiet moment and then slip outside to escape. Naturally, she's worried about what he plans to do. Vlad explains that moving together would only increase the risk. It's too dangerous with the gang so close. But Geminina refuses to leave. She insists on staying with him, reminding him of the promise he made to Marcella to get her somewhere safe before going off on his own. Vlad tries to reason with her. He tells her to head for the convent before sunrise, or Harbin if she prefers. Still, Geminina refuses to budge. She throws a fit, wailing that she doesn't want to be left behind. That's when Vlad loses his patience. He snaps, calling her out for never listening and even calling her an idiot just to drive the point home. He tells her bluntly, he can't protect her right now. Shocked by his outburst, Geminina starts to cry. And in that moment, the noise they made comes back to haunt them. Suddenly, a voice calls out, someone demanding to know who's inside. Geminina freezes for a moment, then quickly snatches a knife from the floor, ready to defend herself if needed. A man steps into view from another room, holding a lamp. It's the blacksmith they met earlier. He recognizes Vlad and Geminina and asks what they're doing in his house. True to form, Geminina immediately starts mouthing off, calling him an old man and waving the knife in his direction. Unfazed, the blacksmith shoots back, asking what's wrong with her. He reminds them that they're the ones who broke into his home. Geminina ignores him completely and keeps threatening to stab him if he so much as moves. But the blacksmith looks at her closely. He can see she's trembling, scared more than anything else. Trying to ease the tension, he speaks gently, telling her to calm down and put the knife away. Geminina refuses. Instead, she demands the sword, the one Vlad's always had his eye on. The blacksmith looks puzzled. Geminina clears it up, saying she means the one that used to hang outside. She insists again, saying they're not safe anywhere else and they need it. Her tone makes it clear she's not bluffing. Vlad steps in, urging her to drop the knife, but she ignores him and yells at the blacksmith to hand over the weapon. The blacksmith watches her and sees the desperation in her eyes. To him, this is just how things are in the slums. People grow up fighting for whatever they can get. It's survival. He remembers being the same way when he was younger. After a long, heavy silence, he looks at Geminina and says her situation is truly pitiful, subtly letting her know he won't give in. That pushes her over the edge. Furious, she charges at him with a knife. The blacksmith doesn't flinch. He closes his eyes, expecting the worst. Even Vlad thinks she's going to stab him. But instead, Geminina does something unexpected. She slashes her own hair with the blade. The old man's eyes widen at the sight. The girl, her voice trembling and eyes brimming with tears, steps forward and offers her red hair. She knows it's not worth much, but pleads with him to accept it, promising she'll pay him back in the future. All she wants is for Vlad to receive the sword. Her desperation is undeniable. The blacksmith is left speechless. After a moment, he turns to Vlad and asks if he's really leaving the slums. Vlad confirms it, and the old man quietly admits that the boy is doing what he never could, chasing a dream he had his entire life. Now, it's Vlad's turn to take flight. Though reluctant, the blacksmith gives in, moved by the kid's determination. The scene shifts. The old man now pushes a wagon filled with trash and dirt, with Geminina behind him, her face hidden beneath a hood. He tells her this is the only way out, though she complains about the stink. Suddenly, a group of thugs blocks their path. The blacksmith recognizes them instantly. They question why he's taking out garbage at this hour. He snaps, swearing at them and blaming their recent street fight for blocking the alleyways. He grumbles that his smithy is overflowing since he couldn't throw the trash out earlier. Their leader eyes the hooded figure suspiciously, knowing the old man usually works alone. Thinking quickly, the blacksmith lies, saying he gave some bread to a poor kid to help out because he was too tired. Unconvinced, the thug steps forward, knife in hand, and warns the hooded figure not to move as he lifts the cloth. Geminina, disguised as a scruffy boy with short ginger hair, plays along perfectly. Her act convinces him, and he backs off. Before leaving, the blacksmith asks what they're really after. The thugs reveal they're hunting for Jorge's blonde-haired son. With a scoff, the blacksmith brushes them off, but the thug insists on checking the cart. He orders his man to inspect it and tells the blacksmith to step aside. The old man begins to doubt their route. Maybe they shouldn't have taken this path. But then he remembers they had no other choice. One of the thugs starts going through the trash, commenting on how much there is. Then, spotting a subtle shift beneath the pile, he coolly says not to take it personally. It's just his job. Without warning, he jabs his staff deep into the mound. Both the old man and Geminina freeze in horror. Hidden under the dirt, Vlad braces himself in fear. Just then, the thug casually brings up Harbin putting a boat out on the water, hinting that there must be a reason behind it. He tells him to keep that in mind. After stabbing the trash a few times, the man declares that he's now repaid the 40 silver coins his younger brother, Ned, once owed. With that, he lets him go. It becomes clear he knew Vlad was hiding all along, but chose to let them pass. The boy must have once helped Ned, and this was the thug's way of returning the favor. Soon after, Geminina and the blacksmith reach the outskirts of town, where garbage is dumped into a water channel that flows beyond the city walls. As they toss out the trash, Geminina bids farewell. The blacksmith looks on, thinking about the sword Vlad now carries, a blade forged from his dreams and paid for with the girl's tears. Now, it rests in the hands of a boy heading toward a larger world. Vlad emerges from the dirt, gripping the sword. He starts talking to the voice inside his head, asking if it can hear him. The voice responds, yes. Curious, he asks who the voice really is, but it seems to have no idea. Despite knowing so much about swords, the voice has no memory of itself. Vlad decides that maybe it's for the best. He offers to help the voice recover its memories, asking it to be his sword going forward. He doesn't care if the voice belongs to the devil. He's already haunted by the thought that he may never be strong enough to stand against the godlike figure who destroyed his friends. Moved by his resolve, the voice tells him it's time. It's going to reveal the story behind his sword. The scene shifts to a snowy mountain range, where soldiers have set up camp beneath the banner of a noble house. Inside a command tent, a man is carefully moving chess pieces over a map, clearly deep in strategy. This is too easy, he mutters to himself. This man is Joseph Bezit, the second son of the influential Bezit family. His eyes stay fixed on the map, repeating the same thought It's just too easy. He's soon interrupted by the arrival of a subordinate. The man greets him respectfully as young master and announces his return. Joseph brightens slightly, addressing the newcomer as Jaeger. Jaeger, an eye-patched soldier with a stern appearance, senses something is troubling Joseph. He voices his concern, and Joseph admits he's uneasy. The battle seems far too simple. Jaeger begins his report, detailing the recent monster suppression efforts. Everything has gone smoothly, with only minor losses, just a handful of mercenaries. But Joseph's mind is on something else entirely, the deserters. He worries that word of desertions could damage his credibility. If news spreads, his father and the vassals might start doubting his leadership. And then there's his stepbrother Lucker. Joseph is certain he'd seize any chance to undermine him. Jaeger remains silent as Joseph contemplates his next move. He knows the stakes. If he fails to secure his future as the next count, chaos will follow, and Lutgear won't show mercy to those left behind. Joseph reflects on the Bezit family's legacy, generations defined by ruthless ambition and a culture that glorifies military might. He's seen it firsthand in how his father and brothers clawed over each other for power. The young master knows he's running out of time and out of swordsmen. Besides Jaeger, he doesn't have many to rely on. That's when Jaeger steps forward with something new to report. Joseph's interest is instantly piqued. He demands to hear it. Jaeger explains there's a particular soldier in the ranks who's caught his attention. Joseph immediately suspects it could be a spy sent by his brother. Jaeger doesn't deny it, but says that's not why this soldier stands out. He suggests that Joseph will understand better if he sees the soldier's work for himself. The scene cuts to the mangled corpse of a goblin, likely slain by Joseph's soldiers. Joseph approaches, covering his nose in disgust as he examines the carcass hanging from a wooden shed. He studies the wounds and guesses they were made by someone new to sword fighting, maybe even a child. Jaeger leads him to more bodies. As they walk past the slain creatures, Joseph continues to criticize the injuries. They're all poorly executed. He claims sloppy, repetitive. But then one corpse catches his eye. This one is different. A goblin with its torso cleanly sliced open. As he looks closer, Joseph realizes something. The cuts, despite their variation in quality, all share the same patterns. They were made by the same person. To confirm his hunch, he turns to Jaeger. The one-eyed soldier nods and reveals something even more surprising. The goblins with the messy wounds were killed a month ago. The ones they're looking at now, just yesterday. Joseph is stunned. It's hard for him to believe that someone who was swinging so crudely just weeks ago has now refined their skills so dramatically. It shouldn't be possible, but the evidence is in front of him. Intrigued, he presses Jaeger for more information about this person. The scene shifts again, this time to the snowy forest, where a battle is raging. A group of men is engaged in a brutal fight against goblins. One soldier, surrounded, holds his ground with a spike club, fending off the beasts one by one. A voice shouts for the men to close ranks, making sure none of the goblins escape. Suddenly, another soldier with a spear appears, stepping confidently onto a goblin corpse. He calls out to his comrades, claiming he can see the end, urging them to finish the fight quickly. But instead of charging ahead, the other men freeze in terror. Their eyes are fixed on something behind him. The man with the spear turns, confused by their expressions, but it's too late. A towering, red-eyed hobgoblin looms behind him. Before he can react or ask what's wrong, the monster slams its massive wooden club down on him. The impact is devastating, sending snow flying in all directions. As the snow settles, the soldiers finally see it. The goblin has smashed a man's skull straight into the ground. Fear grips them all, but they grit their teeth, resisting the urge to flee. The creature lets out a furious roar, but still, they hold their ground. That defiance doesn't last. The goblin lunges, unleashing a brutal assault. One by one, the soldiers fall. Those in the rear, stunned by the monster tearing through their fifth formation, finally break and turn to run. But their overweight, aging commander isn't having it. He barks at them to push forward, shouting that their pay is on the line. The mercenaries fire back. They signed up to fight men, not this kind of nightmare. Maybe he should have hired top-tier fighters, or better yet, handle it himself. As he fumbles for his sword to threaten them, the hobgoblin slaughters the soldiers right in front of him. Staring death in the face, the commander freezes on his horse, certain he's next. Then, someone steps out from the crowd. Calmly, he walks toward the beast. The soldiers are stunned, whispering among themselves. Is that the praying Riemann? But we know better. That's Vlad, hiding behind a different name. With quiet confidence, Vlad declares he'll handle the monster alone. No one tries to stop him. The hobgoblin notices him and charges with full force. Vlad holds steady, then strikes with his blade just as the creature reaches him. The hit lands, but it's shallow. That brief miscalculation throws him off. Suddenly, a voice in his mind shouts, "Dodge." Snapping back into focus, Vlad narrowly avoids a devastating club swing. He slides back, snow flying, then steadies himself again. He knows he messed up. The voice in his head doesn't hold back, calling him a fool for failing a move he was already told about. But Vlad knows it's not that simple. Nobody masters something new instantly. As the hobgoblin charges again, Vlad digs in. He's not giving up. He's just taking the longer path to victory. The hobgoblin swings its massive club at Vlad once more, but just like before, he slips out of its reach. Each miss fuels the creature's rage, and it slams its weapon into the ground with everything it's got, triggering a blast of snow into the air. But as the white cloud settles, it realizes Vlad's not there. Stunned, the monster stands frozen. That split second of confusion is all Vlad needs. He raises his sword, now glowing faintly, and charges. The hobgoblin turns too late. Vlad's strike lands clean, no hesitation this time. Elsewhere, we shift to Jaeger and Joseph. Jaeger tells his young master about a fighter known only as the Praying Reman. The name catches Joseph's interest, and he immediately orders an investigation. His one-eyed subordinate nods, placing a hand on his chest and bowing with quiet resolve. He'll get to the bottom of this, no delays. After Jaeger departs, Joseph stays behind, silently studying the mutilated goblin corpses. His thoughts wander. The cuts on the bodies brought a month ago were uneven, unrefined. Now they're precise, lethal. It doesn't add up. No one becomes a swordmaster in just a month. A faint smile plays on Joseph's lips as he wonders. Could this boy truly be a once-in-a-generation genius? Back in the heat of battle, we return to Vlad, just as he splits the hobgoblin's torso clean in two. His eyes are sharp, unreadable. He's not just fighting anymore. He's walking the path of a true master. Meanwhile, up in the snowy mountains, the mercenaries are busy loading hobgoblin corpses onto wagons. One grumbles about the trash piling up on his side, and another says it's the same where he's working. They had all expected treasure to be hidden somewhere, given how many hobgoblins were swarming the forest. One of the men calls out to their captain, Reman. We know him better as Vlad. Vlad had just finished off a massive hobgoblin, and one of the mercenaries couldn't stop raving about it. To him, Vlad's performance wasn't anything new. Every time monster showed up, Vlad always stole the spotlight. Despite the nonstop praise, Vlad looked more annoyed than proud. He finally snapped, telling the guy to shut it and just focus on piling up the bodies. But the chatterbox had already taken care of that, and smugly noted that nobody would dare touch Vlad's kill anyway. Trying to strike up a conversation, the man asked what their next move was. The job on the ground was nearly done, and he was clearly hoping for more action alongside Vlad. But one glance at Vlad's uninterested face should have been a clue. Still, he pushed on, talking about how well they'd work together, his brain and Vlad's blade. That was the final straw. Vlad cut him off, cold and direct. He doesn't work with phonies. The guy froze, clearly taken aback. Then, trying to recover, he told Vlad he had no right to use the mercenary plaque anymore. He wasn't done, either. He brought up knowing a decent blacksmith, but Vlad shut him down again, this time with more fury. He called the man to make sure he understood that he wasn't playing. Vlad warned him. Pointless talking could get people killed. If Gerda was just making a suggestion, fine. But if there was even a hint of a threat, Vlad was ready to end him right there. Gerda quickly backpedaled, saying all he meant was that someone with Vlad's skills deserved way more than the scraps he was getting. Vlad didn't want to hear it. He told Gerda to shut up and keep working unless he wanted to lose his head. Terrified, Gerda ran off without another word. Once he was gone, Vlad reflected on the whole thing. He figured it was only a matter of time before he dealt with this clingy tag-along once and for all. Meanwhile, the others kept hauling goblin corpses onto wagons, and Vlad quietly walked off, lost in thought. Vlad wandered off into the woods, and the other mercenaries couldn't help but wonder if he was heading off to pray again. Apparently, he made a habit of sneaking away for these forced rituals, and the consistency was starting to impress them. Deep in the trees, Vlad dropped to one knee and drove his sword into the earth. Watching from a distance, the others marveled at how majestic he looked. Some even whispered that he had to be of noble blood. He just didn't seem like someone born into their rough ranks. But Vlad wasn't praying at all. Inside his sword, a voice was tearing into him. He was getting roasted for failing to take down the hobgoblin in a single strike. The voice didn't hold back, calling him an idiot and reminding him that his one-hit kill technique only worked when he had the element of surprise. Vlad, clearly drained, asked what that even meant. The voice, annoyed by his lack of understanding, offered an overly simple explanation, something you'd give a child. Still confused, Vlad listened as the voice tried again. You're supposed to Gerda wham when they Gerda whoosh. That didn't help either. While Vlad struggled with this cryptic coaching session, the others kept watching him from afar, convinced he was deep in prayer. The next morning, back at camp, soldiers moved about, finishing up camp duties. When breakfast rolled around, Vlad was served a shady-looking bowl of soup, the same as everyone else. While the other mercs dug in without hesitation, Vlad eyed his food suspiciously. He wasn't even sure if the meat in it was actually meat. He turned to the others and asked what kind it was. With his mouth full, one man shrugged and said he didn't know and didn't care. It was free, and that's all that mattered. He reminded Vlad that mercenaries rarely got meals handed to them, so you didn't question a free lunch. Another man chimed in, saying their employers could afford it. They were the bids, after all. Someone else added that, yeah, it was salty, but at least it was something. Even with all their efforts to get Vlad to lighten up and eat, he wasn't having it. He stood up from the table, left his bowl untouched, and told the others they could have it if they liked it so much. Then he walked off, leaving the mercenaries scratching their heads. Someone guessed he was off to see the priest again. Another chimed in, saying maybe they should start praying too, maybe it would help their sword skills. But a more blunt comrade quickly crushed that dream, telling him he'd never be anything like the so-called praying swordsman. Not long after, Vlad arrived at the priest's tent. Father Andrea, an old man with wild white hair that gave off a bit of an Einstein vibe, lit up when he saw him. Vlad greeted him respectfully and asked if he'd slept well. The priest replied cheerfully that he always did. Andrea mentioned he'd heard about Vlad's late-night prayers in the forest and commented on how cold it must have been. Like everyone else, he assumed Vlad was some sort of devout warrior. No one had a clue that these prayer sessions were just cover for the brutal lessons Vlad received from the voice inside his sword. Keeping up appearances, Vlad told the priest that he hadn't felt the cold. He was in the embrace of God. Andrea chuckled, saying Vlad was more like a priest than he was. At that moment, a young trainee named Deacon stepped in to announce that Father Andrea's breakfast was ready. The old man thanked him and invited Vlad to join. Though Vlad politely declined, saying he hadn't come to eat, Andrea gently nudged him into a seat anyway. The table was set with a delicious, steaming meal. Deacon and Andrea both sat down, and the priest began a prayer. Deacon shut his eyes in childlike reverence. Vlad, however, kept his eyes open at first. Andrea, ever curious, peeked with one eye to see what Vlad was doing, only to find him now with eyes closed, looking every bit the faithful believer. Smiling to himself, Father Andrea thought how admirable it was that even in a place like this, Vlad hadn't lost his faith. Vlad wonders if they should make a run for it before Sir Joseph starts asking questions. But the voice suggests that the Bezit family might overlook his fake identity since he's a talented swordsman. Still, even if that somehow works out, Vlad knows the truth will eventually surface, that he killed a mercenary for stealing. And when it does, he'll be nailed for both murder and impersonation. The voice takes this moment to mock him, saying he's got some darkness in him, after all. Vlad snaps back, reminding the voice that it's just as guilty since it was involved too. With everything stacked against them, the voice proposes they escape while they still can. After all, self-defense only holds up when there's someone around to back up your story. Vlad agrees to the idea of running off in the dead of night. He even suggests bringing his subordinate along so they can secure a fake plaque. The voice thinks the plan sounds way too risky and voices his concern. But before they can debate it further, the voice suddenly picks up on someone approaching. Whoever it is, they're radiating the aura of at least an advanced knight. Vlad reacts immediately, grabbing his sword and preparing to fight. But when he turns around, he finds Sir Jaeger standing there. The green-eyed knight is surprised Vlad sensed him and admits the kid's even sharper than he expected. Keeping his guard up, Vlad listens as Jaeger says Sir Joseph wants to see him. Vlad instantly regrets not scheduling the meeting himself, knowing this could go south fast if he doesn't play it right. Despite the nerves, he calmly tells Jaeger it's an honor to be summoned. Trying to keep his cool, Vlad puts on his best poker face. Jaeger asks if he was expecting him, and Vlad replies that Father Andrea told him, though he didn't think he'd show up this soon. Impressed by the boy's poise, Jaeger notes how rare it is for someone so young not to be shaken in his presence. He then instructs Vlad to follow him. As Jaeger turns his back, Vlad considers bolting, but the voice immediately warns him not to try it. Against someone like Jaeger, he wouldn't make it more than 3 steps. Realizing there's no way out, Vlad surrenders to the situation and quietly follows the knight. Eventually, they arrive at Sir Joseph's tent. The young master greets him, saying he's glad to finally meet the well-known praying Riemann. Vlad bows respectfully, calling it an honor to stand before the second son of the Bezit family. Joseph casually asks if everything's going well with his duties. Vlad responds that the mercenaries are grateful for his support. Then, Joseph brings up the real issue, Vlad's striking blonde hair and blue eyes. He admits he once thought Vlad might be the child of a disgraced noble family. To clear things up, he asks directly, is his real name Riemann? Without hesitation, Vlad answers yes. At that moment, Joseph shuts the blue book he'd been reading and calmly says Vlad should have just told the truth from the start. Out of nowhere, Sir Jaeger slaps Vlad hard across the face. Joseph then says he can't stand liars. Wiping the sting off his cheek, Vlad endures Jaeger's glare. Joseph, however, drops a bombshell. He knows the boy is actually someone named Vlad from the city of Shoera. As Vlad rubs his jaw, trying to keep composed, Joseph continues. According to their findings, Vlad's mother was unmarried, and no records exist about his father. Joseph then asks if Vlad knows who his father is. Offended, Vlad fires back sarcastically, saying it's hilarious to ask the son of an unmarried woman that kind of question. Without warning, Jaeger sweeps his legs and knocks him Vlad. Vlad groans in pain as the knight scolds him for forgetting his manners. Though furious, Vlad stays silent. Joseph steps in, stopping Jaeger. He admits the question was both inappropriate and amusing. Then, standing over Vlad, he says he already knows why he fled from Shoera and demands to know where he learned to fight like that. But Vlad doesn't answer. He simply glares back. Joseph stares into his burning blue eyes and says it's clear they're hiding far too much. Out of nowhere, Jaeger draws his sword and tries to strike Vlad from behind. But Vlad senses the attack just in time. Biting his lip, he reluctantly admits he had a mentor who taught him how to fight. Still kneeling, Vlad explains that the teacher appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly. Joseph is intrigued, and Vlad presses on. He says the man never shared his name, only a cryptic lesson, a lone warrior's undefeated secret, never to be passed on to anyone else. As Vlad delivers this with a piercing stare, Joseph finds himself caught off guard by the boy's conviction. After a short silence, he simply says, "Okay," and apologizes for how they treated him. Vlad starts to wonder if his bluff actually worked. But before he can think further, Joseph cuts in. He says he's currently in a difficult position, and because of that, he's prepared to make Vlad of Shoera an offer. He asks Vlad if he's interested in something more power, more freedom, a future as a knight. The words hit hard, and Vlad listens intently as Joseph offers his support. The scene then shifts. Two men are in the middle of a sparring match, wooden swords clashing in rapid succession. It's Vlad and Sir Jaeger. The other mercenaries gather to watch, clearly impressed. One of them wonders how such a young guy is managing to hold his ground. Another points out that Jaeger must be going easy on him. Even so, everyone agrees Vlad's talent is undeniable, and some can't help but feel jealous of the bright road ahead of him. The duel heats up, and it's clear that Jaeger isn't letting him off easy. At one point, the knight scolds Vlad, calling him a cocky brat for talking to Sir Joseph without showing proper respect when his skills are still just average. To drive the point home, Jaeger puts one hand behind his back and continues sparring with just the other, easily overpowering Vlad. With every swing, he reminds him he's just an arrogant kid who hasn't earned his place yet. As Vlad struggles to withstand Sir Jaeger's relentless strikes, he realizes just how outmatched he is. The knight's skill is on a whole other level. Whenever Vlad manages to dodge a blow, Jaeger immediately follows up with another, so fast and powerful that blocking it is nearly impossible. Knowing he can't win with defense alone, Vlad switches tactics. This time, when Jaeger attacks, he blocks it quickly and slips his own blade under Jaeger's. With his sword now free, he prepares a counterattack. His eyes glow as he channels his energy for a decisive strike. Jaeger blocks it, but the onlookers erupt in cheers, impressed that Vlad could pull off such a sharp move. The knight, however, smirks and mocks him, saying that for someone like Vlad, managing one decent strike should be expected. Vlad, panting and drained, doesn't feel victorious at all. In his mind, he's convinced Jaeger let him land that blow. Then, Jaeger calls the session to an end, telling Vlad that from now on, they'll spar twice a day, morning and evening. Hearing this, Vlad is horrified. One session nearly wiped him out, and now he's expected to endure it twice daily? Still trying to recover, Vlad watches as Jaeger walks off, casually warning him not to cool down too much. Once the knight is gone, Vlad vents to the voice inside his sword. He complains that Jaeger is vague and unhelpful. He didn't offer even a single tip. The voice, however, is unfazed. It praises Jaeger's swordsmanship and points out how he ruthlessly shaved off all of Vlad's unnecessary movements. Then it adds that sometimes getting beaten is the only way to improve. Vlad sighs, feeling like no matter where he goes, he's always alone in the fight. Back in Sir Joseph's tent, Jaeger arrives to give his report. Joseph asks what he thinks of Vlad after observing him firsthand. Jaeger admits that Vlad could be a major asset. His swordsmanship is impressive enough to even catch the attention of a noble, maybe even a count if he had the right background. Joseph, pleased, feels validated in his assessment. Still, Jaeger doesn't hold back. He warns that Vlad has a major flaw. He's arrogant and doesn't know his place. Joseph explains that Vlad's behavior isn't surprising. He grew up in the harsh slums, after all. He also mentions that manners can be taught, as long as it's done with patience. With that, Joseph turns to Jaeger, saying he believes he's the right person to teach Vlad. Jaeger is stunned, clearly hesitant. He tells Joseph that an unreliable sword can't be trusted, hinting that Vlad's loyalty is questionable. Joseph agrees. Even though Vlad lowered his head in respect when they met, Joseph still doesn't trust him. He says it's better if the boy stops pretending and starts showing who he really is. Elsewhere, Vlad is furious. He's fixated on something he says must be done, no matter what. Back with Joseph, he believes putting Vlad under Jaeger's guidance might be the best move. After all, a mentorship where both sides need something from each other could work better. Jaeger doesn't like the plan, but he has no choice. He has to obey his master. Joseph doesn't see Vlad as a wild wolf, at least not yet. To him, Vlad is just an arrogant, self-centered kid. He advises Jaeger not to act too quickly. His plan? Build a cage around Vlad, one so vast that the boy thinks he's free, even while completely under control. Later that night, a few mercenaries head into the freezing forest. They're still struggling to accept that their former captain now answers to Jaeger. Gerda regrets not trying harder to win Jaeger's favor when he had the chance. He figures Vlad got lucky, managing to leave the expedition before winter set in. Gerda's thoughts are interrupted when their new captain, Sir Roderick, scolds him and orders him to grab his axe and do his job. Gerda resents the uptight captain and thinks Roderick only passed by to avoid having to check in again anytime soon. Hoping for some rest, Gerda lies down, but Roderick's voice wakes him. Curious, Gerda listens as Roderick speaks with a woman searching for a child. Roderick scoffs, saying there are no kids around here, but then he abruptly goes silent. Alarmed, Gerda gets up to see what's going on. As he approaches, he sees Roderick silently walking away from camp. What terrifies Gerda most is the eerie, dirty aura now surrounding Roderick's body. As Roderick walks deeper into the woods, it's as if something's taken control of him. Meanwhile, the episode kicks off with Vlad groaning, rubbing his sore shoulder. He complains that the advanced knight should have taken it easier on him, but the voice in his head disagrees. It tells Vlad he's lucky. Getting to train under someone like Sir Jaeger is a rare chance, one that many would pay dearly for. It insists he should be grateful. Still, Vlad isn't convinced. He mutters that Jaeger just wanted to beat him up. And honestly, it makes sense. Jaeger already sees him as an arrogant, disrespectful kid. Vlad argues that the knight's harshness was just payback, nothing more. But the voice pushes back, saying that tough conditions are what make training truly valuable. After all, if you're scared of getting beaten to death, you'll fight harder. Vlad falls silent for a moment before grumbling that the logic is still pretty messed up. Just then, a whisper calls out from the bushes. Vlad spins around, startled. A figure steps out from behind a tree. It's Gerda. Vlad is surprised and asks when he got back, since the rest of the expedition team hasn't returned yet. Gerda doesn't answer right away. He glances around, checking to make sure no one's watching. Once he's sure they're alone, he finally speaks. He's planning to sneak out of camp after nightfall. Vlad stares at him, completely thrown off. He demands to know what's going on. But instead of answering directly, Gerda cryptically says he's only here out of concern, as a friend. He throws in a vague warning and then casually suggests they hang out later. Vlad's confusion only deepens. He starts thinking Gerda has lost it, but Gerda insists he's serious. He says he saw something in the woods with his own eyes. Then he drops the real bomb. He claims the forest they're supposed to explore is cursed. Vlad is clearly shaken, but also intrigued by what Gerda's just said. So Gerda presses on with his theory. He points out how deserters were once common, but not anymore. Why? Because the Both family pays well and takes care of its people. So, logically, no one should want to leave. Vlad agrees. That's when Gerda hits him with a real twist. Those so-called deserters didn't run. He believes they were taken by the forest itself. Vlad's concern deepens. Gerda insists he saw it happen. Ghostly figures dragging people into the woods. There's a brief pause, and then Vlad smacks him over the head, calling him a troublemaker for dreaming up such nonsense. Gerda yells that he's serious, even as Vlad keeps hitting him. He finally blurts out that he saw a knight get taken the previous night. That gets Vlad's full attention. He quickly realizes Gerda means Sir Roderick. Gerda nods and goes on to explain that while heading back, he pieced something else together. All the missing men had black hair. Sometime later, Gerda is cursing under his breath. His secret mission has been exposed. Sir Jaeger arrives on horseback with the rest of the mercenaries, and Gerda, now reluctantly leading the way, mutters to himself, full of regret. He wishes he'd just run off with his gear while he had the chance. As the group moves out, Jaeger notices Gerda's strange behavior and turns to Vlad, asking if he trusts the guy. Vlad admits flatly that he doesn't, but he also knows Gerda isn't crazy. That's enough to make Jaeger pause. He remembers how Joseph sees this entire expedition as a strategic opportunity. If they can uncover a pattern in these disappearances, it might prove useful. Still, the knight can't shake his discomfort, especially with that black hair detail. Jaeger, who also has black hair, starts to get uneasy. Just to be sure, he asks Vlad if what Gerda said about the hair color is actually true. Vlad replies, assuring Jaeger that 3 knights are already stationed at the post in case anything happens. But as an advanced knight himself, Jaeger doesn't exactly trust in the abilities of others. Despite his unease about having black hair, just like those who went missing, he knows he has to lead from the front. With Sir Roderick already gone, someone more capable needs to step up. Lost in thought, Jaeger is snapped back to reality when Gerda announces that they've arrived at the expedition camp. There, they meet a man named Iran, who introduces himself as Roderick's subordinate. Jaeger questions him. Has the entire forest really been searched? Iran confirms that they've found absolutely nothing. Even the experienced ex-hunter mercenaries couldn't locate a single footprint. That settles it. Jaeger knows he'll have to search the woods himself. Still on horseback, he orders the mercenaries to split into groups of 3 and cover as much ground as possible. The men quickly get to work. Later on, Gerda vents his frustration, accusing Vlad of betraying him. He's furious, saying he came in good faith, and now he's being treated like a fool. Vlad brushes it off, telling him to focus on the mission and promising to make it up to him later. The two eventually cross paths with Jaeger, who immediately asks if they've found anything. Vlad says no, and Jaeger snaps, calling them useless country bumpkins. But Vlad defends himself, saying he's from the city. That gets Jaeger's attention. He asks how city folk track down missing people. Vlad shrugs and says it's easy. You just beat someone up until they talk. That answer doesn't exactly inspire confidence. Jaeger becomes even more convinced that Vlad is hopeless. Just then, he notices the sun is beginning to set. Nightfall is coming fast. Jaeger considers whether they should head back to camp. As he's thinking, he spots a river nearby and asks if anyone searched past it. Gerda admits he doesn't think so. The path of the expedition never crossed it. Jaeger realizes something. They've combed the woods twice and found nothing. If there's still no sign of Roderick or the strange woman Gerda mentioned, then it's likely they're looking in the wrong place. With that, he makes up his mind. Jaeger calls the men together and announces that they'll be crossing the river. Without question, he follows the order and signals the rest of the mercenaries to gather. Jaeger steps onto the ice first, testing its stability. It's not fully frozen, he notes. Vlad figures that must be because winter's already come to an end. Still, it looks solid enough to get them across the river. Jaeger agrees, but suggests they split into smaller groups for safety. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries show up around Gerda, assuming he's found Sir Roderick. But Gerda quickly clears that up. He didn't call them for that. That's when Jaeger announces that they'll need to widen the search by crossing the river. He admits the ice isn't fully solid and decides they'll split into 3 groups to cross it more carefully. Everyone agrees with the plan, no hesitation. The soldiers get moving, splitting into their assigned groups and stepping onto the frozen river. As they move across, Gerda begins to act oddly, something that doesn't escape Vlad's attention. He asks what's wrong. Gerda admits something feels off. He's getting that same sinking feeling from before. Vlad brushes it off, accusing him of just being scared. Gerda doesn't deny it. He knows he's not on the same level as Vlad or Jaeger, and that's exactly why he has to trust his instincts. His gut's telling him they're walking into trouble. He says it flat out, they shouldn't be crossing. Vlad stares at him for a moment, then replies. He might not get the whole intuition thing, but there's one thing he's sure of. Gerda watches him, confused, waiting for the rest. And Vlad delivers it cold. If Gerda runs now, he's dead. Not from the danger ahead, but from Vlad himself. He warns him not to try escaping. Gerda is their only lead in finding the missing people. Shaken, Gerda falls silent. Vlad gives one final warning. Forget the gut feeling. The only chance he has to stay alive is by crossing that river. Vlad steps onto the ice and calls for Gerda to follow. Gerda hasn't changed his mind, but he knows he's out of options. Like everyone else, he starts walking, nervously, each step trembling as if the ice might give way beneath him at any second. Vlad quickly loses patience with his whining. He snaps, saying if the ice doesn't break, he'll smash it himself and toss Gerda in if he doesn't shut up. But in a full-blown display of panic, Gerda drops to the ground and starts crawling, hoping to avoid cracking the ice. He mutters that he just can't do it. Fed up, Vlad grabs him by the shirt and demands he stand up. They're the only ones left behind. As he tries to pull Gerda to his feet, the mercenary suddenly starts screaming like he's seen death itself. Vlad's fury turns to confusion until he looks down. That's when he sees it. Bodies under the ice. Gerda loses it, shrieking so loud the rest of the squad hears him. He yells that there are corpses in the river. And then, everything unravels. The frozen bodies begin to rise, pushing toward the surface. Cracks spider across the ice. Chaos erupts as the mercenaries scramble, try to make it to the shore. But it's too late. The ice gives way, and the dead burst through, climbing out of the river. The squad is trapped on the ice, surrounded by the undead. In a panic, the mercenaries look to Sir Jaeger for answers. It's only then that he understands. The whole mission was a setup. The undead weren't just wandering, they'd been waiting. Lure them in, ambush them in the dead of night, in a place no living soul should walk. As Vlad, Jaeger, and the others face off against the rising horde, the scene cuts to the main camp. There, the priest kneels in prayer, thanking the Lord for his protection. With a young acolyte beside him, he asks for divine guidance to keep them walking the path of light. Suddenly, the priest stops mid-prayer. The boy beside him grows uneasy, glancing over with concern. He calls out to the priest, but before he gets a response, the ground begins to tremble. The water in a nearby chalice starts to ripple, then rises, suspended in midair. The priest stares in shock as the dark water swirls above, moving on its own. A thick fog creeps into the camp, and from within it, a mysterious woman emerges. Wrapped in shadow, she drifts through the mist, wandering the camp in search of her child. Back on the frozen battlefield, all hell has broken loose. The living clash with the undead in a brutal struggle. The worst part? The man they were searching for, Sir Roderick, has already turned. Now, he's one of them, striking out his former allies. Roderick lets out a monstrous roar and lunges at Gerda. But instead of defending himself or running, Gerda just lets out a high-pitched scream, like that's going to help. Before the undead knight can strike, Vlad steps in, his blade cutting through Roderick just in time. But as soon as he lands the blow, more zombies rush him, closing in fast. Vlad braces himself. His eyes begin to glow cold and sharp, and he shifts into a perfect stance. In a blink, he cuts through the oncoming undead, his sword dancing like lightning. Limbs and heads fly through the air, all while Gerda just keeps screaming like he's about to faint. Vlad's had enough. He curses under his breath and snaps at Gerda, calling him a useless brat and telling him to pick up a spear and fight. But Gerda just whimpers, saying he can't. He's too scared to face the dead. Vlad grits his teeth, furious. The guys become a burden in the middle of a battle. Just as his frustration peaks, a voice inside his head speaks calmly, urging him to stay focused and choose a direction if he wants to escape. Taking the advice, Vlad looks ahead, only to see 3 zombies rising from the water, eyes locked on him. Any hope of moving forward disappears. And now, with Jaeger nowhere in sight, he starts to worry whether his comrade is even still alive. Somewhere else on a frozen battleground, Sir Jaeger cuts through the undead with ease, like he's chopping up a zombie salad. But even a knight of his caliber has limits. When one of his men falls right in front of him, taken down by a walker, he realizes the truth. This wave of undead isn't stopping. Whoever set this trap knew exactly what they were doing. Jaeger might not know who the mastermind is, but he's certain about one thing, the real target of this ambush. With that realization, something shifts. A green glow flickers from beneath his eye patch, and his sword begins to shine the same eerie light. He activates his aura, both his weapon and eye burning with energy. Surrounded by that brilliant force, Jaeger unleashes it all. In a single, blinding display of power, he obliterates the undead swarming him. The light and force are so overwhelming. The mercenaries nearby pause just to watch. Inspired, their morale shoots up. They're fighting alongside a legend. Amid the chaos, Jaeger shouts to Vlad. He's locked in his own battle, but hears the call clearly. Fighting off the zombies around him, he yells back, asking what the knight needs. The order is straightforward. Defend the right flank and protect young Master Joseph, no matter what. That's the contract. That's the mission. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He slashes his way through the remaining undead, clearing a path forward. As he moves, he calls back to Gerda, telling him to follow. The mercenary is already scrambling behind him, begging Vlad to wait up. As Vlad pushes on, Jaeger's glowing eye burns even brighter, green flames now flickering beneath the patch. The veteran knight offers up a silent prayer, asking for Vlad to make it in time and protect the young master from whatever's coming. This knight is the real deal. While he's surrounded by undead trying to drag him to the grave, his mind is fixed on only one thing, protecting the one he serves. Without hesitation, he dives back in the fight, cutting down the undead one after another. Then, out of nowhere, a low growl rumbles behind him. Even with enemies pressing in, Jaeger senses the new threat and spins around, only to lock eyes with the zombified figure of Sir Roderick. Jaeger offers a quick apology for not saving him sooner. But it's too late. Roderick and the rest of the horde are long gone. Now they want him dead. Back at the main camp, young Master Joseph sits in his tent, looking completely uninterested despite having a book in hand. It's clear he'd rather be doing anything else. His quiet is broken by someone shouting nearby. His head snaps up. Who just yelled? The voice cries out again, yelling at something to stay back. That's when it hits him. Something's wrong. The camp is under attack. Joseph stands up, ready to act. But before he can leave, someone bursts into the tent, calling his name. It's Vorden, one of his men. Joseph demands to know what's going on, but Vorden's too out of breath to give a straight answer. He stammers, struggling to explain. Joseph's frustration boils over. How could Vorden rush in without even knowing what's happening? Trying to save face, Vorden insists he came to check on Joseph's safety. But the young master isn't buying it. The lack of a weapon makes it obvious Vorden wasn't here to fight. Joseph points out the empty sheath on Vorden's belt, exposing the truth. On any other day, Joseph says he'd have had him executed for this level of stupidity. Panicking, Vorden immediately starts pleading for mercy. And just then, Father Andrea and a group of men step into the tent. Joseph turns to Father Andrea to ask what's happening, but before he can even finish, the priest answers, something wicked has made its way into the camp. He opens his holy book and urges Joseph to take a look. The ink, written in sacred script, shudders across the pages like it's alive. Joseph stares in disbelief. The text is moving. Clearly shaken, he looks to Father Andrea for answers. The priest admits it's no ordinary book. Joseph, growing uneasy, asks if there's any way to stop what's coming. Andrea, with a solemn tone, explains he's no exorcist. Still, he promises to call on every ounce of divine power. He has to push the evil back. But even then, he warns, this darkness may be beyond him. Joseph's concern deepens. He starts running through his options. The remaining knights may not be the strongest, but they're all he has. He rises, issuing a sharp order for the knights to follow. No hesitation. They fall in behind him, faces hard with resolve. As Joseph steps out of his tent, he's met with an unsettling sight. A thick, ghostly fog smothers the entire camp. But this isn't just fog, it's something far worse. It clouds vision and invades the minds of the mercenaries, seizing their bodies like puppets on strings. There's no doubt, this is the work of the strange woman. The men stagger and twitch, their voices overtaken by a spirit that calls them her children. They resist, but there's no winning against something not of this world. Covering his mouth and nose, Joseph turns to Father Andrea. Does this fog drive people mad? He asks. The priest doesn't know exactly, but he's sure of one thing. It's not natural. The effects hit quickly. Joseph breathes it in, and the voice comes. Soft, eerie, calling him her child. The others feel it too. One by one, the spirit's whispers creep into their minds. Then, through the fog, she appears. Long black hair, white gown dragging in the dirt, barefoot and ghostly, she glides through the mist, scanning every corner of the camp. Searching, seeking. Where's my child? She whispers, turning her eyes to Joseph. As soon as the ghostly woman locks eyes with the young lord, panic ripples through the men around him. They're frozen in fear, unable to look away from the terrifying figure. Joseph, though, remains silent, still clutching his handkerchief, unable to move. The witch's blackened eyes and twisted mouth stretch wide as she lets out a chilling shriek. She cries out in glee, claiming she's finally found her child. And shockingly, she means Joseph. She lunges, arms outstretched, racing toward him with desperation in her voice. But just before she can reach him, a glowing barrier snaps into place. Father Andrea is on his knees, locked in prayer, summoning a divine shield to block her. Behind him, his young apprentice is a mess of fear, screaming and sobbing uncontrollably at the horrifying sight. Inside the protection of the barrier, Joseph remains still, mind racing. He begins to wonder if Sir Jaeger is the only one capable of dealing with this possessed monster. And it's not just a wild guess. Two of his most skilled knights, Cade and Maxim, have already fallen to her. Even the blessings of Father Andrea weren't enough to keep them standing. The witch slams into the barrier over and over, convinced her child is on the other side. Her hand presses through the shield, burning away as it passes the divine threshold, but she doesn't stop. Joseph watches, horrified, as he begins to suspect the truth. This isn't some random haunting. This is a malicious curse, meant specifically for him by an enemy yet to reveal themselves. Andrea does everything he can to keep the shield intact. But when Deacon, the young trainee priest, suddenly coughs up blood, the priest is shaken. Distracted, he turns to the boy, reassuring him gently. The sun will shine on you again, he says. Moved by the words, Deacon pushes past the pain and begins singing holy hymns to strengthen the barrier. Their efforts are brave, but Joseph can tell they're nearing their limit. Andrea is weakening, and the hymns can only gird on for so long. The clock is ticking, and Joseph knows it. He watches the ongoing standoff, his mind turning rapidly, trying to formulate a plan. Waiting for sunrise seems impossible. It feels like an eternity away. But then, something jolts him back to the present. Out of nowhere, a familiar figure comes soaring through the fog, sword glowing bright blue. It's him, the blonde-haired knight, launching straight at the witch with his blade raised, ready to strike. The witch doesn't notice him sneaking up. She's too focused on Joseph. But just as Vlad's about to strike, a voice speaks to him, warning that she's driven by a curse, and an ordinary blade won't do any damage. Vlad halts mid-air, ducking behind a rock. He quietly asks the voice what they're supposed to do, and in return, the voice asks if he can channel any aura right now. Vlad responds quickly, no, he can't. The voice pauses, clearly puzzled, before admitting there's another way. Naturally, Vlad wants to know what that is. The voice then makes an unexpected request. It asks to borrow his body. Possession. That's the only way it can handle the witch directly. Vlad hesitates. Is that even possible? The voice explains that while it can control aura, it's unsure whether it can manifest it inside Vlad's body. And even if it does manage to pull it off, there's a chance Vlad won't be able to move for a while. Dangerous in a battle like this. The voice warns against it, calling it a risky move. But Vlad doesn't flinch. He knows full well, if he doesn't stop her, he's dead. That's all the motivation he needs. He tells the voice to go ahead. The sword's path is full of peril, but he's made his choice. He gave his word to Joseph, and now his purpose is clear. It's no longer just loyalty, it's conviction. The voice respects his resolve and sets the plan in motion. Vlad leaps toward the witch again, but this time, she senses him and turns. As he soars through the air, the voice begins to take control. It tells Vlad to shut his right eye. He obeys. Then everything shifts. Vlad's consciousness drifts into what the voice calls the world of voices. At that moment, Vlad's body begins to glow. His sword radiates with light, infused with pure aura. He closes in on the witch in a flash, and slashes straight through her as if she were nothing but mist. The onlookers gasp, stunned by what they just witnessed. But Vlad doesn't celebrate. He drops to his knees, screaming in agony. The voice is still surging powerful waves of energy through his body, and he's barely holding on. Seeing Vlad collapse, Joseph is instantly alarmed and calls out to him, hoping he'll respond. But before he can say more, Vlad's eyes fade to white, and he falls silent. The screaming stops. Joseph watches closely. He knows what he just saw was aura. He has no idea how Vlad pulled it off, but he's certain the cost must have been immense. His thoughts are cut short when the witch stirs again. She rises, her voice echoing through the fog as she calls out for her missing child once more. Vlad, still weakened from the possession, can't move. And now, the witch is reaching toward him, trying to reclaim what she believes is hers. Joseph doesn't hesitate. He yells for Father Andrea not to stop the hymns, then bolts from the barrier, ignoring the priest and the others calling after him. He reaches Vlad and quickly helps him up, urging him to lean on him. Vlad groans in pain, but manages to stand, slowly moving with Joseph as they try to escape. But the witch isn't giving up. Furious that her child is slipping away again, she lunges and grabs hold of Joseph's leg. He struggles to break free, but her grip is like iron. Frustration boils inside him. He feels helpless, useless. Just as it seems he's about to be dragged back, Vorden charges in from behind and grabs Joseph's cloak, yanking him and Vlad out of the witch's grasp. With a mighty heave, he tosses them both toward the safety of the priest's side. The witch shrieks in rage and heartbreak. As Joseph hits the ground, he looks up and, despite everything, smiles. For the first time, he's genuinely grateful for Vorden's presence. He says so, and the knight beams, clearly moved by the praise. While the two exchange a rare moment of appreciation, Vlad slowly reaches for his sword. He's clearly not recovered. Every movement is laced with pain, but that doesn't stop him. He looks to Father Andrea and asks him to bless the blade. He's going back in. The priest doesn't question it. With solemn resolve, Andrea presses his hand against the sword's edge, allowing it to cut into his palm. His blood coats the blade as he completes the blessing. He presents the weapon to Vlad, telling him it now carries divine power. Vlad takes it without hesitation. Thank you, he says, ready for what comes next. As he steps back into the fray, Vlad marches ahead with resolve, ready to face the wicked which won last time. Behind him, Father Andrea and Deacon look on, silently pleading for his safe return and victory. The witch, battered and beaten, lies motionless on the ground. When Vlad finally reaches her, sword in hand, she doesn't cry for mercy. Instead, she begs, desperate not for her life, but for someone to find her lost child. In that moment, despite her terrifying appearance, something strange happens. Vlad catches a flash of her memories. Women trapped in a pitch-black prison, their children ripped away and left on the cold stone floor to die. The mothers cried out, arms stretched through iron bars, unable to reach their freezing children. This horrific vision strikes a chord in Vlad. For the first time, He sees beyond her monstrous form and grasps the depth of her torment. She's not just cursed. She's been endlessly searching, mourning, suffering. But it has to end. With steady hands, Vlad raises his sword and drives it through her skull. He whispers for her to finally rest. As her blood trickles down, the monstrous features fade, revealing her true face. Human again, with tears streaming. She gazes up at him, as if seeing her child in him at last. While Vlad is lifting the curse, the scene cuts to a dark forest, where a cloaked figure sits with a strange box at his feet. A sinister mist coils around him, pulsing with malevolent energy. There's no mistaking it. He's the mastermind behind the chaos. The fog thickens, feeding off his power, and a wicked grin creeps across his face. But just as it swells to full strength, the cloud begins to vanish. Confused and furious, the dark figure watches as his control slips away. For once, his plans are unraveling, and today might not be his day after all. Puzzled by the sudden vanishing of the dark mist, the sorcerer quickly realizes what's happened. The stream of negative energy he was leeching from the woman's anguish has been cut off. The moment Vlad struck her down and freed her from the curse, the spell broke on its own. The sorcerer, now on edge, suspects someone must have defeated the puppet he'd been controlling. The idea disturbs him deeply, as he can't imagine anyone powerful enough to pull that off. But then it hits him. There's only one knight who could possibly wield Sora with that kind of mastery. Just as he's about to utter the name, the very person appears before him. None other than the green-eyed elite knight, Sir Jaeger. Jaeger steps into view, confirming the sorcerer's worst fears. He's found the rat pulling the strings. Seeing the knight cloaked in full A+ gear, the sorcerer starts trembling. The fear is obvious. He knows exactly how lethal this man is. He's not just facing a threat, he's facing a death sentence. Jaeger wastes no time. He's here to make the sorcerer pay for all the havoc he's caused. The dark mage knows it's over, and before we can see the end of him, the scene cuts forward. We jump ahead to a meeting between Jaeger and the young master, Joseph. As Jaeger arrives, Joseph looks him in the eye and asks whether the man he's slain is truly the one behind the curse and chaos. That's when we learn the grim truth. Jaeger decapitated the sorcerer and now stands before his master, holding the severed head by the hair. Jaeger confirms it. This was the source of the darkness. Along with the head, Jaeger brings the strange box that the sorcerer was guarding. He believes it to be the very same cursed object the woman had been searching for the night before. To Jaeger, it's clear now, this box had become her child's coffin. Hearing this tragic revelation, Joseph instructs Jaeger to hand over the box to Father Andrea once they return to Varna, so it can be examined further. Jaeger accepts the order with his usual stoic loyalty, promising to carry it out. Before Jaeger takes his leave, Joseph pauses for a brief conversation. He reflects on how their expedition, meant to secure his power, ended up being a complete disaster. Jaeger agrees without hesitation, admitting that he too feels ashamed by how things unfolded. Standing on a cliff's edge, Joseph gazes down at the quiet camp below. With a heavy sigh, he admits once more that their mission was a failure. Still, he knows it's time to head back home, and he says so with a calm determination. Just then, Jaeger turns to him and asks a pointed question. Did he find the blonde-haired hero useful? Joseph glances at the knight sideways, pauses for a beat, then breaks into a subtle, knowing smile. He admits that he might have found someone worthy enough to replace him as the sword. As Joseph reflects on the events of the previous night, his expression softens. He speaks of the blonde warrior's potential, believing the boy will grow into a swordsman who will outshine them all. We're given a glimpse of that vision. Vlad engulfed in a swirl of blue flames and crackling sparks, his body blazing with the raw power of AA. It's a majestic image, but it doesn't last. The scene quickly snaps back to reality, where Vlad is anything but majestic. He wakes up looking like a complete mess, his hair in total disarray, his eyes wide and dazed like someone who's just been hit by a truck. Turns out he's just learned he's been unconscious for 3 whole days. In disbelief, he asks the voice in his head for confirmation. The voice casually affirms it and suggests he be more cautious going forward. Apparently, even the voice didn't expect the recoil to hit this hard. Still in a daze, Vlad sits in bed like a zombie, trying to process everything. Eventually, he shakes off the shock and admits he's just relieved to be awake. Now, all he wants is to settle what's left at the camp and head back with the others. That's when the voice chimes in again, letting him know that Joseph and the rest have actually been waiting for him to recover before starting the return journey. As Vlad grabs his sword and uses it to steady himself, the voice mentions one more thing. The young master seemed genuinely concerned about him. Vlad finally manages to stand up and steps outside his tent. But as he pulls the fabric aside, he's met with a strange silence. No one's around. The entire camp is eerily empty. At first, he's caught off guard. but it doesn't take him long to figure it out. It makes perfect sense that everyone would bolt after the chaos from last night. Still, he realizes he might have jumped the gun when he hears a familiar voice behind him. It's Gerda. Vlad turns, and the nervous mercenary starts rambling about how worried he was after what happened with the blonde hero. Hearing this, Vlad can't help but smile. He instantly starts poking fun at Gerda, reminding him how he tried to bail, but somehow ended up being the last one sticking around. Most of the mercenaries may have scattered, but Gerda and a handful of others stayed behind. Why? Simple. They were promised to pay raise if they stuck it out until things settled down. Gerda then starts bragging about his so-called heroic moments, how he helped carry the blonde hero back to camp when he couldn't ride, and how he went back into the forest to look for the Lord Knight. But it's not for praise. He's just hoping Vlad will put in a good word for him when he meets the young master. Vlad casually tells him he'll see what he can do. Then Gerda remembers something. Sir Jaeger asked him to send Vlad over once he woke up. Joseph's waiting at the barracks, and Gerda urges Vlad to head there quickly so he'll still have time to say good things about him. Vlad turns to leave, but not before Gerda nags him one last time, just to make sure he won't forget. At this point, Vlad's had enough. He silently wishes someone would just shut Gerda up. The scene shifts. We're now inside Joseph's tent. The young master is hosting Vlad, pouring him a glass of red wine. He starts with some small talk, asking if Vlad even drinks. Vlad isn't sure how old Joseph thinks he is, but assures him he can handle it. After all, he used to work in a brothel and a bar. Even though he's had booze before, he admits this is the first time he's trying something fancy. Joseph then tells him, this isn't just any drink. It's the kind of liquor only nobles get to enjoy. Before pouring the wine, Joseph pauses and tells Vlad he wants to thank him first. He knows Vlad could have bailed when things got ugly, but instead, the kid stayed and fought through it all. Vlad, ever direct, replies that he was just sticking to the contract. But Joseph counters with a deeper point. The contract only asked for his faith, not loyalty. As Vlad's blue eyes meet his, the young master reflects. Those written words meant little at the time, yet Vlad stuck by them, seeing it through to the end. That's why Joseph sees him as someone too valuable to lose. Actually, he corrects himself. Vlad isn't just a talent he can't lose. He's someone Joseph must have on his side. Then, pushing a glass of wine toward him, Joseph says it's time for him to honor his part of the deal. But this time, it's not a demand, it's a reward. With that, he formally invites Vlad to join the powerful Bezit family. The scene shifts, and we're taken to the stunning county of Bezit, Varna. Joseph and his group have returned, and while things are still getting organized, Sir Jaeger informs him that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Joseph nods and tells him he did well. He then informs the rest that they'll be staying in Varna a bit longer, at least until the expedition report is handled. Meanwhile, Vlad is caught up in the scenery, turning his head constantly to take it all in. Jaeger notices and asks if it's his first time here. Vlad simply replies that it's his first time anywhere. He's never left the slums before. That earns him a sarcastic grin and a new nickname from Jaeger, Country Bumpkin. Joseph overhears and tells Vlad to take the day off and explore the city. Vlad's clearly glad to hear it. Before leaving with Joseph, Jaeger throws one last comment his way. Don't get lost, and make sure you're at City Hall by nightfall. Vlad already didn't like Jaeger much, but after the non-stop teasing and stern orders, he's starting to seriously dislike the guy. Still, the voice in his head suggests Jaeger might actually respect him, just like Joseph does. Vlad disagrees. One more dose of that tough love, and it might actually kill him. He brushes the thought aside. Right now, there's only one thing on his mind, spending his fat paycheck on a greasy, satisfying meal for the first time in forever. While Vlad's daydreaming about what kind of food Varna might offer, someone suddenly tugs at his arm. He turns around, surprised to see Deacon. The cheerful kid beams and says the priest wants to see him, if he's not too busy, of course. Soon, the two are standing outside a towering church. Vlad's eyes widen in amazement. Even the churches back in Show era weren't this huge. Deacon explains that although Sturma is the capital, Varna is actually the heart of the kingdom's religious life. Deacon asks Vlad to wait inside while he goes to fetch the priest. As Vlad steps into the church, his jaw nearly hits the floor. The place is breathtaking. The ornate design and grand structures leave him stunned. It's in that quiet moment he realizes something. Despite going by the name Praying Riemann, he's never actually offered a real prayer. A wave of guilt washes over him, making him feel like he's sinned. Just then, Father Andrea arrives and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Vlad, ever polite, says it's no trouble and thanks him for the invite. The priest laughs and hands him an ID token, explaining that although Joseph would have managed to get Vlad one, a token from the church carries special weight. The Lord's favor reaches far and wide. Vlad's even more stunned when he sees the guarantor name etched on the token, Father Andrea himself. The priest gently pulls him out of his daze and tells him he's welcome to visit anytime. From this moment on, he's Vlad's official guarantor in the city. The boy is left speechless. Who would have thought that a nameless kid from the slums, someone who didn't even have his birth registered, would one day have someone write his name into the world with sincerity? Overwhelmed, Vlad drops to one knee in front of the priest, silently expressing his gratitude. From now on, he's no longer just Vlad from the alleyways. He's Vlad of Shoera. As the story unfolds, we get a glimpse of Bayezid's layout. The country is made up of 3 main cities and 12 villages. There's Shoera by the sea, the trading hub, then Varna, the religious center, and finally, Sturma, the main capital. It's Vlad's first time visiting Sturma, and as he rides in with the young master, he's left awestruck just by the city's entrance. Once they arrive, Jaeger gathers Vlad and Gerda, informing them that from this point on, they're guests of Sir Joseph. But he also warns them, any careless move they make will reflect poorly on the young master. Sir Jaeger also throws in a not-so-subtle jab, telling them to stop craning their necks like clueless bumpkins and just stand still like proper guests. Vlad, who's been listening carefully, immediately nods in agreement, while Gerda just slouches and grumbles under his breath. The knight informs them that some snacks will be brought over shortly. He seems about to say more, but pauses. Then, thinking better of it, he warns them not to touch anything until he returns. Clearly, he's worried the two might tear into the food like wild animals. Naturally, the two aren't thrilled with this rule. Vlad tries to ask if they could at least have a small bite, but before he can finish, Jaeger shuts him down. Vlad, don't touch the food, he snaps, making it clear that's the end of the discussion. Once the knight is gone, the two decide they've had enough of standing still. So, they begin to explore a bit and quickly stumble upon an opulent waiting room decked out in gold. The sheer extravagance of the place stuns them. Gerda stares in disbelief, taking in every detail. It's more luxurious than anything he's ever seen. He admits as much, comparing it to his modest hometown. Vlad, equally overwhelmed, completely agrees. As they're still soaking it all in, a voice suddenly cuts through their wonder. Haven't seen you two around here before. They turn toward the sound, only to spot a figure partially hidden behind a curtain. The stranger steps forward, explaining that he was just planning to relax here until they walked in. He finally reveals himself, and the moment Vlad sees his face, something clicks. He knows this guy from somewhere, but can't recall where. The man walks up and directly asks who they are, but Vlad is too busy racking his brain to even register the question. Then he feels it, the man's presence. It's overwhelming. His gaze is sharp enough to pierce steel, as if just a look from him could bring someone to their knees. The intensity is unreal, like his eyes are burning with fire. Gerda, clearly shaken, steps up and nervously introduces himself, stammering as he speaks. He quickly adds that he was part of Sir Joseph's conquest team, before launching into a ramble that doesn't really concern anyone but himself. The mysterious noble cuts in, confirms the kid's name, then turns the question around. Wants to know who he is. The blonde kid introduces himself, Vlad of Shoera. That name catches the noble's attention, not because he knows it, but because he doesn't. Still, something about Vlad stands out. As he studies Vlad's face, he silently notes how sharp the kid looks, how much fire he sees in his eyes. What really surprises him, though, is that Vlad doesn't even blink while speaking to him. Most people flinch under his intense aura. It's rare, impressive even. He figures Joseph might have landed himself a solid right-hand man. Thinking that, the noble casually pulls out a handful of peanuts and offers them. Vlad stares at the outstretched hand silently for a moment. Then, coolly, he tells the noble they've been instructed not to eat anything. The noble's caught off guard, completely stunned by the response. Vlad, noticing the confusion, bluntly repeats that they were told not to eat the food here. At this, Gerda's face goes pale. He's freaking out inside, wondering if Vlad's lost it. Who turns down a noble's hospitality like that? It's almost unthinkable. Meanwhile, the noble stands there, clearly surprised and a little disappointed. And just like that, Vlad of Shora's first act at the Bayezid family estate becomes turning down Ratiger Bayezid, the eldest son's gesture of goodwill. Gerda is mortified, practically trembling from embarrassment. Ratiger, on the other hand, just shrugs, helps himself to the peanuts, and admits they're pretty good. Cut to a different scene, an older man writing on paper. This is Joseph's father, and someone's briefing him about the new guest, Vlad. Still focused on his writing, he calmly notes that his sons never brought anyone home before, except for Jaeger, who was assigned by his mother. Then, as if making a big decision, he declares that if Joseph can successfully raise Vlad into a knight of the Bayezid family, he'll reward him. Joseph thanks his father for the gesture and bows respectfully. While he's still in that position, his father continues, reminding him that wielding a sword has never been his strength. But regardless, he warns him, He's in Bezit territory now. Joseph nods, taking the words seriously, and assures his father he won't forget. Then the old man hesitates for a moment before asking about his health. Joseph replies that he's doing fine and receives permission to leave. As he turns to go, he offers a simple take care before walking out. His father watches him leave, eyes full of concern. Once Joseph's out of sight, he quietly mutters that he should prepare a tonic for him. The gray-haired man beside him, Ragmus, agrees, saying the young master would probably appreciate it. He adds that Madame Oksana would be pleased too if she knew. At the mention of Joseph's mother, Lord Bezit reflects for a moment, acknowledging how particular she is when it comes to her son. But then he shakes the thought off and refocuses on the paperwork in front of him. He asks Ragmus for his thoughts on Joseph's recent report. Ragmus warns him not to brush it off. Strange events have been happening too often to ignore. The Lord's expression hardens. He immediately demands that the source of these supernatural events be found, declaring that no one has the right to use sorcery on his land. As his anger flares, Ragmus shares another troubling update. Reports from Varna suggest there's a link between the undead and the curses. It could mean either one powerful sorcerer is behind it all, or two working together. Lord Bezit suggests it might even be the work of a group or some secret faction. Ragmus agrees it's a possibility. But no matter the cause, the Lord's resolve doesn't waver. Standing up with a cold, commanding presence, he declares that the Bezit family will continue to dominate and crush anyone who dares to threaten their rule. Fueled by determination and rage, Lord Bezit commands that those behind the strange phenomena be found immediately, especially the ones who dared harm his son and then had the nerve to stir up chaos in his domain. Later that night, Joseph finally returns to the waiting room with Sir Jaeger. The guests, who've been starving and waiting all day, perk up the moment they see them. Joseph admits that his plans took longer than expected and apologizes for the delay. Gerda, clearly thrilled, quickly waves it off and assures the young master it's no big deal. When Joseph calls her by name, Gerda lights up, clearly anticipating something exciting. But that excitement is short-lived. Joseph abruptly tells him that their rewards will be discussed the following day. The realization hits Gerda hard. He's been hungry and waiting all day for nothing. Just as he's processing the disappointment, Joseph mentions that a servant will escort him to his room to rest. Gerda doesn't say a word. He just leaves, throwing a comment over his shoulder to the others, probably hoping someone will stop him. No one does. Once he's gone, the remaining men stay behind to talk. Joseph takes a seat, crosses his legs, and fixes his eyes on Vlad. He brings up how Vlad saved him and pledged to become his sword, something he urges him not to forget. Vlad confirms it without hesitation. So Joseph reminds him again of what that promise means. He points out something odd, how Vlad wants to fulfill his duty but also seeks freedom right after. That doesn't quite add up in Joseph's mind. It's here that Vlad starts to realize just how deep he's in. Joseph, still sitting like a mob boss, lays it out plainly. He tells Vlad he's willing to answer his request, but only after Vlad explains the real reason why he wants that freedom. The two lock eyes in silence, tension thick in the air. Eventually, Vlad speaks up, asking Joseph if he knows a knight named Godwin, the one tied to the blue moon. That name strikes a chord. In that instant, Joseph realizes Vlad isn't just some talented kid. He's stunned. Never would he have guessed that the boy before him carried such a heavy past. Joseph then drops a bombshell. Godwin, the Knight of Gaidar, was the mysterious figure responsible for destroying the Rose's smile. Vlad, of course, knows that all too well. That night is burned into his memory. He sees it clear as day. Jorge's severed head, the chaos, the pain. Godwin was the man who ended his world. Yet despite all that, there's a strange admiration buried somewhere inside him. Even if Godwin brought him nothing but agony, the man left an impression he can't deny. Back in the moment, Joseph stares at Vlad, lost in thought. When he finally speaks, it's to tell Vlad that he's powerless to help. Even as the Count's son, the people Vlad seeks are far out of reach. Vlad doesn't flinch. He expected this. Deep down, he knew Joseph wouldn't be able to do much. Still, he appreciates the honesty and gives the noble some credit for that. So, he suggests that maybe it's time to renegotiate their terms. But before he can even finish the thought, Joseph cuts in, already a step ahead. He proposes a new contract, 7 years of service. Vlad is stunned. That's a long time. Before he can argue, Joseph calmly states that offering this deal meant swallowing his pride, making it very clear just how serious he is. To make matters worse, Sir Jaeger, still looming like a predator, keeps his eyes fixed on Vlad. The pressure is real. Vlad considers it. He doesn't fully trust Joseph, but there's something about him that feels genuine. Still lounging in his chair, Joseph assures him again. He's his savior, and if Vlad accepts the deal, a promising future awaits. Joseph sweetens the deal. He tells Vlad that for the next 7 years, he'll provide food, clothing, and even personal training if he signs the contract. More than that, Joseph promises to turn this so-called country bumpkin into a knight who could stand tall against anyone in battle. Vlad, who clearly wasn't thrilled about the long contract before, suddenly shows a flicker of surprise. The moment Joseph mentions molding him into a true knight, his interest spikes, eyes widening, tinged with disbelief. Seeing the reaction, Joseph presses on, carefully laying out the full offer. All Vlad has to do is stay loyal and stick to the tasks he's given. In return, he'll receive everything he needs: support, guidance, and a purpose. Then Joseph adds something even more personal. He says the Godwin situation speaks for itself, and while he can't intervene there, he will let Vlad act on anything that involves his old hometown. That alone is a huge concession. And just when Vlad thinks that's all, Joseph drops another revelation. He knows about Geminina. She's at the monastery. That hits Vlad hard. He didn't expect Joseph to know her name, let alone her whereabouts. Now that he's got Vlad's full attention, Joseph asks a pointed question. What does he really hope to achieve with his sword in hand? Then he adds a sharp reminder. Swords aren't the only weapons in this world. With that, Joseph drops one final shocker. He has a weapon of his own. And just like that, Vlad is left stunned once more. Having laid out every card, Joseph finally asks Vlad for his decision. Time passes. Later, we see Joseph gazing into his reflection. He acknowledges that Vlad's goal is impressive, but Jaeger, standing beside him, questions whether it was necessary to act so desperate to win him over. Jaeger offers a cold practicality. He can always find another useful kid to serve the Bezit family. Joseph responds with quiet certainty. He knows talent is everywhere, but Joseph doesn't budge. He explains that discovering talent is one thing. Awakening it is something else entirely. That's what sets Vlad apart. That's what's kept Joseph so fixated on him. Even though he believes Vlad is the ideal candidate, Sir Jaeger keeps pressing, asking if he's really sure the kid would agree so easily. Joseph continues to stare into his reflection, silent for a moment, then finally answers, yes, he's sure. He's confident because he saw it himself, back when Vlad struck down the cursed woman during the expedition. Still, Jaeger doesn't give up. He tries a different approach, pointing out that Vlad's reckless and defiant nature will make him hard to control. But Joseph isn't swayed. Instead, he plays it smooth, giving Jaeger a bit of flattery, saying Vlad's training won't be too tough with another advanced knight around who's more than capable. Then Joseph gets real. He reminds Jaeger that 7 years is a long time. Plenty of time to tighten the leash and shape Vlad into someone who follows orders. That hits the mark. Jaeger, though still unenthusiastic, agrees to take on the job. He promises to do what's needed to bring Vlad in line, even if it won't be easy. Joseph is clearly pleased. He encourages Jaeger, telling him that the tougher the challenge, the greater the reward in the end. This nobleman clearly can't get our protagonist out of his head. Even after wrapping up his talk with Jaeger, he circles back to praising the blonde kid. He stares at his reflection, musing about how he once saw Vlad as a useful tool, a wolf. But now he sees him as someone chasing the moon. The next morning, Jaeger takes Vlad to his new quarters, helping him settle in. He admits it's nothing fancy, but assures Vlad that the room is his alone. Vlad, amazed, lights up at the sight. What's considered modest to others is incredible to him. The clean floors and a real bed? To a kid from the slums, this is luxury. Jaeger is taken aback, reminded that Vlad's from the alley. He's not used to someone reacting like this, especially since most recruits come from wealthy families and often struggle with the harsher conditions of training life. After everything that's happened so far, Jaeger figures Vlad won't have trouble adjusting, unless he causes problems. Vlad immediately knows what he's hinting at, the peanut incident with Sir Tiger. He shoots Jaeger a look, and the knight quickly deflects the blame, saying he never actually expected Vlad to follow orders just because he did once before. Their little back and forth is interrupted when Jaeger heads out, but not before telling Vlad to meet him at the training hall after breakfast. They'll start sparring soon. Just as Jaeger's leaving, a woman calls out to him, addressing him as her loyal knight. The usually stoic and serious Jaeger gets visibly flustered. He tells Vlad, in a hushed tone, that she's Lady Oksana, Joseph's mother. Then he nudges Vlad to greet her properly, the way he was taught. Thankfully, Vlad doesn't slip up. He simply mimics Jaeger's greeting, and it works. Lady Oksana warmly returns the greeting, then asks if this is the boy she's heard so much about. Jaeger confirms. Sir Joseph himself took him in. Lady Oksana's sharp golden gaze fixes on Vlad, and it's enough to make him visibly squirm. His face turns bright red in an instant. Satisfied with her reaction, she gracefully thanks him for saving her son. Caught off guard, Vlad fumbles with his words, insisting he was just doing what he was supposed to. Still, she's not let him off that easy. She tells him he deserves more than just gratitude. He's done something far more important than he realizes. Vlad, still blushing, bows and thanks her quietly. Then, without warning, she ruffles his hair and compliments both its color and the look in his eyes. Just like any caring mother, she starts fussing over his appearance, offering tips to enhance his look, and even promises to get him some proper clothes. The whole time, Vlad is practically frozen from the attention, struggling to hide how flushed he's become. Finally, Lady Oksana departs with her maids, but not before telling Jaeger to keep up the good work. Once she's gone, both he and Vlad exhale like they've been holding their breath. Jaeger chuckles and asks why Vlad looks so jumpy. Vlad admits he's never met a noblewoman before, and Jaeger reassures him. He handled it well, especially with someone like Lady Oksana, who has a way of throwing people off their game. After the quick chat, Jaeger dismisses him for breakfast. Cut to the dining hall, where things take a turn. One of the trainees spits in a Vlad's soup while his lackeys cheer. The bully sneers, claiming he mistook Vlad for a trash can because he smells like garbage. But instead of reacting the way they want, Vlad calmly scoops the spit out, tosses it aside, and resumes eating like nothing happened. In his mind, he's already expecting this kind of behavior. It's happening even faster than he thought. The gang is thrown off by his calm attitude. As they try to figure out their next move, Vlad recalls Jaeger's warning. Don't do anything that could reflect poorly on Joseph. So he starts thinking of a way to handle this without dragging the Count's son into the mess. The ringleader storms off, hurling one last insult, calling Vlad a bastard and warning him to brace for a hazing. But just before he's out the door, Vlad speaks up and asks him, "What's your name?" The bully freezes, stunned that Vlad would even ask for his name. But Vlad doesn't back down. He repeats the question, his face now cold and threatening, enough to make the air feel heavy. The sheer intensity behind his eyes sends a chill straight through the troublemaker. Clearly shaken, the guy stammers out his name, Sobanin. Vlad repeats it back, calm and deliberate, like he's carving it into memory. The way he says it, it's not just a name, it's a warning. A while later, the scene shifts to a quiet courtyard where the family head is strolling alongside his right-hand man. They stop when they catch sight of the training ground below, and the noble suggests watching for a bit. His assistant agrees, curious to see what's happening. As they observe, the noble spots someone among the trainees who draws his interest. It's Vlad. He asks if this is the boy Joseph brought in, recalling he was supposed to have blonde hair. He keeps his eyes fixed on Vlad, even noting that the kid is surprisingly good-looking. But before he can say more, his assistant points out someone else watching from afar. It's none other than Jaeger, quietly observing the session from a distance. He's visibly tense, probably anxious to see how Vlad performs in his first official spar. The nobleman understands that feeling well, but he's just as eager to see what this kid can do. Soon, the sparring match begins. Vlad moves like a machine, calm, focused, relentless. His wooden sword crashes against his opponents with non-stop aggression. Every strike pushes the other trainee back, giving him no room to recover. The boy's face is emotionless, his blue eyes locked on target, each blow faster and heavier than the last. Spectators watch in awe, whispering about how fierce and sharp this kid fights despite his young age and smaller frame. But as impressive as it looks, the family head doesn't praise him right away. Instead, he bluntly states he's sloppy. This surprises his assistant, who thought Vlad was already exceptional. He questions it, and the noble explains there's definitely potential. Something about the boy shines through. He respects that Vlad, despite the rough edges, is trying to apply what he's learned. As he speaks, we catch a glimpse of Vlad's hands, covered in old scars and hard knuckles, signs of long, grueling years spent with a sword. Back on the training ground, Vlad is still in complete control. As he keeps pressing his opponent, he silently reminds himself of a core principle. Swordsmanship begins with the feet. The placement of his steps, the balance of his stance, all of it matters. If he can mislead his opponent with subtle shifts in his shoulders and gaze, then he can dictate the flow of the fight. Vlad puts this into action flawlessly. He adjusts his footing, drops his shoulders, and uses his body language to bait his opponent in. His icy blue eyes stay locked on target, making every movement part of the setup. Sure enough, the opponent takes the bait. He charges in with what looks like a heavy, downward slash. But Vlad slips out of the way with a sharp backstep, dodging cleanly. The black-haired trainee is left winded and wide open, stunned that his move failed. Before he can recover, Vlad strikes back, hard. His counterattack lands square on the trainee's side, and the impact is brutal. The guy cries out in pain, and from the sound of it, he might have taken serious internal damage. Without hesitation, Vlad grabs him by the hair, recognizing him as one of Sobanin's lackeys. Suddenly, it all makes sense. This wasn't just a spar. Vlad was out for payback. Dragging the guy upright, Vlad clenches his fist like he's about to send him flying across time and space. He reminds the henchman of how he laughed back in the cafeteria and dares him to try laughing again. Vlad's eyes are glowing with fury as he drives a punishing punch straight into the guy's face, breaking his nose and leaving a mess of blood. The entire training ground falls silent. The spectators are frozen in horror, watching Vlad unleash blow after blow. Above, Jaeger watches with intense focus, clearly invested in the fight. His superior, the king's right-hand man, starts to protest, saying maybe it's time to intervene. But the family head stays calm. He tells his assistant to let play out. He believes a knight needs this kind of fire, and points out that even Jaeger seems to be fully engaged, watching every second. Meanwhile, Vlad continues hammering the trainee, only stopping once he's thoroughly wrecked him. One of the other students finally shouts for him to stop. Vlad ignores him at first, but after a few more hits, he finally pulls back. Bloodied and calm, he stands, apologizing half-heartedly to the rest for getting too into it. But they're not comforted by his apology. They're shaken by the deadly calm in his eyes. He turns away from the unconscious body and walks off. But before leaving, he makes sure to jab at Sobinin one more time, telling him to apologize to his lackey on his behalf, since he tends to lose control when things get personal. Sobinin clenches his fists, clearly on the verge of snapping, ready to lash out. But before he can get a word in, Vlad steps in and cuts him off. The blonde swordsman strolls up calmly and says he's got something to confess to. Unlike earlier, though, next time he won't hold back. He gives Sobinin a hard stare, then turns to leave, but not without one last dig. If the soup's too bland, he says he'll make sure Sobinin gets called in just to spit in it again. With that icy threat hanging in the air, Vlad walks off, leaving Sobinin thoroughly unsettled. The encounter drives home one clear point. The new guy's completely unhinged. Sobinin's now convinced that Master Joseph dragged a rabid dog straight off the streets. Meanwhile, Vlad tosses a chilling smile over his shoulder, only adding to the crazy vibe. The scene shifts to Gerda, now cleaned up and looking sharp, enjoying his meal at a table. Between bites, he asks Vlad if it's true. Has he really been going around beating up the other vassals? The rumor's spreading fast, he says. Vlad dodges the question entirely, flipping it on Gerda instead. He asks how things are going in the stables and if the job's tough. Gerda immediately jumps into it, proudly saying he's no ordinary stable hand anymore. He works for none other than Count Bezit. He's about to start bragging when it suddenly hits him. Vlad just steered the conversation away from the real issue. Gerda snaps back, pointing out that he's heard all about Vlad roughing up people all over the manor. He warns Vlad it's not just bad behavior, it's a crime. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He casually asks why Gerda's acting so shocked, reminding him that he's always been a bit of a criminal. Compared to his past, he says this is just light work. Gerda is taken aback, but stays quiet, letting Vlad keep talking. The swordsman claims the fights weren't even obvious and that he didn't start them. He was provoked. He says it's worked out fine anyway, since now nobody bothers him. Just then, another student walks in with a food tray, introducing himself as Potri Canor. Vlad, clearly uninterested, spins around and bluntly demands to know what the guy wants. Vlad's blunt tone sends a chill down Potri Canori's spine. He starts trembling, unsure what to do. But then Vlad gives him a choice, either grab a seat or get lost. To everyone's surprise, Potri lights up like a kid on his birthday. The thought of sitting beside the blonde swordsman had never even crossed his mind. He scurries over, full of gratitude, but Vlad just sighs, clearly regretting not just kicking the guy out. Potri, completely oblivious, starts talking about how he usually eats alone, sometimes even hiding out in bathrooms to do it. Vlad, now visibly grossed out, reminds him that he's holding a prize sausage and might want to avoid saying things like that. Still, Potri doesn't stop. He asks Vlad if the food's good, then casually mentions that his family, the Canor, are the manor's official meat suppliers. They've been in the livestock game for generations, he says, proudly naming his father as the one behind the meat being served. Suddenly, he remembers seeing Vlad earlier asking for more sausage, so he offers him some of his personal stash. Vlad, naturally suspicious, snaps at him, questioning all the friendliness. He acts like he's not impressed, but the next scene tells another story. We find Vlad standing in what looks like a sausage paradise. Turns out, Potri's father sends him an overwhelming amount of food, way more than he can handle. So he wants to share. Seeing all this, Vlad comes to a realization. All these vassals are actually young heirs from powerful families. For a moment, he'd forgotten. If he were still in the alleys, he wouldn't even be allowed to speak to guys like this. So, with a new mindset, he makes a move. Out of nowhere, he asks Potri if he'd like to eat with them from now on. Potri's eyes nearly pop out from excitement, as he quickly agrees. Vlad nods, giving his approval. He follows it up by saying that vassals should get along. And even though it might seem like he's only cozying up to Potri for the sausages, that's not entirely true. The scene shifts again, this time to the green-eyed, advanced knight walking alone through a vast hallway. He looks worn out, the weight of his responsibilities clearly taking a toll. After all, Being the one to raise and serve the young master is no small burden. The pressure's mounting, and he knows he won't get any real rest until Cade and Maxim recover from their injuries. His thoughts are cut short when a burly knight with a thick beard steps into his path. The man casually asks where he's off to in such a rush. Turning around, the green-eyed knight identifies him as Sir Gregory and immediately groans inwardly. This was not the conversation he wanted right now. He tries to mask his irritation, but Gregory picks up on it instantly and chuckles, teasing him about being terrible at hiding his mood. The advanced knight, Jaeger, doesn't waste time. He tells Gregory straight up that he's busy and doesn't have time to chat. Gregory just laughs again, amused, noting that Jaeger must be incredibly busy since he handles all of Joseph's responsibilities alone. Already drained, Jaeger cuts to the point and asks Gregory if he actually has something to say. Grinning like he's holding onto a secret, Gregory finally gets to it. He suggests that Jaeger should consider raising a vassal himself. He insists it's not too late to start now. Uninterested, Jaeger shoots back that Gregory should probably focus on properly raising his own vassal before worrying about others. Despite usually tuning out Gregory's rambling, something about this sudden vassal talk nags at him. Why bring it up now? Gregory reveals that his vassal is none other than Potri. He proudly claims the kid is basically grown up now, though he admits the boy could lose a few pounds. That thought sends him into another fit of laughter. Jaeger, clearly losing patience, demands that Gregory just get to the point already. But instead of cutting to the chase, Gregory takes the scenic route, saying he thinks Vlad shows real promise. He praises the blonde newcomer, calling him confident, bold, and full of grit. Jaeger's had enough. He reminds Gregory, again, that he doesn't have time for idle talk and demands he stops circling around the issue. Still chuckling, Gregory finally says it. Knights interfering in vassals' matters can come off as inappropriate, even humiliating. Gregory mentions that Vlad has been spending more time with Potri lately, but Jaeger isn't buying it. He insists that Vlad doesn't do friendships, and even if he did, the guy thinks he's above everyone else. Still, Gregory presses on, asking Jaeger to tell Vlad to hang out with Potri. Turns out, the chubby knight has a personal reason. Potri is his nephew, and he doesn't want to see him get roughed up. After laying it out, Gregory says Jaeger's the only one with any shot at getting through to Vlad. But Jaeger's not about to do it for nothing. He wants to know what's in it for him. Gregory, still grinning, offers a future favor in return, pounding his chest like a true knight swearing on his honor. But Jaeger shakes his head, saying Vlad doesn't really take orders from him. Gregory just laughs, saying that kind of spirit is exactly why Vlad is going to go to far. Meanwhile, over at the Bezit family stables, a brown horse relaxes as the stable hand tries to explain things to Vlad. He tells the young swordsman the horses are all well trained, but for some reason, they panic whenever he comes near. It's not about riding skills. Other workers have noticed the same thing. Frustrated, Vlad mutters that this kind of thing has plagued him his whole life. Animals, cats, dogs have always reacted the same way, running off the second he gets close. Thinking back, Vlad remembers the time he rode Jaeger's horse during the expedition. He points it out to Gerda, recalling the night they escaped from the undead. But he also admits he was just a passenger. Gerda was doing all the actual riding. Gerda adds that Jaeger's horse is top tier and very expensive. That makes Vlad groan. What is he supposed to say? That he can only ride high-end horses? The thought annoys him even more. He recalls how Jaeger kept pushing him to master horse riding, saying it was essential. As the two stew over the problem, a maid walks in. She informs Vlad that Lady Oksana has summoned him. Vlad's caught off guard when he hears that Lady Oksana wants to see him. The scene shifts to a lavish room where the green-haired noblewoman is already in conversation with him. She remarks that judging by his appearance now, no one would guess he grew up in the back alleys. Dressed in a stunning noble outfit, Vlad looks the part, and Lady Oksana thinks it suits him perfectly. She gently advises him not to get too comfortable in it, though, since he's only 17 and still growing. She recalls that Joseph had a growth spurt around the same age and assures Vlad that she'll have more clothes made for him when summer arrives. Proper attire, she says, is key to physical performance. Vlad's face turns red, and all he can do is bow in gratitude. But Lady Oksana brushes off his thanks, saying she should be the one grateful. After all, he saved her son's life. Ever courteous, she apologizes for interrupting his training and gives him permission to leave. Vlad thanks her once more and heads out. Outside the room, he lets out a relieved sigh. He finds her presence overwhelming, though he can't quite explain why. Glancing down at his new clothes, he marvels at how comfortable they are, almost too comfortable like they don't belong to him. Then he looks at the old outfit in his hands, realizing it wasn't even his to begin with. As he walks down the corridor, Vlad tells himself not to get used to this lifestyle. Even after all his efforts to become part of the Bayezid family, something still feels off. He can't shake the feeling that he doesn't truly belong. He even thinks he might be putting on weight, as if the comfort is physically clinging to him. His spiral of doubt is suddenly cut short when he notices something outside the window. What he sees shocks him. Sobanin is violently beating another vassal, shouting at him and calling him a pig. He accuses the boy of forgetting what it's like to be disciplined, furious that he dared to enjoy a peaceful life. That's when Vlad realizes the one being beaten is none other than Potri. Sobanin keeps pounding on Potri, mocking him about his new best friend. The more he talks, the more furious he gets, spitting out insults and calling them all a bunch of filthy weaklings. Watching from above, Vlad silently observes, and the scene hits him hard. He realizes that no matter where you are, some people always suffer while others live without a care. It's always the same, the strong preying on the weak. Angry and frustrated, he decides he's putting his old clothes back on, at least for tonight. Later that evening, Vlad shows up at Potri's door. When a bruised boy answers, Vlad is momentarily lost for words, stunned by how battered he looks. Potri, confused, asks why he's there so late. Vlad says he needs something from him. Still unsure, Potri waits, and Vlad peers into the room, pointing directly at the largest chunk of meat, some prized ham. Potri hesitates. It's clearly something he values, but Vlad insists. Reluctantly, Potri agrees, though it stings. He had hoped that if they ever spoke again, it'd be more friendly, maybe even with a smile. But since that's not happening, he starts to believe Vlad is just there to take advantage of him. It hurts, but to him, it's still better than eating alone. Potri hands over the meat, and Vlad tells him not to see it as an uneven trade. He's paying a fair price. Potri looks confused, unsure what Vlad means. That's when Vlad remembers a knight's words. Someone who once said he only ever takes the price that's rightfully his. With that thought lingering, the scene shifts. Vlad, now, stands alone in front of a group of vassals. He grips a wooden sword tightly, facing down all 14 of them. The others seem oddly calm, even cocky, like they think they've already won. But Vlad's eyes are steady, unreadable. He sizes them up and admits to himself that not even the street gangs back in the alleys went this far, just to bring him down. Just as he finishes the thought, their ringleader snaps at him to shut up. Sobanin's anger boils over, a vein pulsing on his forehead as he points directly at the blonde swordsman. He throws down the gauntlet again, demanding a rematch, eager to test just how long Vlad can hold onto that unshakable resolve. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He accepts the challenge with a calm wave, daring them to come at him fast. With a smirk, Vlad reveals he made the trip just for this showdown and expects Sobanin to match that level of dedication. That only makes Sobanin snap harder. His teeth clench as he snarls, face locked in a deadly scowl. Fueled by pure rage, he orders his crew to attack Vlad all at once, determined to bring him down. The moment they charge in with wooden swords raised, Vlad mutters to himself, relieved he changed back into his old gear. He's got a feeling things are about to get bloody. As the dust settles, the scene erupts into chaos. The blonde swordsman is a storm, tearing through the group like they're nothing. They try to corner him, overwhelm him, but he doesn't give them a chance. Each swing lands with ruthless precision. From the back, Sobanin yells desperately at his lackeys, demanding they hold their ground and block Vlad from every side. But it's no use. Vlad is simply too much for them. Watching the one-sided fight unfold, Sobanin is stunned. This isn't the same Vlad he faced before. 2 months ago, the guy could barely hold a blade, and now he's unstoppable. Even though he can't make sense of Vlad's sudden power, Sobanin refuses to let up. He shouts threats at anyone thinking of backing down, promising death to anyone who dares retreat. Right then, mid-rant, Vlad strides toward him. His patience is gone. He glares at Sobanin and asks if he's ever actually taken a life. That jab hits a nerve. Enraged, Sobanin lunges forward and swings his wooden sword with everything he's got, hoping to shut Vlad up for good. But Vlad's already on the move, quick, controlled, lethal. He slips past the attack effortlessly and sets up for a counter. Just before he strikes, memories flash of the last expedition, where he fought with everything he had. And now, he's ready to do it again. Vlad strikes at Sobanin with force. And though the bully manages to block the initial blow, it's clear this is only the beginning. The blonde swordsman isn't holding back anymore. He's determined to make Jaeger's training speak for itself. As he presses the attack, a familiar voice echoes in his mind, pushing him to keep trapping his opponent in the openings he's creating. Sobanin has no room to breathe. Vlad relentlessly hammers him with strike after strike, each one forcing the bully to respond with nothing but curses and angry shouts. But it's no use. Our boy is finally grasping the rhythm of this technique, mastering the flow of distance and timing. With a final well-placed hit, Vlad knocks Sobanin to the ground. The loudmouth crashes onto his back, clutching his leg and wailing about the pain. But before he can even finish whining, he looks up to find a wooden sword inches from his face. Vlad towers over him, hand raised, looking every bit like someone ready to end it all. Thinking it's over, tears start to fall from Sobanin's eyes as he silently accepts defeat. But just when it seems Vlad's about to smash him into oblivion, he stops short. The sword slams into the ground right next to Sobanin's head, sparing him. The bully trembles, completely broken. Vlad locks eyes with him, cold, piercing, and warns him never to look his way again. He doesn't stop there. He makes it clear, if Sobanin ever bullies the fat kid again, there won't be any mercy next time. Shaken to the core, Sobanin nods repeatedly, unable to do anything else. Vlad, looking down at him, can't help but feel a little surprised the guy genuinely tried to kill him. Still, he figures he's settled the score for Jamin. Turning toward the rest of the crew, he fixes his eyes on the others. With that same deadly intensity, he asks who's next. The threat in his voice is unmistakable. He's not done until they finish what they started. But none of them step forward. The bravado's gone. All that's left are wide eyes and trembling limbs. Vlad, however, doesn't lose momentum. He starts walking toward them, not with wild fury, but with the slow, confident stride of a predator. Every step brings fresh terror, but despite their fear, none of them dare to run. They're frozen, helpless as Vlad closes in to deliver the justice they've got coming. Vlad doesn't hold back. He dishes out a harsh lesson, leaving more than just bruises behind. Blood flies as he carves his message into each of them, ensuring they won't forget this day anytime soon. Watching the scene unfold from a window above, Count Bezit observes in silence, visibly impressed by Vlad's sharp technique and raw control. A few days later, the Bezit family hosts the monthly gathering of the knights. It's held in the throne room, and by some odd twist, the knights are naturally split. Rudiger's supporters on one side, Joseph's on the other. The tension is thick, and it's obvious which side is still sour about the current state of things. In contrast, Joseph's backers look far more at ease, and for good reason. They've finally got the upper hand. Among them, a few knights remain neutral, caught in the middle. Then comes a formal update. Rutiger and his men will be heading out on a new mission soon, so the duty roster has been adjusted. This announcement comes from the Order's captain, Anatolis. He follows it up with the next topic, the distribution of holy items from the church. As the captain continues, Count Bezit drifts into thought. He can't help but notice how charged the atmosphere has become. Rudiger's men look ready to erupt at any moment, while Joseph's supporters seem to be enjoying the shift in momentum. Bezit doesn't fault them. It's no secret their morale had been crushed until recently. Now, the tables are turning. Lost in thought, Bezit catches himself smiling as he gazes at Jaeger. The seasoned knight, sensing eyes on him, glances back, puzzled by the Count's grin. Eventually, the meeting wraps up. Captain Anatolis steps in, reminding everyone to double-check their assignments. As the knights begin to filter out, tension flares again. One of them throws a jab at Jaeger, mocking the Bezit family for recruiting what he calls a rabid dog who doesn't even know who he's supposed to attack. He even snidely remarks that a knight's background should matter more. That stings. The green-eyed swordsman stops and turns, locking eyes with Rudiger's crew. But they aren't intimidated. One glares right back, while another calmly hisses that it's better to walk away than stir things up. Finally, one of them plainly confirms what everyone's already guessing. The new wild knight in training belongs to Jaeger now. As the group disperses, one of the neutral knights casually strolls over to Jaeger and cracks a joke about how riled up the others are. Jaeger raises an eyebrow and asks what he means. The knight, Sir Gregory, just grins and tells him to drop the act. Everyone's already talking. Still clueless, Jaeger presses him. Finally, Sir Gregory spills it. Word is out that Vlad carried out a massive exorcism, and apparently, not even the drill instructor could handle him. According to the chatter, Vlad's outgrown the standard. Jaeger is caught off guard. He hadn't heard a thing. But hearing it now brings back all the headaches Vlad has caused him. Despite that, he can't help but feel a bit impressed. Sir Gregory, ever the opportunist, seizes the moment. He offers to lend a hand with anything, no matter how tough or exhausting. Jaeger, unimpressed by the pitch, simply walks off and says he'll keep it in mind. Left alone, Jaeger reflects quietly. Deep down, he's proud of Vlad. It's not entirely surprising, though. He did train the kid himself. In his mind, this kind of progress is just the beginning. The scene then shifts. A new set of armor is being revealed, crafted with exceptional care and clearly expensive. The gift, it turns out, comes directly from Count Bezit, and even Jaeger is taken aback. He's skeptical at first. One of the other knights thinks the armor's far too extravagant for someone who's just a vassal. They all gather around to examine it. Jaeger quickly notices the material, orc leather. Not just any kind, though, gray orc leather. Sir Joseph confirms it's rare and only found in the north, which means armor like this would typically be worn by a northern warrior. Seeing a gift like this being given to Vlad, Joseph is convinced his father has already grown fond of the kid. Vlad must have done something extraordinary to earn that kind of favor in just a month. Jaeger agrees. At this point, there's not a single vassal around who can compare to Vlad. Joseph admits he's heard the same from others. The rumors are spreading fast. Still, he reminds his knights that they can't afford to get complacent. Then, without warning, he pulls out an envelope sealed in red wax. Jaeger eyes it and asks what it is, but Joseph doesn't say much, only that breaking the seal will mark the beginning of the next step. The seasoned knight unfolds the paper, expecting a simple invitation, but it's far from ordinary. Joseph turns to his trusted knight and asks if he can handle the response. Jaeger, more than ready to step in, gladly accepts. After all, he's been stuck cleaning up after Joseph lately. Hearing that, Joseph lights up, gives the go-ahead, and announces their next destination, a place called Dearmar. The scene shifts to a bright, open field. A horse-drawn carriage rolls along the path. Inside, Joseph sits across from Vlad. The nobleman seems cheerful about the trip and decides it's the perfect time to teach the young swordsman something new. He shares that Dearmar is well known for its lemons, a rare treat for folks in the north. More importantly, the city is one of the main entry points to the central regions, which makes it incredibly valuable. Vlad, intrigued, asks if that's why Sir Jaeger is getting involved. Joseph nods, explaining that every crisis is also a chance, especially if it's not your own. The so-called crisis? A messy succession battle within the Hainel family. Joseph received a letter straight from the rightful heir, and to him, it's a clear plea for help. As Joseph breaks it all down, Vlad is left stunned. He confesses that he finds noble affairs way too complicated. Sensing his confusion, Joseph sums it up simply. This whole journey is about fighting for control of Dearmar. That finally clicks for Vlad, but he's still shocked. It's hard to believe that such fierce conflict exists within a single family. Joseph notices the look on his face and casually explains that blood feuds are pretty much a tradition among nobles. Suddenly, Joseph thought race towards about a young woman, Alicia, the rightful heir to the Hainel family. Her blue hair sets her apart, but not everyone sees her as legitimate. Her uncle, Indra, spreads the claim that she's an illegitimate child. It's a convenient tale, especially since her disappearance would make him the next Baron Hainel. Alicia, the only daughter of the late Baron Hainel, should have been next in line. But with the seat now empty, her position has been weakened, simply because she's a woman. With no other option, she's forced to defend her right to inherit through a formal duel sanctioned by the church. Joseph thinks about Alicia's situation. To him, she's a relative, distant, yet not too distant. He traces his lineage and admits that through his mother's side, he's about her 8th cousin. Still, that's enough to count as family, and he sees this as a rare chance to earn the Hainel family's gratitude. As he shares this with Vlad, he also reveals that his father, the Count, fully supports the plan. Hearing all this noble intrigue, Vlad finds it a bit overwhelming. Still, he has to admit, it's a smart move. As he ponders the strategy, he notices Sir Jaeger riding alongside the cart. Vlad can't help but wonder why someone like him, a high-ranking knight, was chosen to represent the family's honor. Just then, Jaeger shoots him a sharp glance through the window. He asks Vlad what that disrespectful look on his face is supposed to mean. Vlad, caught off guard, insists he didn't do anything, but Jaeger clearly isn't buying it. The knight snaps, annoyed that a mere vassal like Vlad gets to ride in a carriage while he's out on horseback. Embarrassed, Vlad has no defense. He just stays quiet. Jaeger doesn't hold back. He says he was finally proud to ride out with the kid, especially after Vlad outshined the other vassals. But now, seeing that the boy can't even ride a horse, he feels completely let down. The knight's frustration boils over. He keeps barking at Vlad from outside the cart. Even when Vlad tries to move away from the window, the scolding doesn't stop. As ashamed as he feels, Vlad tries to cheer himself up by thinking he'll eventually get to ride a fancy horse. But Jaeger quickly crushes that thought, snapping that if anyone deserves an expensive horse, it's him, not some back-alley brat pretending to be noble. Jaeger yells loud enough to make sure his words stick in Vlad's head. But just as the knight finishes his rant, Vlad starts feeling something odd. It's coming from inside his armor. His heart's been racing uncontrollably these past few days. Confused, he places a hand over his chest, wondering if something's wrong with him. He figures maybe it's just all the constant scolding. Between Joseph rambling up front and Jaeger barking at him nonstop, it wouldn't be shocking if his body finally started reacting. But before he can settle on that explanation, he realizes it's something else entirely, an earthquake. The ground shakes harder. The knights outside start shouting, confirming the tremors. Jaeger catches on quickly and, noticing the rising panic, orders everyone to halt. He yells for them to dismount, but the shaking is so intense it knocks some riders to the ground. Vlad snaps into action, urging Joseph to get out of the carriage before things get worse. Joseph, surprised by the sudden urgency, is safely pulled out. Once on solid ground, he calmly praises Vlad for his sincerity, but tells him not to panic so much. That response throws Vlad off, but there's no time to think about it. The quake finally subsides, and the knights surround them breathe a sigh of relief. Vlad, a bit pumped, admits it's his first time experiencing something like this. But Joseph quickly corrects him. It was an earthquake. He points to the trail of destruction behind them, and sure enough, it looks like something massive carved its way through the earth. It's no quake. Joseph explains that the culprit is a giant deathworm, a leftover creature from the age of the fallen dragons. Far from scared, Vlad lights up at the news. A grin spreads across his face as he admits that sounds absolutely awesome. They finally arrive at Seoul City, stronghold of the Hanel family. Towering walls and massive pillars surround the large settlement, cutting it off from the world beyond. Once their carriage enters the city, the group disembarks at the Hanel estate. That's when Joseph turns to Vlad and tells him he's free to move around as he pleases. Vlad's taken aback. He didn't expect to be given that kind of freedom in a place like this. When he voices his confusion, Joseph calmly responds that Vlad can tag along with him if he prefers, but the main point stands: explore the city, see everything you can. Even though Joseph repeats this more than once, Vlad still looks doubtful. He's not convinced it's really okay to just wander off. Noticing the hesitation, Joseph asks if something's wrong. Vlad quickly backtracks, saying he's totally fine with it and would love to look around. But before he can finish his sentence, Joseph interrupts. He tells Vlad to think about why he brought him here in the first place. The upcoming duel isn't just any duel, it's an honorable one. And this time, it's even more rare because it's a team event. Joseph explains that knights from all kinds of backgrounds have gathered in Dirmar. He instructs Vlad to watch them carefully and soak up whatever he can. This catches Vlad off guard, but Joseph clearly has a purpose. He believes that witnessing something in person leaves a much deeper impact than just hearing about it. This is part of his plan to help Vlad grow by exposing him to real-world experience. He hopes it'll broaden the young swordsman's horizons. Meanwhile, Jaeger cuts in with his own advice. Don't get beat up in some sketchy alley. He also reminds Vlad they'll need to warm up and spar later in the evening. But as the night speaks, Vlad starts showing a bit of attitude, trying to prove he's not clueless. Sadly, Jaeger's not buying it. He bluntly admits he's lost all faith in the kid, especially since he still can't even ride a horse. Shame washes over the blonde kid again as he hears the same remarks. And once Jaeger finishes mocking him, Joseph steps in. He lays out the rules. Report back every evening without fail. On top of that, he must immediately relay anything unusual he sees in the city. As the young master and the knight finally head out, Vlad takes a breath. For the first time in a while, he's got a moment to himself. He starts exploring the building, quickly realizing it's much smaller than the Bezit mansion. The place feels aged, maybe even neglected. It makes him question how they could be known for their famous lemons. It doesn't look like they have any money to speak of. Suddenly, Vlad grips his sword, and like clockwork, the voice begins to speak. It says it's been to the city of Dirmar before and remembers a tree on the hill not far away. Vlad spots the tree and smiles. It's then he admits he'll need somewhere to pray, something he hasn't done in a long time. The scene cuts to a tall, barren tree standing alone in a graveyard. We hear the line, "I'll give you the sword, and you'll give me the memories." At the same time, an unseen figure says it's time to give back. He's been taking for far too long. Meanwhile, inside the Hanel family mansion, Miss Alicia greets her guests and thanks Joseph for making the trip after receiving her invitation. The young master replies with a smile, saying he had to come. It's about the rightful heir. He adds that blood ties are everything. Joseph reassures her that Count Bezit has already approved their involvement. All that's left is her agreement. Alicia answers with certainty. She's already decided. Everything will go according to the Count's plans, but only if she wins the honorable duel that will shape her destiny and the future of the Hanel family. Hearing this, Joseph tells her she has nothing to fear. He adds that Bezit's sword never fails to deliver victory. After the intense meeting, Joseph and his men leave the dark chamber. On the way out, another knight warns not to underestimate Alicia. Joseph agrees. Her strength as a matriarch was clear. She held her ground the entire time. Still, he confidently tells his men that the plan stays exactly the same. Looks like a team fight tournament is just around the corner, and Alicia's future is hanging in the balance. The story picks back up with our armored hero standing quietly in a graveyard, eyes fixed on the old headstones before him. His mind starts to wander. All that's left behind are memories. Maybe that's why people cling so hard to leaving something behind. Scars, mementos, anything that can bring the past back to life. As he gazes at one particular grave, Vlad can't help but wish he could do the same for his mother. Noticing the wilted leaves scattered across the stone, he figures no one's been tending to it. He gently begins brushing them away. Then, he pauses wondering if the sword might say something about what he's doing. He reminds the blade that it's only respectful to greet those who rest here. But the sword remains silent. Still, Vlad knows what it's thinking. Without another word, he draws the blade, letting it take in the grave it seemed to long for. He'd skipped out on meeting the knights just to come here, and the sword quietly thanks him for it, confirming his guess. Kneeling before the graves, Vlad plants the sword into the ground and bows his head. Time slips by. Suddenly, a spirit materializes behind him. It's the soul sealed within the blade. As Vlad stays in his solemn stance, the spirit begins remembering. He recalls the cemetery tree being smaller once, wondering when he last saw it like that. As more fragments return, he suddenly remembers being at the tree with someone else. But the moment is cut short. His eyes fix on something in the distance, something watching them. He quickly warns Vlad, telling him that not only are they being observed, but whoever's out there, he knows them. Vlad, the blonde swordsman, is caught completely off guard. Before Vlad can even make sense of what's happening, the spirit asks to borrow his body for a while. The request catches him off guard, but he agrees without hesitation. It's only for a moment, after all. He closes his eyes and steadies himself. A moment later, the blue spirit slips into his body, and a surge of energy pulses from him. Still adjusting to the sensation, Vlad's eyes suddenly flash wide. He sees something that nearly knocks the breath out of him. Staring up, he spots a massive white snake curled in the tree. His glowing eyes tremble in disbelief as he mutters, trying to grasp what kind of creature it is. The spirit inside him calmly explains, it's a spirit too. The serpent, with piercing blue eyes, locks its gaze onto Vlad. Confused, he wonders how something like that could be a spirit. Lately, he's been seeing more strange things than he can count. He notices the snake is staring directly at him and alerts the ghost inside. The spirit clarifies, the snake's not looking at Vlad. It's looking at him, the one inside. Suddenly, the serpent begins sliding down the tree. Vlad panics, shouting to the spirit as the giant creature draws closer. The ghost tries to reassure him, insisting the snake isn't hostile. But Vlad isn't convinced. It's massive, it's bizarre, and they have no way of knowing what it'll do. Then something shifts. Despite everything, Vlad doesn't feel threatened. In fact, the snake gives off a strange warmth. It's oddly comforting. As it approaches, face to face with him now, he gets the oddest sensation, like spring has arrived. But just as he starts to take it all in, a voice cuts through the air. A woman appears behind him and demands to know who he is. Vlad jumps, startled, and the snake's spirit fades away without a sound. The woman glares at him, asking how he ended up here. Stunned and speechless, Vlad fumbles for words. Her frustration shows. She snaps that only members of the Hanel family are allowed in this graveyard. By her uniform and tools, it's clear she works for the estate. No wonder she's so serious about this trespass. After hearing her sharp words, Vlad quickly apologizes. He explains that he was just looking for a quiet place to pray and ended up here by chance. The blue-haired woman seems skeptical, clearly finding it odd that someone would choose this place for prayer. Noticing her suspicious look, Vlad pulls out his badge and holds it up for her to see. He tells her he's a vassal of Sir Jaeger, not some random intruder. She examines it closely before finally nodding in acceptance. Relieved, Vlad gives her a grateful smile and thanks her. But then, silence falls between them. It's awkward. They just stand there, staring. That's when it hits him. He's been standing at a nobleman's grave this whole time. Not exactly respectful. Now he's worried. If she reports this, it could land him in serious trouble. Sir Jaeger wouldn't take it lightly, and he knows it. Determined to smooth things over, he scrambles for something to say. Anything to defuse the situation. With no better idea, Vlad suddenly offers to help her. It catches her completely off guard. They just met, and here he is asking to assist. He then asks if she's a maid, and if she came here to take care of the grave. She doesn't even have time to answer before he blurts out that he already cleaned it a bit before she showed up. She stands there, arms crossed, still sizing him up. So he keeps talking, explaining how the leaves had piled up, and he thought it was only right to tidy the place. The revelation genuinely surprises her. Vlad confirms it again. He simply thought it was polite to greet those who rest here. He gestures toward the grave, and she turns to look. Still not saying much, clearly unsure how to react. But Vlad doesn't stop. He grabs her bucket and cleaning tools, insisting that he'll take care of the rest. She remains speechless, just watching him. Then, Vlad drops the real reason. He has a favor to ask. He gently asks her to forget this encounter ever happened. If Sir Jaeger found out, it wouldn't end well for him. Like it's a reaction. Her confused expression shifts to something sly. With a grin forming on her face, she decides to flip the script. She'll let it slide, but only if he cleans the grave properly. Vlad instantly knows he's in deep trouble. He mutters a mental curse, finally admitting to himself that the attractive ones are always the most difficult. Annoyed but out of options, he silently gets to work cleaning. Meanwhile, the cheeky maid watches him, clearly pleased with the turn of events. The scene cuts to the Hanel family estate, where a fierce sword fight is unfolding. Hidden in the shadows, Vlad observes the duel between two knights, captivated by the action. As blades clash, the voice from his sword comments on the strength of one of the combatants. Vlad guesses it's Sir Colin, and the voice confirms it, warning that the ruthless knight could easily shatter Vlad's bones in a real fight. Vlad doesn't argue. He's clearly impressed, now understanding why Colin has earned the title Dirty Boar of the Midlands. Still, Vlad admits he's more drawn to Sir Pablo. The voice agrees, noting Pablo's expert use of a shield and his ability to deflect nearly any blow with his seasoned technique. Vlad continues watching, stunned that this is just a warm-up match. The intensity is more than he expected, making him question if such skill is really necessary to become a knight. The voice cuts in, reminding him that not every knight is extraordinary. Just look at Sir Vorden. Vlad chuckles and nods in agreement, realizing the title doesn't always match the skill. Still glued to the duel, Vlad starts to piece things together. Stuff he never understood back in Sora now starts making sense. For the first time, he feels like he's beginning to grasp his place in this massive world. A sigh slips out of him, not from relief, but from the weight of realizing just how far he still has to go. When the actual day of the duel arrives, we find Vlad assisting Sir Jaeger, helping him fasten his armor. Jaeger barks at him to tighten it more, and Vlad complies without a word. But while his hands are busy, his mind wanders, drawn to the reason they're all gathered here. His eyes land on a cold, sharp-eyed man with blue hair. Vlad's shocked to realize that this is Indra, the one threatening his niece's right to the throne. His thoughts are quickly cut short when Sir Jaeger snaps him back to reality, reminding him to pay attention during the duel. It's not every day he'll get the chance to witness a real knight's battle. Before heading off, Jaeger also tells him not to dwell on yesterday's events. He may not know exactly what happened, but he knows Vlad is hiding something. Caught off guard, Vlad is stunned that Jaeger could tell. The knight just chuckles, pointing out that fear is written all over his face. Vlad finally admits that what he saw during that secret duel was terrifying. The knight's skill was beyond anything he could have imagined. Jaeger doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells Vlad that he's still a child, and before he can run, he needs to learn how to walk. The greater the dream, the longer the path. Even though it stings, Vlad understands. Just then, someone calls out for everyone to pay their respects. Vlad turns and sees a girl approaching. Princess Alicia Hanel, the head of the family. He realizes, to his horror, that this is the first time he's actually seen her, and the shock hits him like a brick. The maid from the day before? That was her. He nearly breaks down on the spot, and a voice in his head dryly suggests he add insulting and noble to his growing list of mistakes. Vlad can only curse silently, knowing he's already in way too deep. Alicia is led from the entrance down the center aisle, and as she passes, every knight bows in respect. When she nears Vlad, he tries to disappear among the others, hoping she won't notice him. But her sharp blue eyes zero in on him instantly. Panic sets in. She's recognized him. All he can do now is stay bowed and hope for mercy. With a sly, knowing smile, the princess continues walking until she reaches her throne. Once seated, her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by the poise of a ruler. A priest steps forward, announcing that the duel can begin now that both parties are present. He invokes the gods as witnesses and declares that the outcome of the duel shall speak the truth. This isn't just a contest. It's the moment that will decide whether Alicia remains heir to the throne. A brutal yet noble fight is about to unfold between her champions and her uncles. The atmosphere is electric. Knights on both sides glare at each other, the weight of what's at stake pressing down on them. The priest speaks of noble blood, how its blue hue reflects not just lineage, but the heavy burden of duty, karma, and sacrifice. Unlike red blood, it bears legacy. But Alicia's not ready to let hers run cold. As the duel kicks off, the violence escalates quickly. Suddenly, Alicia shouts for the fight to stop. She surrenders, not for political strategy, but to save the older knight on her side, who's clearly taking the worst of the damage. Despite her plea, the wounded knight, Sir Duncan, remains standing, breath ragged, body bloodied. He refuses to yield, declaring the fight isn't over. The priest reminds him that his master has already surrendered and urges him to stand down. The younger, stronger knight, his opponent, speaks up. He tells Duncan it was a good match and calls him captain, showing respect despite the outcome. Hearing that word, Duncan is left speechless. He never expected the young knight to still see him as his leader. Sir Duncan shuts his eyes, weighed down by defeat. In that quiet moment, he reflects on the young knight before him. Once his student, someone he trained and molded into a future champion of House Hanel. Never in his life did he think that same student would return one day as the blade that would strike him down. The thought fills Duncan with shame. While he stands there, lost in regret, the priest declares the winner, Knight Siard of Lord Indra's faction. Laughter breaks out from Sir Colin, who's also on the uncle's side. He praises Siard for giving their team a solid lead. Lord Indra grins too, clearly impressed. But the celebration is short-lived. The priest now calls for the next pair of knights to step forward. This time, it's going to be a clash between the seasoned Sir Jaeger and the hulking brute, Sir Colin. Right from the start, it's obvious this fight will be intense. As they face off, the priest repeats the rules. No aura allowed. That works in Colin's favor. His strength and size give him a natural edge. The fight can only end if one knight yields, their master surrenders, or if a fighter is too injured to continue. Sir Jaeger glances back at Vlad, who watches with concern. The green-eyed knight notices the worry in the kid's eyes, but shakes his head slightly, silently telling him not to run, especially when he hasn't even learned to walk yet. He gestures toward his eyes, signaling Vlad to pay close attention. This duel, Jaeger decides, will be today's lesson. With a composed expression, he draws his sword. Today's subject? None other than Sir Colin, the infamous warthog of the Central Regions. Colin charges first, swinging his blade down with brute force. But Jaeger, calm and collected, blocks it with ease and immediately counters with a powerful strike of his own. Colin holds firm, realizing that their skill gap might not be as wide as he thought. Encouraged, he raises his sword again, this time aiming to strike faster and harder. But it's no use. His mighty blow is neatly dodged, as if it were nothing. Colin swings again, but it's another miss. Despite having only one eye, Jaeger reads every move with precision. It's like he knows exactly what the brute is going to do next. Still, the wild boar charges on, slashing wildly, desperate to land just one blow. Indra watches, not worried in the slightest. To him, Colin's raw strength is enough to push Jaeger back, and he's confident the tide will turn in their favor. But one of Indra's own knights isn't so convinced. He watches closely, growing uneasy. Something feels off. Colin isn't winning. He's flailing. And it's starting to show. Sure enough, frustration creeps into Colin's eyes. He's gasping now, soaked in sweat, and still hasn't even grazed his opponent. Meanwhile, Jaeger stands calm, almost taunting, like a matador dancing just out of reach. Then Jaeger says two words, all in. That's the spark that lights the boar's fury. Colin bellows in rage, cursing the one-eyed knight, and barrels forward, blade ready to finish it once and for all. But that's exactly what Jaeger was waiting for. As Colin commits to the attack, Jaeger shifts into a lower stance, positioning himself perfectly. The moment is so sharp, so decisive, that the voice inside Vlad speaks up, telling him to pay close attention. This is the moment he was meant to witness. Colin, thinking victory is his, doesn't realize he's stepped into a trap. Jaeger meets the attack head-on, blocking it with lightning speed. In that instant, a gap opens between them, just the space Jaeger needed. The voice kicks into explanation mode. It tells Vlad that this is a natural gap created when a hit is blocked, an opening for a devastating counterattack. Vlad already knows the concept. You block first, then strike right through that opening. And just like that, Jaeger goes in for the real blow, the move he's been planning from the start. The next thing we see, Colin is on his knees. He's gasping, drained, and visibly shaken. Reality hits him hard. Sir Jaeger is in a league he can't reach. Accepting defeat, the brute lowers his head. The priest raises his voice, announcing that Sir Jaeger, Alicia's proxy, has won the second round. Alicia exhales in relief. Meanwhile, her uncle and his entourage glare in silent fury. Like a true champion, Sir Jaeger strides back toward Vlad. When he reaches the boy, he casually asks if he caught everything. Vlad grins, confident now, and thanks him for the lesson. But the duel isn't over yet. With both sides tied, one last match is needed to break the deadlock. Representing the uncle's side is the blonde knight from earlier, Sir Pablo of Arnstein. Facing him is a purple-haired swordsman from Alicia's faction. Pablo politely introduces himself and expects the same courtesy from his opponent. But the purple-haired knight couldn't care less. He calls Pablo awkward and mocks the need for formalities, especially since they already know each other. Still, Pablo stands firm on his principles, and the purple-haired knight finally gives in, introducing himself as Ubayer of Shajad. The voice in Vlad's head takes note of Ubayer, admitting that Alicia really found herself a capable warrior. While Pablo and Colin are evenly matched, Ubayer is operating on an entirely different level. Then comes the shock. Ubayer suddenly turns to Alicia and Joseph instead of preparing to fight. Confusion spreads. He bows and declares his withdrawal from the duel. Silence. Stunned disbelief washes over the princess's side. Alicia, Jaeger, Vlad, even Sir Duncan are frozen. Joseph looks like he's ready to explode, completely blindsided by the betrayal. Meanwhile, Indra is thrilled. With Alicia's fighter bowing out, the match is over, and so is the challenge to his claim. Smirking, he calls for confirmation from everyone present. Joseph, fuming, finally sees the full scope of the setup. Indra had planned this all along, keeping Ubayur as a secret ace. Now, all Joseph can do is glare at the uncle who played them all like a fiddle. The old man boldly declares that he's the one and only Hanel, affirming it before the gods themselves, even though everything seems to be tilting in Indra's favor. But just as it looks like the match is over, Joseph Bezit steps in and says otherwise. With a sly grin, he declares the duel isn't finished yet. Indra quickly counters, pointing out that Alicia's proxy has already stepped down and mocks Joseph by claiming he knows exactly what the young master must be feeling. Still, he doubles down, insisting the duel has ended. Joseph, however, coldly replies that the fight can't be considered over until he is satisfied. He makes it clear that the Bayezid family won't just sit back and accept whatever verdict is handed down. Joseph refuses to yield. At this, one of Indra's advisors leans in quietly and urges him to at least listen to what Joseph has to say. The advisor reminds Indra that Joseph represents the North, and since their knights report to the Central Command, any rash decision could stir serious trouble. A clash between North and Central isn't something they want to risk right now. Indra takes the advice seriously. Meanwhile, Alicia's uncle stands baffled, asking what he's supposed to do next. Joseph breathes a little easier, but knows the best-case scenario is already lost. Now, all he can aim for is to avoid a total disaster. For that, a clear and decisive loss might actually be the only acceptable path forward, something they can build a new strategy around. With that in mind, Joseph turns to Indra again, asking him to continue the duel. He insists that Miss Alicia's name shouldn't be sullied by something as disgraceful as a forfeit. Indra quickly fires back, asking if Joseph has a replacement for Jubert. Convinced there's no one left who can step in, he says he'll allow it, if someone is ready to fight. Confident in his position, Indra knows Sir Duncan is the last of Alicia's knights still standing. Plus, with the unofficial rule limiting the number of knights guests can bring, he's sure there's no one else. To him, it's already checkmate. But the young master doesn't flinch. He meets Indra's glare head-on and calmly declares that he's already chosen a fighter for the duel at Jubert Place. Indra's taken aback, completely baffled by the announcement. Then Joseph of House Bezit steps forward and shocks everyone by revealing the champion he's backing, someone fighting for the honor of Princess Alicia. All eyes turn as Joseph dramatically points toward none other than Vlad of Shoera. The blonde kid might not have seen this coming, but he definitely looks ready, solid stance, confident aura. As expected, Indra refuses to accept it. Furious, he argues that Vlad isn't a knight and therefore doesn't deserve to take part in the duel. But Joseph doesn't back down. He throws it right back at Indra, reminding him that as long as someone wields a sword, they have the right to fight in an honor duel. Still, Indra pushes back, claiming it would disgrace Sir Pablo to face someone so far beneath him, a mere vassal. That's when the young master loses patience. He lashes out at Indra and his followers, demanding to know if dishonoring House Bezid was part of their plan when they allowed this to unfold. His voice cuts through the room, and everyone falls silent under the weight of his words. With Joseph standing firm behind Vlad, Indra has no choice. Grudgingly, he gives the green light for the duel, convinced that the so-called vassal won't pose much of a threat. Meanwhile, Sir Jaeger is calmly helping Vlad into his armor. Vlad still can't wrap his head around the fact that he's about to face a real knight in battle. He asks Jaeger if there's any chance he might die out there. Jaeger, in his usual relaxed way, assures him that he'll step in if things get too dangerous. That answer doesn't exactly ease Vlad's nerves. The worst still sounds pretty bad, and when Jaeger doesn't follow up with anything reassuring, Vlad starts getting irritated at the guy's silence. Just then, Joseph walks up and pulls Vlad into a sudden hug. It completely catches the blonde off guard. Weirded out, Vlad awkwardly tells him there's no need for the public affection. But before he can finish his protest, Joseph leans in and whispers, "Just hold on for 10 minutes. What looks like a heartfelt embrace is really part of a carefully laid plan. The young master then shares that everything's already in motion. He's got a plan, and Vorden has his orders. All they need now is for Vlad to buy them some time. Vlad checks in. Will 10 minutes be enough? Joseph admits, the more time, the better. That's all Vlad needs to hear. He nods, ready to give it everything he's got. Their hug ends, and as Vlad turns to walk off, determination in his step, the young master quietly calls after him, telling him to stay safe. Vlad approaches Princess Alicia's throne and bows. The princess acknowledges him with a nod, and with that, he turns to face his opponent, Sir Pablo Arnstein. The two warriors stare each other down. Vlad introduces himself plainly, Vlad of Shoera. He draws his sword. Pablo doesn't respond with courtesy. Instead, he throws down his shield in disgust. He refuses to even say his name, calling Vlad an unworthy brat. To him, the moment Vlad stepped into the arena, the duel lost any shred of honor. But Pablo has no idea who he's dealing with. If there's one thing Vlad can't stand, it's when people start talking about worth. He thinks back to show era, to a life filled with nothing grand or glittery. He may come from a forgotten corner of the world, but he refuses to let that define him. Sword in hand, Vlad stares Pablo down and asks, what exactly makes him seem unworthy? His eyes burn with resolve, daring the knight to answer. Pablo, seeing that intensity, just mocks him further, saying the standards of the duel must have dropped if Vlad is allowed to stand here. Vlad's not having it. Before he can shoot back, Pablo ups the ante. He says he's throwing the rules aside. No more formalities. He wants Vlad to come at him with everything he's got, but still swears he'll end the fight in one blow. That's all Vlad needs to hear. Fueled by fury and pride, he charges. Today isn't just a fight, it's his moment. He swings hard, but Pablo, with more experience, blocks the strike. Swords clash, sparks fly, and for a few intense seconds, they're locked in a deadly standoff. Then Pablo's expression shifts. He's noticed something strange about Vlad's sword. He quickly shoves Vlad back, but Vlad isn't backing off. Not now. He charges again, with more fire than ever, because for the first time in his life, he's not fighting for himself. He's fighting for someone else. The blue-eyed warrior charges in with another fierce strike, and a voice inside Vlad's head offers a quick tip. Aim for Arnstein's left side, the same spot he kept shielding earlier. Vlad adjusts his angle and goes for it. Pablo blocks, just barely. The voice mutters that habits really are hard to break. But it's starting to worry, noticing just how fast and sharp Vlad's movements are. This kid is no amateur. Pablo's not about to fold either. He'd sworn to end this quickly, but now he's realizing Vlad isn't just some overconfident youth. There's a wild, relentless energy to him, like a wolf starved for victory. Still, the seasoned knight believes his experience will win out. He even compliments Vlad's spirit, but his eyes make it clear he doesn't think that'll be enough. Vlad reads that look and knows exactly what's coming. Arnstein goes in for a crushing blow. Vlad blocks it, but the force behind it brings him down to one knee. Pablo doesn't ease up. He presses in harder, his weight bearing down, steel grinding against steel. Vlad trembles, straining to keep his blade locked in place, every muscle screaming. It feels like being pummeled with stones. And still, Vlad holds on. Pablo raises his sword again and mocks him. Done with your tricks yet? Before swinging down with even greater force, Vlad braces himself, using both hands to block the blow from underneath. The impact shakes him to his core. The voice in his head cuts in again. Don't take those hits head on. Parry, redirect the strike. Vlad takes that to heart. When Pablo lifts his blade for another heavy swing, Vlad tries to deflect instead of block. It doesn't quite work. The knight's sword slams into Vlad's guard and sends him flying. He crashes into a wall with a sickening thud, the air ripped from his lungs. Pain explodes through his back. He screams out, but he doesn't collapse. He drops to one knee, breathing hard, still holding his sword. Beaten, but not broken, ready to rise again. As Pablo moves in to finish things, he walks like a predator approaching its wounded prey. Vlad struggles to rise, but Pablo just stands there, eyeing him, something clearly turning over in his mind. Then, surprisingly, he speaks. He calls Vlad's effort impressive. Even though it's still too early for him, Pablo admits the kid's worthy of standing his ground. But that doesn't mean much to Vlad. He's never liked being judged on worth. Without warning, Pablo raises his sword again. He says it's a shame they had to meet like this, and tells Vlad to come find him another time. But Vlad isn't about to quit here. The voice inside his head reminds him he's worked too hard to give in now. Something snaps. His eyes blaze with renewed intensity. As Pablo's blade comes down to end the match, Vlad does the unthinkable. He blocks it. Not just blocks it, but deflects it in a stunning counterattack that leaves the entire arena frozen. Sir Jaeger, who was about to step in, halts mid-motion. His men stare dumbfounded. Princess Alicia's eyes widen in disbelief. No one saw that coming. Even Pablo is stunned. Did Vlad just pull off a counter technique? Yes. It's a move he learned from none other than Sir Jaeger. While the knight is still processing what just happened, the audience tries to make sense of it. There's no way a mere squire could parry a seasoned knight's killing blow. At least, that's what Indra tells himself. Looking at the breathless blonde kid, Indra convinces himself it had to be a fluke. Vlad is clearly exhausted. His chest heaves, arms shaking. He looks ready to collapse. But his eyes say otherwise. He's not done. Behind him, Pablo hears the crowd and Indra's doubts. But in his mind, he knows better. That wasn't luck. That was real skill. Something extraordinary. He's still wrestling with that thought when Vlad breaks the silence. asking vaguely why the knight doesn't understand. It catches Pablo off guard. Vlad isn't a mind reader, so why does he sound like he knows exactly what he's thinking? Vlad only adds to the confusion by softly asking Pablo, "Why is it only you?" The question makes no sense, and Pablo starts to think the kid's losing it. Maybe he's out of it, maybe even unconscious. Then Vlad mutters again, his words slurred and nearly unintelligible. His blue eyes begin to close, and Pablo leans in, puzzled. Is this kid dreaming? We shift into Vlad's mind. He's exhausted, lost in a haze, and his body seems to be running on fumes. In his vision, we see a memory, his old shoes caked in dust, standing in the gritty streets of Shoera. A poor boy with no rights. Always on the outside, looking in, but even then, he wanted more. He longed for things others took for granted: strength, opportunity, recognition. Most of all, he wanted the right to have a future. In that moment, young Vlad's eyes lock onto a gleaming sword hanging outside a blacksmith shop. It was the first time he saw something that truly shined, and he couldn't stop dreaming about it. He couldn't afford it. He couldn't even touch it, but the desire it sparked never left him. That longing for something brighter, something more, it's what's fueled him all this time. As the memory fades, Vlad snaps back to the present. His eyes shoot open, burning with fire and purpose. He declares with clarity, he wants to stand in the light too. This sudden jolt of energy catches Pablo completely off guard. It's like the kid just came back from the dead. And now, something's changed. The knight senses it instantly. The confidence in his face wavers. Something incredible is about to unfold. A powerful aura explodes around Vlad as he rises, ready to continue the duel. It's like watching a flower bloom, one that no one's seen before. The next moment, their blades clash again, but this time Vlad is steady, unwavering. The crowd is stunned, especially Indra and his men. They can't believe what they're seeing. Vlad's grip tightens on his sword, blood streaking down his hands, but he doesn't flinch. Sir Jaeger watches in disbelief. He'd only shown Vlad the technique to help him focus, not to use it in actual battle. Yet here he is, pushing its limits. The fight ramps up as both swordsmen gird up blow for blow, neither one backing off. Sir Jaeger is still processing what he's witnessing. His vassal isn't just holding his own. He's using a dangerous, advanced technique with no hesitation. And he's not done yet. Vlad swings hard at Sir Arnstein, who watches carefully and notes something critical. The edge of Vlad's blade has dulled. That's when he realizes the boy from Shoera isn't just swinging a sword anymore. He's fighting with the full weight of his convictions. Intrigued, Arnstein keeps his eyes on him. Vlad unleashes a powerful attack, channeling all his strength and determination. But it raises a question: what exactly is this resolve driving him toward? Just as Vlad's strike is about to land, Pablo is already braced to meet it. Their blades crash together once more. Then Pablo notices something that stops him cold. Vlad's hands are torn and bloody. It hits him. The sword Vlad wields is howling. The bloom is near. As this realization sinks in, Vlad is already winding up for another fierce strike. Understanding what's coming, Pablo steels himself. If he's going to fulfill his duty as a knight, he has to face it head on. He lifts his weapon to meet Vlad's, and they clash again. Pablo isn't just defending. He's trying to draw out everything Vlad's sword has to offer. He's waiting for the moment it fully blooms. Their battle holds steady, neither giving in, until something begins to radiate from Vlad's blade. It's subtle at first, but quickly turns into something undeniable. Everyone witnessing the fight is stunned. Joubert can't believe what he's seeing, and even Sir Jaeger is left speechless. They realize they're looking at a sign. Something significant is about to happen. Pablo sees it too, and in a panic shouts for a shield. A squire races over and hands him one. Armed again, Pablo pounds his sword against the shield and formally introduces himself as Sir Pablo of Arnstein. Preparing for the next round, he acknowledges Vlad, calling him the boy with rights, and demands to know his name. Vlad meets his gaze, his eyes gleaming, and responds, "I'm the boy born without rights." This moment takes us back to the sands of Shoera. Vlad walks away from the sword mounted on the wall, each step leaving a mark. But he's not wandering. He's moving toward a place filled with light. In his mind, a voice speaks. It tells him he's proven his worth. He stands before the shining place, captivated. His blue eyes shift to gold, then fade back to blue. He now knows exactly who he is. The voice urges him to declare it proudly, and he does. Vlad charges forward, his entire body surging with raw power. With energy radiating off him, he declares himself as Vlad of Shoera. The aura blazing around him grows so bright it becomes a blinding light, too intense for most to watch. Even Joseph shields his eyes, but not Sir Jaeger. He stares ahead, tense, refusing to miss a single moment. Just like Indra, who watches on, eyes locked. As intense as Vlad's aura becomes, Sir Pablo stands firm. Instead of looking away, he widens his glowing golden eyes, letting the searing light wash over him. Bathed in power, he throws down the gauntlet, daring Vlad to strike again. Without hesitation, Vlad roars like a true warrior and leaps into the air, his aura swirling like a storm around him. This attack, this moment, is meant to decide everything. But Sir Pablo is more than ready. He plants his enormous shield and braces for the blow. Both fighters burn with fierce energy, Pablo like a man engulfed in flames. Their weapons collide, and for a moment, everything fades into white. When the scene clears, we see Vlad's bloodied hand gripping his sword, grounded. Pablo, seated nearby, looks at the unconscious boy with a warm, proud smile, like a mentor watching his pupil rise. Vlad lies motionless, bruised and battered, completely worn out from the clash. As he rests, Indra starts stirring up trouble. He bursts out yelling, accusing Vlad of using aura during the duel, a clear violation of the rules. He demands that Vlad be disqualified. Sir Pablo's expression darkens. He's had enough of Indra's nonsense. With disgust, he glares at the man and scoffs at how Indra could witness something so beautiful and only focus on what comes after, like waiting for fruit to drop from a blooming flower. Just then, Joseph Bezit and Sir Jaeger approach. They saw what happened. They know Pablo helped Vlad unlock his full potential. Both men thank Pablo for fulfilling his role as a knight with honor. Pablo responds humbly. He says he only did what was right and admits that it was a moment worth remembering, helping Vlad reach his bloom. With that, the young master turns to the priest standing nearby and asks him to confirm. Did Vlad truly use aura? The priest confirms it. Yes, Vlad did use aura. Upon hearing this, Joseph turns to him with a pointed question, which carries more weight. The sacred rules of a duel or the Swordmaster's code? The priest is visibly shaken, as if the question struck a nerve. That's because the title of Swordmaster has only ever belonged to one person in human history, and that title comes with a code rooted in honor and duty, intertwined with royal authority. Joseph explains this clearly, then shifts his focus to Indra Hanel and his men. He tells them that rule and code are in conflict here. So now Indra must choose. Does honor take precedence, or does duty come first? Joseph emphasizes that no one here has the authority to answer that definitively. Therefore, he declares that the matter must be referred to the Holy See and the royal palace. Until their decision is made, the outcome of the duel will remain undecided. And with that, the message is clear. Every young soul has the right to let their flower bloom. We return to Vlad, still lying unconscious after his clash with Sir Pablo. His victory, his bloom, is a testament to the beauty of potential. A voice speaks, reflecting on how every young person who shapes the world in their own way is precious. The voice urges all knights to protect these rare moments with unwavering duty. They are to swear upon his name that they will always uphold this charge. This voice belongs to the Swordmaster, the founding king. As knights bow before him, he declares this as his first sacred code. After the duel, we shift scenes to the Hanel mansion. Vlad, finally resting, begins to wake. After going head-to-head with one of the land's greatest knights, his body is battered and his hands are wrapped in thick bandages. Groaning, Vlad calls out for Gerda, hoping his friend is nearby. Gerda quickly brings over a cup of water, but before Vlad can take it, he winces and groans again, clearly in pain from the ordeal. He reaches for the drink, but as he lifts his eyes, he's stunned to see who's really standing before him. It's not Gerda, it's Joseph. Joseph doesn't mind helping out this time. He's just relieved to see Vlad back on his feet. Vlad, embarrassed, quickly apologizes for making the young master run an errand, but Joseph waves it off. He tells him to relax and take it easy. With his bandaged hands, now resembling something out of a mummy's wardrobe, Vlad accepts the cup of water. Joseph sits beside him and asks if he's in any specific pain. Vlad assures him he's not. Joseph then thanks Vlad directly, admitting he hadn't expected so much from a young vassal in the duel. As he settles into the chair, he tells Vlad that the match has been postponed, and it's all because of him. Vlad, understandably confused, blinks in surprise. He was unconscious the whole time. What could he have possibly done? Joseph explains that the outcome of the duel remains undecided. Things got complicated because the sacred rules of the duel clashed with the Swordmaster's code. That last part catches Vlad's attention instantly. The Swordmaster's code, the voice had mentioned it to him once. Intrigued, he listens as Joseph goes on. To become a knight, one must make a sacred pledge. And if Vlad's journey continues on the right path, he too will one day take that vow. The idea excites Vlad. He starts to daydream, imagining himself in full armor, wielding a massive sword, astride a noble horse. A real knight. But Joseph snaps him out of it as he rises to leave. He advises Vlad to take care and warns that staying too long in this place could lead to complications. Vlad, ever eager, insists he's already feeling better and even considers leaving, but Joseph cuts him off gently. He can't allow it. Not yet. Joseph tells him that someone with potential like his deserves better than to rush recovery. He wants Vlad to heal fully because he values things that are meant to Gerda far. Elsewhere, Princess Alicia gazes out her window, watching the guests depart one by one. A frustrated sigh escapes her. She couldn't even warn them properly. She asks if Indra has left as well, but her knight informs her that her uncle's departure has been delayed, just like the duel. The knight tries to comfort Alicia, letting her know he's already arranged for her protection through the church. But that only upsets her more. What hurts the most is watching those who plotted her downfall walk away unscathed. She says it feels like her heart is being crushed. The knight, however, reminds her that revenge will come, just not yet. He tells her that times like these demand resilience, and urges her to focus on gaining full control over Dearmar. Alicia nods, determined, and agrees that it's exactly what she needs to do. Changing the subject, she suddenly asks how the lemon harvest is going. Sir Duncan delivers bad news. The yields aren't good. Concerned, Alicia wonders if they should switch to barley instead. But he advises patience, warning that they can't just overhaul their production overnight. She understands. It's a tough call, and the sigh she lets out shows her frustration. Even after pushing through what felt like impossible challenges, there's always another hurdle waiting. Then something outside the window catches her attention. Curious, she turns to Sir Duncan and asks if most knights can ride horses. He's puzzled by the question. Of course they can. In his eyes, if a man can't ride, he shouldn't call himself a knight. Riding is just as vital as wielding a sword. Alicia smiles faintly, still looking out the window, and murmurs that the gods don't bless everyone equally. Sir Duncan steps over to see what she's watching, and is completely stunned. Outside, Vlad is fighting to stay on a horse, flailing like he's in a rodeo. In the background, Jaeger watches in silent disappointment. Sir Duncan can practically feel the advanced knight's pain just from looking at him. Moments later, Vlad is thrown off and crashes on his back. The look on his face says it all. He's in agony. And honestly, you've got to feel for him. He's barely recovered from a brutal duel not long ago. Vlad sits on the ground, wincing as he rubs his aching back. Jaeger reminds him that he claimed he could handle a hybrid horse. Vlad shoots back with a snarky comment. Maybe the horse just needs to be more expensive. That's the last straw for Jaeger. Without warning, he delivers a brutal smack to the back of Vlad's head and tells him to think before he speaks. Groaning in pain, Vlad argues that he did manage to mount the horse before, except that time, it was Gerda who led it. As he tries to defend himself, Gerda steps in and backs him up, confirming that Vlad really did get on the horse. That makes Jaeger pause. He thought he could personally train Vlad to ride, but now he's starting to question whether the horse is actually the issue. Watching Gerda try to lead it back, he notices the animal pulling away from Vlad and glaring at him like it wants nothing to do with him. Jaeger begins to suspect the horse might be spooked by something ahead, though he's not sure what. So he calls it a day. Vlad asks if they'll pick up the training tomorrow, but Jaeger surprises him by saying they'll skip it then too. Confused, Vlad wants to know when he'll actually learn to ride. Jaeger explains that part of the training is being pushed back for now. Vlad, clearly annoyed, says he's heard that line too many times since arriving in Dearmar. Jaeger, ever blunt, asks if he's got a problem with that. Vlad, never one to back down, answers that yeah, maybe he does just a little. Realizing there's no fixing his squire's attitude in one go, Jaeger simply turns around and walks off, saying they'll deal with it once they're back in Stroma. He got other things to take care of. Later that day, once Jaeger's gone, Gerda finally asks Vlad the question that's been on his mind. Why do horses seem to hate him more and more? Vlad, now genuinely worried, admits he's scared that even the pricier horses won't let him ride them. Trying to lighten the mood, Gerda jokes that maybe Vlad should try riding a cow instead. They're slower and probably easier to manage. But Vlad's not having it. He snaps, saying Gerda's just talking nonsense and should really think before speaking. Gerda fires back, clearly annoyed, mocking Vlad for riding in carriages while the rest of the knights are out on horseback. He teases that Jaeger would love to hear that. Deciding he's done trying to help, Gerda grabs the reins and leads the horse back to the stable. Watching the horse reject him yet again, and feeling abandoned by Gerda, Vlad starts questioning what's really going on. That's when a voice speaks up. It suggests that Vlad might be moving too fast. Holding his sword, Vlad listens as the voice explains that animals are often sensitive to that kind of thing. Still puzzled, Vlad asks what he's supposed to do. The voice replies, he needs to learn how to control his momentum. It elaborates that controlling momentum is part of mastering the mental world. If Vlad can freely tap into aura, then he'll also be able to manage his energy. But right now, that seems like a distant goal. He can't even draw his aura out properly, and when he does, it's barely visible. The voice reassures him. That's normal. Real combat level control takes practice and time. It then echoes Jaeger's earlier advice. Don't try to run before you can walk. Vlad lets out a deep sigh, absorbing everything. Then he suddenly remembers. They're supposed to return to Strama right after the farewell ceremony. The next morning, Vlad finds himself staring at the lone tree on the hill, debating whether he should visit it one last time before leaving Dearmar. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Joubert, the knight with purple hair, is trying to reassure himself. He tells himself the Lord will understand, even though he failed his mission. As he walks through the halls, he reflects on how none of this was really his fault. After all, you can't blame the sea for making waves. The duel? Just an unfortunate fluke. No one could have guessed that Vlad's flower would bloom at that moment. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it seems. How could a mere vassal stir up so much chaos? It still doesn't make sense to him. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut short. Jaeger appears in front of him, sword drawn, its tip aimed straight at his throat. Joubert smirks and casually calls in an aggressive way to say hello. He insists there's no need to go this far, but the glint in his eyes says otherwise. Jaeger isn't buying the innocent act. If anything, it confirms that he didn't need to go this far. Joubert asks how long Jaeger's been waiting there, wondering if the knight doesn't have better things to do. Jaeger replies coolly that it's his day off. Joubert calls it a waste of a perfectly good day, to which Jaeger shoots back that he's just catching up on old business. With that, Joubert stands calmly and says he gets why Jaeger's upset, but he insists he had no other option. Jaeger responds with sarcasm, calling their run-in a coincidence, because apparently, he doesn't have much of a choice either. Then Joubert gently pushes the sword away with a single finger and says the situation must be frustrating. He reminds Jaeger that they do the same kind of work, so he should understand. But Jaeger's eyes narrow. He says he's only following orders. If the master tells him to bark, then bark he must. The tension spikes. Both knights begin to release their aura, eyes lighting up as the energy crackles between them. Neither one backs down. The sly knight tries to shake Jaeger with intimidation, but Jaeger doesn't flinch. Realizing the threat is real, Joubert backs off, lifting his hands in surrender as Mr. Eyepatch makes it clear he's not playing around. He claims Jaeger's warning was enough. But even then, the seasoned knight doesn't lower his blade. Joubert tries to defuse the situation with words. He suddenly shifts the topic, questioning why they're even called swordsmen. For a second, it seems like he's about to make peace. But instead, he throws shade, calling Jaeger nothing more than a guard dog that bites only on command. With a smug look, he tells him to enjoy his day off, if he's done barking. Joubert is sure he's safe, knowing even a scratch could spark a war with the Shazer family. But before he finishes his sentence, bam, Jaeger punches him straight to the ground. Joubert groans as he hits the floor, and Jaeger mocks him, saying a small bite is no big deal when his master's a generous one. Then, without hesitation, Jaeger charges again. Joubert throws a weak jab, but Jaeger lands another blow, this time straight to the gut. While Joubert struggles to breathe, Jaeger coldly says he's not done yet. Coughing violently, Joubert finally admits defeat. Jaeger says he expects him to understand. After all, they're both in the same line of work. Winded but still standing, Joubert concedes that the beatdown was enough. Jaeger, not fully satisfied, says he hopes they'll cross paths again, especially since he couldn't punish him properly inside the Hainel mansion for insulting Joseph. Clutching his stomach, Joubert agrees they will meet again. The Empire's collapse is inevitable, and with chaos rising, their paths are bound to cross. Limping away, Joubert casually waves, promising a rematch soon. Jaeger watches him leave, silently agreeing. That time is coming. The time when blades will decide fate, and their world will be torn apart by war and ruin. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Vlad returns to the old tree in the graveyard. Standing before it, he recalls how the spirit they encountered last time felt oddly familiar, like an old friend. So he suggests that the voice in his head try reaching out again. The voice admits he's just as stunned. That snake actually recognized him. He hadn't expected that at all. Still, Vlad figures they should take a quick look and leave before running into the princess again. The last thing they need is more trouble. Kneeling before the tree, Vlad plunges the sword into the ground, just like before, preparing to let the voice take control once more. His eyes begin to glow, and instantly, the white serpent appears. He's startled by how fast it shows up, and even more so by how close it is. The snake is practically nose-to-nose with him. Trying to keep calm, Vlad asks if this is really the spirit the voice called a friend. But the voice isn't certain. He just hopes it is. The glowing serpent begins circling him slowly, as if sizing him up. Vlad doesn't love the attention, but tries to believe this is just the snake's way of saying hello. The voice agrees, it probably is. Then, the blue-eyed serpent stops and locks eyes with Vlad. It stares, then squints, then moves erratically. Weird doesn't begin to cover it. Vlad finally asks what's going on, but the voice just shrugs it off, saying there's no point trying to make sense of spirit behavior. They're a different kind of existence. The snake keeps twisting and swaying, and the voice chimes in again. Mortal souls simply can't grasp the full scope of what spirits are. Suddenly, the serpent lifts into the air and starts a strange ritualistic movement. The grass and even the tree itself begin to glow. The air fills with a warm, buzzing energy. Vlad is confused until something clicks. As the energy wraps around him, he begins to understand. The voice catches on too and sounds genuinely shocked. What they're witnessing is the blessing of a forgotten enigma. The glowing serpent remains fixed on Vlad, bestowing its mysterious power on the young swordsman from Shoera. The scene shifts. Joseph and his group are preparing to depart. Before they leave, they stop by to see Princess Alicia. She admits she feels ashamed to send them off like this. If things were different, she would have hosted a grand banquet. She says so with clear regret. But Joseph gently reassures her. Her intent is more than enough, and he understands the situation perfectly. Right now, her focus needs to be on mending the fractures within the Hanel family. His kind words bring a smile to Alicia's face. She thanks him sincerely for everything. The Bezit family representatives take one final bow, and Joseph announces that it's time to leave. But just as they turn away, Sir Duncan steps forward and asks for a moment. Without warning, he calls Vlad to the front. Confused, Vlad looks to his mentors for direction. Joseph nods, giving him the go-ahead. As Vlad steps forward, Jaeger leans over and suggests that this must be some sort of farewell ceremony. Joseph agrees. He had instructed them to keep things simple, just in case. When Vlad reaches Sir Duncan, he's told to kneel. He obeys, and that's when Princess Alicia steps in. She tells Vlad how grateful she is. Without him, she wouldn't even be standing there. She praises him for defending their honor and for revealing the truth in a duel clouded by deceit. To her, no words of thanks could match what he's done. Still, she offers what she can. Stretching out her hands, she holds a purple handkerchief and tells Vlad she wants to entrust him with her name. Even though he's not a knight, she says, he showed more honor than most knights ever could. Watching this unfold, Joseph realizes exactly what's happening. Alicia's no fool. She's tying herself to the Bayezid family by symbolically choosing a prospect like Vlad. It's gratitude, yes, but also smart politics. Meanwhile, Vlad looks up at the handkerchief and is seriously underwhelmed. This is the big reward? He can't even hide the disappointment on his face. It's just there, plain as day. He hesitates, unsure if he's supposed to take it. He's still new to all this noble etiquette. Then, it hits him. Jaeger once warned him to always accept gifts from nobles. The memory is loud and clear. He even recalls the lecture he got for turning down Rudiger's peanuts. Not eager for another beatdown, Vlad reluctantly accepts the handkerchief and thanks the princess. Fans might be wondering what he'll ever do with a fancy piece of cloth, but etiquette is etiquette. And just as he takes it, the entire crowd gasps in surprise, making it clear that this simple gesture might carry more weight than he thought. Jaeger looks like someone just hit him with a migraine, and Joseph's suddenly sweating bullets. He completely forgot to teach the alley kid how to act around nobles. Sir Duncan, visibly drained, steps in and tells Vlad he accepted the gift the wrong way. The blonde squire blinks, completely lost. Turns out, there are two proper ways for a noblewoman to offer a handkerchief symbolizing her honor, either by hanging it from the tip of a sword or by handing it over directly. The first method stands for honor, but the second? That one's for love. Vlad freezes as realization sets in. He slowly turns to face the sea of stunned onlookers, nervously asking, "So, how was I supposed to do it?" The whole crowd is still in disbelief, and Alicia's face is now bright red, flustered beyond measure. Vlad, meanwhile, is trying to piece everything together. He doesn't realize it, but he just unknowingly made a romantic declaration to the princess. But being Vlad, he leans into the chaos with a smirk, casually claiming he'll make good use of the handkerchief, still wondering why everyone's making such a big fuss. Later, during the carriage ride home, Joseph admits it's been ages since he felt that embarrassed. He blames himself for not properly guiding Vlad and jokes that the traveling bards in Dearmar won't be starving anytime soon with all this drama to sing about. Vlad apologizes, but Jaeger still gives him a firm scolding. Next time, if he's handed anything from a noble in public, he should always look to him first. Vlad nods, taking the lesson to heart. But then Joseph smiles and congratulates him. Vlad's confused, until the young master reminds him. He's now a man recognized by a noble woman of high rank. Alicia didn't just thank him, she honored him. That purple handkerchief was her way of declaring him an honorary knight. At the start, Vlad was just a nameless kid from the slums of Shoera. Now, he's climbed all the way up to being acknowledged as a knight. And hearing that, it completely stuns him. The young master casually mentions that in places where Alicia's name carries weight, the Vlad will be honored like a knight. This news stuns the young blonde swordsman. He never imagined being granted any title, especially not at his age. The weight of it all hits him hard as he tries to make sense of everything. Then Joseph cuts in, clarifying that Vlad's knighthood will only apply within Dirmar, since Alicia's only recently become a baron. That finally makes things click for Vlad. He now understands what it means to be an honorary knight and seems almost relieved, realizing that being officially knighted isn't that simple. Vlad clutches the purple handkerchief Alicia gave him, lost in thought. But the young master snaps him back to reality, reminding him that he only received the gift because of a blunder. He warns Vlad not to lose it. It's a symbol of Alicia's honor, not just some cloth. Concerned, Vlad asks Joseph what would happen if he lost it. Joseph replies with a cold edge. He'll be responsible for whatever happens, since he accepted it with his own hands. That hits hard. Vlad sees the seriousness in Joseph's eyes and realizes that the consequences would be more than even the young master could manage. Gripping the handkerchief tightly, Vlad silently promises he won't lose it, no matter what. At that moment, Joseph pulls out a small slip of paper that looks like a contract. He says the matter has been settled, and because of Vlad, it's no longer needed. Vlad figures out it's a promissory note, and Joseph confirms it. The document states that Alicia had borrowed 10,000 gold, a staggering amount. Vlad is stunned. Joseph explains that the money was meant to pay Alicia's troops if she had lost the duel. Losing would have meant handing herself over, the only way to escape her uncle's grip. But then the young master reveals something surprising. Alicia never actually took the gold. That revelation makes Vlad pause. If Alicia didn't borrow the money, then why did Joseph bring her here in the first place? Especially knowing that losing the duel would cost her everything? The young master responds with a metaphor. His cause is like a spark buried in ashes, waiting for the right gust of wind to reignite. In other words, with Alicia now tied to the Bezit family, Indra can't ignore the pressure building around him. Vlad begins to grasp the deeper layers of this political game. He's starting to see how nobles constantly seek justification for their moves. But before he can think more, something feels off. He senses something strange behind him. Joseph notices the change in Vlad's expression and asks what's wrong. The blonde swordsman quietly says he heard something from the woods to the west. Meanwhile, in the forest, everything appears calm, until clouds of dust erupt on the horizon. An army of riders is charging toward Joseph's convoy. Vlad spots them through the window and panics. The oncoming force clearly isn't friendly. Without wasting time, he shouts a warning and draws his sword, ready to defend. But just as he's about to leap into action, Joseph stops him. Calmly, the young master tells him to lower his weapon. Vlad is baffled, but Joseph simply smirks and says he had this handled long before the duel even began. In an unexpected turn, the riders turn out not to be enemies. They aren't bandits on the attack. They're here to kneel. Their white-haired leader bows before Joseph and explains that they were delayed while finalizing a transaction. Still kneeling, the scar-faced man presents Joseph with a blood-stained sack. The young master casually asks if this is what he requested, noting that he'd ended up changing his order. Joseph praises the man's work and tells him to stand. As he does, the bandit leader notices Vlad standing nearby. He immediately asks if the young swordsman is the one who received Lady Alicia's honor personally. Word of the incident has already spread far and wide. Joseph confirms it without hesitation. He seems surprised at how fast the news traveled, but tells the bandit leader to save his admiration for later. There's still business at hand. Vlad starts getting nervous just looking at the scar-faced man. That unease spikes when the white-haired stranger casts a subtle glare his way. There's something deeply unsettling about the man. Vlad can feel it in his bones. This aura isn't like that of any knight he's encountered before. It reeks of something darker, something that reminds him of the back alleys of Shoera, where danger always lurked just out of sight. Every instinct in Vlad is screaming. This man is no one to mess with. Joseph then casually asks the bandit leader if he plans to return to Stroma with them. The man respectfully declines, saying he and his men need to move quicker since they're on horseback. Joseph seems a bit let down, but accepts it, thanking him again for his service. The man simply responds that he was just fulfilling his role as Bayezid's hidden sword. The title sounds more like a poetic label for an assassin, and hearing it only deepens Vlad's confusion. He now fully realizes these men aren't common bandits, and he's even more curious about the bloodstained sack they handed over. Noticing Vlad's gaze locked on the sack, Joseph turns and asks if he wants to know what's inside. Vlad admits he's a little curious. Joseph responds cryptically. It holds the world of nobles, a world that's cold, ruthless, and unforgiving. Even without opening it, the blood-soaked cloth speaks volumes. Meanwhile, back at the Bezit estate, Joseph's father is informed that a group of pilgrims is passing through Stroma. He turns to his advisor and asks whether he should welcome them. The white-bearded elder replies that the pilgrims don't seem to want any attention. They've said they'll quietly visit the dragon's trail and move on. Hearing that, the head of the Bezit family reflects that these pilgrims must be voices of the gods, wanting nothing in return. He hasn't seen such sincerity in a long time. Still, he insists on watching over them, even if from a distance. His advisor already knew he'd say that. The nobleman simply smiles and says that it's only fair. Those who deserve to witness something beautiful should be allowed to do so. The advisor assures his lord that preparations will be made to discreetly keep an eye on the pilgrims. Then, the conversation shifts to something closer to home, his second son, Joseph, and Vlad. The master has heard of their recent accomplishments, and he's clearly impressed. The advisor confirms the reports and adds that one particular word in them would make even an old man's heart race. Count Bezit is intrigued. That word reminds him of the Swordmaster's first code, a term he hasn't heard in ages. He reflects on the origins of elite education, which selected only those born with talent and noble blood. These young swordsmen were considered rare gems, carefully shaped during training. That's why invoking the first code is so rare. Situations rarely escalate to such a degree in this age of pampered knights. Joseph's father is certain it must have been something extraordinary to call for such a move. The advisor agrees, saying the master would have loved seeing Vlad in action. The count nods but adds that he's not the only one. Others from the past would have been thrilled too. Thinking of Vlad's performance brings to mind the golden generation of Bezit, filling the old noble with pride. At this pace, he jokes, the elder knights will probably show up bearing sweets for the rising stars. The advisor laughs and says Joseph would enjoy that. Then, in a moment of quiet, the head of the Bezit family closes his eyes and recalls a time when Joseph, gasping and beaten, was expected to fail. But the boy crawled through the muck and returned with a treasure, a shining light pulled from the slums of Shoera. He was talking about Vlad, but that warm memory quickly fades. A shadow of sadness falls over the count's face. He knows that in the end, only one of his sons can be chosen, and that thought weighs heavily on him. Meanwhile, back in Strama, the other vassals are eating together when someone announces that Vlad has returned from his mission in Dirmar. The room stirs with curiosity. One of them asks if it's true the blonde kid actually dueled a knight. Another claims to have heard Vlad created a world of his own. As expected, Sobanin, still Vlad's loudest critic, scoffs at the rumors. He refuses to believe any of it. To him, a kid from the slums could never use aura, let alone accomplish something so grand. While the room buzzes with chatter, the atmosphere shifts as someone steps into the hall. It's none other than Vlad, and the first thing he announces is how famished he is. He reflects that it's probably been a month since he last set foot in the place. Scanning the room, he spots the vassals quietly eating at their tables, but the second they catch sight of him, they freeze. A wave of tension ripples through the room as everyone immediately returns their focus to their meals, pretending not to notice. Vlad takes it all in. It hits him that social standing, whether someone comes from a noble lineage or a humble background, doesn't mean a thing anymore. That part of their world, the fierce rivalry among young heirs, has ended. And it all changed because of one person who stood apart from everyone else. Next, we cut to Vlad sinking his teeth into a plate stacked with sausages. The way he's tearing into the food shows just how much he missed it. But peace doesn't last. Eyes keep darting his way, whispers floating from every direction. It's getting to him. Eating like this, under constant scrutiny, is anything but comfortable. Annoyed, he voices his frustration, and the pudgy guy next to him, the only one who talks to him like a normal person, gives a half shrug and says it'll probably stay like this for a while. After all, word about what happened in Dirmar Word has spread fast. Vlad quietly clicks his fingers, realizing just how fast gossip moves in this place. His tablemate, practically his only friend, decides to switch topics. He casually asks Vlad if he has any vacation plans. Vlad's confused. Vacation? He clearly hasn't heard about it. That's when the kid explains, the vassals get 2 breaks a year, and this week just happens to be one of them. The disciples from influential families have already been granted their time off. Now Vlad wonders if he qualifies, considering he's new, not from a notable clan, and doesn't even have a place to Gerda. Seeing Vlad at a loss, the chubby kid lights up and immediately invites him over to his family estate. He assures Vlad that it's not a big deal. His dad's the one officially extending the invitation. He sheepishly confesses that he's never had a friend over before, and it's obvious that past attempts didn't go well. But that only makes him more determined. He tries to sell the idea even harder, saying their house does serving guests just right, with endless roasted meat and everything. The offer definitely sounds tempting, but Vlad still needs to weigh it out before making up his mind. Seeing Vlad hesitate, the chubby vassal suddenly recalls something. Vlad once mentioned he was on the lookout for horses. That's when it clicks. He reminds Vlad of what his family does, casually mentioning that they can source horses from anywhere around here. That's the hook. Vlad perks up, interested. And then the kicker, the kid lets it slip that they even own horses with better lineage than Jaegers. In short, they got top-tier mounts, the kind that cost more and perform better. That's all Vlad needs to hear. He immediately agrees to spend a vacation at the guy's place. He might take a bit too seriously, but the chubby kid is just overjoyed. For the first time, he'll have a friend over for the holidays. Later that day, things take a rough turn. We cut to Sir Jaeger mercilessly beating the life out of Vlad, all in the name of training. During their spar, the seasoned knight slaps Vlad across the face with his wooden sword like it's nothing. But Vlad doesn't back down. Even though the pain is clearly wearing him down, he stays on his feet. Jaeger notices. So when Vlad charges again, he easily parries and tells him to focus. The knight is barely trying, one hand behind his back, still managing to block every single move Vlad throws at him. Despite the constant defeats, Vlad refuses to quit. He keeps attacking, pushing himself past his limits. But Jaeger's not impressed. In fact, he seems irritated that Vlad's trying techniques way above his level. So in a brutal move, he lands a devastating strike on Vlad's back. With regular swords, that hit would have been crippling. Even though these are wooden, it still knocks the wind out of him. Vlad drops to one knee, finally needing a moment to recover. Jaeger doesn't let up. He reminds Vlad that he warned him not to attempt things he's not ready for. Apparently, the knight thinks Vlad's been getting cocky after fighting a knight back in Dearmar. That comment stuns Vlad, but he stays silent, still gasping for air. Jaeger takes his silence the wrong way, thinks he's being ignored. His temper flares again. When Vlad hears that, he looks up in shock but still can't muster a reply. Jaeger's glare sharpens. That's when it finally hits Vlad. The knight isn't just angry, he's deadly serious. The realization terrifies him, and he quickly scrambles to apologize. After Vlad apologizes, Jaeger delivers his final words for the day. He tells Vlad not to come back to the training grounds if he ever feels like he's being forced into it. On top of that, the knight makes it clear, if Vlad now thinks he's capable of training on his own, then he shouldn't come to him at all. With that, Jaeger ends the session and walks away, telling Vlad he's free to go. Vlad says nothing. Clearly upset, he quietly turns and walks in the opposite direction. From a distance, Jaeger watches him leave. Despite his stern words, he admits to himself that the kid's progress and accomplishments so far are impressive. He's proud, but at the same time, he sees that Vlad is still rough around the edges. To Jaeger, the boy's like loose sand on a beach. One strong wave, and he could be swept away. That thought lingers heavily in his mind. Meanwhile, Vlad is slowly making his way through one of the halls, sword in hand, when a familiar voice rings in his head. It reminds him that he was told to stick to the basics. The voice says it would have been angry at Vlad too. Vlad tries to explain he was just trying to bring out his aura again. But the voice pushes back. Not all knights can use aura, it says, and that doesn't mean those who can are weak. Aura only shows the potential to go higher, not a knight's current level. It also reminds him that he hasn't even been wielding a sword for that long. In other words, he needs to be patient. No great flower blooms without strong roots. The voice assures him that if Jaeger scolded him, it was because he saw potential in him. It urges Vlad to really think about what Jaeger said. The words help. Vlad takes a breath, steadying himself. He's used to mockery and people looking down on him. But today feels different. It wasn't the hits that hurt the most. It was that look of disappointment on Jaeger's face. That look cuts deeper than any wooden sword ever could. As he reflects, the voice adds one last jab. It reminds him that he didn't even get a chance to bring up the vacation. Jaeger was too angry, and that thought just makes the sting even worse. Vlad's frustration flares up again as he remembers he didn't even get the chance to bring up the vacation. But he quickly reins it in, brushing off the thought. Right now, he tells himself there's no room to care about stuff like that. Not in his current state. He glances down at his sword and lets a small smile break through. Maybe what he needs isn't rest, but repetition. He decides to practice until all the clutter in his mind disappears. Later that night, long after everyone else is likely asleep, Vlad heads into the woods alone. He begins swinging his sword, over and over again and again. Each motion is heavy, deliberate, following the arc of the blade. His grip tightens as he pushes through, and eventually, the sheer force of his swings slices deep into the earth, leaving a huge gash in the ground. Panting hard, he takes a breather. That's when the voice in his head chimes in, suggesting they wrap up the training. Vlad's surprised. It's not like the voice to call it quits this early, but it calmly explains that Vlad passed his daily limit a while ago. Pushing further will just wear him out. Of course, Vlad doesn't want to hear that. He's never been one to stop just because something gets tough. But the voice doesn't let up. It warns him that all his effort, all his progress, could mean nothing if he ends up hurt or worse. The warning finally sinks in. Begrudgingly, Vlad agrees to stop for the night, even though he's clearly not thrilled about it. He turns his gaze to the sky, the moonlight bathing him in a soft glow. At first, his mind still feels clouded, but slowly, a wave of calm, and something more, washes over him. Confidence. It's subtle, but it's there. He stands under the open night sky, beginning to understand the voice's wisdom. From a balcony above, Sir Jaeger steps out and catches sight of him. He sees Vlad glowing under the moonlight, unmoving, eyes fixed upward. The knight quietly watches him, taking in the scene. As Vlad continues staring at the moon, Jaeger can't help but follow his gaze. Something stirs within the seasoned knight. He looks at his vassal and sees not just a swordsman, but a wolf chasing the moon. The two remain like that for a while, bathed in silver light. Their eyes never leave the sky. And just like that, the scene begins to shift in a smooth, cinematic transition, carrying the story into the next chapter. The scene shifts to a dark sky hanging over Trinova, a county that belongs to the territory of Roma. Unlike Strama, Trinova is engulfed in chaos. The entire county is ablaze, fire tearing through everything, inside and out. Buildings crumble as flames roar, and the air is filled with the screams of townsfolk and the sound of crackling fire. This isn't a natural disaster. Trinova is under attack. Inside the throne room, the aftermath of a brutal slaughter is clear. Bloodied corpses of knights lie scattered across the floor. Only one knight remains alive, though he's barely holding on. Suddenly, he's approached by the one responsible for the carnage. Despite his injuries, the knight realizes his killer has been searching for him to finish the job. With blood dripping from his blade, the assassin steps forward and coldly suggests the knight is simply completing his final duty. Gasping for breath, the knight manages to speak, acknowledging that his enemy has come a long way just for this moment. Then, the assassin's face comes into view. It's Godwin, the same man who killed Vlad's superior back in Show era. Using his last ounce of strength, the knight warns Godwin not to follow commands blindly. He reminds him that true knights, like those who once served Count Gaidar, stood for more than obedience. But Godwin coldly retorts that it's precisely why they're all dead now. The knight, undeterred, tells Godwin that his time will come too. But before that day arrives, he wants a message delivered to Count Gaidar. He'll be waiting for him in hell. Without hesitation, Godwin raises his sword, promises to deliver the message, and finishes the job. Back in a more peaceful moment, Vlad is caught off guard when Master Joseph tells him he's going on vacation. It's unexpected. Vlad had been committed to sharpening his sword skills without any distractions. But Joseph insists. He says the invitation came from the Canor household. Vlad is stunned. How did Joseph even know about that? Just as Vlad begins to ask, Joseph interrupts. Word travels fast, he explains. Apparently, Sir Gregory's vassal, Potri, has been excitedly telling everyone. As soon as Vlad hears it, everything clicks. Of course, Potri must have told Sir Gregory, who passed it on to Jaeger, and naturally, Jaeger ended up telling Joseph. Vlad now sees the whole chain of gossip. Joseph then claims he was planning to give Vlad a break anyway, so there's no harm in letting him choose where he wants to go now that he's already decided. Vlad thanks him, but he's still annoyed at Jaeger for spilling the news. He shoots him a look, but Jaeger plays innocent, pretending he didn't do anything. Joseph picks up on the awkward vibe in the room. He's confused for a second, but quickly figures it out. Something clearly went down. Even though he could smooth things over, he chooses to stay out of it. Some bonds, he figures, are better left untouched. The tension lingers. Finally, Vlad admits it's getting tough to even breathe in here. Despite his irritation, he decides it's best to just acknowledge Jaeger and slip out. While he's mulling it over, Jaeger suddenly speaks. He reminds Vlad that even on vacation, a knight should never let go of his sword. Vlad is caught off guard by the comment, but he knows it's solid advice. He nods without arguing. Jaeger warns him, skip one day of training, and you'll feel it. Skip a week, and everyone else will too. He knows Vlad isn't someone who needs a constant push, but a reminder never hurts. It's about keeping him grounded. With that, Jaeger tells his young vassal they'll see how he's doing once he gets back. Vlad is thrilled. He's just gotten Jaeger's approval. Joseph notices the burst of happiness, but before Vlad can enjoy it too much, he throws in a reality check. Don't expect too much from the horses, he says. The Canor household might not be able to help with your current issue either. That comment deflates Vlad's excitement a little. Joseph then advises him to observe how the horses respond to him, especially the ones that reject him less. That might help him figure out where the problem really lies. Vlad nods, taking Joseph's advice to heart. The young master then tells him he's free to go, until they meet again in a week. As Vlad heads for the door, he's stopped by Joseph, who casually says there's no need to bring back any gifts. Vlad freezes for a moment, caught off guard. Then he reassures Joseph with a smirk that he won't forget. In his mind, though, he's pretty sure that was Joseph's way of hinting that a gift is exactly what he wants, especially since he'd seemed pretty pleased with the jam poetry he had brought last time. With that, Vlad finally exits, leaving Joseph and Jaeger behind. Alone now, Joseph still finds it hard to believe that the Canor household actually invited a young swordsman from Shoera. Jaeger, sensing what's on Joseph's mind, lightly hints that Vlad might run into someone interesting, if he's lucky. Joseph agrees, thinking back on how both Vlad and that mysterious person have always stood out. Then Jaeger poses a serious question. What if someone's keeping an eye on both of them? Joseph pauses, taken aback, before answering. If someone's watching, he says they're probably the kind of person who doesn't ask unless they expect to get something. Still, Joseph makes it clear he has no intention of handing over anything, no matter who's asking. Meanwhile, we catch up with Vlad, who looks completely confused. He has no idea what's going on, or even where he is, until it's revealed that he's just being fitted with a new cloak. As expected, Joseph's mother is behind the surprise. She thinks the color looks great on him. In her eyes, Vlad suits leather armor perfectly, and with a strong frame, just about anything looks good on him. That's why she enjoys dressing him up. Seeing him wear her creations is reward enough. Though clearly shy and awkward, Vlad is also touched. He thanks Lady Oksana for her generosity. She then brings up the vacation invite from the Canor household. When Vlad confirms it's true, she reminds him that proper dress and presentation matter, especially when you're a guest. It's just basic etiquette, she says, and a way to avoid bringing shame to one's family. Vlad is left speechless after Lady Oksana's words. Deep down, he knows she's right. But then she drops a line that hits even harder, telling him not to bring shame to her name. In that moment, it's clear she's claiming him as her own. She wraps him in a warm embrace, but Vlad is too stunned to react. He just stands there, eyes wide, frozen in disbelief. Lady Oksana smiles gently, her yellow eyes gleaming as she looks at him. Vlad's face lights up in a full-blown blush, ears burning red. Embarrassed, but touched, he quietly promises that he won't disgrace her while he's away. Still bowing his head, Vlad listens as she adds one more surprise. When he returns, she'll arrange for a tutor. She doesn't want to see him repeating mistakes, like the time he received a lady's honor with his hand. That sort of slip-up, she says, should only happen once. The memory alone is enough to make Vlad squirm. Flustered, he quickly apologizes and begs her forgiveness. Lady Oksana then explains that the title of knight carries weight, like a semi-aristocrat. That means he must always carry himself with proper decorum. Vlad takes the advice seriously and promises to remember it. She gestures to a nearby servant holding a basket of fruit. It's a gift for Vlad to take with him, Joseph's idea. Apparently, it's impolite to visit someone's home empty-handed. Vlad bows again, thanking her for her thoughtfulness. She brushes it off with a soft smile and tells him to enjoy his vacation. Later, Vlad steps out, carrying the basket of lemons. As he closes the door behind him, something feels off. A strange unease creeps over him. He glances at a window and catches his own reflection. In that moment, he sees how much he's changed since leaving Shoera. His mind drifts back to those gritty alleyways, his old self, rough and raw. Now everything feels different, almost foreign. The young swordsman feels like he's wearing something that just doesn't fit. He keeps staring at the glass window, catching distorted reflections. In one of them, he sees his red-haired friend from the alley, glaring at him. Even the image of his past self doesn't look any friendlier. Their silent stares make him uneasy, filling him with guilt as he suddenly recalls that Geminina is reportedly in a convent now. Unable to handle the judgment in those reflections, he shuts his eyes and turns away. Vlad can only hope she's doing okay, though he imagines she, too, must feel out of place in those convent robes. With that thought, he leaves the glass behind and heads down the hall. Meanwhile, whispers fill the air elsewhere. People are talking about a new attendant who's making waves in the Bezit household. Word has it the talented vassal drew out both Aura and Dirmar, but that's not all. The rumors also say he's strikingly good-looking. It turns out the gossipers are nuns in the convent. While some chatter excitedly about the vassal's blonde hair and blue eyes, a red-haired girl keeps scrubbing the floor in silence. The chatter grows louder, with some suggesting he might be of noble blood and could even become a knight for the north. Hearing that, the girl pauses. She's Geminina, Vlad's old friend. She scoffs at the idea. There's no way that could be Vlad. It's just too soon for him to have come this far. Still, a small part of her wishes it were true, that he's alive and doing all right. Lost in thought, Geminina stops scrubbing, and the other girls quickly pounce. They accuse her of slacking off, reminding her she hasn't made any donations and implying she owes a lifetime of labor. They order her to clean the dishes next unless she wants trouble from the head nun. The insults keep coming. They sneer about how Geminina has nowhere to go and no one to rescue her. To them, staying at the convent and working nonstop might just be her only future. As the girls leave the room, They order Geminina to finish all the chores before lunchtime. You'd think she'd be upset after being treated like that. But instead, she just smiles and keeps scrubbing. She sees the truth behind it all in Rose's smile, and for a moment, she feels okay. But then, a wave of sadness creeps in. This place isn't made for everyone, and she knows that better than anyone. Her thoughts drift, a memory surfaces. In the flashback, the head sister is speaking, claiming the convent is a sacred place close to God. She insists they can't take in girls who've tainted themselves in unclean places. It's clear who she means, lowborn girls. Marcella, the woman who brought the girls, pushes back. She assures the sister that all the girls are virgins and that the bishop himself oversaw their care. Still, the head sister refuses, saying they can't just let anyone in so suddenly. Marcella's patience snaps. She reminds the head sister how much money she's donated, enough to feed those girls for a decade and still have more left. The sister tries to respond, but Marcella cuts her off before she can. That's when young Geminina speaks up, asking Marcella where she'll be staying. Marcella brushes it off and tells them not to worry. She begins to lead the girls inside the convent, ignoring the head sister's protests. But just then, the head sister stops her. She says Marcella can't step inside the sacred grounds. Calmly, the gray-haired woman replies that she never planned to. She only asks that the sisters take care of the girls, saying they're all hard workers. Suddenly, a group of men shows up and charges at them. As they close in, Marcella yells for the girls and the head sister to get inside. They manage to rush into the convent just in time. But Marcella isn't so lucky. One of the men grabs her. She fights back, but it's useless. From inside, Geminina screams in horror as she watches Marcella being pulled away, while the head sister drags her further inside to safety. The thugs drag Marcella away, yanking her by the hair as they disappear into the woods. No matter how hard she fights, she can't break free. Behind her, the convent doors shut tight. She's completely at their mercy now. Back in the present, Geminina is still on her knees, scrubbing the floor. Tears fall silently as she remembers that awful day, and as thoughts of Vlad flood her mind, she cries even harder. Elsewhere, Vlad stands in front of a house, completely stunned. He's speechless as he stares at the Canor family mansion. He always knew they had influence in Stroma, even without noble status, but seeing it with his own eyes is something else entirely. As he steps through the grand gate with his chubby companion, they're greeted by an elderly man and several servants. Turns out, this man is the family's longtime butler. Potri instantly lights up, rushing into his arms for a big hug. "I miss you so much," the kid says, clearly thrilled. The butler smiles warmly and says he's just as happy to see him again after all this time. Potri quickly asks about his father, and the butler explains he's busy welcoming some unexpected guests. Since the lord of the house is tied up, he suggests they show Vlad around the pasture, one of the estate's highlights. Vlad agrees without hesitation, thanking him for the offer. But before they head off, he makes a request. He wants to see the horses first. He's been looking forward to it and has high hopes. The butler doesn't mind at all. He says the Lord will personally introduce the horses later, but it's fine to get a preview now. With that, he leads the boys to the stables. Vlad was hoping the horses here would be different. Maybe they'd react better to him. But no luck. Just like before, the animals are terrified. The moment he gets close, they bolt. Even the cattle don't stick around. They all scatter like he's some kind of monster. Vlad stands frozen, crushed by embarrassment. All he can do is watch as every animal on the farm bolts at the sight of him. Horses, cows, even the sheep want nothing to do with him. It's humiliating. At this point, he feels like giving up completely. He mutters to himself that he might as well be dead if even cows won't let him ride them. The butler watches this unfold, clearly concerned. He finally speaks up, suspecting something more serious, possibly even supernatural. He asks Vlad if he's gone to the church about it, but Vlad waves it off, insisting it's not a curse. After all, his guarantor is none other than Priest Andrea. The old man is taken aback by that, but Vlad doesn't even notice. He's too caught up in his misery. Watching the animals flee makes him wonder what the point of anything is. Even if he masters aura, what good is it if he can't ride a horse? He imagines himself choking on dust while other knights gallop past him in glorious cavalry charges. The thought alone makes him want to disappear. Potri, seeing his friends so down, decides to step in. With all the determination of a true best friend, he vows to help Vlad no matter what. He promises to show him every single horse in their pasture until they find one that won't run away. His confidence sparks a little hope in Vlad. Potri assures him there are many fine horses he hasn't even seen yet, top-class ones with perfect pedigrees brought in by his father. He promises to convince his dad to personally show Vlad the best of them and suggests they continue the search tomorrow. For now, Potri tells him to just enjoy his first dinner in their home. Later that evening, the Canor household is buzzing as a grand feast is being prepared. Potri takes Vlad to the kitchen, where the air is thick with the scent of roasted meats and spices. Vlad admits the sight is breathtaking. Nothing about this household is ordinary. Right then, Potri spots his father, Lord Orson Canor, returning. He quickly apologizes to him for not being there earlier to greet their special guest. Our boy steps forward and greets the Lord, introducing himself as Sir Jaeger Squire. The Lord chuckles with excitement, saying he's already heard of him, the genius vassal making waves across Stroma. Lord Orson warmly welcomes him again, noting he's the one who awakened the Swordmaster's discipline. To Orson, Vlad is a rising star in Stroma, and he's glad Potri made such a remarkable friend. He invites them in a chat while the food is being prepared, clearly delighted to host such special guests. That's when Vlad remembers he wasn't the only one who arrived earlier. Curious, he wonders who the other guests might be and if they'll all be sitting together. Potri casually mentions that the rest are all from Bezit, which only makes Vlad more intrigued. As they step into the hall, Vlad is stunned to see someone familiar sitting at ease. He's caught off guard, wondering why this person is here. But before he can react, the man grins in an unsettling way and says it's been a while since he's seen the blonde kid. It's Sir Rutiger. Vlad and Potri greet him, and Vlad admits he didn't expect to run into him here. Rutiger invites Vlad to sit and eat, saying the food's too tempting to pass up. Vlad, feeling awkward, suddenly regrets turning down those nuts Rutiger had offered before. He quickly realizes everyone in the room is glaring at him. It hits him. They probably despise him for disrespecting Bayezid's first son and for beating up their squires earlier. Still, he figures backing down won't help. So he gathers his courage and accepts Rutiger's offer, saying he's been looking forward to it. Rutiger, clearly entertained, grins and casually asks if Vlad is free tomorrow, since he's on vacation. That throws Vlad off a bit. Rutiger then suggests they hang out again the next day. The following day, Rutiger and his knights take Vlad out on horseback to a desert-like area. Vlad finds the whole trip boring and pointless, until a beast woman named Dorothea from the Liu family suddenly approaches. She calls him out for staring and demands to know if it's his first time with the Beastmen tribe. Vlad simply shrugs and replies, "There's a first time for everything." Dorothea shrugs, saying it would have been weirder if Vlad had seen Beastmen before. She figures he's from Shoera and is curious how he ended up among the Bayezid. Vlad casually fires back, saying him being a Bezit knight is just as strange as Rutiger having a beastman as his mage. That hits a nerve. Dorothea takes offense and snaps, asking if he's ever even used aura before. She can't believe he can't ride a horse, especially since even chubby Potri manages just fine. Vlad, clearly drained, replies that life just plays out in odd ways. Dorothea isn't having it. She thinks the situation is too ridiculous. But Vlad's already tuning her out, starting to regret taking this so-called vacation. He wonders why they're even doing falconry all of a sudden. Before he can think too much, Dorothea jumps back in, checking if he's still listening. Annoyed, Vlad shoots back, asking if all beastmen are this chatty. She immediately accuses him of being racist. He retorts with another jab. Are all mages this talkative then? Which just makes her cry discrimination again. Finally, Watcher steps in and tells Dorothea to lay off Vlad. She snaps, calling Vlad a bastard and complaining about the faces he makes when he looks at her. Rutiger simply blames her for irritating him nonstop, which leaves Dorothea sulking. One of the knights points out a vantage spot, and Rutiger agrees. It'll give him a clear view of everything around. Potri thinks maybe they're out here to hunt, but Vlad couldn't care less. He doubts that's the case anyway, since no one's even let the falcon out yet. Just then, a knight calls Rutiger over, pointing out something in the distance. A group of pilgrims appears on the horizon. Surprised, Rutiger orders his men to raise the family banner to signal peaceful intent. As the Bayezid flag waves in the wind, Rutiger announces it's time to start searching for prey somewhere else on the plains. Out there, a herd of horses grazes peacefully, but one stands apart from the rest. A striking black horse, perched alone on a cliff, towering like a ruler above the herd. Without warning, a surge of energy shoots up from beneath the earth, hitting the horse. And just like that, we're thrown into the thick of it. Rutiger's forces are seen launching an ambush on the pilgrim group from across a cliff, while the unsuspecting travelers continue pushing their wagons along the wild, dusty road. Rutiger and his men stay close to the pilgrims, but never engage. It's like they're just shadowing the group, watching without any intention of stepping in. Vlad quickly loses interest. This doesn't feel like a hunt to him, more like babysitting. He figures Rutiger never really came out here for falconry after all. While he's silently grumbling, the wagon he's riding in suddenly jolts hard after hitting a massive rock. The impact nearly tosses him out. The bumpy ride starts messing with his stomach, and motion sickness kicks in. Frustrated, Vlad decides he'd rather walk than deal with this anymore. As he hops off, Potri notices and checks on him. Already sensing what's up, he asks if Vlad feels like throwing up. Vlad denies it's that serious, but admits his heart's been racing nonstop. He's sweating now, clutching his chest, trying to get a grip. Poetry guesses it might be from the shaking, but Vlad can't even pinpoint what's wrong. He just figures a bit of walking might help. As he looks around, he finally takes in the view, and it's actually stunning. Turns out Poetry's been meaning to show him this spot. He explains that the grassland they're on stretches all the way to Varna. Sometimes, monsters show up here, Poetry adds, but that's not an issue this year, thanks to Sir Joseph. Vlad's surprised. He can't figure out how Sir Joseph got tied to monster patrol duty. Poetry explains it's all thanks to the subjugation effort last winter. Vlad was part of that too. Hearing that makes Vlad smirk. He remembers how well he did during that campaign and decides to claim a little credit for the peace and quiet they're enjoying. But before Poetry can even reply, a strange noise cuts through the air, catching both of them off guard. Dust rises in the distance, and Vlad's concern spikes. He stares, trying to figure out what's causing the rumble. That's when he sees them. A wild herd of horses is charging through the plains, heading straight toward him. The instant Vlad sees the stampede barreling toward them, a chill runs through him. But it's more than fear. Something deeper is gnawing at him. Among all the thundering hooves, one figure stands out, a black stallion leading the charge. Its presence rattles Vlad in a way he can't explain. The herd isn't slowing down, not even a bit. Each second brings them closer to Rudiger's group of knights. Up on the cliff, Ratiger and his men also spot the stampede racing below. They can tell these are no ordinary horses. The herd is made up of high-quality beasts. But the timing is awful. Ratiger frowns, thinking their presence is a bad omen for the pilgrims they're accompanying. Then something odd catches his attention. The horses are running south. That raises eyebrows. The men exchange looks. This is wrong. The horses should be heading north around this season, chasing the fresh sprouts. Not only that, but they're moving far too quickly for a typical migration. It's urgent, almost desperate. Ratiger starts piecing it together. He suspects the herd is fleeing from something. He's not alone in that feeling. Vlad is clearly shaken. His heart's pounding again, worse than before. He locks eyes with the black stallion in front, and something clicks. The animal is terrified. It's not just running. It's running for its life. Vlad keeps staring, disturbed. What could scare an entire herd like this? While he's lost in thought, the knights up on the ridge suddenly suggest it might be an earthquake. But Vlad knows better. He's felt this exact tremor before. He remembers it clearly. This isn't a natural disaster. And before he can even voice what he's thinking, the truth bursts from the earth itself. A massive eruption explodes behind the stampeding horses, tossing dirt and rock into the sky like a volcanic blast. As the dust begins to settle, a hulking, grotesque form emerges from the ground. It's a death worm, and the moment the black stallion sees it, it panics even more, trembling with raw terror. Everyone watching the colossal beast is instantly frozen in fear. Fly is especially shaken. He knows this monster all too well. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the creature. It's a death worm, a terrifying remnant of the fallen dragon. This creature isn't shy about its destructive power. It rips through the ground like a drill on overdrive, fully focused on a single goal, slaughtering every horse it sees. It quickly closes in on a helpless horse and, with one brutal snap, decapitates it. Among the travelers, the beast girl witnesses this gruesome scene. But instead of just fear, she feels something is off. That's because the death worm isn't supposed to behave like this. It's not a predator by nature. Her confusion deepens. Why is it acting like a carnivore? But questions don't matter right now. The worm is in full-on bloodlust mode. A horse's leg dangles from its jaws, and that's when the girl sees something strange. A weird energy pulsing from the creature's forehead. Things go from bad to worse. The death worm's rampage sends the wild horses off course, straight toward the innocent pilgrims who were promised safe passage by Ratiger and his crew. One of Rudiger's men urgently reports the chaos, but he's just as baffled. The eerie energy from the worm keeps pulsing, and the horses, driven by sheer panic, won't stop. They keep stampeding toward the pilgrims, and the worm charges right behind them. Caught between the stampede and the monster, the pilgrims have no choice but to run for their lives. But it's clear they're running out of time. Seeing the danger, Ratiger immediately calls out to Dorothea, asking her what the death worm responds to, hoping she can help stop the nightmare. But even the so-called expert is gripped by fear. Dorothea has no plan, and worse, no idea of any weak spots the death worm might have. It doesn't have eyes or ears, making it nearly impossible to distract. Still, she remembers one thing. It's highly sensitive to vibrations underground. That might be the only way to catch its attention. Ratiger notices the beast girl is paralyzed with fear, so he snaps at her to get it together and figure out a way to draw the monster away from the pilgrims. His commanding tone jolts her back to focus. Dorothea nods and takes on the task. Sir Rutiger quickly takes charge. He orders Vlad to get Dorothea to higher ground where she'll be safer, and where they can signal him if they come up with a plan. Vlad, ever the fearless fighter, doesn't hesitate. The moment he gets the order, he jumps into action. Meanwhile, Sir Rutiger steps up to face the stampede of wild horses, and the death worm charging behind. He raises his sword high to rally his men. Right now, it doesn't matter if their plan makes sense or not. What matters is standing their ground and doing what they were sent to do. Rudiger's words hit hard. He reminds his men that their duty is to protect the pilgrims, just as they were commanded by the Count. Fired up by his fearless spirit, every knight unsheathes their blade, ready to give their all. With a powerful cry, Rutiger commands them to defend the innocent. Then he charges ahead on horseback, and his knights follow without hesitation. He rides with everything he's got, fully aware that this choice defies every rule and protocol. But that's exactly why he's convinced. There's something or someone orchestrating all this chaos. And the thought of that makes him furious. Fueled by this belief, Rutiger charges forward, determined to confront the force behind it all. Right now, Sir Rutiger is like a blazing inferno charging straight at the enemy. He figures that whoever dared stir up this chaos in Bezit must be seriously bold or incredibly foolish. While Rutiger and his men dive into battle, Vlad, Potri, and Dorothea stay up on higher ground. The beast girl tosses a pouch of mysterious jewels onto the ground, rifling through them as she tries to remember which one triggers the vibration engraving. Unfortunately, she's completely forgotten its color. Vlad's got no clue what she's doing either, but that's when the voice in his head chimes in. It explains that an engraving is a kind of mystery, infused with both divine and aura energy. It represents the mystical trinity. Suddenly, things click. Of course, she's Sir Rudiger's mage. With artifacts like these, her position makes perfect sense. Suddenly, the earth erupts with flames. A fiery tornado bursts from the ground, forcing Vlad and Potri to spin around and see what caused it. What they see leaves them stunned. Rising from the inferno is none other than the death worm itself. And within the blaze, Sir Rutiger is actually fighting the beast head-on. The sight is jaw-dropping. Vlad is speechless. He's witnessing pure courage in action and realizes Sir Rutiger operates on a level far beyond anything he's ever known. But that voice in Vlad's head? It's unimpressed. It calls the knights move shallow. And when we look closer, it's clear Rutiger jumped into this fight without proper preparation. The death worm dwarfs him. Even with his flaming sword activated, Rutiger is clearly at a disadvantage. He knows it too, muttering a curse under his breath. The sheer size and power of the beast make this battle nearly impossible. Still, Rutiger doesn't back down. He taunts the worm, daring it to prove it's the mightiest dragon. Fearless to the end, he stands his ground. The death worm answers his challenge. It launches into a brutal nosedive, trying to crush Rutiger and his horse into the dirt. But the knight yells for his steed to move, and just in time, the horse bolts out of the impact zone, barely dodging the monster's deadly strike. The other knights all saw how close that attack came to ending Sir Rutiger right then and there. They're obviously worried and quickly ask if he's all right. Rutiger brushes it off and reminds them to stay alert. This isn't the kind of monster that just gives up and vanishes. He warns them to be ready for a counterattack or an ambush at any moment. Up on the ridge, Vlad is locked in place, tension thick in the air. Even a voice in his head admits this situation is spiraling. The greatest warrior in the world still can't fight what he can't see. Rutiger understands that too. He's not about to sit around and get ambushed. So he gives a clear order, hunt down the death worm now. He's convinced it hasn't gone far, just hiding nearby, ready to strike again. His knights don't hesitate. As loyal as ever, they immediately begin scouring the area. But Rutiger is restless. He keeps turning, scanning every inch of ground, searching for any sign of the creature. It doesn't take long. One of his men suddenly shouts he's found it. And worse, the death worm is charging underground, heading straight for the pilgrims. Rutiger spins around and sees it too. The beast tunneling like a missile straight at the innocents they vowed to protect. There's no time to waste. He jumps into action, charging after it on horseback and yelling for his men to follow. From above, Vlad sees everything unfold. He knows they're almost out of time. He turns to Dorothea and tells her they need to hurry. But when he looks at her, she just looks lost, like she has no idea what she's doing. That's it for Vlad. He's furious. The look on his face says it all. He scolds her sharply for wasting time when lives are on the line. Dorothea snaps back immediately. She's clearly offended and insists she's not messing around. Still holding her painted tail, she tells him this is a sacred method of the wee beasts. The page in her hand suddenly begins to glow, proving she might actually be onto something. She tells him she's almost finished. Even without Vlad bothering her, Dorothea is already furious, and she vents that frustration on Potri, snapping at him and calling him fatty. She shoves a painted piece of paper into his hands, telling him to take it to Rutiger immediately. It turns out this paper is their signal, and she explains it can be activated by either rubbing or tearing it. But Potri just stands there, shocked that she's even talking to him, probably because he never imagined he'd be dragged into something this serious. Dorothea doesn't hold back. She shouts at him, saying that casting the marking spell drained her to the point where she can barely walk. As for our guy, he can't even ride a horse, so there's no one better for this job under the circumstances. That's when the voice in Vlad's head chimes in, reminding him that even if he could ride, it wouldn't help. Deathworms move underground way faster than any horse on the surface. The voice points out that the Rutiger Knights wouldn't be able to catch up to it on horseback anyway. That hits our guy hard. He suddenly gets serious, realizing there's only one way left to stop the monster and save the pilgrims before it's too late. Without warning, he grabs the paper from Potri and takes off. The others are left in shock, totally confused, but he doesn't explain, just says this is their last shot. Dorothea is too weak to get up or follow. She calls out, demanding to know what he's planning, but he ignores her completely and jumps straight off the cliff. She's so mad she calls him a lunatic, and honestly, who wouldn't? He literally dove off a cliff without hesitation. Meanwhile, Vlad is sliding down the slope, his thoughts racing. He thinks about how Mr. Joseph and Rutiger are both competing to become the family head. The knights backing Rutiger are the elite of Bezit, which means a vassal like him shouldn't even need to get involved. But that creature, just thinking about it drives him crazy. He can still feel the fear, remember the destruction, the helplessness of watching his home get wiped out by something unstoppable. The memory is still raw as he closes in on his target. The voice in Vlad's head urges him to channel his strength through his toes, right before he trips over a rock. He goes tumbling down the hill, and as he's falling, the voice quickly tells him to curl up like a ball to soften the impact. Vlad tries, but it doesn't work out. He crashes hard when he hits the ground. For a moment, he just lies there completely still. The people watching from above are frozen, worried he might actually be dead. Then a groan escapes him as he starts moving. Potri gets teary-eyed, relieved to see that Vlad's still breathing. Dorothea, on the other hand, is just dumbfounded. How did Blondie survive that fall? Vlad gets to his feet slowly, dusting himself off. He admits that even he's surprised he's still in one piece, fully expecting a few broken bones. That's when it happens again, that strange sensation. The black horse from earlier turns to look at him, as if it's drawn to him. The connection between them feels real. Suddenly, Vlad begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. The horse keeps staring, eyes filled with longing. The voice in his head chimes in, explaining that this is the blessing. It reveals that if it weren't for the snake's blessing, Vlad would have died from the fall. As Vlad watches his own body shining, he's blown away. The voice agrees, is pretty incredible. Then it suggests they visit that mysterious tree later on. With his energy renewed, Vlad takes off again, racing toward the target. He tells the voice they'll get to the tree eventually, but for now, the priority is getting the message to Rutiger and saving the pilgrims. But just as he's picking up speed, something catches his eye. He notices something strange among the pilgrims. That when he spots an old man pushing one of the wagons, and he stops cold. It's Priest Andrea. Vlad is stunned to see the priest leading the group. The realization hits him. Where is Sir Rutiger? Looking ahead, he sees they're still far off. At this pace, the deathworm is going to reach the pilgrims before any help arrives. His eyes fall to the marking spell in his hand, and suddenly the weight of the decision ahead hits him. He's got a hard choice to make. The voice in Vlad's head calls it a coincidence, but not just any coincidence. It says this is fate at work, pushing people to make impossible choices. Our boy curses under his breath, fully realizing just how brutal the decision in front of him is. But while he's caught in thought, the deathworm inches closer to the pilgrims. He doesn't have the luxury of time. He knows it. There's no room for hesitation. So, with a deep breath, he makes the call. He activates the spell himself. Channeling magic into his sword, he drives into the ground and calls out the monster, making it clear that he's ready for a fight. Energy surges through the earth, but the voice isn't satisfied. It tells Vlad to amplify the vibrations, so intensely that they echo through the very fabric of his world. Vlad listens. He keeps pushing, forcing the tremors to grow stronger. His body lights up with a wild surge of power, and he stays kneeling, straining every muscle to summon enough force to drag the deathworm out from underground. And finally, it works. With a thunderous burst, the beast erupts from the ground, looking for the challenger bold enough to summon it. Rutiger sees it and is stunned. Dorothea and Potri are frozen in fear, their eyes wide at the monstrous sight. But Vlad stands firm, sword in hand, facing down the colossal worm. He makes sure the remnant of the fallen dragon knows he's not running. He's here. The death worm lunges, its massive jaws open wide, razor-sharp teeth flashing as it dives for Vlad. But just before impact, Vlad sidesteps with perfect timing, and the monster crashes headfirst into the earth. The impact shakes the ground and sends Vlad skidding back several meters. Somehow he stays standing. Breathing hard, body worn, he grips his aura-charged sword, ready for another clash. The worm rises again, and so does Vlad. That's when a voice in his head finally speaks up again, not to cheer him on, but to warn him. It tells him flat out, he's not ready for this. And if he knows what's good for him, he should step back now. The voice in Vlad's head tells him straight. His current world just isn't deep enough to stand against this creature. Still, the voice gives him credit. Holding the beast in one spot is already a huge accomplishment. But Vlad's not naive. He knows the odds. With his eyes glowing, he glances toward the riders rushing in to help. They're still too far away, and it's clear they won't make it in time. He'll have to face this monster alone, at least for now. And right on cue, the deathworm launches another attack. Its gaping mouth stretches wide, ready to swallow him whole. But even standing in front of certain death, Vlad doesn't flinch. He grips his sword tight and stares the beast down, completely unshaken. Then, without warning, the worm dives underground again. This time, the impact is even stronger, sending violent shockwaves that hurl Vlad across the field. He crashes to the ground, rolls through the dirt, but wastes no time getting back on his feet. He's annoyed now, really annoyed, that the monster slipped away again. Vlad runs to where it vanished and finds nothing but a gaping hole in the earth. Dust hangs in the air as he searches the area, trying to figure out where it went. His eyes dart left and right, his whole body on edge, waiting for the next strike. But then nothing. No sound, no movement. The deathworm's presence is suddenly gone. And that's when dread creeps in. Vlad realizes it might be heading for the pilgrims. Panic hits him like a wave. Just as he starts fearing the worst, he senses it again. His eyes girdo wide in shock. The beast isn't gone. It's right beneath him. He freezes, overwhelmed by the realization. The ground beneath his feet begins to crack, confirming his worst fear. And in that split second, it seems like this could be the end of young Vlad. The voice in his head screams for him to move, and he bolts, desperate to flee. But deep down, he knows he's already too late. In a flash, the death worm erupts from the ground and swallows him whole. From a distance, Rutiger and his men witness the horrifying moment. The young leader is shaken, refusing to accept what just happened. Determined not to let the beast take Vlad without a fight, Rutiger kicks his horse into a full gallop, pushing himself to reach the scene. But it's clear he might not make it. The death worm doesn't move. It lingers there, as if trying to digest what it just devoured, its body dripping with slime. That eerie stillness gives Rutiger just enough time to close in. Then, out of nowhere, something shoots through the dusty air. Rutiger narrows his eyes, and he can't believe it. It's Vlad. Even crazier? He's riding a horse. Not just any horse, but that same mysterious black stallion from earlier. Rutiger is floored, but he's not the only one stunned. Even Vlad looks confused, like he's not sure how any of this is real. It's like something out of a dream. After all, he never thought he'd come across a horse that would actually let him ride it. The voice in his head is just as thrown off, but quickly regains focus. It tells Vlad to look at the horse's forehead through his world. Without question, Vlad shifts his vision and spots a strange glow coming from the horse's head. It feels oddly familiar. The voice finishes the thought for him. The horse is a spirit. Right then, a smoky aura swirls and morphs into a radiant sickle emerging from the horse's forehead, making it look like some kind of ghostly unicorn. As they charge forward, the voice marvels. Vlad's mount is no ordinary horse. It's got the blood of a one-horned beast. Light bursts across the landscape, and suddenly Vlad is laughing, wind in his face, the world rushing past. He's completely swept up in a moment, like he's soaring through a dream. He can't help but wonder, what does the world look like through a horse's eyes? The powerful horse launches into the air, and all Vlad can think about is how wild it feels to ride something this fast. His quick daydream is cut short as Sir Rutiger and his men finally catch up to him. Rutiger rides up, clearly concerned, and asks if he's all right. Vlad nods and reassures him that he's fine. As the knight's eyes drop to the sword in Vlad's hand, he notices something unexpected. The blade is glowing, etched with strange symbols. It's already bonded to the boy. Rutiger remembers the moment Vlad fearlessly hurled himself at the deathworm without a second thought. It leaves an impression. He didn't expect someone so young to be so willing to risk everything for others. In that moment, Rutiger realizes this boy has the heart and resolve of a true swordsman. With that, Sir Rutiger praises him. He tells Vlad that his brave decision earlier was more honorable than anything the other knights have done today. Vlad's stunned. He never thought he'd hear those words. But he quickly gathers himself and thanks Rutiger for the recognition. Rutiger then asks if Vlad can control the horse at will. The question catches him off guard. He honestly doesn't know. Before Vlad can say much, Rutiger brings the focus back to the threat at hand. The pilgrims won't be safe until the death worm is slain. They need to act now. Vlad hesitates. The creature is terrifying, and he reminds Rutiger that it's a remnant of a fallen dragon. Fear starts to creep in, but Rutiger cuts him off, declaring he'll handle the worm himself. That stops Vlad cold. Shocked, yes, but also inspired. Rudiger's confidence stirs something in him. The two lock eyes, both ready for what comes next. The deathworm circles back for another strike. Rutiger has a plan. He suggests Vlad lure the beast away. With the engraving of Dorothea and the magnificent horse he's riding, Vlad is the perfect decoy. Rutiger is confident he can pull it off. Still, doubt lingers. Vlad glances at the horse, unsure. But when he meets the animal's eyes, he sees something he didn't expect. Vulnerability. That's when it clicks. This horse isn't just running. It's fighting for its own kind, too. Realizing that, Vlad's fear begins to fade. Together, they're not just surviving, they're protecting. He grips the reins, nods to himself, and takes off, riding into battle with renewed courage, ready to give it everything he's got. The black horse surges with the power Vlad was hoping for, and that boost gives him the confidence to turn to Sir Rutiger and confirm, yes, he can lead the deathworm away. Hearing that, Rutiger gives his orders. He tells Vlad to loop around the hill and come back to him. He'll be waiting on the other side, ready. Without a second thought, Vlad launches into action, galloping away from the knights and bandits. The plan works instantly. The deathworm locks onto him and charges after him with terrifying speed. Vlad glances back and sees it barreling forward. Good, it's working. He leans in and pushes the black stallion to Gerda even faster. The horse responds, cutting through the grass like a bolt of lightning. The knights and bandits watch in awe as the black stallion rockets forward. Even Sir Rutiger is taken aback, a faint smile forming on his face. It's clear, Vlad and this horse are the real deal. And with that bond, their odds of beating the deathworm just skyrocketed. But the danger isn't over. The creature is still right behind them, closing the gap fast despite the stallion's furious pace. The voice in Vlad's head speaks again, this time telling him to lower the sword. He needs to let his essence flow into the engravings, syncing with the weapon through its vibrations. Vlad looks down at the glowing blade and follows the instruction. He lets the sword drag along the ground as the horse charges ahead. His eye begins to shine as he strains to control the sword's energy. Then, bursts of power erupt from the blade, lighting up the path behind him with a glowing trail. And now he sees it. Not just a worm, but a dragon in pursuit. That realization hits hard, but it also fuels him. He grips tighter, urging the horse to go even faster. Both of them are reaching their limits, but neither lets up. The voice tells Vlad the truth. The dragon is chasing the light within him. That's what it's drawn to. Meanwhile, Sir Rutiger and his men reach their position to defend the pilgrims. The knight barks orders without wasting a second. Some are told to evacuate the pilgrims to safety, while the rest are instructed to stand ready for anything. No hesitation. The men jump into action, prepared for the chaos that's coming. Elsewhere, Vlad is tearing across the field on horseback, thinking they've finally outrun the monstrous worm. But his relief is short-lived. In a flash, the death worm bursts out from beneath the ground, this time even closer than before. Up ahead, Rutiger spots Vlad approaching the rendezvous point. Without delay, he begins to ready himself. Calm and focused, the knight taps the blade of his sword with a single finger, and instantly a fiery aura surrounds him. In the blink of an eye, magma floods the ground around him. This is his world. Vlad is still dragging his sword behind him, leaving a luminous trail to lure the beast. But when he sees what Rudiger's doing, he nearly stops in his tracks. He can't believe it. The molten flood around Rutiger stuns him. He takes a second look, and that's when the voice in his head steps in to explain. Rutiger has expanded his world, just for a moment, a rare skill only those with deep self-awareness can pull off. The voice admits it underestimated Rutiger before. That calm, composed leader is anything but soft. Beneath the surface, he's a powerhouse. Vlad listens in disbelief, eyes wide. He never imagined that quiet knight carried this much strength inside him. But now he sees it clearly. Sir Rutiger could burn down his own world if he wanted to. Back in the real world, the chase isn't over. The deathworm is still right behind Vlad, just feet away from snatching him off his mouth. The black horse pushes harder, speed and stamina at their peak, but the beast refuses to give up. Then, just when it looks like they can't go any faster, something changes. The creature suddenly hesitates. It senses something, and it throws the worm off course. Vlad notices the sudden shift. The gap between them widens. Good news, right? Not quite. He glances back to see what's going on. That's when he spots it. The death worm has locked onto a new target, and it's heading straight for Sir Tiger. The voice sees it too and lets out a string of curses. He realizes the dragon's remnant has sensed Rudiger's world as a threat. Meanwhile, the knight remains locked in deep concentration, completely unaware that the destructive worm is closing in fast. Vlad gets it now. He knows this is bad. Frustrated like the voice, he lets out his own curse and finally snaps. He can't just sit back anymore. But he also knows he's too weak to draw the worm's attention away from Sir Tiger. He's stuck, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the black horse makes a sharp turn, so fast it nearly throws him off. Vlad clings on, confused and struggling to stay mounted, shouting at the horse in an attempt to regain control. But the beast doesn't listen. It bolts straight toward the death worm. Vlad watches, stunned, and demands to know what the stubborn creature is up to. Still, the horse doesn't respond. Things get weirder. The horse starts running in tight, dizzying circles, so fast it looks like there are two of it. Somehow, this manages to grab the worm's attention. Dizzy and alarmed, Vlad yells again, worried that they're getting way too close. But once again, the horse ignores him. Then it lets out a loud neigh. Something's about to happen, and even the voice is caught off guard. The horse begins to glow, and that's when the blonde swordsman starts to understand. As the light intensifies, a glowing horn appears on the horse's forehead. The voice reveals it. Vlad's world and the white snake's blessing are resonating with this strange creature. The horse rises onto its hind legs, and both it and Vlad begin to shine. A long-buried divine secret is awakening from the depths of the world's memory. The death worm watches, biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike. But now, Vlad and the horse are fully synced, their power merged. The moment the worm attacks, Vlad gives the command, and the horse charges forward with explosive force. As it gallops, something clicks. The truth about this bizarre pair hits home. It's a knight without a horse and a unicorn without a horn. Odd at first glance, maybe even laughable. But in this world, where the two connect, they become one unstoppable force. Their union marks the rise of a single white star shining against the endless black of the KN sky. The horse blazes across the fields, and Vlad tightens his grip on the sword, ready to strike. At the same time, Sir Rudiger's blade glows red-hot, radiating intense heat. It's an intimidating sight. And yet, the voice in Vlad's head isn't impressed. He tells them that Rudiger's world is still gaining strength, and warns that it won't be long before the worm stops paying attention to them altogether. Vlad lets out a grunt. He's already pushing himself to match the knight's overwhelming power, and now he's nearing his limit. His energy is draining fast, and soon he won't have enough aura left to keep the monster's focus. But the horse doesn't let up. It just keeps charging forward with relentless fury. Just when it seems like Vlad can't hold out much longer, Sir Rudiger's men arrive with reinforcements. They shout encouragement, urging him not to give up and to keep fighting. Suddenly, the eyes of both knights and bandits begin to glow, fueled by the rising energy around them. The voice feels the shift and says it might be just enough to face the worm now. One of the knights gallops ahead, catches up to Vlad, and tells him to maintain his speed and keep going past Sir Tiger. Meanwhile, the knight himself remains locked in his trance, lost in concentration. Vlad races toward him, calling out to break through the fog of focus. That's when Tiger finally opens his fiery eyes. As the army of knights storms past, he gives Vlad a nod of approval. The plan worked. They've successfully drawn the death worm away from the pilgrims. Tiger knows it's time to step in. He expands his lava-infused world and declares that the worm has entered forbidden ground. This is no place for chaos to reign. His eyes ignite with fire, and veins pop across his face. He's furious. With all that rage unleashed, Tiger forms a swirling tornado of flames and hurls it straight at the death worm, shouting for it to vanish forever. A massive pillar of fire crashes down from the sky right after, turning the entire battlefield into a hellish inferno. The destructive force is overwhelming. The blast engulfs the worm, and the sheer power behind it leaves even the onlooking pilgrims frozen in terror. Meanwhile, Rudiger's knights are practically buzzing with excitement, thrilled to witness their commander unleash such overwhelming power. Vlad, on the other hand, is frozen in awe. It finally hits him. This is the world of a knight who can truly reflect upon himself. A real world. The death worm continues to burn in the unending flames, and as Vlad watches this unreal display, he admits to himself, it defies all logic. Watching the knight's world is like staring at a mountain that stretches endlessly into the sky. It's a scene so far beyond ordinary understanding that Vlad can't help but question everything. He starts to wonder if Godwin could even pull off something like this. What about Sir Jaeger or Sir Pablo? Are they even in the same league? And then comes the ultimate question. Could I ever do this too? The voice picks up on his thoughts and offers a rare bit of encouragement. Yes, he can reach this level, but only if his world becomes so unshakable that nothing in existence can ever disturb it. Eventually, the flames begin to die down, and the worm is gone for good. Vlad walks up to Tiger, who's still watching the fire smoldering in the distance. He asks if the knight is all right. Tiger smiles and welcomes him back, offering praise for a job well done. Vlad, still catching his breath, voices concern about the fire spreading across the grasslands. But Tiger waves it off with a grin. The grass is moist enough, and the flames will die out soon. What he's really thinking about now is getting a cold glass of beer. He tries to stand, but his legs give out, and he ends up plopping back down. The voice remarks that the toll of expanding his world has finally caught up to him. Tiger chuckles and jokingly asks if Vlad is just going to watch him struggle. Vlad simply drops to the ground beside him, saying he'd rather fall down too. Tiger finds the gesture amusing, but says nothing, just smiling and letting the moment pass. He shifts the conversation, noting that Vlad is a surprisingly skilled rider, especially given all the rumors he'd heard. Vlad clears the air, explaining that he was never the problem to begin with. They both glance at the black horse, and Tiger admits it's an impressive beast. Vlad agrees, and just as the quiet settles in, they're interrupted by the arrival of Rudiger's men. They cheer loudly, celebrating their hard-earned victory. One of the knights praises Vlad directly, saying his performance was so impressive it's enough to make them consider opening up their vassal slots. Another expresses hope that they'll cross paths again someday. The shy boy gives a nervous thanks, clearly overwhelmed by all the praise. Then someone else calls out to him. Vlad turns and is stunned to see Father Andreas. Relief floods over him, happy to see the priest unharmed. The old man, brimming with excitement, says he's finally come to understand something he couldn't grasp before. During Vlad's fierce battle, Andreas saw a brilliant light. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it, but until now, he couldn't make sense of it. It was like a beam slicing through complete darkness. Then, without warning, the priest drops to his knees and takes Vlad's hands, leaving the young knight frozen in shock. With deep emotion, Andreas thanks him, calling him Vlad of Sarah. Vlad has no idea what that means, but the priest continues, praying aloud and declaring that this boy has followed the will of God itself. Still kneeling, Father Andreas prays for the Lord to comfort the young protector of this world, asking for mercy and blessings to shine upon this radiant boy. On this very day, he says, countless hearts became one light, all because this young man's world had grown. As the story shifts, we find ourselves back in the city a bit on a warm evening. The sun sets, casting golden hues across the noble family's mansion. Inside, a hand marked with scars holds a letter tightly. It belongs to none other than Count Bezit. He narrows his eyes at the message, demanding confirmation from his white-haired advisor. The advisor calmly assures him that the letter is accurate and reveals that it came from Dorothea, delivered through the crystal ball. The Count clenches his teeth in fury. He had only sent the young ones out as a precaution, but now they've clearly gone far beyond their mission. He snaps, asking if this involves dark magic again. The advisor admits that some of them have settled in the north. That only fuels Bayezid's anger. He complains that the Empire is far too lenient, and because of it, ancient evils are beginning to stir once more. Deep in thought, the Count looks troubled, staring out the window with rising tension. But the advisor gently reminds him, there's some good news as well. That should count for something. Bayezid lets out a sigh and agrees. After all, one name keeps popping up everywhere now, the name of a certain young prodigy. He starts reminiscing about all the moments Vlad proved himself over the years, from the intense monster hunt to the honorable duel at Heinel. Each memory paints a clearer picture of Vlad's brilliance as a swordsman. And now, after his involvement with the Pilgrims, the Count adds yet another impressive achievement to Vlad's growing list. It's becoming more obvious just how much attention the boy's recent feats have drawn. Realizing how instrumental Vlad has been, the Count admits that the Bayezid family might have suffered disgrace if not for the young warrior. He can't shake the image of Vlad's remarkable presence and power from his mind. Deeply moved by the boy from Shoara, the Count calmly instructs his advisor to summon his son Joseph. The elderly advisor, white-haired and wise, suspects the Count might finally be ready to grant Vlad something significant. When he asks for confirmation, the Count responds with a subtle nod, remarking that those who prove themselves should rightfully enjoy the rewards they've earned. Meanwhile, far from the estate, we catch up with Tiger and his group, still out in the wild. They've set up camp for the night after managing to save the pilgrims from the deadly deathworm. To be fair, Vlad did most of the heavy lifting, but that doesn't matter now. Everyone is gathered around warm campfires, trying to enjoy a quiet evening. The pilgrims are resting alongside the group, but something feels off. Vlad is sitting by himself, apart from the others, his own small fire crackling in front of him. He seems to prefer the solitude, taking a moment to himself. As we zoom in, we see him methodically cleaning his sword, a weapon that saw serious action earlier that day. Noticing the deep scratches on the blade, he reflects on just how intense the battle was. He hadn't expected the weapon to take that much damage. While he's lost in thought, Sir Stanga suddenly appears behind him. Without warning, the knight casually questions why Vlad is sulking by himself. The blue-eyed swordsman, startled by the voice, turns to see Stanga settling down beside him. Stanga then asks where Vlad's chubby friend is. Vlad explains that Dorothea took poetry away earlier. She had a task for him to handle. Hearing that, Stanga then asks about the priest. Vlad explains that Father Andreas is currently with the pilgrims, which clears up why he's on his own. The knight immediately gets it. With a bottle of wine in hand, Sir Stanga takes pity on the lonely blonde and offers him a drink. Vlad, clearly too young for it, is taken aback. He declines politely, explaining that he's in the middle of cleaning his sword. But before he can finish his excuse, Stanga cuts him off. He's not buying it. He calls Vlad out, pointing out that this isn't the first time he's been rejected. Stanga starts laying on the guilt. He reminds Vlad that he didn't accept the peanuts he offered earlier. Then, the kid didn't help him up when he asked. And now, he's refusing a drink too? Stanga plays it dramatically, pretending to be heartbroken as he asks if Joseph told Vlad to avoid him on purpose. Vlad knows exactly what the knight is doing, and he's annoyed. If people start thinking he's snubbing the first son of the Bezit family, Joseph could get in trouble for it. Not wanting to cause issues for his master, Vlad reluctantly takes the bottle. As he accepts it, he makes it clear Joseph didn't tell him anything. He's surprised to realize it's actually whiskey. Catching the look in his eyes, Stanga casually explains that it's a noble's liquor. That lightens Vlad up a bit, and before long, he takes a sip. As he gulps it down, he can't help but notice that, despite their differences, Stanga and Joseph definitely share the same taste. If he had any doubts before, this seals it. They're brothers through and through. Vlad ends up enjoying the whiskey so much, he finishes the whole bottle. While Vlad's busy downing it, Stanga eyes his sword. He mentions that Vlad should have it properly checked when they return home. That makes Vlad pause. He lowers the bottle, wipes his mouth, and admits a bit sheepishly that he already stopped by the family blacksmith a few days ago, who told him the sword's handle needs to be removed. Stanga finds it odd. Why would anyone remove a handle that seems perfectly fine? Vlad calmly explains that, according to the blacksmith, the handle was poorly attached from the start. So now, he either needs to track down the person who made the sword or completely take the handle off. With his whiskey bottle back in hand, Stanga can't resist teasing. He jokes that the sword's owner must be just as reckless as the blade itself, taking another swig as he does. But mid-gulp, he suddenly freezes when Vlad says he's not going to remove the handle. That throws the knight off. Confused, he asks why. Vlad replies that he simply can't bring himself to do it. He doesn't want to lose the sword. His mind drifts back to Shoera, the old blacksmith who crafted the blade, and his red-haired best friend who's part of those memories. Raising the sword in front of him, he says there's too much tied to it for him to let Gerda. For a moment, Stanga is speechless. He watches the boy in silence, clearly moved. But he quickly snaps out of it and, of course, starts trying to change the kid's mind again. The knight reminds Vlad that he still needs to get his sword fixed. Even if he's holding on to it for the memories, it's already looking pretty worn out. Vlad nods, agreeing, and says that's exactly why he needs to return home, to find the one who forged it in the first place. Hearing this, Stanga asks where this mysterious blacksmith might be. Vlad hesitates at first, keeping quiet, but then he finally admits the blacksmith is in Shoera. Stanga doesn't seem all that surprised. It clicks for him instantly. After all, he's heard Vlad call himself Vlad of Shoera more than a few times. He teases the kid a little, but deep down, he knows the truth. Vlad is a rare talent from the Radiant Shoera, known far and wide as Vlad of Shoera. That title fits perfectly. Stanga thinks back to the battlefield earlier, where Vlad had stood out more than anyone. The image of him charging forward on a jet black horse flashes in his mind. It all makes sense now. Replay after replay of that day runs through Rudiger's head, and it finally hits him. That's why his younger brother has been running around so relentlessly. Vlad lifts that worn blade with unwavering resolve. Inspired, Stanga stands and tells him he might not have to wait too long to see it restored. Vlad doesn't quite follow. He tilts his head, puzzled. That's when Stanga tells him, if he truly believes, if he wants it enough, someone will eventually recognize it. Vlad's taken aback again, this time visibly confused, unsure what to make of those words. still staring up at his senior. Vlad is lost in thought when Rutiger gives him a pat on the shoulder and turns to leave. But just before walking off, he tells Vlad that he's done well so far. Those words hit the boy unexpectedly, leaving him stunned and speechless. Rutiger heads off, reminding Vlad to get some rest because they'll be leaving for Sturma first thing in the morning. Watching him disappear into the distance, Vlad quietly agrees. He really believes the sword can be restored one day. As he sits there, thoughts of Shoera flood his mind. That sword is more than just a weapon. It's the reason he has somewhere to go back to. Memories of his old life start to resurface. His boss, the bar, the comfort of that simpler time. The weight of it all nearly brings him to tears. From a higher ledge, we see Vlad still sitting quietly beside his fire. While laughter and celebration echo from the other side where the rest of the group has gathered, he remains alone. Just then, the same black horse he rode into battle appears, watching him silently from the cliff above. It doesn't make a sound, but there's a deep connection between them. Their presence alone says it all. They're kindred spirits. Meanwhile, back in Sturma that same night, Lady Oksana is passing time with embroidery alongside one of her maids. She's clearly still learning, asking the maid if her work looks all right. The young girl happily assures her that it matches the pattern perfectly. Excited, the Countess asks to move on to the next crest. The maid hands her the book, and as soon as she sees the next symbol, Lady Oksana doesn't even need a second glance. She picks up her needle and begins stitching immediately, saying she remembers it clearly. Even though it's her first attempt, her hands move with ease. She explains that while she and her siblings never tried it themselves, they spent years watching their mother do it, so the pattern's been etched in her memory all along. The maid responds with a gentle remark that watching her mother makes the Countess's work even more meaningful. Lady Oksana agrees, calling it something truly precious. She adds that this craft is slowly fading away, a tradition slipping from memory. Her thoughts drift to the modern-day knights, nobles raised in luxury, far removed from the weight of legacy. She doubts they even deserve to raise the banner that belongs solely to them. Cut to the next morning. Sir Rutiger and his men are ready to depart for Sturma. As always, the red-caped leader of the Bezit family takes the front. Just as the group sets off, one of his men calls out in awe. He's completely taken aback. He's never seen anything like this in his life. Rutiger turns to look, and sure enough, an enormous herd of wild horses is running alongside them. The majestic creatures move in unison with the knights and pilgrims. The sight is breathtaking. Rutiger nods, saying it's rare. So rare, in fact, it might be the only time they ever witness it. As the herd gradually veers away, the red-caped leader throws a glance back at Vlad, mischief dancing in his eyes. Vlad, now horseless, is stuck riding in the carriage while the others ride ahead on horseback. It stings. Rutiger notices. He knows that the bond between Vlad and the black horse wasn't ordinary. There was something unique between them, even if it was brief. But now that chapter's closed. They're back to their own paths. Vlad, clearly affected, stares out the window, struggling with the loss. Just like Rutiger, he knows it's time to let go. The black stallion races across the plains, fierce and free. Vlad keeps his emotions in check, reminding himself that he has a mission to complete. As for the horse, it has a duty too, leading its herd. In the end, they were never meant to stay together. Suddenly, the horse comes to a halt as it reaches the edge of a towering cliff. With the convoy moving farther away, it can't follow any longer. It rises up on its hind legs in a powerful stance, one last, unforgettable image for Vlad to carry with him. This is their farewell. Vlad knows it. His eyes fill with tears as he watches the horse from a distance. They've come as far as they could together, but this is where their paths split. It's a tough moment, one that hits hard. While he's caught in his emotions, Father Andreas appears out of nowhere, telling him not to take it so hard. Vlad tries to play it off, claiming it was just a simple goodbye. But the old priest sees right through him. He laughs, saying it's funny how people always try to hide what they're really feeling. To the priest, life is just a cycle of hellos and farewells. The goodbyes bring tears, the hellos bring joy. And yesterday's events? Even to him, there was something truly special. That's why he wonders aloud when Vlad will meet the horse again. Despite the sadness, Father Andreas doesn't believe this is the end. He knows that true bonds aren't measured by time. They're much deeper than that. Hearing this, something shifts in Vlad. The weight lifts a little, and a small smile finds its way to his face. Deep down, he believes the priest is right. One day, somehow, they'll meet again. With that hope in his heart, Vlad is finally ready to move on. As the group travels farther, the black stallion remains on the cliff, silently watching them disappear into the horizon. That night, a violent storm pounds the mansion of House Bezit. Thunder crashes and lightning splits the sky, echoing the tension inside. Count Bezit sits alone in his office, clearly on edge, but not because of the weather. News has just reached him, and it's not good. He buries his face in his hands, consumed by frustration. The report confirms what he feared. Count Ravnoma has fallen. Though the West had been acting strangely for some time, he never imagined it would come to this. How did Count Gaidar's forces become this powerful? His advisor explains that several Western houses have formed an alliance, with Gaidar leading the charge. Even Ravnoma, the true head of the Western region, was overwhelmed. Outnumbered and without enough forces, he didn't stand a chance. Count is stunned, not just by the news, but by the royal family's silence. They've done nothing. The advisor explains that when it comes to central affairs, the palace usually stays out of it. Rising from his seat, Count reflects on the north. Their independence from royal influence had made them strong, but also blind to everything happening outside their walls. That ignorance, he now sees, led to the fall of Ravnoma, a guardian of the pact, brought down so easily, it shakes him. The old rules, the traditions they clung to, suddenly feel useless. Power now lies in new hands. Count sees the signs of chaos rising. His advisor agrees. This is a dangerous time, and the Empire must tread carefully. As he stares through the rain-streaked window, he realizes the worst is yet to come. The so-called pilgrims arriving in Sturma aren't just travelers. They're refugees from Ravnoma, carrying the weight of the fallen pact. Elsewhere, Vlad hears what's happened. He's caught in a storm of his own, unsure of what to do. He thought helping the pilgrims was the right thing, but now he's aided Rutiger, and that's sure to bring trouble. He can already picture Joseph's reaction and Jaeger's. If the Green-Eyed Knight finds out, Vlad might not make it out in one piece this time. Not like he can change anything now, Vlad walks up and knocks on Joseph's door. The young master tells him to come in, surprised he's shown up a day early. Joseph stays unusually composed, saying he's heard bits and pieces about the situation. He asks if Vlad's injured, and Vlad assures him he's fine. Still, Joseph tells him to be careful, and Vlad agrees, though he can't shake the strange vibe. Something feels off. Joseph looks calm enough, but as Vlad studies his face more closely, the tension becomes obvious. The slight frown forming at the edge of his mouth says it all. He's not okay. Joseph brings up Shoera, mentioning that he doesn't know much about the backstreets there, but he's heard rumors of some trouble. He asks Vlad if it's true. Caught off guard, Vlad admits it probably is. Then Joseph follows up with a question that really throws him. Can't he just send a letter back to Shoera? Vlad isn't sure what to make of it. That's when Joseph mentions Geminina, calling her Vlad's lover back on the continent. Vlad quickly corrects him. They're just friends. But Joseph says he's always known that Vlad stayed silent not because he didn't care, but because he feared someone might get hurt if he reached out. Joseph says he wants to help change that, though he knows it won't be easy. He brings up One-Eyed Jack, saying he's a key figure. Vlad agrees. Moneybug has deep ties with the major powers in Shoera. Then, out of nowhere, Joseph shifts the conversation. He says Vlad has done so much for him, and it's time he honored their promise. He reaches for something, a flag. It's a symbol of old. In ancient times, knights bore flags to represent their honor. Joseph always regretted never being able to carry one himself. So instead, he vowed to one day have a knight who could. And now, Vlad fits that role perfectly. Joseph declares that Vlad is worthy of his own flag. The Bezit family will back him completely. After all, he's the one who carries Lady Alicia's name, and he's a true vassal of the house. So Joseph asks him, no, commands him to stand tall under that flag and return home, carrying the pride of everything he now represents. Joseph urges Vlad to break free, cut down anything or anyone holding him back, so he can claim his freedom in return. Jaeger, silent but firm, gives his nod of approval. Seeing this, the young man from Shoera feels the weight of the moment hit him hard. Vlad's thoughts drift back through everything that's brought him here. The plain sword handed to him by the girl and the old man. The identity token given by the priests. The handkerchief that bears Lady Alicia's name. And now a flag, his own flag, bearing the crest of the Bezit family. Each item, each gesture, has become a part of him. Together, they form his foundation, proof of his journey, his struggles, and his growth. Overcome with emotion, Vlad drops to one knee, like a knight before his lord. With tears streaking down his face, he pledges to fulfill Joseph's command. Meanwhile, in the Count's throne room, a new scene unfolds. Father Andreas stands before a massive, chain-bound chest. Behind him, the pilgrims kneel in unison, showing respect to the head of the Bid family. The Count stares at the eerie crate. It radiates a sinister red glow. There's no mistaking that whatever lies inside isn't just a relic. He hesitates, but eventually asks if this is truly the proof of the pact. The priest doesn't hesitate. He confirms it and reveals something even more staggering. Inside the chest is a fragment of the Prime Dragon, a legendary creature of pure gold, once slain by the founding king himself. Father Andreas makes sure the Count remembers that history. Count is stunned. His response is little more than a hum, his thoughts spinning from the revelation. The idea that such a powerful artifact now rests at the heart of his own court leaves him speechless. Sensing the Count's shock, the old priest offers an apology, because there's more. He bows deeply and shares another heavy truth. Count Ravnoma's house was the only one in the West capable of guarding the pact. And now, with Ravnoma's family fallen, there's no one left. But the Count understands immediately. Without needing to hear the rest, he declares that he knows what the priest is asking. The leader of the Bezit family doesn't hesitate. He promises his knights will stand with the pilgrims. He vows to protect the proof of the pact and ensure it's moved with the highest care. Understanding how exhausted the travelers must be after such a long, draining journey, Count Bezit kindly offers them a place to rest. He even invites them to stay at the mansion as honored guests until preparations are complete. The gentle priest bows in gratitude, and with formalities settled, the pilgrims move quickly into action. The hooded figures cover the glowing chest with a white tarp and lift it out of the hall in practiced silence. Count Bezit watches them go, his scowl deepening. Something clearly doesn't sit right with him, and his advisor notices the tension too. Trying to ease the mood, the older man offers some reassurance, suggesting that whatever's bothering him isn't worth the stress. But the Count abruptly rises, clearly still frustrated. His advisor gently reminds him that the pilgrims had no other choice. Bezit starts descending the steps from his seat, his voice tight as he insists he knows that already. Still, from the West point of view, he can't help but dwell on it. In their eyes, the only house strong enough to match them, the only guardian family left, is the ruler of the North. And it's easy to see why. The Iron Duke, Timur Baranov, is a force to be reckoned with. With glowing red eyes and a massive blade, he radiates power. No one in the North would dare oppose him, and the West knows it. Count Bezit can't shake the thought. It gnaws at him, even though there's nothing he can really do. The burden weighs heavy, and he finds himself lost in thought as he stares out the window. Then suddenly, something catches his eye, something that yanks him right out of his daze. His eyes widen in disbelief. A familiar flag flutters in the distance, one he hasn't seen in ages. Muttering aloud, he draws the attention of his advisor, who steps closer and peers out the same window. The old man's eyes widen too. He recognizes it immediately. It's the very same flag Lady Oksana had been sewing, the one meant for Vlad. The sight of it leaves both men frozen in place. As Count Bezit watches the flag fluttering behind the departing carriage, he can't help but think the boy should have taken a break before heading out again. His advisor, watching alongside him, remarks that maybe Vlad just couldn't hold himself back. After all, he's a knight through and through. Hearing this, Count Bezit fully agrees. He admits that if he were in the boy's shoes, he wouldn't be able to resist either. After all, Vlad didn't just receive any flag. He was given the banner of the powerful Bezit family. Who wouldn't want to ride out and show that off immediately? The Count knows exactly how it feels to be a knight with full control over his own path. Vlad has officially been recognized as a Knight Banneret, a title that marks a significant achievement in knighthood. Watching him leave, Bezit is filled with pride. He's honored to have someone like Vlad carrying his family's banner and fully supports the young knight's journey. He wants Vlad to return to his roots, to fulfill the duty that now rests on his shoulders. The scene fades from the lively streets of Sturma and transitions sharply to a dark and ominous corner of Shoera, deep in its grimy back alleys. A crowd of unruly men gathers outside a certain room, all waiting impatiently for a woman of high reputation. She's clearly in demand. Each of them shouts out, eager for their turn, claiming she owes them her time. Their bickering usually ends when someone offers the highest payment. Money talks, after all. One man yells for a drink to be brought to him. And that's when we finally see the infamous woman they're all waiting for. It's Marcella. Completely ignoring the shouting mob outside, Marcella calmly finishes her makeup, slowly applying her lipstick. From within the room, another voice grumbles about the noisy pigs outside. The speaker, clearly irritated, wants her to hurry up and deal with them if she's ready. Then, we meet the boss, a character who looks like she's stepped out of a twisted cartoon, with a cold demeanor to match. The woman, Marcella's pimp, reminds her that serving more customers is the only way she can clear her debt. She delivers the message with a sly, almost gleeful smirk, clearly enjoying Marcella's degrading reality since she profits from it. Marcella stares back at the woman, her glare sharp and loaded, like she's imagining how satisfying it would be to choke the life out of her. The old hag isn't one to back down either. She shoots Marcella a cold scowl, locking her into a fierce staring contest. The tension builds, until the woman suddenly grabs Marcella by the face, forcing her to look into a mirror. What she really wants is to test how long Marcella can keep that bold front. According to her, time is on their side, and she fully expects Marcella to still be here even after her youth fades and her body starts to decay. It makes you wonder, just how deep is this girl's debt? Marcella looks like she might crack, but then, in an instant, her composure snaps back. She throws a cool, piercing side glance at the old woman and casually wishes her a long life. That unexpected calm shakes the hag. She wasn't expecting defiance. It rattles her enough to leave her speechless for a moment. Despite all her efforts to crush this girl's spirit, Marcella remains unbroken. Realizing her intimidation tactics aren't working, the old woman gives up and heads out, muttering for her to hurry up and get to work. Once she's gone, Marcella finishes her makeup and starts reflecting. She's come a long way for someone who makes a living this way. Still, she acknowledges the journey has been hers to choose. No matter how twisted, it was her decision, and that gives her a strange sense of pride. Maybe this is what she tells herself every time she has to face the night. Standing tall, she makes her way to the door. The rowdy men are still out there, shouting and fighting over who gets her first. As she steps into view, the crowd erupts again, voices rising in anticipation. Marcella walks out to meet them, fully aware of the chaos she's about to dive into. She calls it what it is, her path to ruin. But the way she carries herself, it's like she's already made peace with it. Right on cue, the old hag joins the scene again. Seeing her prized earner ready for business, she mocks the eager crowd, asking if they've really been waiting all this time. Then, with a crooked smile, she calls for the highest bidder to step forward. If any of them wants to enjoy the black rose tonight, they'd better flash their gold. The bidding war kicks off, and the desperate crowd throws out their offers. Some even suggest pooling their gold together to afford just one night with Marcella. But the madam quickly shuts that idea down. This isn't a group project. It's every man for himself. As the men argue and jostle, the old hag watches with glee. Marcella's popularity is a goldmine. She thinks of her as a flower past its prime, but one she'll keep draining until there's nothing left to give. Then, a man boldly offers 4 gold coins. Without hesitation, the madam accepts. The others groan in frustration, already resigned to another loss. Until, out of nowhere, someone shouts an offer of 100 gold. The room falls into absolute silence. The madam nearly chokes on her smoke, coughing in shock. All eyes dart toward the source of the voice, eager to see who could afford such an outrageous amount. She stammers, asking again just to be sure. The voice calmly repeats itself. 100 gold for Marcella. The sound of creaking wood echoes through the room as the mysterious bidder climbs the stairs. Marcella freezes. That sound, she knows it too well. It's the sound that haunted her past, the sound that destroyed everything. It's him. She hasn't even seen his face yet, but her body already reacts, goosebumps crawling over her skin as her heart races. When the hooded figure finally steps into view, he doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. His presence alone silences the room. The madam, still in disbelief, asks again if he really meant 100 gold. But he's done talking. Ignoring her entirely, he walks straight toward Marcella. The other men, still trying to make sense of what's happening, shrink back. The closer he gets, the more they realize just how terrifying his presence is. His aura is overwhelming. None of them dare move. None of them dare speak. The hooded stranger finally steps up to the counter and casually asks the ladies if he can place an order. The madam, thinking his lavish offer might have been a bluff, figures he could still afford a 10 gold meal. Confident, she hurries to hand him the menu, but he waves it off. No menu needed. The voice under the hood calmly says he's back for something he's been craving ever since he left town. A particular dish he just couldn't forget. Grilled sausage and black pudding. The moment those words leave his mouth, Marcella's eyes shoot wide open. That order, she knows it by heart. There's only one person who would ever ask for that. And then he pulls back his hood. Blonde hair glows under the light. It's him, Vlad. He's back. The very same boy she once knew, now standing before her as a knight, has returned to show her not just to see her, but to honor his late master, Jorge, with his favorite meal. Marcella is frozen in shock. So many emotions rush through her all at once. She doesn't even notice the tear rolling down her cheek as she takes in the sight. This wasn't some crude offer made from lust. It was a heartfelt gesture, a tribute. Memories flood her mind. She remembers the day Jorge brought home a young, blonde-haired boy. She remembers bathing him, raising him. That little child, her boy, had grown up. Vlad gently assures her it's really him. Still stunned, Marcella covers her mouth, trying to quiet her sobs. She can barely hold back the tears as they both share a quiet, powerful moment. The silence between them says more than words ever could. But the moment is cut short. Marcella suddenly snaps back to reality. This is still a brothel, and the place is packed with ravenous men waiting for her. Vlad's in serious danger just by being there. She quickly wipes her face and leans in, whispering for him to leave. Now, she already knows how reckless the men here can be, so she quietly tells him to leave. As they speak, Marcella leans in and secretly warns him. The place is under the control of One-Armed Jack's crew. She doesn't want word getting out that the blonde swordsman is back in town. She keeps murmuring quietly, and though the old lady nearby notices, she can't make sense of what's being said. It all sounds like nonsense to her, which only piques her interest. What's more surprising is how familiar Marcella and the stranger seem with each other. On top of that, something just feels off about the whole exchange. Sensing the tension building, the old woman decides it's best to break up the reunion before things spiral out of control. She gives a subtle signal to a group of rough-looking men at a nearby table. One particularly grim-looking guy locks eyes with her and immediately gets the message. Without a word, he gestures to his crew, and they all rise like they've just received silent orders. It's like they're synced. No need for words. They all know exactly who the target is, Vlad. Vlad notices the shift in the room and the quiet build-up around him, but he doesn't react. He keeps talking to Marcella, calm as ever. He says there's a calculation he needs to finish before paying the sum owed. The madam, curious about what he means, cuts in and asks him to explain. He calmly says the name One-Armed Jack and mentions there's something he needs from him. That name alone sets off alarms in the room. As expected, the men running the place, Jack's underlings, don't take it lightly. The scarred one is especially furious. Sword drawn, he calls Vlad a lunatic for daring to speak his boss's name and tells the others to deal with him. But before he can finish running his mouth, Vlad cleanly slices off his head. The man crashes to the floor, blood spilling across the room in an instant. The old woman shrieks at the sight of it, but Vlad shuts her up with a glare. She goes silent immediately. He then warns her. If he doesn't get what he needs from Jack's men, he might just take it from her instead. You'd think the others would back off after seeing their leader drop like that, but no. They draw their weapons, ready for a fight. They aren't scared. They want to know who the hell this guy is and where he came from. Vlad steadies himself, ready for the chaos ahead, armed with nothing but a small dagger. But this isn't just any blade. It's the final weapon left behind by his late master, Jorge. He even goes by the same name now. That statement stuns the crowd. They exchange glances, trying to make sense of it. It doesn't take long for the realization to hit. They're staring at Jorge's protege. As surprising as it is, they quickly let their guard down, thinking he's still beatable. They start talking big, saying their boss would pay handsomely just to get Vlad's head. Even if he escapes today, they think he's better off staying and hiding forever. But none of that gets to him. Vlad tells them to cut the chatter and bring it on. He dares them to try, just like they did all those years ago when they tried to kill him. As soon as he says that, the air around him shifts. A dark, chilling energy begins to seep out of him, so intense that the men freeze in place. The boy they once knew is gone. What stands before them now is a savage, untamed beast. And before they can react, Vlad strikes. Anyone who raises a blade meets the same fate. He cuts through them one after another, each scream marking another life taken. He's not holding back, not tonight. With every swing, he's paying back the pain Marcella endured. He won't stop until their blood makes up for every tear she shed. While Vlad turns the pleasure house into a slaughterhouse, the scene cuts to One-Armed Jack, who's slumped over a table, drunk in his home. His mind drifts back to Jorge. Ever since Jorge vanished, Jack felt like the Shoera back alley belonged to him. But that wasn't enough. Greedy for more, he wanted to climb even higher, no matter who he had a crush along the way. He believed he could build his empire on the bodies of those he defeated. And he did, rising through the ranks. But now, for the first time, he's realizing that even the king of the alleys is still at the mercy of the powers above. He drinks more, lost in thought, remembering how victory was his only rule. Jorge may have been the strongest, but he died all the same. Jack knows the same fate could catch up to him too. And when it does, it'll be someone from above who decides it. He curses the rotten world he's stuck in, right as his men burst through the door with grim news. They're panicked, completely surrounded. But Jack, too drunk to fully register it, just stares at them blankly. They explain that the entire back alley has been swarmed by soldiers. So much so that even their escape route through the back is cut off. Confusion erupts. Some of the men argue that these soldiers must be part of Shora's security force. After all, they've been paying their dues every month. One guy suggests it's just a routine patrol, but others shoot that down. There are far too many soldiers for this to be random. It's clear the attackers came with a solid plan. Hearing all this, One-Armed Jack bursts into laughter. He always suspected this day would come. He just didn't know it would be today. Still, he's weirdly relieved. Better to face the collapse now than live in constant fear of it. Watching everything fall apart in front of him feels like closure. The scene then shifts from the bar to another corner of the small town. Soldiers are lined up, ready for action. A high-ranking officer rushes over to meet a knight, Sir Vorden, and delivers an update. The man informs him that the garrison setup is complete. The large, grim-faced commander casually asks whether the other alley has also been sealed off. The nervous officer, who turns out to be the mayor of Shoera, confirms it and insists they did everything they could to secure the area. But the commander isn't buying it. He doubts they really tried their best, given how far things have spiraled. The mayor lowers his head in shame, unable to defend himself, as the soldier scolds him harshly. What really sets the commander off is that the count got wind of the situation. He makes sure the mayor knows just how big a screw-up this is. The mayor, thoroughly embarrassed, admits he has no excuse. Still, he tries to shift the blame, pointing out how skilled One-Armed Jack is. He repeats that he has no excuse, yet clearly, he's about to start listing some anyway. Unfortunately for the mayor, the knight doesn't even let him begin his excuses. With a sharp clear of his throat and a glare cold enough to freeze blood, he shuts the man down instantly. That look alone tells the mayor there's no outsmarting this one. Now rattled, the mayor wonders how a soldier could know so much about the shadowy dealings in Shore's back alleys. Realizing lying is pointless, he switches tactics. Suddenly, he starts pretending to be relieved, saying it's a good thing the corrupt network in Shoera is finally being cleaned out now that the knight and his troops are involved. But that only makes things worse. The knight glares at him again, clearly not buying a word of it. To him, this scheming politician is the very rot he's talking about. The knight is furious. He can't believe a low-level alley boss like One-Armed Jack managed to build such a powerful empire. The only explanation? Someone higher up, like the mayor, allowed it to happen, covering everything up with his position. And he's sure of it. The mayor had to be getting something big in return, some form of bribe. The knight knows this because he's taken bribes before. Just like a carnivore can recognize another, he can spot corruption on sight. The mayor, visibly shaken, tries to steer the conversation in a different direction. He nervously asks when the rest of the knights are expected to arrive, especially those from the House of Bit, who are supposed to be en route to the city. But before he can ramble on, the commander cuts him off with a surprising reveal. The knight from Bezit is already here. The mayor is stunned, and as if on cue, a figure steps out from the shadows. A knight, boots soaked in blood, clearly fresh from battle. The commander wastes no time and introduces the mayor to this deadly new arrival. The corrupt mayor freezes in shock when he sees that only one person has arrived. Panic sets in, and he turns to Vorden, asking nervously if that lone warrior can really handle things. He's clearly not confident, especially since the knight is from Bezit. So, trying to take control, he suggests letting his own elite knights handle the situation. After all, he's already deployed the best of them. But Sir Vorden immediately shuts that down. The seasoned knight makes it clear nothing like that is happening on his watch. The mayor is completely taken aback. He can't believe his authority is being dismissed so bluntly. So he demands an explanation from Sir Vorden. That's when Vorden lays it out. This entire operation, the setup, the positioning of troops, it was all orchestrated by Mr. Joseph. And it wasn't just a routine move. It was designed specifically to mark Vlad's first official battle. Vorden refuses to let anyone disrupt that. Just then, Vlad steps out of the shadows, his armor and coat soaked in the blood of the enemies he's already taken down. It's a haunting sight. Sir Vorden quietly approaches him, making sure the mayor doesn't hear, and asks if he's truly ready to face so many opponents alone. He warns Vlad. Over 50 enemies are still waiting inside, and if anything happens to him, Vorden won't be able to handle Joseph's wrath. But Vlad stays calm. He tells Vorden not to worry. He'll make sure the blame doesn't fall on him, even if things go wrong. Still, that doesn't ease Vorden's concern. He's made it clear he can't allow the kid to get hurt. And now he's anxious. He doesn't know what Vlad is planning. And that silence as the boy stares at the massive building only makes things worse. After a long pause, Vorden realizes there's no changing Vlad's mind. He lets out a heavy sigh and reluctantly steps aside. Before Vlad heads in, Vorden reminds him of his promise, to shield him from any consequences if things go south. Vlad nods, confirming it. With that, Vorden hands over the banner he's been holding, saying that Mr. Joseph specifically asked him to give it to Vlad in front of everyone. As expected, the other soldiers are all gathered behind him, witnessing the moment unfold in full view. Sir Vorden hands the banner to Vlad, who accepts it without hesitation. He then drives the pole into the ground, letting the flag unfurl for all to see. The sight leaves the soldiers stunned. They're taken aback. Banner bearing was a long-lost battle tradition, something they never expected to see revived. Intrigued and amazed, they begin whispering among themselves, trying to figure out who this mysterious young knight could possibly be. It's unheard of for someone so young to be given his own flag. The gravity of the moment isn't lost on them. One soldier finally speaks up, pointing out that the boy was personally sent by the House of Bezit. That only deepens the mystery. While the crowd buzzes with speculation, Vlad stands still, gripping his banner, his icy gaze locked onto his target. In his mind, He claims the land before him as his own. Under the noble names that grant him authority, he declares his dominion over Shoera and over all who live within it. These thoughts fuel him. His eyes begin to glow as he prepares to strike. Meanwhile, Sir Vorden unrolls a scroll and calls out toward the alley, addressing the criminals inside. His voice booms as he names One-Armed Jack and the others, accusing them of violating the laws of the Bezit family and draining the life from Shora's people. He announces that Peter Bezit, the rightful head of the family and true owner of Shoera, has had enough. Unable to tolerate the city's corruption any longer, he has sent a proxy in his place to clean house. According to the scroll, every authority Vorden wields and every right Vlad has comes directly from Peter Bezit and the Church of Faith. Furious, Sir Vorden demands that One-Armed Jack and his crew come out immediately and open their doors to allow the rightful envoy inside. At his command, the soldiers begin striking the ground with their weapons, creating a deafening rumble. The air fills with chants of the Bezit family's name, repeated again and again until the noise is impossible to ignore. Inside, the criminals begin to stir, irritated by the uproar. But the soldiers don't let up. They keep pounding and chanting, proclaiming divine protection over Vlad and declaring their absolute belief that One-Armed Jack's time is up. While the crowd outside keeps shouting, the man behind it all, the infamous boss, sits quietly in his chair, polishing off yet another bottle of booze. Back outside, the chants grow louder. Vlad stands firm, waiting for the criminals to show their faces. That's when Sir Vorden finishes reading the Count's message and informs Vlad that this time, things are different. The people support him now, and he has the legal right to act. Unlike before, there's no doubt. He's got the power and the backing. With that assurance, the senior knight gives Vlad the green light to go all in. No holding back. Vlad thanks Sir Vorden and wastes no time. He draws his glowing sword and strides toward the house. As he moves in, the round-bellied commander calls out, warning him to stay alert. Right then, the voice in Vlad's head returns. It warns him. One-Armed Jack is likely already in position. The voice urges him to widen his focus. The boss won't come at him from just one side. He'll attack from every direction. Vlad gets his mind ready. The voice isn't done. It reminds him, this fight won't be like anything he's faced before. If he wants to win, he has to take the first move. It tells him to make his entrance one to remember. Taking that advice to heart, Vlad begins channeling every ounce of power into his blade. As he prepares for the showdown with One-Armed Jack, memories flood his mind, especially the day Jorge died. He wonders, would Jorge still be alive if he hadn't summoned Godin? Or if Jack had never threatened him to begin with? The guilt eats away at him. But there's one thing he's certain of. He can't move forward until Jack is gone. With that resolve, Vlad charges the boss head on, sword and eyes glowing. His first strike is explosive, blasting the door apart and launching the guards inside like ragdolls. The whole entrance is reduced to rubble in a single blow. As Vlad steps inside, the aftermath of his strike is clear. Goons are scattered, wounded, and dazed. But something else catches his attention. He senses that One-Armed Jack's world is starting to merge with his own. That unsettling realization makes things crystal clear. This has to end now. There's no moving forward unless that link is broken. Determined, Vlad walks deeper into the building and announces his presence. He declares himself as Vlad of Shoera, the man here to end their conflict once and for all. With his sword at the ready, he faces the enemies, silently watching for any movement. But none of them react. The room is still. Seeing their hesitation, Vlad raises his glowing blade and calls out directly to One-Armed Jack. He lets him know that Vlad of Shoera has returned, back to settle the score. His voice echoes through the space, growing louder with each shout. Finally, the mafia boss stirs. Jack stays seated for a moment, listening to the voice, one that sounds far too familiar. Realization hits. He stands slowly, a cold laugh rumbling from his chest. Now he remembers. That voice, it belongs to the same kid from the alleys. The thought that this blonde boy has been sent as the proxy to take him down, it amuses him. Jack knows all about Vlad's rising reputation, but it doesn't shake his confidence one bit. If anything, the idea of facing this so-called prodigy thrills him. To him, it's just a game. While Jack treats it like child's play, Vlad stands firm, waiting. His eyes stay fixed ahead, anticipating his enemy's move. Suddenly, the boss's arrogance seems to infect the others. One of the goons yells for the rest to attack, tired of Vlad disrupting their hideout. They charge, weapons drawn, thinking they can overwhelm him. But Vlad doesn't hesitate. With his sword in hand, he launches himself straight into the fight. Unsurprisingly, Vlad tears through the goons with unmatched speed and power. They're caught off guard, stunned by how brutal he is, but by the time fear sets in, it's far too late. He carves through them without mercy, a blur of motion and steel leaving behind a blood-soaked trail of limbs and bodies. One thug tries to get clever, sneaking up from behind, but Vlad senses it instantly. He spins around and, in a flash, takes the man's head clean off. The severed head arcs through the air, blood spraying before it crashes to the ground. The sight sends a jolt through the remaining men. They suddenly realize who they're facing. It's that same deadly blonde from show era. The streets remember him, and so do they. Each of them seems to carry some old grudge, and instead of backing down, their hate drives them forward. Fueled by vengeance, the thugs rush at him, aiming to overpower him with sheer numbers. They quickly surround Vlad, thinking their unity might be enough. One of them urges the rest to strike together, hoping to use teamwork to take down the knight. But despite their aggression, they hesitate. Everyone knows Vlad's reputation. Nobody wants to be the first to die. The group circles him cautiously, too scared to attack without backup. For a while, they just keep him boxed in, trying to find the nerve to move. Vlad doesn't react. He simply waits, calm and still, for someone to make a mistake. The tension builds. They start nudging one another, whispering, begging someone else to go first. But no one's willing to be the first sacrifice. Going head-to-head with Vlad alone? That's suicide. Things start to drag. Vlad's clearly getting bored. He didn't come here to deal with cowardice. He came for one-armed Jack. So, when no one steps up, he decides it's time to end this slow dance himself. Cutting through their anxious whispers, Vlad breaks the silence with a chilling declaration. He calmly tells them not to overthink their next move, because he's going to slice every single one of them to pieces anyway. With that promise hanging in the air, their choices suddenly mean nothing. And true to his word, Vlad launches into a second, even more brutal assault. This time, he activates his world. A radiant light bursts into the sky, momentarily blinding everyone around him. The thugs freeze, paralyzed by the sight, completely overwhelmed. It's now clear to them that this isn't a man they're facing, it's something far beyond. Harnessing the glowing energy, Vlad unleashes it in a sweeping slash. The brilliant beam of light rips through the enemies surrounding him. Their screams echo as they're cut down, one after another, their bodies torn apart by the devastating attack. Seconds later, silence falls again. The ground is painted red, and Vlad stands alone, surrounded by corpses. The few remaining henchmen stare in disbelief, stunned into silence. No one can figure out how to deal with this monster in human form. Then one of them shouts out an idea. Use the iron fishnet to trap him. They act fast. Vlad notices the massive net coming his way and darts to the side, dodging it effortlessly. But the goons refuse to give up. They begin hurling everything they can get their hands on, hoping to catch him off guard. Too bad for them. Vlad's speed is on another level. He vanishes from their sight in an instant. One of the thugs spots him behind a pillar, and they quickly try to trap him again. They work in unison, blocking off exits, pushing Vlad toward the upper floor where more fighters wait in ambush, armed and ready. But Vlad picks up on their plan. Charging straight into the second group would be reckless. He pauses, assessing the threat. That's when the taunts start. The enemies above mock him, daring him to come at them if he's truly as bold as he looks. The young knight isn't about to fall for a trap like that. He quickly stops using his aura to avoid giving them the upper hand. That's when he notices a rope tied to a post. Geminina always used to gripe about how heavy the curtains attached to it were. An idea clicks. Instead of clashing with the thug's head on, he cuts the rope and grabs on. The weight of the curtains yanks him upward, launching him straight to the upper level in no time. Landing on the first floor, he barely has time to breathe before the goons downstairs rush up after him. He's caught off guard by how sparse the security is on the top floor, but that just means less trouble. He doesn't waste time. Vlad charges straight at the thugs, and they come at him full force too. Bad move. They're hopelessly outclassed. He runs his blade through the first guy's neck, instantly reminded just how razor-sharp his sword truly is. The rest charge in like fools, making it easy for him to slice them down one after another. It's so pathetic, he even thinks Sir Jaeger's wooden training sword would be more threatening. After wiping out the crew, he lets out a small sigh, thinking it's finally over. Then, out of nowhere, his instincts scream, an arrow is coming. Thanks to his ridiculous reflexes, he dodges it just in time. But the attack doesn't stop there. The archers keep firing relentlessly, urged on by the others, desperate to stop him from going any higher. Arrows rain down, but Vlad charges straight at them. Without hesitation, he leaps over the railing, shattering a few arrows mid-air. While still airborne, he lands fatal strikes that take out the archers in a flash. After that swift execution, he exhales like it was just another chore. Reaching this floor was more of a pain than expected. As the surviving goons stare in shock, Vlad casually picks up a kettle and chugs whatever's inside like he owns the place. The thugs are too stunned to even breathe, let alone speak. They just stare at the blood-soaked knight, jaws practically hitting the floor. Vlad takes a swig from the kettle, then instantly spits it out, unimpressed. This stuff's garbage, he mutters, tossing it aside. Then, with a chilling grin, he turns to the remaining fighters. So, he says, how do you guys want round 2 to go? They're frozen in place as he reminds them why he's not done fighting yet. After all, it's time to collect rent for letting them live in his house rent-free all this time. The message hits hard. They clearly thought they owned the place. Big mistake. Vlad smirks. You really thought this was your turf? He says. This is Rose's Smiles, my nest. Meanwhile, across the city that same night, Vlad's old friend Harvin stands at the harbor, tense and unsettled. He can't shake the feeling that one-armed Jack has finally snapped. Just thinking about the crime boss and his gang wears him down. Even the black market thugs seem tame compared to Jack and his crew. Back in his office, Harvin tries to focus on writing a report, but his thoughts keep spiraling. He can't shake the anxiety. Something terrible is brewing in Shoera. Jack's been robbing openly, backed by his men, and Harvin feels powerless to stop it. As his frustration builds, Harvin drops the pen and thinks back to when everything started spiraling. It all changed after Jorge's death. That one event flipped a switch in Jack. He used to be bad, sure, but now he's crossed the line completely. Back when Jorge, Vlad's guardian, was still alive, Jack drained the district dry, but he never went full-blown tyrant. With Jorge gone, Jack's finally let loose. And now, he's making life a living hell for anyone who owes him. Leaving no way out, the young man finally admits what's been weighing on him. If things keep heading in this direction, there's no saving the town. In just a few more months, the entire back alley economy could collapse completely. The thought alone makes his head spin. No wonder he confesses that it's all driving him mad. And really, who could blame him? He can't even figure out how to write a report about so much contraband vanishing in such a short span. It sounds too insane to be true. So he sits there, pen hovering, thoughts scattered, frustration boiling. Just then, someone bursts into his office. It's one of his men, breathless and sweating, clearly having sprinted all the way there. Harvin barely notices the guy's state. He's too focused on making sense of the interruption. What are you even saying? Harvin asks, bewildered. The message makes no sense. Block back alleys? How would that even happen? Trying to catch his breath, the young soldier finally explains. Some people from Sturma came to Shoera, and they're the ones who've shut down the alleys. They're here for one-armed Jack. And it's not just them. The guard soldiers from Shoera have surrounded the area as well. The news leaves Harvin even more drained. It finally clicks. One-armed Jack must have gone way too far this time. Sturma doesn't just send people to Shoera for nothing. That kind of crackdown means Jack's crossed a serious line. Though a part of him feels relieved, Harvin isn't celebrating. He knows that Jack's downfall will bring chaos, a storm of violence that could drown the back alleys in blood. There's no neat ending here, just more destruction. While he's still tangled in those thoughts, the informant suddenly mentions something odd. He thinks Harvin might be close to one of the Sturma visitors. Harvin stares at him, confused. Ooh, the answer makes his heart sink. It's Vlad. Now Harvin's even more rattled. Why bring up Vlad now? What does any of this have to do with him? The worker hesitates, then admits he didn't actually see Vlad himself. But he does mention there's a blonde guy in the group from Sturma. That's all Harvin needs to hear to lose his temper. Blonde? Really? You think that narrows it down? Harvin snaps, slamming his pen down and returning to his report. But the worker isn't done. He drops the real bomb. The blonde guy called himself Vlad of Shoera. Harvin freezes. Everything around him seems to stop. He slowly raises his head, eyes wide, stunned by what he just heard. What did you say? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. The worker confirms it. No hesitation. And to make it worse, he adds that Vlad had planted his flag in front of Rose's Smiles not long ago. Now it's Harvin who's shaking. His hands tremble as the weight of that name crashes down on him. The worker, worried, asks if he's all right, but Harvin doesn't answer. He's lost in thought. The rumors, he'd been hearing them for months. He just never wanted to believe them. He'd heard of Vlad's aura flaring up during Dermer's Duel of Honor. Heard whispers of a young vassal from Bezit pulling off something incredible during the Deathworm hunt. The name Vlad of Shoera had started to spread. But Harvin pushed all that away, refusing to connect the dots. Now, standing here, the truth is hitting hard, and he still doesn't want to believe it. But it's impossible to ignore anymore. He grabs his walking stick and storms out of the office. He needs to see it for himself. Meanwhile, back at Rose's Smiles, our blonde warrior is still deep in the thick of the battle. The carnage hasn't slowed one bit. Vlad slices into one thug's foot, taking him out of the fight for good. As the guy drops, screaming, another goon tries to rush Vlad from behind. Wrong move. Vlad pivots instantly. Vlad lands a brutal slash straight to the guy's neck, dropping him instantly. But the carnage doesn't end there. The rest of the goons keep charging at him without hesitation, hell-bent on taking him down. Unfortunately for them, they're clueless about who they're up against. Fueled by his own deadly resolve, Vlad bursts forward with lightning speed, rushing headfirst into the oncoming horde. In one fluid motion, he cuts through them all in a single sweeping strike. They don't even get the chance to react. By the time they realize what's happened, they're already falling apart, limbs missing, blood spraying everywhere. Vlad ends up soaked in it, his blade dripping with crimson. Every move he makes shows just how skilled he is with the sword. Even the spirit dwelling within his blade is stunned. Watching Vlad slice through enemies with such precision, the spirit can't help but acknowledge the elegance and power of his form. There's something raw and relentless about the way Vlad fights, something that screams natural-born killer. The spirit can feel it. It's not just technique. It's his unshakable will that makes him unstoppable. Right as the spirit recognizes this, Vlad drives his sword into the chest of the last thug standing. Game over. The guy's done for. With a twisted grin, Vlad locks eyes with him and makes one last cold remark, telling him to shove his broken tooth back in before he dies. Not that he'll need it. Vlad yanks the blade out, ending the man's suffering. He then raises his sword to the guy's face, but before he can go any further, the voice from the blade interrupts, telling him it's over. There's no saving someone with a hole through their heart. The fight's finished. Vlad hears the words and finally comes back to his senses. He glances around and seems slightly taken aback by the mountain of bodies surrounding him. Nodding at the voice, he decides to back off for now, knowing full well he's already done more than enough. Vlad knows he didn't quite recreate the moment from that fateful day, but still, he's content with how things have turned out. He figures it's time to wrap everything up. His blood-soaked blade catches the light for a second, glinting faintly as he makes up his mind to end one-armed Jack once and for all. He closes his eyes, draws a steady breath, and steps onto the final staircase leading to the boss's room. Each creaky step echoes down the dim hallway, amplifying the tension with every move he makes. Finally, he reaches the top and silently slips into the room. Breaking the heavy stillness, Vlad calmly announces his presence. He stands by the door while Jack, seated at a modest bar, doesn't even glance his way. With his back still turned, Jack greets him like an old acquaintance, sliding a glass across the counter and offering him a drink. When Vlad says nothing, Jack chuckles and remarks that the kid's no fun. Staring into his own drink, Jack reflects on how the rumors were true. This really is Vlad of Show era. He admits he didn't buy into the hype before, but now he wishes he had recruited Vlad when he had the chance. Taking a long swig from his glass, Jack mutters that he should probably have his manager rough the kid up. But even he knows that's not possible anymore. He's almost certain Vlad already took care of him. Instead of being angry, Jack bursts out laughing. Turns out he's glad it was someone familiar who handled it. Makes the loss a little less irritating. He confesses that he deliberately kept Vlad at arm's length, not wanting the hassle of dealing with the kid. But now things have changed. Jack's the type who likes certainty, and there's no room for doubt anymore. He's decided to settle things himself. With that, one-armed Jack stands and suddenly draws his weapon, brandishing a hook and a blade as he turns to face Vlad. The sight of it stirs something strange in Vlad again. That odd, messy overlap of their two worlds. But it's not like before. The awe and respect he once held for Jack are completely gone. Now, all he feels is clarity. Jack's world can no longer contain him. With that realization burning inside, Vlad raises his sword, ready to meet his opponent head-on. Just before making his move, Vlad gives Jack a heads up, letting him know the fight's about to begin. The crime boss, eager to see what the kid's got, braces himself with a grin. Vlad rushes forward, and even as he charges, he can't help but think of Jack as an adversary, someone who stood in his way for far too long. Still, out of some lingering sense of honor, he decides to go all in, giving this final fight his absolute best. Vlad launches the first strike, a powerful blow aimed straight at Jack. The old man blocks it, digging in as the pressure builds. But it doesn't take long before Vlad's sheer strength begins to overwhelm him, forcing Jack back with the force of the blow. The two clash with such intensity that the impact sends both of them reeling for a moment. But Vlad isn't about to give him time to recover. Without hesitation, he comes back in, faster and harder than before. This time, there's no room for restraint. In the underworld, this is what respect looks like. Jack manages to block again, but the power behind Vlad's second strike is overwhelming. His legs begin to tremble as he struggles to hold his ground. But Vlad doesn't let up. Not in this world where only strength speaks. He doubles down, pouring every ounce of force into his attack. Jack's body finally gives out. He drops to his knees, gasping under the pressure. He realizes now, this kid is stronger. It's a hard truth, but an undeniable one. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps pressing forward, unwilling to show mercy. This is the brutal law of the back alleys, and he's here to see it through. Groaning under the weight of the blow, Jack tries to resist, but it's clear he's at his limit. Fear creeps into his face until something shifts. Out of nowhere, Jack roars and shoves Vlad away with a burst of energy so intense it feels unreal. It's like he's been possessed, tapping into something dark and deep. Vlad stumbles back, caught completely off guard. Jack rises with a terrifying expression, any trace of fear wiped clean from his face. With newfound fury, he lifts his blade, ready to strike with lethal intent. Luckily, Vlad reacts just in time. He blocks Jack's surprise strike and swiftly dodges the follow-up. One-armed Jack steps back, shaking his head in disbelief. He admits he never expected the kid who once swung around a wooden sword to transform into someone this unrecognizable. It all makes sense now. For Vlad to even think about coming back to the back alleys, he had to reach this level. Jack acknowledges the growth. He can't deny it's impressive. But admiration doesn't mean mercy. If anything, it fuels his own desire to go all in against Vlad. He starts to reflect on something deeper. Turns out, Jack once had dreams too, just like Vlad. With a grin twisted by memory, he confesses that as a kid, he longed to claim every star in the sky for himself. He wanted to hold those shimmering lights in his hands, no matter what it took. He knew from early on that only immense power would make it possible. The more he chased a dream, the more blood had to be spilled. In the chaos of Show era, there was no right or wrong, only survival. And Jack did whatever he had to, crossing every line, shedding blood to climb higher and higher. But no matter how much he took, no matter how many people he stepped over, those stars always stayed out of reach. Even worse, their shine faded, drowned in greed and stained with blood. Still, he called them his stars, no matter how tarnished. As the memory fades, a flash of brilliant light cuts through the gloom. Jack shields his eyes, realizing too late that it's coming from Vlad. The young swordsman is already mid-swing, his blade glowing with energy, ready to land a devastating blow. Jack can't focus. His eyes are drawn to the blinding light. He's still caught up wondering what it would take to claim that dazzling glow when suddenly he realizes too late that Vlad is charging at him, sword blazing like a star. Before he can react, the slash lands, and just like that, Jack's second hand is gone. That's right. Vlad just upgraded him from one-arm Jack to no-arm Jack in one clean swing. Without missing a beat, Vlad presses forward, ready to end it for good. As he goes in for the final blow, the entire area lights up. His sword and his eyes burn like twin stars, his aura surging wildly like it's about to explode. Right then, Vlad looks unstoppable, like he's hit his ultimate form. After taking Jack's last usable hand, Vlad moves in to strike again, but suddenly pulls back. The crime boss screams in agony as he watches his severed hand hit the ground. All he can do is moan in pain while Vlad stands by, watching without saying a word. For a second, Jack looks like he's about to break down. But then, out of nowhere, a twisted grin spreads across his face. He starts laughing, a deep, cruel laugh that echoes through the air. It's clear now, this guy's completely deranged, who loses both arms and starts laughing like it's a joke. Somehow, he's not even passing out from the blood loss. Still laughing, Jack says he's blown away by Vlad's skills. So much so, he wishes Jorge were still alive to see it. That name hits a nerve. Of all people, Jack's the last one who should be bringing up Jorge in front of Vlad. No surprise, Vlad snaps. He launches into the air, sword ready, shouting for Jack to shut up. The attack lands, but the crazed crime boss manages to block it. To Vlad, there's no redemption for this man. Not after Jorge. Not after Marcella. Jack was part of it all, part of the betrayal, part of the pain. Fueled by vengeance and raw grief, Vlad drives his blade forward one last time. This time, the stab lands clean. And just like that, it's over. Just when it looks like Jack's finally broken, screaming in agony, he flips the script again. The cries twist into unsettling laughter, and he suddenly declares it's a day worth celebrating. According to him, it's the perfect time to throw a party in Show era, because Vlad has finally surpassed him. Vlad's response? A cold, shut up, before he drives his sword straight into Jack's chest. A heavy silence falls. Jack breaks it by admitting this is a far better ending than getting crushed under someone like Jorge. He's actually thankful it ends here, taken down by a young warrior aiming for the top. Vlad asks if he has any last words. Jack gives a twisted compliment, saying Vlad did well. Then he tells him to get some rest before leaving Show era, which clearly ticks Vlad off. Without a word, Vlad yanks the sword out, ensuring the man bleeds out. Barely standing, Jack says it's more than enough. He knows he lived a ruthless life, and owns up to it without a hint of regret. He takes pride in how fierce he was, even if it ended with him losing to a rising star. With his last breath, he chuckles about how good his life was. Then, for the final time, he utters Jorge's name, before collapsing, his body falling from the high ledge. Vlad watches him go, eyes fixed on the drop, quietly taking it all in. Revenge always comes with satisfaction, but for some reason, there's no real relief. No peace, just silence. He notices the drink Jack had poured for him, walks over, and downs it in one go. The empty glass hits the counter with a clink. Then he remembers Jack's words about rising higher. He thinks for a moment and places a single coin on the counter. A small gesture, returning payment to his former boss. Because as Jorge once taught him, a knight should only take what he's earned. Vlad leaves behind more than just an empty glass. He leaves a bloodstained one, along with a blood-smeared coin, paying for his drink one final time before walking out of the place forever. He exits Rosa's Smiles, a spot where lives often paused and withered like still water. On his way out, he casts one last glance at Jack's lifeless body. In that moment, he reflects. Today, a stagnant drop finally moved, gone from this world, but leaving behind a ripple in his own. The story doesn't pause for long. Just moments after Vlad's showdown with one-armed Jack, back outside, Sir Vorden starts to get uneasy. The sudden silence inside Rosa's Smiles is too eerie. It gnaws at him. He has no clue what's happening in there, and the longer the quiet stretches, the more intense his concern grows. Then it happens. From the burning building, someone steps out. The sight stops Vorden cold. It's Vlad. He made out alive, but the look in his eyes brings no comfort. It's the look of someone who's seen too much, done too much. He's walking out victorious, his blade soaked in blood. Blood from every single enemy that stood in his way. Sir Vorden is stunned, speechless. But he's not the only one. The other warriors nearby go stiff with fear. It's like they've seen a Gerda. Vlad's entire body is drenched in red, head to toe. At first, they can't believe it's all blood. But it is. And the most disturbing part, almost none of it is his. Everyone stares at him in disbelief. The fact that Vlad, just a young knight, managed to take out over 50 enemies single-handedly is beyond anything they imagined. Even as they see the aftermath with their own eyes, it feels unreal. They're so shaken, they can't even approach him. Sir Vorden, standing in the back, shares the same silence. He's known Vlad for a while. He knows he's gifted, something rare. But this is something else entirely. The boy keeps surpassing every expectation, breaking every limit. And now, no one knows how far he can really go. Sir Vorden keeps his eyes on the boy, and deep down, he knows what he's feeling now isn't just respect. It's something heavier, something closer to fear. And honestly, who could blame him? Vlad just wiped out an entire gang of ruthless killers on his own, and topped it off by defeating the infamous one-armed Jack. As Vlad stands there, clearly worn out, the others remain frozen, silently watching him. The sight of him barely flinching from the exhaustion somehow makes them even more afraid. Sensing their fear, Vlad decides it's best not to get too close. Without a word, he turns away. In a flash, he starts walking off into the shadows. Sir Vorden watches in surprise, but says nothing. Vlad's just a few steps away from vanishing when someone suddenly calls out his name. He stops. He turns around, a little confused. The voice sounded familiar, but it couldn't be, could it? The name rings again. Vlad. The young swordsman blinks, trying to process what he just heard. It can't be real. He looks again and spots soldiers holding someone back. Then it clicks. It's Harvin. Vlad stares, stunned. The soldiers aren't letting Harvin through, but that doesn't stop him. He shouts Vlad's name with everything he's got. Finally, Vlad sees him clearly and realizes it's not a dream. Harvin's really here. The shock is written all over his face. Sir Vorden notices the shift in Vlad's expression. That's when he puts it together. The two of them know each other. Without hesitation, he orders the soldiers to step aside. They do, clearing a path. Harvin walks toward him slowly, leaning on a cane, and Vlad just stands there, staring. It's like he still can't believe what he's seeing. Harvin's just as stunned. He's seeing someone who barely resembles the boy he once knew. Now, Vlad looks like something else entirely. Darker, more dangerous. Like someone who's walked through fire and come out different. Harvin approaches carefully and asks, "Are you all right?" It's clear Vlad hasn't been the same since stepping into one-armed Jack's lair. Like he left a piece of himself behind. But standing here now, face to face with his old friend, something shifts. The weight he's been carrying lightens just a little. His expression softens for the first time in a long while. He lets his guard down. Vlad's sword clatters to the ground as he suddenly drops it and smiles faintly, then collapses. Luckily, Harvin is quick enough to catch him before he hits the floor. That's when Vlad finally opens up, admitting just how much agony he's really in. He tells his old friend that the pain is everywhere, coursing through his entire body. Harvin's puzzled. He knows most of the destruction happened inside the building, where Vlad had the upper hand. So he asks what really went down. That's when Vlad tells him something unexpected. He finally feels like himself again. The scene shifts to the next morning. Vlad wakes up to a breathtaking view stretching out before him, like royalty surveying the city of Shoera. From his room, he can see nearly everything. It's impressive, sure, but it doesn't sit right with him. As he gazes through the massive balcony overlooking the skyline, he realizes why. This isn't the back alley he grew up in. No matter how grand the view, it's not home. While he's still lost in thought, Gerda enters the room. He's surprised to find Vlad already up and figured now was a good time to stop by. Noticing how early it is, he tells Vlad he should have stayed in bed longer. But Vlad explains that lying down isn't doing him any favors. His body's still sore from the brutal fight the night before. Then he spots the bowl of water in Gerda's hands and asks what it's for. With an unsettling grin, Gerda says it's for washing up. As you'd expect, Vlad isn't thrilled. He's perfectly capable of cleaning himself. He shoots Gerda a sharp glare and bluntly asks what's wrong with him. It's a fair question. The guy's creepy grin while talking about bathing is just off. He's obviously acting weird, though he tries to play it off, insisting that this is just how he is, still wearing that unsettling smile, while pretending he has no idea what Vlad's talking about. Just as Vlad suspected, Gerda isn't just being friendly. He's working an angle. He knows all too well that Vlad's old connections are starting to pop up across the city, and that makes him nervous. If this keeps up, he could easily lose his place beside the young captain. So Gerda's solution? Make himself too useful to be replaced, even if it means acting overly sweet and just a little too creepy. He didn't follow Vlad all the way to Bezit just to end up mucking stables. Gerda tries to keep up the innocent act, but Vlad sees right through it. He knows exactly what Gerda's up to. Still, he understands where the guy's coming from. So, he tells him not to worry. He'll make sure Go's taken care of as long as he keeps doing his job properly. Hearing that, Gerda lights up. He even double-checks, asking if Vlad really means it. But instead of repeating himself, Vlad just gives him a sharp look and tells him that if he doesn't trust him, he's free to do something about it. That serious tone sends a chill down Gerda's spine, and he quickly backs off, swearing up and down that he believes in him. After all, he knows full well that Vlad could change his mind in a heartbeat. Seeing Gerda so flustered makes Vlad let out a tired sigh. He's already exhausted from all the over-the-top flattery. Right around then, Gerda suddenly remembers something he should have mentioned earlier. Sir Vorden asked to see Vlad as soon as he woke up. But Gerda had been so caught up in trying to win best servant that he completely forgot to deliver the message. Vlad is surprised, but it actually works out perfectly. He's got something he wants to bring up with the old knight anyway. The scene cuts to a lavish office table covered in sweets and pastries of every kind. Apparently, this is Sir Vorden's idea of a normal breakfast, which definitely explains the man's size, especially for someone who's supposed to be an active swordsman. Vlad, unimpressed, advises him to cut back, warning that this kind of diet is going to get him killed one day. Unfortunately, it's clearly a lost cause. Vorden's already head over heels for his sugary habits, and no amount of advice is going to change that now. Sir Vorden chuckles at Vlad's comment, countering that he'd die if he didn't eat sweets. He picks up a slice of cake, gazes at it like it's a long-lost lover, then takes a big bite without a care in the world. Of course, he didn't call Vlad in for a health lecture. He gets straight to business, pointing to a mountain of paperwork stacked in the corner. He admits there's no way he can get through all of it alone, so he's brought in the young prodigy to lend a hand. Vorden doesn't think there's anything wrong with his sugar obsession either. He justifies it by claiming his brain needs the fuel to keep functioning. It's probably the same excuse he uses every time he grabs another dessert. He shifts the topic to one-armed Jack's gang, explaining that the tyrant's influence had even reached deep into the back alleys. Vlad isn't surprised. After all, Jack grew up there and eventually took control of the entire underworld. Vorden agrees, but says he still intends to dig up every last root of the problem, no matter how deep they go. Then, almost casually, he asks what Vlad plans to do next. Since Vorden has to stay behind and handle the fallout from Jack's defeat, he lets Vlad know that his own duties in the city are basically finished. But when Vlad admits he's not sure what comes next, Vorden tells him he'll be on standby until Mr. Joseph arrives. That's not all. He also asks Vlad to help him out with work in the meantime. Vlad hesitates, admitting he's not really the paperwork type. But Vorden already anticipated that. He hands him a sheet of paper, and Vlad's eyes widen as he reads it. It turns out he's been appointed as Shora's acting captain of the guard while on standby. On top of that, he's been given something called representative authority. He's not sure what that even means, so Vorden spells it out. Basically, it gives him the power to arrest anyone who breaks the law. Sir Vorden seems especially amused by this new authority Vlad's been given. To him, it's basically a free pass to rough up lawbreakers, within reason, of course. According to Vorden, Master Joseph wants to turn this recent win into a full-scale cleanup of the back alleys. The plan is to rip out the rot and replace it with something better. Vorden explains that this is the next major step in Joseph's grand strategy. Vlad still looks a bit overwhelmed by it all, but the senior knight doesn't let up. He insists that there's no one more qualified for the job. Who knows the back alleys better than the infamous Vlad of Shoera? Hearing that, the blonde swordsman finally gives in admitting that it actually makes sense to put someone like him in charge. With that confirmation, Sir Vorden lets him know he doesn't have to start immediately. For now, he's encouraged to rest and spend some time reconnecting with the people he grew up with. Vorden even jokes that Vlad should invite his girlfriend over for a visit. Vlad's not amused. With a completely straight face, he reminds him that Geminina is just a friend. That's when the fat knight brings up something unexpected. He already applied for a visitation permit to the convent on Vlad's behalf. He had assumed they'd get approval right away, but the convent requested a few days to process it. So for now, he tells Vlad to stay hopeful and promises to let him know as soon as they hear back. Vlad is genuinely surprised and grateful. He hadn't expected Vorden to go that far without being asked. The gesture clearly makes an impression. With no more updates to give, Vlad starts to head out. But just as he's about to leave, something else pops into his mind. He turns back and asks if all of One-Armed Jack's men have been locked up. Vorden confirms that they've rounded up every last one, even though they were scattered all over the place. When a young knight makes an unexpected request to visit the arrested henchman, Sir Vorden is caught completely off guard. He didn't expect Vlad to ask something like that, so he immediately demands to know why, his voice sharp and firm. Vlad doesn't flinch. He calmly explains that there's someone he needs to find, and if that person isn't in a cell, he's ready to search every alley in the city himself. Later that night, Vlad arrives at the prison. The guards let him know that One-Armed Jack's men are being held in the deepest section. He gives a brief nod of thanks and steps into the darkness without hesitation. He doesn't have to go far before he finds them. Even behind bars, word travels fast. These men already know what Vlad's been up to. They recognize the blonde-haired knight instantly. Many of them grew up alongside him in those same alleyways. Now, they whisper a new name for him, Jorge's dagger. His arrival sends a wave of confusion and panic through the cells. The inmates are stunned to see the proxy from Bezit standing among them. None of them can guess why someone like him would show up here, until a chilling thought crosses their minds. What if Vlad came for revenge? What if he's hunting down every last man involved in the attack on Rosa Smiles? The idea alone is enough to make even the toughest thugs feel a shiver down their spine. They've already heard the stories, how he took out over 50 men on his own, and then took down One-Armed Jack not long after. Suddenly, Vlad stops in front of a cell. He silently scans the room, eyes shifting from face to face. His piercing blue gaze sweeps across the frightened prisoners, who instantly back away from the bars, wanting no part in whatever he's planning. For a brief moment, Vlad says nothing. He looks almost let down, until his eyes land on someone tucked away at the back of the cell. That's him, the one he came for. The man sitting in the back of the cell is the only one who doesn't look shaken. That grabs Vlad's attention. He steps closer, deciding to talk first before doing anything else. With a dry tone, he complains that the man's so deep in the shadows, he could barely recognize him. The guy looks up, clearly caught off guard by the sound of Vlad's voice. It's obvious he hadn't been paying attention. But the moment he locks eyes with the blonde swordsman, the fear kicks in. His body stiffens, and sweat beads up instantly. But the tension doesn't last. Vlad casually drops a bombshell. He's not here to hurt him. In fact, he offers to set him free. All it'll cost is 40 silvers. The prisoner can hardly believe it. It's Otar, the same guy who helped Vlad escape Shora that night, back when Geminina was hiding him under a pile of trash in a wagon. Now here he is, stunned beyond words as Vlad cracks jokes, even saying he'll take credit if Otar doesn't have the coin. Otar is floored. In a place where people like him are pushed to the margins, he never expected the one hand reaching out to him would be from someone who still had light in him. Light that hadn't been dimmed by the filth they were both forced to crawl through. He remembers that boy clearly, the desperate kid who needed a way out of the city. The scene shifts. Now Vlad's pulling up to a convent in a carriage. As soon as the nuns catch sight of him, the place buzzes with excitement. They're completely taken by his looks, those blue eyes, that blonde hair. To them, it's obvious. This has to be the vassal from Bezit. Peeking through the windows, the sisters can't stop whispering. They've heard rumors, lots of them, claiming the vassal has already been knighted. And now, seeing the headmistress personally escorting him and all those high-ranking locals following behind, they're convinced the rumors are true. Some of the sisters even joke that the real reason the headmistress bought so much wine earlier must have been because she knew he was coming. After all, this level of attention only happens when there's big money or big names involved. While the others gossip nonstop, one girl silently keeps washing dishes on her own. That's when a matron suddenly storms into the kitchen, scolding them all for standing around when such an important guest is on his way. The girls quickly mumble their apologies and scramble to get back to their chores. The headmistress, not in the mood for nonsense, announces that the service is about to begin and storms out of the kitchen. As soon as she's gone, the bullying starts again. They turn on Geminina, blaming her for getting them into trouble. Apparently, she's too slow, and that's why they got scolded. As usual, the redhead quietly apologizes, and they leave her behind to finish everything on her own. She says nothing. Geminina doesn't complain. She just keeps going while the rest rush off, eager to grab front row seats in the chapel. Soon after, the scene shifts to the church. The headmistress introduces Vlad to the sisters, with Father Andreas already vouching for him and the Bezit family backing him. The young knight doesn't even have to say a word. The sisters are instantly smitten. To them, he's like something out of a dream, a golden-haired hero with eyes as blue as the sky. Vlad scans the room briefly, and the girls all begin to swoon, each one convinced he's looking at her. But the truth is, he's not interested in any of them. He's looking for someone specific, Geminina, and when he doesn't see her, his expression tightens. He turns to the headmistress and bluntly demands to know why not every sister is present, clearly annoyed. But for now, the introduction ends and prayer begins. Vlad kneels with grace and discipline, exactly like the knight he is. The sisters are even more charmed now, whispering to one another, totally captivated. Then, we see Geminina sprinting toward the chapel. It's as if Vlad senses her arrival. His face shifts slightly, and a small, knowing smile forms. Geminina reaches the chapel and sighs in relief when she sees the service is still going. She quickly joins in, hoping no one noticed her late arrival. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps scanning the crowd. The moment his eyes land on Geminina, something in him snaps. His whole demeanor shifts. His calm vanishes, replaced by fury. He doesn't care who's watching. The headmistress notices the sudden change and asks what's wrong. Vlad growls out his complaint. Geminina's far too thin. It's so bad. He questions whether they've been feeding her at all. He doesn't stop grumbling as he storms away from the altar, furious. Without warning, he moves straight toward her. Geminina sees him coming, her heart racing. She's frozen in place, staring at the boy she once knew, the one who's suddenly standing in front of her again. At first, Geminina tells herself it can't be him. There's no way it's really Vlad. But then he stops, right in front of her, and softly calls her name. She looks up, hesitant and unsure, asking what he wants. Vlad doesn't say anything at first. He just stares at her, really looks. Her hands are bruised. Her clothes are filthy. The sight of it makes his blood boil. He starts checking her sleeves, inspecting her condition like a man possessed, scolding her under his breath. He can't believe they've been letting her live like this, starving, wearing rags. Gasps echo through the chapel. The other girls are stunned. They suddenly realize Vlad and Geminina know each other. But the knight doesn't even acknowledge them. He's too focused on Geminina. Seeing her like this nearly breaks him. His voice trembles. He's on the verge of tears. Then, without warning, Geminina reaches out and touches his blonde hair. It's the first time in so many years. That one touch shatters all doubt. Her tears spill freely now. That's when Vlad makes his decision. Forget the rules. Forget the procedures. He's not leaving her here. She keeps crying, her body trembling. He gently takes her hand and says the words she's never heard in her life. Let's go home. For a girl who's never had a home, those words hit like a thunderclap. Geminina, abandoned, nameless, forgotten in the alleys, finally hears someone call her home. For the two of them, home was never a place. It was always each other. And now, they ride together in a carriage, finally leaving the convent behind. But Geminina isn't at peace yet. Even though she's been rescued, she sits frozen, clutching a pillow to her chest like it's the only thing holding her together. Not a word comes from her. She looks terrified. Maybe she still thinks Vlad's angry with her. After a while, she slowly lifts her head and dares to glance at him. Right at that moment, Vlad looks back. It's like he's been waiting for her to look, just once. Their eyes meet. Geminina immediately looks away, flustered. Her hands tighten around the pillow. Vlad notices how tense she is. It's so obvious that it starts to make him feel uneasy. He doesn't sugarcoat it. Why are you acting like this? He asks, direct as ever. In his head, Vlad figured she'd be relieved, maybe even grateful, to be out of that nightmare she was trapped in. But instead of joy, she's distant. Even though her nerves are clearly showing, Geminina finally gathers enough courage to speak. She starts to ask him something, but Vlad cuts her off, clearly too tired to deal with the tense silence any longer. He asks bluntly why she keeps staring at him, genuinely curious about what's going through her head. Geminina tries to explain, but the words wouldn't come. Her nerves get the best of her, and her eyes drift again to the blonde swordsman sitting across from her. It's hard for her to accept that this intimidating knight is the same boy she once knew in the back alleys. The more she stares, the more confused Vlad gets. She suddenly hugs the pillow tight to her chest, hiding her face in it as thoughts race through her mind. How much he's changed since they last saw each other. Vlad watches, puzzled. It's not like they've been apart for years, just half a year, give or take. So why is she acting like a stranger? They used to be so close back in Shoera. He even tries to ask her what's wrong, but she stays silent, face still buried in the pillow. At this point, Vlad gives up, tired of trying to drag words out of her. He turns his gaze out the window, deciding to ignore her for now. But just when he does, Geminina peeks up again, unable to resist looking at him. She can't wrap her head around it. He's not the same boy she remembers. Now he's a full-fledged knight, armored up with a massive sword, and his entire presence screams nobility. The realization overwhelms her, and the nerves come rushing back. She grips the pillow even tighter, on the verge of tears. Out of nowhere, Vlad suddenly places something in Gemina's mouth, catching her completely off guard. He presses it in gently with his finger, locking eyes with her before calmly pointing out that she's been totally spaced out. He tells her to eat it. It might help shake off her gloomy mood. Still unsure, Gemina nods and goes along with it, even though she has no clue what it is. Curious, she finally asks him, and Vlad casually explains that it's caramel. He says he got it from a knight friend of his. Gemina is stunned. Caramel? That kind of sweet is insanely pricey, definitely not something you just hand out like candy. Her first instinct is fear. She nervously blurts out that he must have stolen it, which only makes Vlad sigh. He's clearly drained and has no energy to defend himself. Instead, he tells her to believe whatever she wants, then leans back in his seat to rest, trusting that the caramel will lift her spirits. And just like that, it works. A small smile starts to form on Gemina's face within seconds of tasting it. Vlad quietly cracks one eye open to check on her, only to freeze in surprise. She's shaking. Before he can even react properly, tears are pouring down her cheeks. Totally thrown off, Vlad sits up and asks why she's suddenly crying. That's when she finally speaks, because you came too late. The moment hits him hard. He's left speechless, unsure how to respond. He tries to comfort her, but she turns away, burying her face in the pillow again. Seeing her like this, Vlad decides to give her space. There's not much else he can do, so he turns his gaze outside, hoping the scenery will help clear his mind. The weather's surprisingly peaceful now, a quiet contrast to the turmoil inside the carriage. The two continue their ride in silence. As the carriage rolls on, we're reminded of something deeper, that no matter where someone is born, everyone deserves to chase the light in their heart. But just because someone's worthy doesn't mean it's easy. And with that, we're pulled back to where Vlad's story began, the gritty backstreets of Shoera. It's nighttime, and someone familiar steps into view, the blacksmith from Vlad's childhood. Because while everyone might carry a star inside them, letting it shine is a whole different struggle, one not everyone knows how to face. The blacksmith, just one of many overlooked souls, sits in silence, his gaze fixed on the coals and molten metal churning in his forge. It mirrors how he feels inside, spent, aimless, fading into nothing. In his eyes, he's no different from the glowing liquid in that furnace, both slowly breaking down, serving no purpose. That's the thought eating away at him as he wraps up another empty day. Business is all but dried up. Drifters don't even bother walking past his shop anymore. He's ready to call it a night when his eyes drift toward the empty space where a particular sword once hung. The sight pulls his mind to Vlad. It's been a long time since he's seen that blonde-haired boy. He can't help but wonder how the kid's been doing. Back then, Vlad stood out. There was something admirable about him, even as a child. But to the blacksmith, he'd always seemed like a lonely figure too. It's already been half a year without a word from him, and the old man's left hoping the boy hasn't frozen to death out there somewhere. Just then, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. A man approaches, sounding surprised that the shop is already closing. Of course, the figure is Vlad, though the old man doesn't realize it yet. Lost in his gloom, he doesn't even bother to turn around, just grumbles that he's closed for the day and walks back inside. But Vlad doesn't back down. He says he can't return tomorrow. He's got things to do. Whatever it is, it can't wait. His insistence finally gets the blacksmith's attention, if only out of sheer curiosity. After all, what kind of urgent business could a guy from these backstreets possibly have? That's when Vlad reveals the reason he's here. His sword needs repairing. It hasn't seen maintenance in a long time. The blacksmith freezes, shocked. Of all the things he expected to hear tonight, this wasn't it. With a calm smile, Vlad hands over the sword, casually mentioning that another blacksmith had already taken a look but couldn't fix it. He tells the old man that there's only one person capable of repairing it. Him. That's when the blacksmith finally turns to see who's speaking. And there he is, the very boy he'd just been thinking about. Except, he's no boy anymore. Standing in front of him now is a knight, one who commands respect. No wonder the blacksmith is completely floored. Just moments ago, he was hoping Vlad hadn't frozen to death, and now here the kid is alive and well. He stares in disbelief, speechless, until Vlad nudges him back to reality by asking plainly, "So, can you fix it or not?" That does the trick. The old man shakes off the daze and quickly nods, saying he can take care of it. It's been forever since he had a real job, and this one feels special. With a spark of excitement, he waves Vlad inside and offers him a seat, ready to get to work. He takes the sword and starts examining it, his eyes running across the worn blade. There are scratches everywhere, but that just makes him proud. Clearly, the weapon's seen real action. One particular mark catches his attention, and he asks where it came from. Vlad explains it happened last winter during a goblin hunt. Back then, he still wasn't fully used to the sword. That's how it got shipped. The blacksmith finds another scar and asks again. That one, Vlad replies, Duel of Honor, in Dearmar. But the questions don't stop. The old man keeps turning the blade over, discovering yet another mark. When he asks about that one, Vlad tells him about a recent mission where he acted as bait to lure out a deathworm. During the chaos, the sword got scraped along the ground. And just like that, the stories begin to unfold, one scar at a time. The blacksmith listens, stunned, as Vlad casually lists all the battles the sword's been through. Monster hunts, duels, even tracking down the remains of a fallen dragon. The old man is left speechless. He never imagined his creation would witness such greatness. He stares into the blade, his own reflection flickering back at him, and the weight of it all begins to sink in. This sword, his sword, has lived a heroic life. And Vlad? The boy who once seemed so pitiful has become everything the blacksmith never managed to be. Instead of wasting his gift, Vlad turned it into something meaningful. The pride is overwhelming. For a man who's spent his days fading into obscurity, watching Vlad shine is a powerful moment. He can't hold it in any longer. He bursts into laughter, louder than the forge itself, declaring that he's happier now than he was the day he forged the sword. With his heart full and spirits burning, the blacksmith tells Vlad to wait while he takes care of the blade. No hesitation, no delay. He rushes to the furnace, fires it up, and gets to work, breathing short, focused breaths as he reignites the forge and his own long-lost passion. As the flames roar and the blade is swallowed by fire, something inside him stirs again. That light he thought he lost? It's back, burning brighter than ever. For the first time in years, he feels alive. By the next morning, Vlad sets out to meet with Harvin. It's been a while since they had a proper chat, so the two catch up. When Harvin hears that Vlad now holds the loon certificate of Rose's Smiles, the very one once owned by One-Armed Jack, he's clearly taken aback. Vlad just flashes a sly smile and says it was a fair trade with the crime boss. Harvin can read between the lines. He laughs, shaking his head, then finally asks the big question. Does Vlad plan on running Rose's Smiles now that he's got the deed and all the paperwork? Without missing a beat, Vlad shakes his head, saying he has no plans to take over Rose's Smiles. He already handed it back to Marcella. Even though she can't run it just yet, he's confident she'll have the place up and running soon. Harvin nods, agreeing that it makes sense, especially since the place is still stained with blood. But now that Vlad's stepping away from the business, he's curious. What's next? Is Vlad heading back to Sturma or staying in the city? Vlad confirms he's staying in Shoera for now. He's on standby. He gives Harvin a soft smile, knowing his friend would be glad to hear it. Sure enough, Harvin beams. He admits it's great to see Vlad like this. The kid he grew up with is now a knight under a noble family's banner. That alone is pretty amazing. Then Vlad adds something else. He's been tasked with investigating One-Armed Jack's hidden stash. There might be assets left behind that weren't recovered, and he's been asked to track them down. He suspects someone, probably a greedy digger, was busy hiding things all over. Harvin's immediately on board, more than ready to lend a hand. Vlad grins, saying it wouldn't feel right if Harvin wasn't involved, especially after gifting him that pricey whiskey earlier. Suddenly, Vlad recalls something Marcella mentioned. She's looking for the other girls too, but Harvin sighs, saying odds are they've already been sold off. Even so, Vlad isn't convinced. He believes some of them could still be around. That's when Harvin starts to put pieces together. If there's hidden treasure and missing girls, maybe the two are connected. He's convinced there's more going on beneath the surface. Vlad, though, finds the whole thing a bit of a headache. He admits he did try tracking some of them down, but most left no trace at all. Now intrigued, Harvin leans in and asks, "Who exactly are you talking about?" Without skipping a beat, Vlad tells Harvin there's one girl in particular, Anna. She's the only one he remembers clearly. But it's not just her. There are others who vanished without a single clue. Harvin agrees, finding it all very suspicious. In his mind, there should have been at least something to follow. He remembers how One-Armed Jack operated, and while the man was in all sorts of shady dealings, this feels different, too quiet, too clean. Wanting to help, Harvin offers to dig around as well. He admits his group isn't what it used to be, so resources are limited, but he's still willing to do what he can. Their talk is cut short when the dark-skinned man Vlad rescued, Otar, shows up. He calls out to Vlad, saying he found a suspicious place, just like they suspected. Vlad gets up to follow, while Harvin promises to keep him posted with any updates. They arrive at what now looks like a butcher's shop. Vlad starts asking questions about the missing girls, but the man behind the counter claims ignorance. Vlad isn't buying it, though. He's sure this place wasn't here 6 months ago. The butcher says they're operating with permission from Black Bear, one of the 5 bosses of the Black Alley. He even drops the name to intimidate Vlad. But Vlad stays calm. He figures it's just an act, an attempt to scare him off. Then he catches the guy slipping when he identifies names written on a paper. Most locals can't even read, which means this butcher isn't from around here. Vlad immediately calls him out, accusing him of trafficking human meat. That hits the mark. The butcher panics and attacks. Vlad dodges easily and, now seriously ticked off, demands to know who this man really is. But when the guy refuses to answer, Vlad flips it, asking him the same thing and telling him he'd better start talking. He then turns to Otar and calmly says, "Close the door. Done doing business today." Once the confrontation is over, Vlad chats with Otar, still puzzled by how an outsider managed to set up shop here. Otar shrugs and says it's likely One-Armed Jack had stopped keeping a close watch on the alleys. Vlad's stunned that things fell apart so fast. 6 months, and it's already chaos? Otar sighs and says everything changed after Jorge died. One-Armed Jack wasn't the same after that. In a flashback, we see Vlad confronting the butcher again, this time with no patience left. He drives his blade through the man's hand, forcing a confession. The butcher finally breaks, revealing that the slave merchants are the ones behind the missing people. Back in the present, Vlad is still struggling to accept what he's uncovered. Human trafficking, right under everyone's nose in the back alleys? He never expected it to run this deep. Still, now that he has something solid, he decides it's enough for now. Otar, however, thinks the higher-ups will want all the details soon. Just then, a young boy runs up to them, saying he found what Vlad asked for earlier. Some neighborhood kids had seen something, and as thanks, Vlad hands him a skewer treat. While munching away, the boy tells Vlad he saw Anna. Yes, that brunette Anna, getting into a horse carriage he'd never seen before. Vlad immediately wonders if she's already been sold off. But then the kid adds something even more disturbing. The other women in the carriage were all pregnant. The words hit Vlad like a punch. Why would anyone buy pregnant women? They can't even work. So what's really going on? Otar notices the shift in Vlad's expression. The knight falls silent, completely lost in thought. The idea of Anna being pregnant was one thing, but someone deliberately collecting pregnant women? Even by back alley standards, it's horrifying. That's when Vlad remembers the spirit he'd encountered earlier. A strange presence. And now, he begins to fear, was that Anna? Or one of those women trying to reach out to him? His sword speaks to him then, as if reading his mind. It warns him, again, to trust his instincts. The bad signs always show up eventually, the voice reminds him. Vlad clenches his jaw, hoping he's wrong, but knowing it's time to prepare for the worst. Later, he reports everything to Sir Vorten. But the heavy-set knight is less than enthusiastic. Instead of taking it seriously, Vorten tells Vlad he should take a break. When Vlad reminds him that this was his assignment in the first place, Vorten shrugs, saying he didn't expect results this fast. All he wants now is a moment to rest after finishing his paperwork, but Vlad's relentless digging is ruining that for him. He even jokes that maybe a crisis is coming. Vlad catches on. To him, it sounds like Vorten's trying to pass the responsibility off to someone else. So he asks for permission to speak directly to the mayor. But Vorten doesn't give an answer. Not right away. The seasoned knight had hoped for a peaceful vacation, free from duty. But that dream fades the moment he looks out the window. Master Joseph and his convoy have shown up 2 full days ahead of schedule. As expected, the mayor rushes out, eager to make a good impression, but Joseph brushes past him without a word and heads straight to Sir Vorten. The young master is greeted with respect, and he wastes no time asking if anything happened while he was away. The heavy-set knight, not wanting to deal with the chaos that honesty might bring, quickly says everything's been quiet. Meanwhile, Vlad keeps his mouth shut, which Joseph picks up on instantly. Joseph suggests they continue the conversation inside. The mayor leads them to his office, but before entering, Sir Jaeger insists on inspecting the room. This irritates the mayor, who starts to protest, but one sharp look from the one-eyed knight shuts him right up. Once inside, Joseph suddenly praises Vlad's efforts, then circles back to what the boy was hesitant to say earlier. Vlad admits he might just be overthinking things, but Joseph encourages him to speak freely. Vlad finally says that it might be time to ask the mayor for help with a matter he's been struggling with. Joseph grins, pleased with Vlad's insight. He thinks all the training has paid off. Vlad understands his noble status doesn't automatically grant him power here. Joseph tells him it was the right call. Sir Jaeger then confirms the office is secure, and they step inside. Joseph compliments the luxurious space and admires the panoramic view of Shoera. It stretches across the whole city. But his appreciation ends at the chair. He finds it ridiculously extravagant and casually suggests it be replaced. The mayor, stunned, is about to snap back. But when he sees Joseph settle into the chair without another word, he swallows his pride and stays silent. Vlad is stunned when Joseph casually mentions that he's now the new mayor of Shoera. Not long after, Vlad heads out on a short trip with Otar, grumbling the whole way. The place reeks and is nearly impossible to reach. It's the oldest, most twisted alley in all of the back streets. It's filthy, unsettling, and smells like blood and rot. Even worse are the hollow stares from the locals. People who sleep with death at their doorstep. No surprise, even one-armed Jack stayed away. That's the kind of place they call Swine Butcher's Alley. Vlad finally makes it to a rundown door and knocks. A rough-looking man peers through the peephole and demands to know who he is. Unbothered, Vlad responds with confidence, claiming the guy should have already recognized him. After all, he and his crew had been eyeing the blonde swordsman since he stepped into the alley. But before Vlad can say anything else, the peephole slams shut in his face. He tries to stop him mid-sentence, but a loud bang from behind the door cuts him off. A voice in Vlad's head jokes that the guy's just messing with him, and honestly, Vlad agrees. Still, he can't just walk away. He might have let things like this slide before, back when he was a nobody, but not now. Too many people's names are tied to his. Too much honor. That thought keeps him rooted in place. No matter how frustrating, he wouldn't turn back. So he stays. Hours pass. Otar, stuck by his side, holds up the folded banner the entire time. By sunrise, Vlad's boots are caked with dust. The quiet proof of how long he's been standing his ground. Finally, the rude man from earlier cracks opened the door again. And to his surprise, Vlad is still there, standing firm. With a smug tone, he invites the knight inside, clearly mocking him. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He takes a slow breath, weighing his next move. But before he can act, the guy interrupts him again, asking if he's coming in or not. This time, he's got two hulking men flanking him, clearly feeling bold. From the way he acts, he's convinced Vlad wouldn't be a problem. Even Otar starts trembling, sensing the rising tension. Still, Vlad stays silent. That silence starts to shake the confidence of the man, who realizes things might not go the way he thought. Nervous, but still trying to look tough, he laughs it off and tells him to scram if they're too scared. He turns his back and reaches to shut the door. That's when Vlad finally speaks. In a cold, sharp tone, he warns the man not to even think about closing that door. If he does, the consequences wouldn't be something he can handle. The man freezes, stunned. He had completely underestimated Vlad. But now, something about those piercing blue eyes makes his skin crawl. He demands to know what Vlad means. Without missing a beat, Vlad replies that the man brought this on himself. Then, he grabs the wooden pole Otar's been holding all night and slams it against the ground. As the pole hits the floor, the banner unfurls, revealing the unmistakable crest of the Bezit family. Vlad steps forward and declares his name, Vlad of Shoera, before announcing that he's about to carry out his authority, granted by the powerful names that stand behind him. His eyes harden. The air turns sharp with the threat of violence. Then, in a commanding voice, he orders them to find Black Bear and tell him to stop hiding. It's time he faces the rightful representative of the Bezit family. Hearing Vlad's words, the man who had mocked him just moments ago suddenly goes pale. A wave of fear crashes over him, and his body begins to tremble uncontrollably. Vlad notices the fear instantly, and he pushes further. He knows the guy must have heard the whispers, the stories floating around Shoera. Stories about what happens when a certain blonde knight stakes his claim somewhere. And now, staring into Vlad's eyes, the man doesn't need a prophecy to know what's coming. In his mind, he sees the trail of corpses Vlad has left behind, criminals butchered without mercy. He realizes he's just like them. Corrupt, disposable. Vlad can practically smell the fear pouring off him now. So, with one final warning, he tells the man not to brush off what he's been told. This, he says, is the last bit of kindness he's willing to show. One more insult, and it wouldn't end in words. Meanwhile, back in the heart of the city, the former mayor wanders the streets like a shadow of his former self. Master Joseph has taken his place, and now the man who once ruled Shoera has nothing. He stands in front of his old mansion, looking up at it with teary eyes. There's no going back. From a window above, Joseph watches the broken man shuffle away. Despite everything, a flicker of sympathy crosses his mind, something he never thought he'd feel. But before that thought can settle, the stronger, sharp-tongued knight beside him speaks up. Sir Jaeger reminds Joseph that the man is simply facing the consequences of his actions. There's no room for pity. The green-eyed knight adds that the corruption the ex-mayor and Sturma hid behind has finally come to light. And now, justice is inevitable. The young master nods in agreement, acknowledging that his right-hand man made a good point. He knows the ex-mayor deserves what's coming, yet he can't shake the guilt of accelerating his downfall. As the conversation shifts to corruption, Joseph suddenly recalls that he's yet to receive any updates on Black Bear. He asks about it, prompting Vlad to speak up. According to him, the swine butcher has agreed to cooperate as best he can. Joseph is slightly surprised and admits things are unfolding better than expected, especially considering how stubborn Black Bear is known to be. Vlad mentions that their shared background probably helped him get through to the crime boss, but Joseph isn't convinced. In Joseph's eyes, Black Bear is no ordinary thug. He's a district-level boss. The idea that shared roots were enough doesn't quite sit right with him. Still, he's genuinely impressed with Vlad's results. The kid pulled through in unfamiliar territory, completing a tough mission like a pro. Joseph can't help but think his plan to groom Vlad into a noble knight is actually working out. Recognizing Vlad's solid performance, the new mayor gives him a nod of approval before stepping forward to address the gathered crowd. Right now, Joseph has 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrative aides, 30 elite soldiers, and 1 squire. None other than a blue-eyed swordsman. To Joseph, these people aren't just subordinates. They're bound to his destiny. If he rises to lead the Bezit family, they'll rise with him. But if he falls, they go down together. Shoera is the final hurdle in his path. He pledges to govern it with all he's got, knowing full well he wouldn't have time to focus on smaller matters. Joseph is fully aware that he's not ready to confront the darkness rooted in every part of Shoera. But readiness doesn't matter now. He's decided that every move from this point on is a step toward the future, because it might also be his last chance. With that resolve, he assigns Sir Gregory the task of forming the investigation team. Right then and there, Sir Gregory gives a nod of gratitude, sincerely thanking Joseph for trusting him with such a critical mission. It's clear why he was picked. Gregory has always stayed neutral in the inter-family feuds, which gives Joseph confidence that he wouldn't get tangled in the rivalry between the Bezit brothers. Though Gregory isn't exactly one of Joseph's loyal men, the young master still believes he's the best fit for the job. Since the assignment involves tracking people, Gregory immediately names Sir Cade as his first pick, relying on his unmatched skills as a tracker. Then, turning to Vlad, he declares that he'll also be depending on the rising talent. Vlad is caught off guard. He clearly didn't expect to be chosen. The scene cuts suddenly to a chilling setting, a gloomy mansion deep in Mashayam, belonging to the Baron of Uthman. It looks like something out of a horror film, made even creepier by the storm raging outside. Inside, a young boy lies in bed, clearly in bad shape. His worried parents hover nearby, desperate for any solution. They've brought in a healer, but the father wants to make sure whatever ritual she's planning will actually save his son. The cloaked woman assures him it will work. Though he's unsure, the man is far too desperate to walk away. He finally agrees, telling her he'll pay any price. He just wants to save his child. Tears roll down his cheeks, and though the healer notices his sorrow, she coldly tells him not to dwell in despair, reminding him that even God can't keep an eye on everything. As she rises and lowers her hood, her face is revealed, clearly a witch, her glowing purple eyes and eerie presence confirming it. Dark energy begins to fill the room as she casts her spell, declaring once again that people like her exist because the divine can't be everywhere at once. Back with the investigation team, we find them out on a stakeout. Rain pours relentlessly as they stand under the dark sky. Sir Gregory mutters about the awful weather, admitting that moving forward with the mission in these conditions just isn't possible. Vlad nods in agreement, admitting it's a shame they can't move forward. Sir Gregory just shrugs and reminds him, things rarely go according to plan. The two of them stand quietly, looking out over the city, when Vlad notices something strange. Gregory slips a pill into his drink. He's taken aback, unsure what to make of it. Gregory catches him staring and casually asks if the young squire wants a sip. Says a bit of alcohol never hurt, especially in cool weather like this. But as expected, Vlad politely declines and instead heads into the brush, saying he'll gather some firewood. Gregory calls out, warning him that all the branches out here are soaked. Starting a fire wouldn't be easy. Still, Vlad insists it's worth a try, which makes the older knight question whether this kid really is Sir Jaeger's squire. Not surprisingly, once Vlad reaches the woods, he sees for himself that Gregory was right. Everything's wet and unusable. It starts sinking in that they might be stuck shivering in the rain all night. But just when he's bracing for the worst, another knight shows up, Sir Cade. He's carrying a bunch of branches wrapped in cloth, explaining they're hollow and should still burn. Vlad's relieved and thanks him, offering to carry the load. As he takes the bundle from Cade, a pause settles between them, heavy and awkward. Cade seems like he wants to say something, but hesitates. Then, out of nowhere, he thanks Vlad, says he never got the chance before. Vlad knows exactly what he means. He saved Cade's life once. Shrugging off, he tells him he was just doing his duty. Then he asks how Cade's holding up. Cade opens up, recalling the moment in past, when he had no choice but to sever a limb. He says it was the only option back then. Before the conversation can go deeper, Sir Gregory steps back into the scene, once again saying he made the right call picking them for the team. There aren't many knights who'd sign up for this kind of mission. At that, Both Vlad and Kate immediately think of the same person, Sir Vortin. The guy's reputation for laziness makes it obvious why he wouldn't be here. Sir Gregory expresses his gratitude, glad that Vlad and Cade are still willing to work with him, especially now that they're no longer knights, but mercenaries. He informs them they've officially entered Baron Uthman's territory. Thanks to Black Bear's cooperation, they've managed to follow their targets this far. But the trail's still cold, no concrete proof yet. Though they're technically still in the northern region, this area falls outside Bezit family control, which means Joseph can't offer them any backup from here on out. With that clear, Gregory gives them their task. Vlad and Cade are to infiltrate the village and investigate discreetly. For now, Gregory decides it's best they head back and get some rest. As they ride, Vlad can't shake the memory of that haunting wail he heard during the dead of winter. Looking at the fog creeping over the Baron's land, he silently wishes never to hear that cry again. After a bit of wandering, the knights mount up and begin searching for a place to stay. But the fog refuses to clear, and Gregory admits he's worried. It feels like they're just one wrong turn away from an ambush. Even Cade feels uneasy, but Vlad, for some reason, thinks it might still be too early to be scared. Suddenly, they spot what looks like an up ahead. The team breathes a collective sigh of relief and heads straight for it. Inside, the innkeeper looks surprised to see anyone arriving at this hour. Gregory quickly spins a tale, saying the rain had stopped them from entering the village the night before. He then asks for bowls of hot soup for the team. But the innkeeper is cautious. He asks if they're mercenaries, explaining that he can't just welcome strangers, not after all the disturbing things that have been happening in the village lately. While Gregory works to ease the man's suspicion, Vlad notices a small girl hiding behind the counter. She reminds him of young Geminina, so he offers a gentle wave, hoping to calm her nerves. Just then, the familiar voice in his head calls out, prompting Vlad to excuse himself. The voice tells him they've come to the right place and offers its world to help him see the girl clearly. Vlad agrees. He activates the otherworldly vision, and that's when he sees it. A faint, ominous purple aura is swirling around the cross on the girl's neck. His heart sinks. It's a curse. With the cursed vision, Vlad sees the dark energy take shape, forming a demonic hand coiled tightly around the child's throat. It's horrifying. What cuts deeper is how familiar this all feels. Time and time again, it's the children who suffer first, pure and defenseless, yet always the ones sacrificed. Vlad's mind flashes back to his childhood. He remembers the adults who stole from kids and the quiet deaths that followed. The way children used to either freeze, starve, or cry themselves into exhaustion, searching for parents who had long abandoned them. Even though he grew up in a cruel, unforgiving world, Vlad made a promise to himself long ago. He would never become like the monsters who ruined it. He swore he wouldn't live the way they did, either. For him, an oath is sacred. Knights are meant to uphold them, and right now, there are children in need of protection. With that resolve, he heads toward a lonely church crowned with a bell tower. The voice in his head confirms it. This is the place. The dark energy tied to the girl's necklace ends here. Vlad decides it's time to enter. The voice agrees, but when Vlad asks if it senses anything strange inside, the answer is no. Still, the air feels heavy, as if something evil is hiding just beneath the surface. His instincts are screaming that something's not right. Then, he feels it, someone's behind him. Caught off guard but determined not to raise suspicion, Vlad drops to his knees and pretends to pray. He needs to look like just another traveler seeking comfort. A calm voice greets him from behind, casually noting that he must be new here. Vlad plays along, saying he arrived the morning before. The man instantly assumes he's one of the mercenaries who came in earlier. Vlad apologizes for entering the church without notice, but just as he speaks, something catches his eye. The cross on the priest's book. It's inverted. In that moment, everything clicks. The eerie feeling around town, the odd atmosphere, the twisted energy, it's because none of the crosses here are real. Every one of them has been turned upside down. Now that he understands what's really going on, Vlad knows he has to tread carefully. The priest, keeping his smile, tells him not to worry. Says God's embrace is open to everyone. But Vlad can tell, this man is no true priest. He's powerful, so much so that even the voice can't pierce through his aura yet. Still playing his part, Vlad brushes off the interruption, saying it's fine. He even claims to feel more at peace now that he's been granted permission to be there. Then he promises to leave as soon as he's finished praying. The priest nods slowly, telling him this is a place for all who seek God, and that he's free to do as he wishes. After leaving the church, Vlad's suspicion only deepens. The energy from the girl's cursed necklace had led him straight there. So no matter how kind the priest seemed, Vlad knows something's off. That smile might be warm, but it's hiding something dark. He can't afford to drop his guard. Just as he's about to end the conversation, the priest casually mentions that a plague has been spreading through the village. Vlad freezes. This is the first he's heard of it. And the priest's behavior only makes him more uneasy. He even prays that the illness spares the children, which sounds innocent, until you realize how strange it really is. Later that day, Vlad tracks down a local man to ask about the so-called plague. But the villager seems confused, saying he hasn't heard much. Vlad explains that the priest mentioned it, and it's important since they'll be staying in the area. That's when the man says something truly disturbing. There's no need to worry, because the plague only affects children. Vlad is stunned. How can an illness target only kids? The farmer admits he doesn't know the cause, only that several villages in Baron Uthman's lands have been hit, and it's always the children who die. In his mind, it must be divine punishment. Maybe God is angry with them. Either way, it's been nothing but suffering. Vlad has heard enough. He thanks the man and walks away, troubled. His thoughts spiral. Women are vanishing in Shoera. Now children are dying here. None of this feels natural. These aren't random tragedies. They're connected. He's certain this isn't a plague, but he has no proof. For a moment, he considers going back to Shoera to retrieve a holy relic, hoping it might help. But the voice in his head disagrees. It says the source is likely a curse, created by a skilled black magician, something only an experienced priest could even detect. That leads Vlad to wonder, how did the villagers come to know such a specific detail? He doesn't have the answer, and that only adds to his frustration. His instincts are flaring, but he's got nothing solid to act on. As he walks, he overhears a child saying something about how the priest gave them something earlier. Turning his head, Vlad sees it, a hooded figure handing out inverted crosses to a group of children. The figure walks off, vanishing into the mist, but not before placing another upside-down cross in a small hand. Now Vlad has something to follow. Quietly, he begins tailing the stranger, hoping this time he'll finally find the proof he needs. The voice inside his head quickly warns Vlad to stay alert. The hooded man doesn't seem like a regular villager. But Vlad, cool and confident, brushes it off. He says he'll be fine. After all, long before he became a knight, he was a top-tier pickpocket. He jokes about it like it's a badge of honor. The voice isn't impressed. It reminds him that being a master thief isn't exactly something to brag about. Still, Vlad tails the mysterious figure. But the longer he follows, the more it feels like a trap. The path winds out toward the edge of the village, and something about it doesn't sit right. The voice throws a jab at him, mocking the former pickpocket who's clearly been made. It's obvious now. The hooded man knew all along he was being followed. With his cover blown, Vlad decides it's smarter to back off and report to Sir Gregory. But the voice doesn't think the man will let him walk away that easily. And just like that, Vlad feels the shift. The man's drawing his sword. Before he can react, the stranger lunges, and Vlad barely manages to unsheath his own blade in time. He raises it for a block, but the blow is overwhelming. The force lifts him clean off the ground and hurls him back. Shaken, but not broken, Vlad scrambles to his feet and bolts. There's no room for pride now, just survival. The voice urges him to keep moving, calling out directions to help him avoid slashes he can't even see coming. Strike after strike whizzes past as Vlad sprints through the thick fog, trying desperately to shake his attacker. But it's no use. The man's too fast. Realizing he can't escape, Vlad skids to a stop and turns to face him. As their blades clash again, it becomes clear this isn't just some dark priest or cursed villager. This man's a knight, a real one, and not the kind who fumbles with a sword. The hooded knight glances down at Vlad's blade and sees it glow faintly. Vlad catches the look and, without wasting a second, jumps back into position. He hasn't figured out if this opponent is a former knight or an active one, but he needs to know, and there's a way to find out. He raises his sword and narrows one eye, aligning his line of sight perfectly, preparing to unleash a rare and precise technique. The enemy charges again, but Vlad doesn't flinch. He holds his stance, waiting, because he knows the key to landing a lethal strike lies in timing and surprise. If he moves too soon, he loses his edge. So he stays perfectly still, locking in with razor-sharp focus, waiting for the perfect opening. This is it. One chance, one decision, one move. His sword begins to glow, and just as the moment presents itself, he strikes. With precision, he knocks the enemy's sword off course. But the hooded knight isn't done yet. Holding tightly to the weapon, the stranger suddenly activates a hidden power. Both their sword and eyes begin to radiate with a bright, golden aura. Vlad's stunned. It's aura. There's no time to react. He's already committed. The clash continues, and even though the voice urges him to pull back, Vlad knows it's too late. There's no backing out now. Steel slams against steel, aura against aura, and the sheer force of their clash sends shockwaves tearing through the forest. The blast throws Vlad backward, but luckily he's not injured. Still, it's clear he's outmatched. As he pushes himself up, he sees the knight marching toward him, radiating power. That energy is overwhelming. The voice then drops a bombshell. This knight isn't just anyone. She's the holy knight, and she's not a man. Vlad's stunned all over again. After all this, he realizes that everything was a misunderstanding. But before he can even consider clearing things up, the voice cuts in. Talking might not work. She's already made up her mind. Her sword's ready, and words are too slow to change her course now. There's no escape. There's no conversation. Vlad grips his sword tighter, accepting the inevitable. The golden-haired swordmaster is coming for him, and the only way forward is through her. With no other option, Vlad grabs his sword and charges straight back into the fray. Steel clashes against steel as the fight heats up once more. Just as his opponent prepares her next strike, the voice in his head warns him in time to react. He pivots and manages to parry the blow. His sword hums with energy, glowing with aura. Even though he blocked the hit, he feels the sheer weight behind it. Her attack isn't just strong, it's on a whole different level, even compared to someone like Sir Pablo. That alone speaks volumes. Vlad realizes she's easily the most powerful opponent he's faced so far. What puzzles him even more is how effortlessly she channels so much aura without any visible sign. As he tries to make sense of it, the voice speaks up again. What she's using isn't just aura. It's a blessing. That's when a glowing golden cross appears above her, right before she soars into the air and comes crashing down with another monstrous swing aimed at Vlad. Just as the voice explains that she doesn't even need to forge her own domain, because the will of God already covers the battlefield, she lands her brutal attack. It looks like she might have him, but Vlad holds firm. He digs deep, raising his sword and blocking her strike with all the strength he can summon. She doesn't let up, pressing down with all her might, trying to crush him completely. Still, Vlad doesn't back down. As the pressure mounts, he finds it hard to believe that she gained all this strength just by surrendering to divine will. Most would have broken by now, but Vlad of Sword isn't most people. With a surge of power and sheer will, he forces her back, pushing her away and creating just enough distance to reset. He hypes himself up, refusing to let fear take root. Even with the blessing fueling her overwhelming strength, he wouldn't be shaken. He's already figured it out. This mighty warrior has weaknesses, and he plans to exploit every single one. In that split second, Vlad's eyes lock onto multiple weak spots in the knight's armor. Clear vulnerabilities that could turn the tide if he strikes fast enough. With his next move in mind, he tightens his grip and braces for another intense exchange. He sets the trap. She takes the bait. Confident that victory is within reach, the white-haired knight charges in, her sword raised high, aiming to end it once and for all. But she doesn't realize Vlad's already 2 steps ahead. Just as she commits to the blow, her defenses open up, and that's exactly what he was waiting for. Vlad feigns a block, but the last second redirects his blade toward the gaps in her armor. The veteran knight's eyes go wide. She's been tricked. But by the time the realization hits, it's far too late. Vlad's sword tip is already hovering inches from her exposed neck. One solid thrust would be the end of it. It should have been game over. But instead of fear, she meets him with a cold, steady stare. That piercing look throws Vlad off completely. In a moment of hesitation, doubt creeps in, just enough for her to shift the blade's path with a subtle but precise move. Vlad's stunned. He can't believe she turned the tables so quickly. Before he can react, she surges forward and drives into him, knocking him clean off his feet. He's still reeling when she slams him into the ground with brutal force. The voice in his head shouts for him to focus, to find his footing, but it's too late. She's already on top of him, using speed and strength that shouldn't be possible. She hurls him to the rocky ground like a rag doll. Most would have been crushed. Some might not even survive the impact. Vlad lies there in a daze, pain shooting through his body, his vision blurring. But he's not down for good. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up and begins crawling away. He refuses to quit, but she's not letting him off that easy. In a flash, she cuts him off, her sword's tip grazing the side of his face, stopping him cold. Vlad is still too stunned to understand what just happened. He can't figure out how she reversed the situation so completely. The voice in Vlad's head chimes in, finally explaining how she pulled it off. Armor magic. A skill exclusive to holy knights. Armor magic lets them manipulate the direction of incoming attacks using their own plate armor. That's how she was able to shift his sword away from her neck and redirect it toward her armored shoulder instead. Suddenly, everything clicks. Vlad notices the faint scratch left on her shoulder plate, and panic starts to rise. Not only is she blessed, but she's also using enchanted armor? To him, that's straight-up cheating. How is he supposed to win against someone who has divine power and magic-infused armor? She's basically a living cheat code. And looking at her now, cool, composed, not even a single bead of sweat, Vlad realizes she's barely been trying. It dawns on him that she may have let him see those weak points. He thought he was setting the trap, but in truth, she'd been baiting him from the start. She wanted him to go for it, just to show him who's really in control. Now that the whole situation is laid bare, Vlad can't help but let out a small smile. He's not even mad, just impressed. While he's still processing everything, she finally breaks the silence and demands to know who he is. Wasting no time, Vlad throws his hands up in surrender. He knows she could end him without effort in his current state. He quickly introduces himself as a knight from Shoera, explaining that he's in the village for an investigation. Her eyes narrow slightly at the mention of Shoera, clearly taken aback. To confirm what she heard, she asks again, and Vlad nods, affirming it. Apparently, she knows the place well. Just like that, the tension fades. The next moment, the scene shifts. Vlad and the Holy Knight now seated inside the inn. She formally introduces herself as Justia, from the Northern Archdiocese of San Rosino. As far as she's concerned, their meeting must be guided by divine will. It's an honor for her to meet a knight from Shoera, and the feeling is mutual, shared by the rest of the investigative knights as well, including Sir Gregory, who stands by in quiet agreement. Now that tensions have eased, the bearded knight suggests they all sit down and talk things over. Lady Justia agrees. As they settle in, she reveals that she's been doing her own investigating in the village. She started suspecting something was wrong and initially thought it might be a plague. But the more she looked into it, the clearer it became. This wasn't an illness. It was a curse. She doesn't stop there. She tells them she also uncovered signs of something ancient buried beneath the surface of all this chaos. Sir Gregory is visibly stunned. This is the first he's hearing of a curse. He missed the earlier events at the church with Vlad, so this is a curveball. From his perspective, a church in the area should automatically protect the village from anything dark or unnatural. To him, the presence of a holy place should rule out curses altogether. But Justia fires back with something that shakes everyone. She believes the church itself is the source of a curse. Her words hit the table like a thunderclap. The knights are stunned into silence. It's not the kind of accusation anyone expects from a holy knight. Meanwhile, the voice in Vlad's head is in full agreement with her, and quietly impressed by how fast she pieced everything together. Sir Gregory, however, is horrified. It's beyond anything he anticipated. For a holy knight to say something like this, it must be serious. He knows action must be taken, but at the same time, he's reminded that this territory falls outside of Bezit's jurisdiction. That leaves him in a tough spot. He wants to act, but his hands are tied. Overwhelmed and frustrated, Gregory slams his fists on the table, struggling to process the situation. Justia calmly watches him, waiting for him to settle down. Then, she cuts through the silence. She asks him to deliver a message of gratitude to the new mayor of Shoera. Gregory is caught off guard, unsure where she's going with this. But she continues, saying she respects how the mayor handled the situation, especially using discreet methods and keeping sensitive info hidden when necessary. In other words, she's politely telling them, "Thanks for your effort, but it's time to step aside." She's taking over from here. After all, Gregory already confirmed this village isn't under their authority. The bearded knight mulls over her words, unsure if she's trying to stop them from digging deeper or simply being thoughtful. Either way, he knows black magic falls under the church's jurisdiction. That means they're officially out of bounds now. With no legal grounds to continue, the knights may have no choice but to pull back. Sir Gregory, though hesitant, comes to terms with it. Vlad sees it all unfolding and stays quiet. It's clear now. An invisible wall has been drawn, one backed by authority and duty. Later that night, Vlad sits by the window, staring into the thick, eerie fog outside. It's too dense to see anything clearly. Inside, he's clearly frustrated. It feels like they've failed Anna. Just then, the little girl from earlier sneaks up and breaks his thoughts, asking if he's leaving soon. Sadly, he admits that goodbyes are coming sooner than she'd like. Her eyes well up with tears the moment he says it. She doesn't understand. Why are they leaving already? Vlad explains that their job here is done, but his face says otherwise. He's not in the mood for talking. He just wants to sit there in silence, sulking over how abruptly everything ended. But the girl's not about to let him sink into despair. Taking his earlier words to heart, she boldly declares, "There's no such thing as being done with your work in this world." He scowls at her, not because she's wrong, but because she's exactly right. He hates that truth. He'd much rather obey orders and stay out of any more trouble. But this kid just shattered that illusion without even trying. At a loss for how to shut her up, he finally asks, "Don't you have any friends or something? Why are you always hanging around here?" She replies plainly that her father told her not to go outside. That checks out, Vlad thinks. Given everything happening in the village, it's no surprise her dad's keeping her inside. The whole place feels off. What Vlad doesn't realize, though, is that the father is secretly watching their conversation from the shadows. He looks at the girl, stuck indoors with no friends, no one to play with. It's no wonder she's clinging to him now. She suddenly pleads with him to stay a little longer, hoping to convince him by saying the church will soon be handing out gifts. That catches him off guard. He blinks, not sure he heard her right. Right then, the innkeeper chimes in. He explains that the church is planning to gather all the children for some kind of ritual blessing. The man seems completely under the church's influence, treating the whole thing like it's some divine generosity meant to help them through dark times. Vlad leans forward, more alert now, and asks when this ritual is supposed to happen. The innkeeper says it'll be in 3 or 4 days. The priest is apparently collecting all the children for it. The girl turns to Vlad again, begging him to stay until then. He doesn't respond right away, just silently sips his drink and starts thinking. He recalls sending a message by carrier pigeon, asking for reinforcements. Based on his experience, it'll take at least 4 days for the Holy Knights to arrive. Barely enough time. Weighing everything in his mind, Vlad starts to think they might actually make it. Finally, he looks at the girl and tells her he could stay until the blessing. Her face lights up with joy. Excited, she digs into her pocket to give him something. Curious, Vlad asks what it is. She pulls out a simple ring, twigs twisted together. She calls it a flower ring and hands it to him. He stares at it, confused. Flower ring. There's not a single flower on it. Still, he figures she must have made it using the ivy growing on the building's wall, in a place where flowers aren't even allowed to bloom. This simple gift means more than it seems. Just then, Marianne's father calls out, reminding her it's time for bed. She tries to argue, but he shuts it down immediately. No room for debate. Off to her room she goes. With a pout, she slowly starts walking away. Before heading upstairs, she pauses and turns back to Vlad. Will you still be here in the morning? She asks. Instead of giving her a solid answer, he flashes a teasing grin. Probably. That's all she needs to hear. Beaming, she demands he promise to stay longer. She doesn't even wait for a reply, just spins around and heads off. But then it happens. She suddenly freezes in her tracks, like something takes hold of her. In the next instant, she collapses, her body hitting the floor hard. Her father screams and lunges forward, catching her just before she hits her head. But it's already too late. She's seizing violently in his arms. Vlad's instincts kick in. He knows something is horribly wrong. Without wasting a second, he moves to help. Inside his mind, a voice speaks, offering him its sight. It wouldn't fix anything, but it'll let him see the truth. That's enough, because the curse has been triggered. The father's cries alert the other knights, and they rush downstairs to the chaos unfolding. They arrive just in time to see the man desperately trying to rouse his daughter. Sir Gregory arrives and is struck speechless. The sight before him, the cursed child, is just as Justia described. Meanwhile, the voice tells Vlad that the girl's life is slipping away. Her breath, her very soul, is being drained, and only Vlad can see it. Pale smoke rising from her mouth, floating toward the church. He doesn't know how to explain what he's seeing. While he's still trying to make sense of it, Justia cuts in. The enemy must have sensed her presence. That's why they've come. That's why Marianne is suffering. Justia blames herself. She thought she'd mastered her divine power well enough. She never expected them to notice. Suddenly, Justia steps outside and tells the others that if she doesn't come back, they need to explain everything to the Holy Knights. Watching things spiral out of control, Sir Gregory can only groan in frustration. Vlad, on the other hand, doesn't understand why the senior knight isn't taking action. His anger builds. Why is Gregory frozen in place, shackled by rules, while everything is falling apart? Then the situation escalates, fast. The curse doesn't stop with Marianne. It spreads like wildfire across the entire village. One by one, all the children collapse, trembling violently. Parents scream helplessly, watching their kids fade before their eyes. The village drowns in agony, and Vlad can barely take it. He didn't leave the slums just to survive. He didn't choose the sword because he worshipped knights. He wanted to change something, to fight for those who couldn't. And right now, if he just sits back and watches this unfold, then he might as well have never left that filthy alley. That's enough. He grabs his sword and rushes for the door, ready to find whoever's behind this nightmare. But Gregory stops him. The old knight says he understands Vlad's pain. But a knight's sword, he reminds him, must carry more than just skill. It must carry weight, responsibility. Gregory's voice is steady, but Vlad snaps. What good is responsibility if it can't even protect the ones who need it? Gregory pauses. The kid's right. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Vlad to repeat after him. Vlad's confused. What is this now? Gregory looks him dead in the eye. The Swordmaster's code, he says. It's the only thing that justifies our blade. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Justia. She now stands in the thick of the curse, deep in a place drowning in dark energy. Still, she knows this land belongs to God. Nothing changes that. No evil has the right to defile it. With that belief burning inside her, she pushes open the church doors, ready to confront whatever's waiting. But the moment she steps inside, she freezes. On the altar, a demonic symbol is scrawled in plain sight. Her eyes narrow. She raises her voice and accuses the false priest of defiling holy ground with blasphemy. The wicked reverend grins the moment he hears her voice, amused as she arrived earlier than expected and all alone. He mocks her, saying 2 people aren't nearly enough to offer the prayers needed for the souls inside. That's when Justia notices something's wrong. The entire church is drenched in unnatural energy, yet she can't detect a single living soul. Then the illusion fades. A swarm of demons reveals itself, lurking in the shadows all along. As they begin to stir, the priest bursts into laughter, declaring that the service is about to begin. Outside, the corrupted dead charge the church like rabid animals. When they reach the doors, they claw and tear at them in desperation. Through their cries, it becomes clear these were once the grieving parents of the children offered as sacrifices. Filled with rage, the holy knight looks at the false priest in disgust, horrified by the truth. She can't comprehend how he feels no fear toward the divine. But he simply scoffs, letting his blackened scripture fall to the ground. He admits God should be feared, but says he's long turned his back on the Lord's embrace. With that, the priest unveils the unholy power he now commands, the very same curse that doomed the village. The moment Justia sees it, she knows she's outmatched. Alone, she doesn't stand a chance. Dropping to her knees, she raises her voice to the heavens, summoning the mighty commander of the celestial army, Saint Rosino, God's warrior against the forces of darkness. In return for a devastating price, she offers herself up, pleading for salvation for the forsaken souls. As Justia makes her vow, her eyes begin to glow. Brilliant golden wings burst from her back, and divine power floods her body. Then, like a spear of light, a radiant beam descends from the heavens, piercing the gloom. Just as the darkness threatens to consume the church, the light of God crashes down, driving out the evil in one sweeping blaze. The dark priest's eyes widen in shock as the sacred light descends. He instantly recognizes it as a solemn exorcism. A light so pure, it pierces even the deepest shadows and reveals itself to the blind. But instead of retreating in fear, he grins. To him, this is a worthy test. He admits it's impressive that she summoned such divine force without any ritual. Still, he refuses to let go of his twisted sanctuary. He smirks, claiming that no matter how brilliant a single flame is, it will always falter when left to burn alone. With that, he begins weaving another sinister incantation. He knows the holy miracle Justia unleashed isn't without consequences. It demands a heavy price. He warns her that her power is fueled by sacrifice, likely her own life. And once that blinding brilliance fades, he believes only a blacker darkness awaits. The radiant beam crashes through the roof of the church, obliterating the horde of evil spirits in a flash. The undead warriors, moments away from overwhelming Justia, are struck down instantly. It looks like victory, but the silence doesn't last. Though the holy light scorched the enemies within, it becomes clear that the heart of the corruption hasn't been destroyed. It's still pulsing somewhere deep inside, unwilling to die. Lady Justia stays kneeling, her sword planted firmly in the ground. For a moment, she believes the divine attack was enough to save her from being torn apart. But when she lifts her glowing eyes, what she sees is far from relief. The twisted corpses that had collapsed moments ago begin to stir. Possessed victims slowly rise from the floor, their lifeless bodies reanimating like puppets. Worse yet, more emerge from the dark corners of the church, zombies hidden away in other rooms now stepping forward. The Holy Knight realizes with grim clarity, this fight is far from finished. At this point, panic begins to creep in. The white-haired knight hadn't expected so many victims to be hiding inside the church. She thought the first wave was all there was, but now, seeing even more undead rising from every corner, she starts to question just how many souls were sacrificed here. Even though she's drained, she refuses to retreat. Her body's too weak to stand, but she won't let that stop her. With her sword still buried in the ground, she braces herself, hacking at anything that dares come close, all while staying down on one knee. Seeing this, the twisted priest decides it's time to make his move. His army is still overwhelming, and Lady Justia's holy strike, while powerful, didn't wipe them all out. Confident that he now holds the advantage, he approaches her, his blade wrapped in dark energy. He tells her coldly that it's time for the darkness to take its turn. In his mind, she already had her chance. Her holy blast was her shot to end it. But she failed, and now he's ready to end it himself. As he steps closer, Lady Justia looks up at him. She's gasping for breath, her strength nearly gone, but her eyes are locked on him with deadly focus. She knows if she missteps now, it's over. But even with the odds stacked against her, surrender isn't even a thought. The priest walks toward her, full of arrogance. completely convinced this is his moment. But Justia isn't done yet. She begins to call once more upon the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Rosino, who stands at God's side. The priest tries to cut her off mid-prayer, scoffing that her efforts are a waste of time. She doesn't even flinch. Ignoring every word he throws at her, she keeps chanting, her voice unwavering. Before she can even finish, her eyes blaze once again with golden fire. That light, familiar and fierce, returns to her, and it becomes clear the priest was wrong. Holy power surges back in her, and now the tide is about to shift. With renewed determination, Justia continues her plea, calling upon Saint Rosino to bring the wrath of the Holy Church down upon every last enemy. Her voice carries power, and her prayer is answered. A radiant figure materializes behind her, shining so intensely that the priest is forced to stagger backward, shielding his eyes. The light is overwhelming, and for the first time, fear creeps across his face. He can hardly believe what he's witnessing. After ruling over this cursed village with dark power for so long, he never imagined such divine energy could still exist, let alone confront him here. While the evil priest stands frozen in disbelief, Justia rises, her body now pulsing with heavenly strength. She makes a solemn vow. Even if it takes everything she has, even her life, she will bring him down. But before she can strike, a sudden roar interrupts the moment. A flaming cart bursts into the church from behind her. She doesn't even notice it at first, until it's almost on top of her. Sensing the danger, she whirls around and spots it racing toward her, with Vlad clinging to it, shouting for her to move. She quickly realizes this blazing spectacle isn't aimed at her. It's meant for the priest. Without hesitation, she dives out of its path. Just then, Sir Gregory steps into the open and shouts for Vlad to push the cart straight at the priest. Vlad wastes no time. With a solid shove, the inferno is launched right at the villain. It seems like this reckless move might actually work, but it doesn't. The priest watches the fire barreling toward him and only smirks. He looks more annoyed than threatened. With a flick of his hand, he unleashes a wave of dark power and obliterates the flaming cart mid-air, shattering it into burning fragments. The explosion rocks the inside of the church, and from the outside, it looks like the attack might have hit its mark. But Vlad sees the truth first. As the smoke clears, the false priest calmly walks out of the fire, completely untouched. So Vlad charges forward, ready to launch the next strike. The young swordsman grips his blade and launches himself into the air, ready to bring justice to the false priest. There's no one who despises the priest more than him, so now that he's got a shot, he's not holding back. The young knight burns with fury. He's had enough. After what the priest did to the village children, this has gone way too far. He's here to end it once and for all. As their swords meet, sparks fly. The clash is intense. The priest may be a fraud, but he's no pushover. He matches Vlad's rage with precision, deflecting each strike as their deadly duel rages on. Meanwhile, the chaos spreads. Flames from the exploded cart have engulfed the church, and the fire is quickly consuming everything. The whole place is turning into an inferno, but neither of them cares. Locked in combat, Vlad is too focused on cutting down the priest to notice the growing blaze. The priest, too, is completely absorbed in the fight, not even thinking of escape. As things escalate, their eyes begin to shine with power. That's when something shifts. The priest starts to realize who he's really fighting. He gazes into Vlad's glowing blue eyes and sees a powerful presence staring back. A shadowy figure with lightning eyes and a terrifying aura reveals itself within Vlad. But instead of fear, the priest feels something else, recognition. He knows that presence. And more than that, he's thrilled. It's someone from his past, someone he never expected to encounter again. This bizarre reaction only fuels Vlad's rage. He's swinging for blood, and the priest is acting like this is some kind of reunion. Furious, Vlad shouts for him to cut the nonsense and just die already. With rage pushing him forward, Vlad makes his move. He lunges in, sword aimed for the priest's side, going in for the kill. But the priest sees it coming. While Vlad is doing everything he can to bring down the twisted priest, the others rush to check on Lady Justia. The white-haired knight still looks worn out from her earlier clash with the priest. Sir Gregory quickly approaches, concern in his voice as he asks if she's okay. But she doesn't answer with reassurance, just a warning. She reminds him that simply being inside the church is already putting him in grave danger. Hearing that, Gregory nods and admits they had no other choice. The village kids are suffering, and this cursed church is the cause. They couldn't just sit back and let things continue. Still, he never expected the evil they'd uncover here. The place is crawling with the undead, and none of it makes any sense to him. Seeing how shaken he is, Lady Justia finally reveals the truth. They need to reach the bell tower. That's where the curse is coming from. Gregory understands. He's ready to help, but they don't have the luxury of clearing a path step by step. Time's running out. That's why he suggests splitting up, even if it's a dangerous move. Glancing around, the bearded knight starts to form a plan. Since Cade can't use his aura inside, Gregory figures they need to get the archer out of the church first. And to do that, someone has to make an opening. Without wasting another second, Gregory charges into the chaos. He slams his foot down with force, igniting his aura as he launches himself straight at the priest. The impact is massive. One moment, the priest holding his own. Next, he's crashing to the ground under Gregory's raw power. Even Vlad is stunned by the sudden shift. With all that energy coursing through him, Gregory feels confident that he can hold the priest down long enough for the others to act. He's already pulled the enemy away from Vlad. Now, he just has to keep him distracted. Pinning the priest to the floor, Gregory shouts to Vlad, passing on what Justia said about the bell tower. He admits he doesn't fully understand what's up there, but whatever it is, he wants the young knight to find it and destroy it. Hearing Sir Gregory's command, Vlad instantly understands the weight of what's just been asked of him. This isn't just a task, it's a mission born from sacrifice. Watching his superior hold off the priest alone, Vlad knows he can't afford to fail. Without a second thought, he takes off. His speed is blinding as he bolts out of the church, hell-bent on making Gregory's stand count for something. But the priest isn't about to let him go so easily. Even while pinned, he summons a fresh wave of undead and sends them charging after Vlad. Like puppets on a string, the cursed victims rise and abandon everything else to hunt down the young swordsman. Vlad sees the horde closing in and lets out a frustrated curse. But he doesn't slow down. He can't. It's now or never. He barrels straight into the wave of undead, pushing through with sheer will, knocking aside anything that dares block his path. But it's too many. Just as he starts to get swallowed by the swarm, a blinding beam of light cuts through the mob, blasting open a path. Vlad's stunned. He didn't do that. He turns to see Cade standing with Lady Justia, the two of them working together. She's channeled her holy power into his arrow, turning it into a radiant blast that cleared the way. Their timing is perfect, but the job isn't done. Dozens more undead begin to rise, pouring in from every corner. The nightmare is far from over. Cade quickly realizes this and tells Vlad to keep moving. He'll handle the rest. Arrow after arrow flies, each one hitting its mark, clearing out the zombies with deadly precision. Not a single shot is wasted. Cade moves like a seasoned warrior, calm, calculated, deadly. Even so, the undead just keep coming. Vlad knows that even with Cade's flawless aim, it won't be enough. He's got to break through himself. There's no time to wait. So, with his resolve hardening, he throws himself back into the fray, plowing through the creatures with unstoppable force. As he pushes forward, a voice echoes in his mind, reminding him of who he is. Every world has value. Every life matters. But not everyone can fight for themselves. That's why knights exist, to protect those who can't. And when duty calls, they can't afford to hesitate. Vlad knows exactly what he has to do. He must become the flame that lights the way through the darkness, even if it means burning himself in the process. It's the second code of the Swordmasters, etched deep into his heart. With that thought anchoring him, he charges forward without hesitation, cutting his way through the endless sea of enemies. Back in the fray, Sir Gregory is still holding the line. But even as he struggles to pin the priest down, he's forced to fend off new threats. A possessed attacker lunges from behind, and when Gregory whirls around a block, another sneaks in and strikes him from the back. Desperate, he slams his sword into the ground, hoping to crush everything in reach, but it's not enough. The swarm keeps coming. Just when it seems like he's about to be overwhelmed, an arrow whizzes past and takes out the attacker. Gregory glances over to see Sir Cade, standing firm despite the exhaustion in his face. The archer's fingers are raw and bleeding, but he still manages a nod. For a moment, the pressure eases. The tide of the undead thins out just enough for them to catch their breath. Gregory, half joking through the chaos, comments that he wishes he were this popular in his regular life. Being swarmed by zombies is one thing, but at least it's attention, right? Then, while he's still trying to find the humor in it all, one of the crawling undead grabs at his boot. Gregory glares down at it, clearly over the horror show. He's seen more twisted things today than anyone should. What really pushes him over the edge, though, is the priest's face. Even now, with everything crumbling around him, the priest is still grinning like a madman. It's a sinister, smug look, like he's sitting on some grand secret. The priest sits on the floor, calm and composed, as if he's already surrendered to fate. He looks at Gregory and tells him to do whatever he wants, because death, to him, is meaningless. He's not someone who could be erased so easily. Hearing this, Gregory clenches his jaw. The priest's confidence, his taunting words, and that sick smile, it's all too much. He's already boiling inside. and now the priest just pouring fuel on the fire. So Gregory decides, if the priest wants to act untouchable, then it's time to break that illusion. Sir Gregory lifts his blade high and brings it down hard on the priest, eager to see if the man can keep running his mouth after losing his head. But instead of fear, the priest just laughs, fueling Gregory's rage even more. With one final strike, the knight silences him for good, telling him to laugh his way into death. In a single, clean slash, the priest is decapitated and his head tumbles down the steps. That's when something strange happens. The enemy soldiers suddenly freeze. Lady Justia steps forward and explains, to stop an army, you take out its commander. The knight nods, confirming Gregory's move was the right one. You'd think the bearded warrior would be proud of what he'd done, but he just scowls. He mutters a curse, clearly irritated by how close things got. Still, there's a sense of relief. It's finally over. He pulls out his flask and takes a long drink, already bracing for a long night of heavy drinking. But just as it feels like the battle's done, a voice echoes, one that shouldn't be possible. The priest's voice. It calls out to Gregory, mocking him, saying there was no wine in the mess hall. Gregory nearly chokes on his drink. Around him, the knights are frozen in shock, their eyes wide at the impossible sight, a severed head still talking. The head keeps going, even asking for a sip of Gregory's booze. The knight slowly turns, stunned to find the priest's head still conscious. Before he can react, Cade shouts a warning. Gregory spins around, and there it is, the priest's headless body, still on its feet. A strange blue flame bursts from the stump of its neck. That's when Lady Justia realizes what they're up against. This isn't just any priest. He's the headless knight, the dreaded Dullahan. While the rest struggle with the resurrected monster inside the church, another knight races up the tower steps. Every stride is filled with purpose. At the top, he reaches the massive bell and instantly senses it. Dark energy swirls thick in the air. He knows it instantly. This bell is the heart of the curse. A voice in his head confirms it. It's the curse of a noble warlock. With that, the voice urges him, no more waiting. Shatter the spell. End it now. Just as our boy begins to activate his skill, he's cut off, literally, when a headless knight suddenly appears and lunges at him. The voice in his head shouts a warning, but it's already too late. The tower starts to tremble violently, shaking like it's about to collapse. Vlad's eyes widen as he realizes what's coming, and without hesitation, he leaps off to avoid getting crushed under the falling stones. Behind him, the tower erupts in a massive explosion, reduced to rubble by Dullahan, who's determined to protect the source of his curse at all costs. Meanwhile, Vlad lands safely on solid ground. He takes a breath and glances around, confused by the destruction all around him. Then he notices it. The church is completely wrecked. Before he can process what happened, the headless knight materializes once more, holding a glowing orb of energy in his hand. With a smug tone, he actually compliments Vlad's acrobatic landing, clearly impressed. But Vlad isn't in the mood for praise, especially not from the enemy. He draws his sword and charges, accusing the priest of never having been human to begin with. As he looks around and sees no sign of his companions, panic kicks in. He demands to know where they are, terrified that they may have died in the chaos. The Dullahan barely flinches. Coldly, he replies that their lives mean nothing to him. Sure enough, we see the motionless bodies of Vlad's fellow knights scattered in the debris. Dullahan lifts the orb and declares that the only thing he values is already in his grasp, the curse itself. Furious, Vlad shouts at him to hand it over. But the Dullahan smirks and tells him to come take it. With no patience left, Vlad charges in again, but Dullahan warns him not to test his limits. He's running out of patience, especially when it comes to his so-called peers. That comment stops Vlad in his tracks. He doesn't understand. What peers? That's when the headless knight makes it clear he wasn't referring to Vlad. The moment of confusion is all it takes. Dullahan explodes into action, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Vlad tries to keep up, but he's quickly overwhelmed. The knight realizes, with a sinking heart, that his opponent has become far too fast, far too powerful for him to handle. The voice in Vlad's head cuts in, confirming what he's already starting to fear. Those moves? Not human. And while he's struggling to keep pace, Dullahan taunts him relentlessly, calling him slow, mocking every step he takes. But Vlad's had enough. In a flash, he unleashes a powerful technique, the armor technique, catching the headless knight completely off guard. Dullahan flinches, genuinely surprised, and even more shocked when he senses the protection of a spirit wrapped around Vlad. That changes things. This fight isn't just a clash, it's a battle of will now, and neither of them plans to walk away without a victory. The duel intensifies. It's no longer about tactics or honor, just two warriors refusing to back down. With fire in his heart, Vlad charges at his flame-headed enemy, sword coated in aura. One of his eyes glows. He's gone all in. That's how you know he's serious. He closes in fast, blade blazing with energy, and lets loose a crushing strike aimed to do real damage. But Dullahan isn't just any opponent. He's the former priest, and he sees it all coming. Calm and ruthless, he waits for the right moment. He's fully aware of Vlad's fury. He knows the kid wants revenge, but it doesn't rattle him. Not one bit. As Vlad's burning sword comes down, Dullahan counters with his own, a black blade pulsing with dark energy. He blocks the hit with ease. It's like he's reading Vlad's mind, reacting before the young knight even moves. No matter how hard Vlad pushes, every attack is met with a perfect defense. The Headless Knight's skill with the blade is on another level entirely. Strike after strike is deflected like it's nothing, and as time goes on, the pressure starts to build. Vlad's swings grow more desperate. He's giving everything he's got, but nothing lands. Panic creeps in as the realization hits. At this rate, he won't win. Not like this. And in that moment, it shows. The desperation is written all over his face. The proud knight from Shoera is up against a monster who may be simply unbeatable. Vlad's mind kicks into overdrive, scrambling for any possible way to survive this fight. He's running out of time, and his face says it all. He's in serious trouble. Desperate, he wishes he had the kind of focus Mr. Ratiger was always known for, the kind of clarity that could cut through chaos. And then something shifts. A spark ignites deep within him. His glowing eye flares brighter, as if a surge of understanding just hit him out of nowhere. It's not just about fighting harder. It's about what fills his world. And right now, the only thing fully connected to his world is the voice in his head. It makes perfect sense. The two have been linked for as long as he can remember. And now, for the first time, something big is happening. They're reaching the horizon where their two worlds collide. But this isn't some puppet show where the voice hijacks Vlad's body. This time, they agree. They're merging, not just in spirit, but in purpose. The voice confirms it. From now on, they're not two separate beings. They are one. If they're going to stand a chance against someone like Dullahan, they can't do it alone. So the voice gives Vlad what he needs most, his world. The fusion begins. Dullahan narrows his focus. He can sense something's changed, something dangerous. He watches closely as the blue glow in Vlad's eye fades, only to erupt into crackling lightning. His expression shifts. For the first time, he's unsettled. The voice's world manifests, pure lightning, surging through Vlad's body. The energy flows straight into his sword, and the young knight grips the hilt tighter, fully aware of the power he's just been handed. He's been granted permission to wield it, and now he's ready to strike with everything he's got. Now armed with newfound strength, Vlad grips his mighty sword, crackling with immense energy, and readies a devastating blow aimed straight at the Headless Knight. But just before unleashing a massive strike, he turns to the twisted priest and demands, did he really believe Vlad would just walk away and leave those kids behind? No chance. There's no reality where Vlad abandons the children of that village. As a knight, he's bound by oath to defend the helpless. And right now, those cursed kids need him more than ever. The only way to break the curse is to take out the Headless Knight, and Vlad's fully committed to doing exactly that. Fueled by righteous fury and a burning will to protect the innocent, he finally unleashes the colossal attack. The evil priest tries to counter, but this time, the energy is overwhelming. The blast tears through the battlefield, stretching for miles, and at its center, the Headless Knight stands locked in the heart of the storm. When the dust settles, you'd expect the enemy to be reduced to ash. But to Vlad's disbelief, the figure doesn't fall. Instead, the Headless Knight remains upright, weapon in hand, fully ready for more. It's an unbelievable sight. After everything Vlad threw at him, the villain is barely scratched. As the enemy starts charging up his next attack, Vlad can't help but curse. He's stunned. That monstrous blast, all that power, and this is all he accomplished? It's like watching a hero hit with everything he's got, only for the villain to walk it off. The gap in strength feels enormous. And that's when Vlad comes to a bitter realization. His world isn't big enough to contain the voice's power. What they just pulled off, no matter how epic, was only a glimpse of what's possible. His attack fell short because their worlds don't align, and that mismatch meant he couldn't tap into the full potential of their combined might. Right now, Vlad is running on fumes. He's tried everything he can think of, and nothing's worked. You really can't blame him. He's thrown out every move in his arsenal, but it's all been for nothing. Worse still, he figures he's only got 2, maybe 3 shots left in him before he's completely drained. At first, it looked like his opening strike did some real damage. He managed to slice into Dullahan's wrist. But that small victory is about to flip into a nightmare. The blood dripping from the wound doesn't just fall. It morphs into a dark, swirling energy, and it's clear Dullahan plans to use it. The headless knight starts laughing, mocking Vlad. Turns out, the first time they clashed, Dullahan held back. He thought Vlad was just another swordsman who shared his style. But now that he sees the kid might actually pose a threat, he drops the act and goes full monster mode. In a flash, he dons a terrifying set of armor, glowing with eerie blue flames from within. It's a chilling sight. Vlad is stunned speechless. He can hardly believe what he's seeing. The transformation is insane, and Dullahan now looks more like a demon than a knight, fully prepped for another brutal showdown. Every swing of Dullahan's sword pulses with that dark, unstable energy. Vlad's still trying to wrap his head around the transformation when the first attack flies straight at him. He doesn't spot it in time, but the voice inside his head does, shouting a warning just before the energy blast hits. Dullahan doesn't stop there. He charges in with lightning speed. Again, the voice calls out, telling Vlad to dodge. He reacts quickly, trying to leap out of the way. But even then, he can't avoid the brunt of it. The next blow slams into him with brutal force, launching him through the air and kicking up a storm of dust. Dullahan doesn't even move. He just watches, standing still as the dust begins to settle. And then, as he scans the battlefield, he actually pauses to wonder, how did Vlad manage to summon his aura fast enough to shield himself? Even just a little? For the first time, the Headless Knight admits it. This kid might actually have real potential. Flat on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, Vlad is completely drained. And Dullahan sees it. Whatever he thought of Vlad before, just some kid swinging a sword. He knows now he was wrong. There's more to this boy than meets the eye. That unknown potential makes Vlad dangerous, which is exactly why Dullahan decides this is the perfect time to eliminate him. Right here, right now. The kid's out of strength, completely exposed. If he doesn't take care of him now, Vlad will become a major problem later. With that, the Headless Knight approaches, sword in hand, ready to end it. He raises the weapon high, prepared to plunge it straight into Vlad's chest. Vlad sees it coming, but he's too weak to move, too worn out to even lift a finger. All he can do is stare, horror written all over his face. This feels like the end, and what makes it worse is it looks like he's given up. Dullahan leans in with cold intent, blade aimed for the kill. Just before he strikes, he mutters that Vlad should have known his place and kept things simple. Then he drives the sword downward, but just before it hits, Vlad catches it. Hand bleeding, eyes locked, he grabs the blade mid-strike and stops it cold. The sword doesn't pierce. It doesn't even move. Time seems to freeze. And then, something even more unexpected happens. The voice inside Vlad finally speaks, loud enough for someone else to hear it. For the first time, it doesn't just whisper to Vlad. It shouts directly at Dullahan. Didn't you hear what he said? A pause. He told you to leave the children alone. The instant those words hit the air, a massive burst of energy erupts from Vlad's body. A shockwave so powerful it launches Dullahan into the distance, screaming as he's engulfed in the blast. And just like that, Vlad starts to rise. But something's changed. The energy swirling around him is different, stronger, sharper. As he stands, it's clear this isn't just a boy from Shora anymore. The one speaking now is something else. The voice, now in control, admits something strange. He doesn't even know who he really is. His memories are gone, scattered across time. But one thing remains. A single duty etched deep into his very soul. In that moment, it all clicks. The voice finally understands the truth. His very existence revolves around one thing, fulfilling that buried duty. And now, with that purpose clear, he's more than ready to see it through, no matter what it takes. Taking full control of Vlad's body, the voice steps forward. He's done watching the Headless Knight bully children. If Dullahan wants to fight, then it's time he picks on someone his own size. Back on the battlefield, Dullahan is still reeling from that last attack. His body smolders with smoke, evidence of real damage. But that doesn't shake his resolve. He still believes he can win, still convinced the fight is his. He's wrong. As Dullahan tries to recover, Vlad suddenly blasts into the sky, energy flaring around him. In a flash, he rockets down with another devastating strike. The moment catches Dullahan off guard. He raises his weapon to counter, but it's not enough. The blow knocks him back hard, slamming him to the ground. Still, he refuses to quit. Gritting his teeth, Dullahan starts to rise again, but Vlad's already there. This time, he grabs him mid-motion, locking in a brutal, energy-charged chokehold and slamming him straight back into the earth. The voice doesn't hold back. He mocks Dullahan's so-called skills, disgusted that he'd dare challenge a mere boy with such pitiful power. What seemed overwhelming to Vlad, the voice finds it laughable. That's when Dullahan starts to realize he's completely outmatched. Shaken, he finally asks, "Who are you?" The voice doesn't entertain it. Cold and direct, he says, "I've got nothing to say to scum who feed off children's blood." Then comes the final verdict. You don't deserve to live. And with that, he begins charging a final deadly skill. Dullahan starts to panic. He doesn't understand why he's so afraid, but something deep inside tells him this fear is justified. He can feel it now. This isn't just a fighter he's up against. It's something else entirely. He senses a beast, feral, savage, and hungry, emerging from Vlad's aura. It's coming for him, ready to rip him apart. He can see it taking shape, massive and menacing, baring its fangs. And then, suddenly, it's gone. The creature vanishes. Now all Dullahan can do is tremble and wonder. Where'd it go? The evil priest spins around, looking for the devourer, only to have Vlad suddenly appear right behind him. A cold voice mocks the villain, asking if all that talking is just to cover up how slow he's gotten. Offended, the headless knight lashes out, unleashing a powerful energy wave. But it barely makes a dent. Vlad stands there unfazed. Watching Dullahan's weak attempt, the voice decides it's time to get serious. Furious, he unleashes a relentless series of strikes, all while expressing his disgust that someone like Dullahan would dare to belittle the power he now possesses. Now, the headless knight is rattled. His body, which is supposed to be beyond pain and death, is reacting. He can feel every single hit. The pain is real, tearing through his soul, and he can't make sense of it. But Vlad doesn't let up. The barrage continues, and it's clear he's far from finished. Finally, Vlad lands a devastating blow that sends the knight crashing hard into the ground. Buried in rubble, Dullahan groans, barely able to move. As he lies there, he starts to question everything. How could someone like Vlad even exist? He once thought he stood at the top, untouchable. But after facing Vlad, he realizes he's completely outmatched. Still down, the headless knight tries to process it all, but Vlad doesn't give him time. He drives his blade straight through his chest, pinning him where he lies. Then, the voice demands something from him. Dullahan stays silent, unsure of what he means. But Vlad repeats himself, this time with force. With a raised fist, he channels an immense amount of power, then slams it into the villain's chest, sending shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. At this stage, you'd think Vlad might give the guy a moment to breathe, but he doesn't. Without hesitation, he dives back in, jamming his fingers straight into Dullahan's chest. Slowly and mercilessly, he tears it open. It's brutal, but effective. And there it is, the very thing he's been demanding all along, a radiant, glowing orb pulsing with dark energy. Satisfied, the voice acknowledges it. Wasting no time, Vlad reaches in and yanks the curse core out. As he does, the voice gives a firm command, ordering the curse to return to wherever it came from. The priest, powerless, can only scream in rage as he watches his beloved curse being forcefully expelled. Dullahan screams and thrashes in agony, but Vlad stays focused, ignoring the cries. He presses on, determined to purge the evil completely. It's clearly not a simple process. The struggle intensifies, and as the curse is pulled free, its energy begins to ripple outward across the village. That glowing energy flows back to the children who have been suffering under its influence. The life stolen from them is finally returned, leaving families stunned and overwhelmed. As the power drains from Dullahan, he slumps, breathing heavily, clearly spent and defeated. In the midst of all this, the voice admits something. He remembers that there's a way to truly destroy beings like Dullahan, but he can't recall the exact method. Dullahan tries to defend himself, insisting he was never allied with the curse. He claims they were both just creatures who defy death in their own way. The voice responds coolly, saying there are other ways to end beings like them, even if the most effective one has slipped his memory. With that, Vlad rises and steps over the broken villain, staring down at what's left of him. Then, the voice makes a grim decision. He's going to tear off all of Dullahan's limbs. To him, that's the same as finishing the job. And of course, Dullahan knows exactly how horrifying that fate would be. Faced with the brutal reality, he panics, desperate to avoid what's coming next. Dullahan starts dragging himself away, desperate to escape. But it's hopeless. Vlad closes in and starts tearing him apart, one limb at a time. When there's just one arm left, Vlad gets ready to finish the job. But right as he's about to cut it off, the headless knight raises his last remaining arm and screams out a strange word, Lamishtu. The name stops Vlad in his tracks. He's caught off guard, trying to figure out what it means. Suddenly, a dark energy barrier erupts around the crawling priest, cutting Vlad off from him. All he can do is watch, unsure of what's happening. Dullahan keeps dragging himself forward, calling out again, this time to something named Lamishtu. Massive shadowy hands begin reaching out through the darkness. Vlad stands by, watching silently, trying to figure out what the priest is doing. Apparently, Dullahan thought this powerful being would save him. But as he reaches it, the truth hits. Lamishtu isn't here to help. In an instant, the dark presence turns on him. It devours him whole, erasing the headless knight from existence until there's nothing left but dust. That's when Lamishtu finally reveals herself to Vlad. The voice inside Vlad admits he doesn't recognize the name, but something about it feels strangely familiar. Just as he starts to wonder what kind of being this is, his train of thought is interrupted. He realizes he's still in control of Vlad's body. It surprises him that he pushed things this far, completely overtaking the kid. He admits he may have overstepped, but even so, he's impressed. Vlad's body held up impressively well, and the voice is genuinely proud of his progress. He decides he'll apologize to the boy when he wakes up. With that, he releases control, and Vlad's body finally collapses. The swordsman lies unconscious through the night, motionless, as the sun slowly rises over the ruined church. Meanwhile, in the barony of Uthman in the city of Mashayam, a cloaked figure sits alone. She sensed something, traces of the magic Vlad used. It's old magic, the kind that hasn't been felt in ages, and it piques her interest. She's certain something has begun to stir. The echoes of the past are returning, as she can feel the cracks forming. This, she decides, is the moment she's been waiting for. The era of chaos has finally arrived. With everything falling into place, the Dark Woman gives her next command. Her knights are free to loot the corpses of Baron Uthman's men. After all, the Baron has already paid the ultimate price for his son, who's now been brought back from the dead. The witch has fulfilled her end of the deal, and now it's time to collect a reward. Having revived the boy, she declares that Mashayam will now serve as a new haven for darkness. In other words, she and her Dark Knights have no intention of leaving. The land is theirs now. Days pass, and the scene shifts back to the small village. It's here we finally see Vlad again. He looks rough, disheveled, and annoyed, as he sits up, just waking from a long, deep sleep. Apparently, he's been out for 3 days straight, and strangely, this isn't the first time it's happened since he came to the village. It bothers him. He's a knight, after all, meant to protect others, not sleep through the aftermath. Still, considering what he just went through, it's hard to blame him. After surviving a battle that brutal, rest is the least he deserves. As he's trying to process it all, his friend Gerda walks in. He tells Vlad not to beat himself up. He's lucky to be alive. According to Gerda, Vlad was in awful shape when he found him. Said he looked like a crumpled rag. Dragging him back to the inn was no small feat, either. Gerda had to haul the unconscious knight all the way back by himself. Vlad, unsure how to respond, just scratches the back of his head, probably wondering if he's still bruised. That's when it hits him. What happened to the others? He quickly asks about the rest of the knights who were with him during the fight. Gerda's face shifts immediately. It's clear the news isn't good. He hesitates, then tells Vlad that things are bad. And the captain? He's in the worst shape of all. The news weighs heavy, but Gerda insists Vlad shouldn't worry about any of that right now. He needs to recover. As he heads toward the door, Gerda tells him he's going to inform the others that Vlad is awake. Before stepping out, he offers one last thing. If Vlad needs anything, just call. Vlad nods and thanks him quietly. And with that, Gerda leaves, closing the door behind him, leaving the young knight alone with the silence and his swirling thoughts. Vlad sits quietly on the bed, taking in everything he's just learned. Things might not be perfect, but knowing everyone made it out alive brings him some comfort. The voice in his head agrees. Life is what matters most right now. Now certain his friends survive the chaos, Vlad's thoughts drift back to the battle. The voice brings up Justja's barrier, noting how tough it must have been to withstand that explosion. That explains how the knights survived, even with the entire church getting blown apart. Her shield held long enough to protect them all, which makes the voice conclude that Lady Justia is truly formidable. Vlad nods in agreement. Then something hits him. This conversation feels oddly familiar. He's surprised to realize they're talking without the sword. Before, they could only speak when he was holding it. But now, not anymore. The voice explains that during the battle, their worlds briefly overlapped, just for a moment, but enough to forge a lasting connection. Because of that, they're now linked permanently. Vlad can talk to the voice whenever he wants, sword or not. He's stunned, but decides to test it. Sure enough, he can now communicate through thought alone. No more whispering in secret or pretending to pray. He's free to speak to the voice in his head without anyone noticing. As he reflects on this new bond, Vlad remembers something he's never shared before. Their connection is a secret, one nobody else knows, which also means no one else realizes the voice was the real reason they all survived. If he hadn't tapped into the voice's world, there's no way he could have beaten Dullahan, saved the knights, or protected the village kids. With that, Vlad thanks the voice, genuinely and from the heart. Because to him, the voice is just as much a hero as he is. Caught off guard, the voice falls silent. He's clearly moved, unsure how to respond. But before the silence gets too awkward, he finally speaks up, admitting Vlad fought just as hard. Hearing the compliment, a small smile tugs at Vlad's lips. Pride quietly settles in, warming him from the inside. The scene fades and picks up again. Vlad's already up and moving, heading into his next mission. but his path is suddenly blocked by a towering knight. The man orders him to stop right there. Not backing down, Vlad introduces himself, saying he's from Shoera and insists that Lady Justia will recognize him. He's confident she'd want to see him. Still, the guard remains suspicious, clearly unsure whether to believe the kid. He locks eyes with Vlad, trying to intimidate him, but Vlad doesn't flinch, answering with a cold, unshaken stare. Finally, the knight gives in and says he'll go check with Lady Justia. He tells Vlad to wait right there. Once he's alone, Vlad glances around and breathes a quiet sigh of relief. The villagers are safe now, finally able to rest. The holy knights might have shown up late, but their presence still means something. He's grateful, even if the fight is over. Before he can get too lost in thought, the big knight returns and gives him the go-ahead to enter. Vlad thanks him and steps inside, only to be met with a gut-wrenching sight. The hall is dim, but he can still see the bodies. So many of them, covered, lifeless. The chaos of the battle had masked the true scale of the tragedy. Now, with everything still and silent, the full weight hits him. He stares in shock, nearly brought to tears. Then, a familiar voice breaks the moment. Miss Justia steps forward, asking what he's doing there. Vlad straightens up and quickly requests permission to search the hall, hoping to find any remaining victims. But Justia calmly tells him that Sir Gregory already accounted for every missing woman. That should have been enough, but Vlad doesn't back off. He's looking for someone specific. Justia seems a little surprised. She doesn't know what to say at first, but then admits its possible traces of the curse are still lingering. She decides it's harmless to let him check one last time and grants him permission, asking only that he come see her when he's done. Grateful, Vlad bows and immediately gets to work. He begins lifting the tarps, one at a time, searching through the fallen. It doesn't take long. He finds her. As he stares at her lifeless face, the weight in his chest sinks deeper. A part of him had hoped, desperately, that she wouldn't be here, that maybe she'd made it. But here she is among the dead. The moment Vlad sees her face, he crumbles. He drops to his knees and just stares, frozen, unable to hold back the flood of emotions. A memory flashes back to his childhood. Young Vlad notices the same woman with a swollen bruise under her eye. Concerned, he gently tells her to take it easy for a few days. She brushes it off with a smile, insisting it's nothing serious. No broken bones, after all. She tries to lighten the mood and hands him an egg, but Vlad shakes his head and tells her to use it to soothe the bruise instead. That's when she finally admits it. The egg was meant as a bribe. The flashback fades. Back in the present, Vlad's still kneeling beside her lifeless body, eyes locked on her face. Even now, he feels like he'll be relying on her again someday. Life, he thinks, can be so cruel. He wipes the dust gently from her cheek and whispers a quiet farewell. He hopes that in her next life, she'll stay far from danger, that she'll be born into a kind family, with people who will love her the way she deserved. As he strokes her face one last time, he tells her how sorry he is, sorry he couldn't be there when she needed him most. A while later, Vlad makes his way to Justia's tent. She did say to come see her when he was done. Inside, she prepares some tea, ready to listen. She hadn't been conscious when the final battle ended, so this is her first chance to hear how it played out. As Vlad begins to recount what happened, he explains how the enemy vanished into a strange black hole that opened mid-fight. Naturally, she wants to hear everything. She hands him a warm cup of tea and urges him to share all the details. But Vlad keeps it vague. He tells her he's already said everything he remembers. The fight was intense, and he was too focused on dodging attacks to make sense of anything else. Justia isn't convinced. She narrows her eyes at him, clearly suspicious, silently waiting to see if he'll say more. Vlad, cool as ever, simply takes a slow sip of the tea, using it as the perfect excuse to stay quiet. Just then, the voice in Vlad's head chimes in, complimenting him on how well he spun that story. A perfect blend of fact and fiction. It's almost too believable. Vlad smirks, taking the praise in stride. For him, it's nothing new. After all, he grew up hustling in the backstreets, talking his way through life alongside working girls. Talking his way out of trouble is second nature by now. But outside the tent, the battlefield tells a grim story. The devastation left behind makes one thing painfully clear: they were outmatched. No matter how hard they fought, the enemy's power was overwhelming. Lady Justia feels the weight of that truth. It lingers in her mind as she listens to Vlad, still not fully convinced he's telling her everything. Something doesn't add up. She senses there's more beneath the surface, but she can't quite figure out what. Noticing her doubt, Vlad throws in something to keep her distracted. He casually mentions that the enemy shouted a name before disappearing. Justia immediately leans in, interested. What name? Vlad shrugs, saying he doesn't remember. He was barely conscious at the time, after all. Unwilling to let it go, Justia offers him an apple, hoping it might jog his memory. He takes it, and, after a pause, finally says the name sounded like llama. That stops her cold. Lady Justia freezes, eyes wide. Her fingers twitch around the apple. She tries to keep it together, forcing a composed, "Thank you," but Vlad can see it. Her hands are trembling. He watches her, confused, as she suddenly rises to her feet. She tells him that San Rosino will never forget his efforts, her voice calm but tight. Then, without waiting for a response, she excuses herself and slips out of the tent, leaving him behind. Vlad just stares after her, eyebrows drawn together. Something about her reaction fell off, like she turned into someone completely different the moment he said that name. The voice in his head notes that it's a good thing she doesn't suspect anything. Maybe so, but Vlad can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Her face, her reaction, that name, it all felt wrong. The scene shifts again. This time, we're inside the mayor's residence. Joseph Bezit, the newly appointed mayor of Shoera, is entertaining an unexpected visitor. As he pours tea for his guest, he casually asks when he arrived in town. The visitor is an elderly man named Lamond, who replies that he's actually been in the city for a while now. Surprised, Joseph says he would have gone out to welcome him properly, if only he'd been told in advance. But Lamond brushes that off, calling himself the lowest-ranking person at the moment. He says it wouldn't be right to trouble the young master over something so trivial. He then cuts straight to the point. He's here for something more serious. Without wasting any more time, Lamond asks where the young boy is. Joseph answers that the boy, Vlad, is currently out on a mission. He explains that Vlad went to the Uthman barony and expects they'll hear back from him soon. This surprises Lamond. He didn't expect someone still labeled a servant to be sent out on missions. He then reveals that he visited the Patriarch before stopping by here. With only one ducat left, he's hoping to get everything settled quickly. The moment he mentions that, Joseph looks visibly shaken. It's clear that a ducat holds significant value. At this point, it's clear Lamond's visit isn't just a casual check-in about Vlad. Lamond finally lays his cards on the table. He says the servants in Sturma are hopelessly dull, a real disappointment, considering they're supposed to carry on the Bayezid legacy. He then wonders aloud if the ones Joseph trained are any better. That's when Sir Jaeger, who's been silent until now, finally speaks up. He confirms that the young swordsman is far better than the others. Though, he adds, the kid does tend to do his own thing. Lamond is amused by the remark. It's not easy to earn praise from someone like the stern advanced knight. And now, he's more convinced than ever that the boy must be something special. Sir Jaeger is caught off guard. He's stunned that the old man can read him so easily. He doesn't say a word, but Lamond already knows what's on his mind. The elder casually mentions that there's no need to be so surprised. After all, he's already seen every embarrassing side of Jaeger back in the day, grumpiness included. Joseph, hearing this, just grins, while the one-eyed knight looks flustered. Lamond then shifts the focus back to Vlad. He hopes he'll like the kid when they finally meet. But he makes one thing clear. If Vlad turns out to be anything like that knight in training, Sobanin, who bullies others just because his parents are influential, then he won't hesitate to discipline him properly. That's when Joseph drops some key information. Vlad actually has no parents. Lamond looks stunned. Joseph takes this opportunity to reel him in further. Now that he understands the old man's real interest, he begins to stir that curiosity even more. He tells Lamond that Vlad grew up in the slums, no family, no support, and made it to this point entirely on his own. Joseph brings this up intentionally, knowing full well that Lamond would relate. The old man also came from hardship and carved his own path to success. And just as Joseph predicted, Lamond starts to show genuine interest in Vlad. Seeing this, Joseph backs off a bit, saying there's no need to give Vlad the last ducat. Just teach him something valuable, and that alone would mean a lot. It's a sly move, and Lamond knows it. But instead of brushing it off, the old man admits that none of the youngsters he's met lately have impressed him. Still, this time might be different. Since Joseph made the request personally, he agrees to take a serious look at the blonde swordsman. Meanwhile, back in the village, the Holy Knights are saying their goodbyes to Vlad and his group. They're standing outside as the Order spokesperson tells the team that San Rosino will always remember their courage. Sir Gregory replies in his usual blunt style. He just hopes she'll put in a good word for them, especially since their own mayor isn't exactly known for being thorough. The Holy Knight replies bluntly. She can't lie in her official report. Still, she promises to keep his position in mind when she writes it. But Sir Gregory doesn't buy it. He tells her he'd rather she not mention anything at all. Just as the Bayezid Knights prepare to leave, Justia spots something unexpected. Vlad is carrying a flag. She's clearly surprised. Gregory steps in, explaining that the Bayezid family has finally found someone worth watching. He adds that they're treating the boy well, too. As he speaks, the Holy Knight silently observes Vlad. She takes in the signs of battle, his skills, and the scars that prove he fought Dullahan head-on. All of it paints a clear picture. This boy might just become someone exceptional. Gregory then offers his farewell, and the Holy Knight responds with a quiet prayer, wishing the blessing of Saint San Rosino upon them all. As they leave the village, Vlad looks back and waves. The scenery feels lighter, brighter now that the dark fog has lifted. Gregory, watching the boy, recalls how the village once basked in sunlight and peace. Everything changed because of Dullahan. Now that the threat is gone, Vlad feels some relief. Anna would have wanted to rest in a place like this, warm and free from shadows. He hopes her soul finds peace here in the brightness she was denied. Later that night, the group sets up camp. Everyone else soon dozes off under their blankets. Vlad, however, stays awake, lost in thought. The campfire flickers as he stares into the flames, replaying everything that happened in the village. To him, the mission was a total failure. He's painfully aware that he would have died without that mysterious voice guiding him. He realizes how far he still has to go, that he's nowhere near strong enough. He thinks of Jorge and Anna, how close he came to sharing their fate. The weight of it all hits hard. The vastness of the world feels suffocating, like something he couldn't possibly rise against. His self-doubt runs deep, but just before he's completely swallowed by it, Gregory breaks the silence, asking what he's thinking about so seriously. Vlad isn't ready to open up. He simply says he was thinking about a few things. Gregory doesn't push. He knows it's not the truth, but he lets the quiet settle between them. Vlad suddenly speaks up. He says there are just too many amazing people out there, and honestly, he's not sure he can keep up while living among them. Gregory hears him out and reassures him that everyone feels that way at some point. There's no perfect answer to those thoughts, but the bearded knight says he's come to his own conclusion. When Vlad asks what that is, Gregory keeps it simple. Keep burning. He explains that there's no secret to keeping a flame steady when the wind blows. It'll flicker no matter what. But as long as there's fire, it can always burn again. So, the key is to hang in there again and again until you're burning nonstop. The words hit Vlad hard. They make perfect sense. He realizes there's no easy path to strength, no instant rise to match those who've gone before him. If he wants to stand against the vast world that's coming his way, then he'll need a flame just as vast to push through it. Back in the city, Gregory and his team return. Young Master Joseph welcomes them and praises their dedication to the mission. But he also points out the obvious. He can't ignore the fact that Bezit family sword were drawn on foreign land, territory that belongs to another lord. Without hesitation, Sir Gregory steps up and takes full responsibility. He's ready for whatever punishment Joseph decides. That's when Lamond speaks up, cutting through the room with his stern voice. He berates Gregory, saying the worst part isn't that the rules were broken. It's that Gregory knew the risks and still stepped into a situation far outside their authority. Vlad, standing nearby, hears the old man's voice and is struck by it. There's something about Lamond's presence, an unusual weight that makes Vlad wonder who he really is. Joseph agrees with Lamond, adding that this situation hit a nerve at the worst possible time. The empire is starting to crumble, with the imperial family losing its grip. The chaos is spreading, and Joseph fears the North will feel it next. Gregory keeps apologizing, but Joseph seems distracted now. He believes the Iron Duke is already paying attention to what happened in the village, especially since the situation involved curses. Joseph acknowledges that the knights meant well, but he still blames Gregory for the scale of the fire, arguing they should have pulled out of the village sooner. That comment hits our boy hard. It's like they're saying the cursed children should have just been left behind to suffer. Lamond steps in now, pointing out that he'd heard the San Rosino were in the village too. Given that, he expected the Holy Knights to handle the situation. And that's when Vlad finally loses it. He snaps, furious that they're all coming down on Gregory, even though none of them were there to witness what really went down. At this point, it feels like they're just trying to provoke a response, and, judging by the tension in the air, it's working. Suddenly, the blonde swordsman explodes. He shouts, saying those kids would have died if they hadn't stepped in. The room falls silent. All eyes on him. Vlad turns to glare at the old busybody, his frustration boiling over. Lamond, though, seems impressed. This reaction from Vlad isn't what he expected. He'd written the kid off as just some brat, but now, he sees it. Vlad's got that fire. He's a beast. The young knight keeps going, standing firm. He tells Lamond flat out that Gregory did everything he could for those children, and the way Vlad looks at him, ice cold. He's not scared of anything Lamond might try. Vlad doesn't care if the old man's insulted. He just wants him to stop tearing into Gregory. He then tells everyone the San Rosino actually saw what happened in the village, and instead of scolding them, the Holy Knights praise their actions. By now, Vlad is fuming. He's clearly not holding anything back, and it's only a matter of time before he says something that could really set Lamond off. But before it can go any further, Joseph cuts him off. The mayor slams his hand down on the table, his voice booming as he tells Vlad to stop talking. His fury echoes through the hall, and in that moment, The blonde swordsman realizes Joseph is angry. One look at his eyes, and it's obvious. The boss is done playing. Sir Jurger and the rest of the knights go quiet. Joseph's rare display of anger clearly rattles them. It's not something they're used to seeing. The tension is thick, and for a few moments, no one dares to speak. All eyes shift to Joseph, waiting for his next move. Breaking the silence, our boy finally lowers his head and apologizes. Joseph doesn't respond. He just stares at Vlad for a moment before glancing over at Lamond across the room. The old man says nothing either, so Joseph takes that as his cue to continue. He pauses, thinking it through, then turns to Sir Gregory. Joseph reminds him that the second rule of a Swordmaster is particularly delicate. Gregory bows slightly in response, admitting he understands and fully accepts responsibility. He says everything that happened was ultimately due to his own misjudgment. Joseph then addresses the room. He explains that several sensitive matters have collided, and because of that, it's their duty as citizens of Bezit to act with integrity before Baron Uthman sends any formal accusations their way. To make their stance clear, and show they don't condone what took place in the village, he says a punishment is necessary. And just like that, Joseph declares that Sir Gregory is to be suspended indefinitely. The announcement hits hard. The room is stunned. Vlad in particular looks like he's just been struck. He freezes, completely speechless. Joseph continues, detailing the suspension. Gregory won't receive any salary, nor will he retain any of the rights granted to him by the Bit household. But doesn't stop there. Joseph then reveals that Knight Cade will face the same consequences. The two knights say nothing. Despite the blow, they take it with dignity. No complaints, no protests, just silent acceptance like true warriors. While the veteran knights bear the weight of their punishment, Vlad stands to the side, watching it all unfold. Fully aware his turn is probably coming next. And sure enough, right after finishing with Gregory and Cade, young Master Joseph shifts his attention to Vlad. He calls over a servant, and the blonde swordsman just watches him quietly, those sharp blue eyes locked in place. Joseph hesitates. He doesn't want to announce what he's about to do. He reflects for a moment, how he's looked after Vlad since bringing him from Shoera, feeding and clothing him, treating him like a trusted protege. But now, after everything that's unfolded, it hits him. He's failed to keep the boy in line. With his back turned, Joseph admits to himself that Vlad's outburst hurt him. The boy had spoken out of turn, and it stung. Still, he can't say he's angry. What he really feels is disappointment. Once he sorts through his thoughts, Joseph turns back to face Vlad. Calmly, he delivers the blow. Vlad, too, is suspended indefinitely. But that's not all. Joseph feels like he's let Vlad grow too defiant by being too lenient. That ends now. To drive the point home, he adds one final restriction. Vlad is not to come anywhere near him unless he's called. Just like that, the boy is cut off. No more access, no more special treatment. And Vlad? He's floored. He didn't see this coming, and it hits him harder than anything else that day. With the decision made, Vlad turns and walks down the hall, wanting nothing more than to get away from Joseph as fast as possible. His emotions are a mess, but the thought of seeing Sir Jaeger's disappointed face makes everything worse. That alone crushes him more than the punishment. But before he can clear his head, someone steps into his path. A voice speaks up, surprised that a simple servant could provoke the young master so deeply. From the shadows, the figure steps forward. It's Lamond, exactly the last person Vlad wants to deal with right now. For some reason, the old man thinks now's the perfect time to strike up a chat. He asks if he's really speaking to the Vlad. Our boy doesn't answer. He just stares at Lamond, completely baffled at why this man would even approach him, especially after what just went down in that room. Seeing that Vlad isn't responding, Lamond decides to push a little harder. He throws a jab, suggesting the boy must have never learned basic manners. Otherwise, he'd know to answer when spoken to by an adult. That hits a nerve. Vlad's fist tightens instantly. He wants nothing more than to shut this nosy old man up right then and there. But he holds himself back. What really fuels his anger isn't the insult. It's the fact that he's been taught proper etiquette. The madam raised him with care, and she looked at him with eyes full of warmth, like a true mother would. Just remembering her gentle smile is enough to calm the storm inside him. He refuses to give Lamond the satisfaction of a second outburst. Taking a breath, Vlad slowly unclenches his fist and places a hand over his chest. The fury inside him melts away. Then, with a calm, steady voice, he speaks up for the first time. He introduces himself, Vlad, his tone respectful, almost serene. But his icy blue eyes? They tell a different story. They're sharp and unflinching, like someone about to draw their blade. And Lamond notices that piercing gaze, the subtle movement of Vlad's hand near his sword. Everything about the moment screams challenge. The old man grins, his face twisting into a wild smile. It's clear he's loving every second of this. It's been ages since someone made his blood boil like this. Finally, someone who brings that old fire back. Now that Vlad's broken the silence, Lamund decides he'll return the favor. But instead of giving his name, he cryptically says he has no name to offer. Not right now, at least. Vlad just stares at him, blank and unreadable. If he wasn't already fed up with this bizarre conversation, he definitely is now. Then, crack, Lamund slams a pole to the ground. A banner unfurls in his hand. Now, our guy finally gets a clear look at his flag, and he's stunned. It's packed with emblems. Never in a million years would he have guessed that this frail-looking old man ranked that high. But just as he's trying to wrap his head around it, Lamund calmly introduces himself as someone who treads the lowest path. He then admits that his mission isn't over yet. There are knights out there who've grown old without ever falling in battle, unable to retire with honor. For them, walking these low roads is the only way to reclaim the pride they've lost. It's the same choice the founding king, also a swordmaster, made in his final days. The scene shifts quickly. We're back in Dirmar now. Here, the princess and her advisors are deep in some kind of tactical discussion. The old strategist explains that Count Gaidar has set up a bridgehead leading north. More precisely, he secured the region where such a bridgehead could be built. On hearing this, the princess realizes something crucial. If Gaidar wants to head north, he'll have to get past them. That thought unsettles her. What if he really does come their way? Her advisor doesn't have a clear answer either. All he knows is that they need to be ready for anything. This only deepens her worry. She understands all too well. The center is already locked down, and it's only a matter of time before the West tightens its grip. With no time to waste, she decides she must send a letter to Count Bezit before it's too late. She's certain he'll support them now. He has both the reason and the responsibility to do so. Her advisor agrees, pointing back to the map. He reveals the next likely target, Bezit County, once the enemy pushes past Dirmar. Fear creeps in again for the princess, but there's a small comfort. She's relieved she gave Vlad her handkerchief. The old advisor adds that rumors of a blonde swordsman keep circulating lately. He's heard the boy is becoming quite the warrior. The princess nods, wondering if Vlad might have even crossed paths with the San Rosino. That thought eases her nerves a little, because, in her mind, any tie to the church is bound to be a good thing. Hearing that, the old man can't help but tease her, saying she seems awfully proud of him. The princess blushes, knowing deep down it's true. She did believe in him, after all. The man nods, agreeing with her. He even points out that thanks to her constant watch over Vlad's movements, their intelligence network has grown stronger than ever. It's grown so much, in fact, that people might start saying Dirmar's real export isn't lemons, but spies. That joke earns him a sharp glare, but she doesn't take it to heart. It's clear their spy system is solid now. And with that in mind, she proposes expanding their surveillance range. If they can detect any strange movements early, it might give them the time they need, especially with how few soldiers they have right now. Looking out over her city, she silently hopes the enemy will just pass by Dirmar without causing any trouble. The old man agrees. He's just as anxious as she is. The world is shifting fast, so fast that not even he can guess what's coming next. But even so, he believes this change might not be entirely bad. Just like how those flowers bloomed after Vlad left the city, maybe something good is about to grow from this chaos. Meanwhile, over in Shoera, night's already falling, and Vlad is ranting inside a smithy. He's still fuming from his earlier talk with the old man and mutters that he seriously wanted to smack Lamund right in the head. Right now, he's in the workshop of the bearded blacksmith from earlier in the story. The older man's quietly fixing Vlad's sword while listening to the boy vent. Eventually, he can't hold back anymore and asks what the hell Vlad did with the blade this time. He just repaired it not long ago, and it's already banged up again. Vlad stares at him and casually says he used it on a headless man. He admits that Dullahan was one hell of a fighter, but the blacksmith is just left blinking. What's that supposed to mean? A headless man? Seeing the confusion on the old man's face, Vlad tries to explain, but honestly, he doesn't even know how. Lately, it feels like every fight throws him against something completely new, beings he never imagined existed. And the more he sees, the more he starts thinking maybe this is just the kind of world he was meant to face. Suddenly, the old blacksmith cuts Vlad off mid-rant and suggests something unexpected. It's time to change his sword. Vlad's caught off guard. That thought hadn't even crossed his mind. But the blacksmith doesn't mince words. He says the blade just isn't what it used to be. In fact, it's barely better than the cheap, mass-produced junk that mercenaries haul around. He continues, saying Vlad's lucky the thing can still cut through the monsters he's been facing. It's nothing special, just plain iron. And, judging from its build, the smith who originally made it was nothing more than average. This catches Vlad completely off guard. He asks what the old man's getting at. The blacksmith doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells Vlad straight up, if you keep relying on a tool that's beneath your level, it's only a matter of time before it fails you. He then holds a worn blade up so Vlad can see for himself. And just like that, something clicks. The message lands. Right then, a flashback cuts in. We see a scarred man, tough-looking and serious, step into the very same smithy. He walks up to the counter and demands a sword that can cut ghosts. Naturally, the old blacksmith doesn't even know how to respond. That kind of weapon shouldn't exist. He just stares blankly. The scarred man, confused by the silence, repeats himself. Yes, he's asking for a blade that can cut through ghosts. The flashback fades, and the blacksmith picks up the story from there. It happened last winter. Some mercenary walked in from out of nowhere, asking for that exact kind of sword. At first, the blacksmith thought the guy was completely insane. But then the man mentioned a name, Vlad of Shoara. Said he saw that boy cut a ghost. The second Vlad hears that, it all comes back to him. He remembers that guy, one of the mercs from the goblin subjugation. Back then, the man kept pestering him about where his sword came from. Now it all makes sense. The blacksmith begins piecing things together too. But one thing still doesn't add up. Vlad was too young back then to have mastered his aura. So if he did manage to cut through a ghost, it couldn't have been because of skill alone. That's probably why the mercenary came asking if the sword itself was special. The old man admits he felt an odd sense of relief the moment the stranger mentioned Vlad. It was the only way he knew the blonde kid was still alive. What amazes him even more is how much the boy has accomplished with that sword. Still, Vlad doesn't quite get what he's talking about. Instead of explaining, the old man simply hands the sword back to him without a word. He believes the boy will continue to grow, facing more and more challenges. Yet, the sword will never change. And if it ever breaks, it won't be the only thing that does. The old man always hoped the weapon wouldn't become a burden to the boy, and he's sure the blade wouldn't want that either. He tells Vlad he's not asking him to change the sword right now, just to give it some thought. Hearing that, Vlad asks if he takes custom orders. But to his surprise, the old man reveals this sword is his final creation. As far as he's concerned, Vlad will have to find a different blacksmith next time. Even though Vlad thinks he's matured, moments like these remind the old man that he's still very much a kid. For the young, dreading goodbyes is part of life. For someone his age, though, farewells have become routine. The old man then asks if Vlad will be back with the sword anytime soon. Vlad says there's no rush, though, now that he thinks about it, he might need it sooner than expected. That's all the old man needs to hear. He grabs the blade and starts working on it immediately, while Vlad quietly watches. Soon after, he returns the sword to Vlad, its surface gleaming like a mirror. The edge is sharper than ever, and Vlad is clearly impressed. Smiling, he thanks the old man and says he'll be counting on him again. But the blacksmith isn't too thrilled by that idea. He tells Vlad not to come around too often. He needs some rest. After all, not wanting to get on his bad side, Vlad quickly promises to bring some high-quality meat next time. Still not satisfied, the old man tells him that won't be enough if it's the only thing he brings. Vlad, catching on, promises to throw in some good liquor as well when he visits again. At this point, the old man bids Vlad farewell, saying he's looking forward to what's ahead. As Vlad disappears into the dark alley, the old man suddenly breaks into a harsh coughing fit. It's clear his strength isn't what it used to be. Realizing he's pushed himself too hard, he decides it's time to call it a day. Before heading back, he glances one last time at Vlad, noticing the steady, confident way he walks. The old man feels content. Vlad can now leave this place, this maze of back streets, without hesitation. With that thought, the old man retreats into his home and turns in for the night. Meanwhile, Vlad continues on through the dim alleys. But someone's trailing behind, hidden in the shadows. It's Lamont. He's trying to tail the boy unnoticed, but just when he thinks he succeeded, Vlad suddenly halts and whirls around. He sensed the presence instantly. Lamont is taken aback by how sharp Vlad's instincts are. Now he truly understands why this kid was chosen to wear the Bezit family armor. He's impressed. Vlad doesn't waste time and asks straight up why Lamont's been following him. The old man brushes it off, pretending it's just a coincidence that they're heading the same way. But Vlad's had enough. He knows Lamont has been on his trail ever since he left the city. It's starting to feel like the old man's messing with him on purpose, and it's getting under his skin. Lamont, on the other hand, enjoys this fiery edge. What impresses him more is how well Vlad keeps it in check. He's convinced now that the boy's potential is even greater than he imagined. Vlad isn't someone who loses himself to emotion. Lamont thinks back to their first meeting. Vlad could have easily kept his mouth shut, but he chose to speak up. It wasn't like Lamont said anything too provoking, so it had to be intentional, maybe a test of sorts. Seeing the old man deep in thought, Vlad calmly tells him to stop skirting around and just spit out whatever's bothering him. Seeing how boldly the kid stands his ground, Lamont can't help but be thrilled. It's been ages since he's met someone who speaks with such raw defiance. Fueled by the thrill, he reaches for his sword, declaring that blades say more than words ever could. Vlad watches closely, And just like that, he knows it's go time. He doesn't know what this guy's deal is or why he's pushing for a fight, but he remembers that Joseph once vouched for him as a former knight of the Bezit family. That's all he needs to know. Without hesitation, Vlad strikes first. Lamund blocks it with ease. Their blades crash together, and as they exchange blows, the old man admits that Vlad's technique isn't bad. But Vlad doesn't say a word. He just keeps attacking with everything he has. Lamund parries every strike, again and again. Vlad quickly notices something. The old man is using just the tip of his blade to shut down each attack. It's no fluke. He's reading Vlad's every move with terrifying precision. After just a few clashes, it's clear to Vlad that this guy has fought through more battles than he can imagine. Realizing he's being completely outmatched, Vlad pauses. Lamund smirks and taunts him, asking if he's already out of steam. But Vlad isn't done, not even close. Gripping his sword tighter, Vlad dashes forward, and this time he unleashes his aura. Lamund's eyes widen. Even during the chaotic days of old, only a rare few could wield aura like this, especially at such a young age. And yet, here's this boy from Show era, using it as if it's second nature. A fierce duel erupts. Lamund looks like he's loving every second of it. Vlad goes in hard, swinging his aura-charged blade in a wide arc. But no matter how many times he strikes, Lamund blocks every blow with casual finesse. Again and again, Vlad's slashes are met with perfect defense. Determined to break through, Vlad winds up for a decisive strike. He aims for a clean kill, but Lamund is just too fast. The old man steps aside, and Vlad's sword crashes into the ground with brutal force. Lamund just laughs. It's been a long time since a fight felt this good. Watching Vlad's fierce spirit in action, the old warrior can't help but admire it. But right after that, Vlad manages to land a solid hit. It sends Lamund flying several meters back. The force of the blow pushes the old man off balance, and Vlad doesn't waste a second. Spotting the opening, he charges in, determined to end it right then and there. In his mind, Vlad knows he can't let Lamund slip away. The old man might have sharper technique and far more experience, but that doesn't shake Vlad's resolve. He believes he can overpower him with pure strength and youth. That should count for something, or so he thinks. With that belief fueling him, Vlad launches himself forward, clashing swords with Lamund once again. This time, the battle turns into a brutal test of strength. Their blades lock, and the two warriors stare each other down, pushing against one another with everything they've got. And here, Vlad seems to be gaining the advantage. He's younger, stronger, and it's starting to show. Bit by bit, he forces Lamund back. The veteran's feet begin to slide across the ground, proof that he's being pushed into a corner. Seeing this, Lamund lets out a laugh, remarking on how cruel time can be. Vlad picks up on the shift and smirks, taunting the old man. He wants to see how long that grin will last. Lamund admits the kid's approach was smart, but his eyes say he's nowhere near finished. He's still enjoying this, and if it comes down to endurance, he's ready to fight till dawn. The clash continues, relentless, fierce, and dead even. Neither side gives an inch. Both swordsmen remain locked in place, and despite the pressure, neither one shows any sign of backing down or slowing up. It's a standoff of sheer will. Lamund grins and teases Vlad, saying he's not bad for an old man. He then casually mentions that this little clash is nothing more than physical training for him. Meanwhile, Vlad is clearly starting to struggle. The tension in his body, the sharp breaths, he's feeling it. Unlike the old man, he doesn't seem built for this kind of prolonged pressure. To make things worse, Lamund's strength is only growing. Vlad can sense it. The surge of aura from his opponent's sword feels completely different now, stronger and more refined than it was just moments ago. Catching the stunned look on Vlad's face, Lamund smirks and tells him it's way too early to be surprised. If Vlad wants to reach this level, he'll have to adapt fast. Then, Lamund does the unthinkable. He grabs Vlad's aura-infused sword with his bare hand. No glove, no protection, just raw strength. It's something no ordinary person should be able to do, and Vlad is completely floored. While the young knight stands there in disbelief, Lamund pushes down on the blade with one hand, inching closer to disarming him. It looks like the fight might be over, but Vlad doesn't freeze. In a flash, he makes a risky, split-second decision. Just before he loses his sword completely, he reaches behind him, pulls out a small knife, and lands a sudden, brutal slash across Lamund. The veteran stumbles back, stunned. He stares at the wound, then at Vlad, and lets out a scoff, half in frustration, half in admiration. That was clever. Damn clever. He's irritated, sure, but he can't help being impressed. No knight trained by the book would have thought to ditch his main weapon and go in with a backup like that. That move took guts. Lamund shakes his head, almost in disbelief. This kid doesn't just have skill, he's got the instincts of a beast. And to someone like Lamund, That makes the fight even more exciting. Now he's more fired up than ever. This old man thrives on tough opponents, and right now, Vlad is giving him exactly that. Fired up by the thrill, he clenches his fists and launches forward with a clean, rapid punch, temporarily setting aside their sword clash. Fueled by sheer intensity, he builds up enough speed and force to deliver a brutal hit that sends Vlad flying several meters through the air. Vlad's body tumbles across the ground like a rag doll, bouncing violently from the impact. Not many could survive a blow like that. By the time Lamund realizes just how much force he used, the damage is already done. The moment hits him, he may have gone too far. Suddenly worried, the old man rushes over to where Vlad landed, hoping he didn't just finish the kid for good. He calls out, trying to check if Vlad's okay. But when he gets there, he finds a young fighter lying face down in the rubble, motionless, unresponsive. Seeing Vlad like this, Lamund starts to suspect he might have knocked him out cold. And honestly, that disappoints him. He had hoped Vlad could take more of a hit. As he stares at the still body, something Master Joseph said flashes through his mind. He'd warned Lamund not to go overboard, said Vlad was someone important to him, someone with potential. Clearly, that warning got buried in the heat of battle. Now that realization hits hard. Regret starts to sink in. The boy isn't moving. He might have just knocked out someone his master deeply values, and there's no undoing that. While Lamund's already working through excuses in his head, dreading what he'll have to say to Joseph, Vlad's eyes snap open. Those glowing blue eyes shimmer with rage, a sign that he's far from finished. Lying there, he remembers Sir Gregory's words about the flames. As long as they're still burning, there's still hope. Right now, his flames haven't gone out. Not yet. With a sudden surge, Vlad launches off the ground like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the old knight who just tried to take him down. Vlad shoots forward and grabs onto Lamund's robe, catching the old knight completely off guard. Before Lamund can react, Vlad slams his head straight into him. The collision is brutal, so forceful it sends out visible shockwaves. It's a wonder neither of them cracked their skulls open right then and there. But as the dust settles, it's clear who got the short end. Vlad sprawled on the ground, dazed and barely hanging on. He's dizzy, barely conscious, but in his mind, he should have won that clash, until he realizes something doesn't add up. Lamund lets out a sigh of relief and reaches for his forehead, revealing a faint glow. He used a magical barrier at the last second to protect himself. If he hadn't, that headbutt might have taken him out completely. Even so, he's clearly impressed. The old knight admits to himself that Vlad has serious talent. With that, Lamund decides the kid's passed the test. Unfortunately, Vlad is completely out cold and doesn't get to hear any of this. The scene shifts back to Sturma. Inside the halls of the Bezit household, the family head is being briefed on recent events. His white-haired advisor informs him that Lamund is currently in Shoera, and that, strangely enough, the veteran knight has taken an interest in Vlad. The noble raises an eyebrow, intrigued but not shocked. The advisor adds that this development comes as a relief. Bayezid agrees. He recalls that Lamund once served the previous patriarch, a knight known for being tough to please. Even Bayezid finds him difficult to handle. He remembers the last time Lamund visited Sturma, how disappointed the old man looked after reviewing the quality of knights they had. That moment stung. So now, knowing that Lamund finally sees promise in someone, even if it's just one swordsman, restores a bit of lost dignity. Still, there's a lingering feeling of uncertainty. All they had to impress Lamund was Vlad's talent. That's it. Sensing this, the advisor calmly reminds him, the world isn't what it used to be. And right now, Vlad is living proof of just how much things have changed. Lamund's rise from a lowly servant to a full-fledged knight shaped his outlook. Because of that journey, he has little interest in the current generation of pampered, sheltered servants. That's just not the kind of strength he respects. But Bayezid isn't entirely on board with that view. He insists that while times may change, some principles remain the same. He doesn't think Lamund's criticisms of Sturma's servants were just passing complaints. They cut deeper. Still, Bayezid keeps those thoughts to himself for now. Despite all that, he can't deny that Vlad left a lasting impression. It's not just a feeling, there's proof. The San Rosino themselves acknowledge Vlad by sending him a new set of armor. Bayezid's face lights up with pride as he gazes at the polished gear, and his advisor points out that this recognition makes Vlad stand out even more in the public eye. Bayezid agrees wholeheartedly. Without hesitation, he decides the armor should be sent to Shoera right away so Vlad can receive it himself. As he makes that call, he feels reassured. Honor, tradition, and legacy haven't disappeared just yet. They're still alive, thanks to one unlikely servant. And that servant? Right now, Vlad is slowly waking up somewhere else. Head pounding, body aching. The beating he took from Lamund left visible bruises, and the lingering pain makes it clear he went through something brutal. Still foggy from the concussion, he begins replaying the fight in his mind. He can't stop thinking about what Lamund did. Using aura, not on the blade, but on his own body, that was something Vlad had never seen before. It blows his mind. As these thoughts swirl, the voice in his head speaks up, pointing out that Lamund might be the perfect person to learn from. Talent shows itself in many ways, and this old knight clearly knows his stuff. Vlad agrees. He's starting to see why Lamund is respected. His strength and skill aren't just for show. Thinking back, Vlad realizes how wrong his first impression was. He'd pegged Lamund as a frail old man, probably past his prime. But now, he knows better. He finally understands why people like Joseph look up to him. Right as he's lost in thought, the door slams open. Geminina storms in with a stack of clothes. She stops in surprise when she sees Vlad sitting up. She figured he was just mumbling in his sleep. Clearly, she didn't expect him to be conscious already. Naturally, Vlad isn't too thrilled about Geminina barging into his room unannounced. He immediately calls her out, reminding her to knock before coming in. But the fiery redhead isn't about to back down. She shoots back, saying her hands were full with his heavy clothes, so knocking wasn't exactly an option. Vlad, a little confused, asks why she's even doing his laundry in the first place. He insists he could have handled it himself. Geminina just smirks and sarcastically calls him sir, then explains that laundry's part of the tavern service. In fact, they're happy to do even more since he's staying in their most luxurious room. That catches Vlad off guard. He raises an eyebrow, unsure if she's being serious. Just in case she is, he quickly tries to clarify. He doesn't have enough money for fancy extras. But before he can finish, Geminina cuts him off again. She tells him it's all free. His stay alone is already helping them plenty. As she neatly folds his clothes and sets them down, she explains that Rose's Smiles is now officially a tavern. People still stop by thinking it's something else, but times have changed. This makes Vlad wonder, could just being there really be enough to cover his expenses? Geminina tells him that according to Marcella, his name alone holds value. After all, he's backed by the mayor of Shora and the second son of the Bezit family. On top of that, everyone already assumes he's a full-fledged knight. That last part makes Vlad tense up. He quickly corrects her. He's not a knight yet, and warns her not to spread that kind of rumor. Geminina is clearly surprised. Holding Lady Alicia's handkerchief, she admits that's what made her believe he already was one. Vlad immediately starts to panic, wondering if something might have happened to the princess. Out of nowhere, Geminina shifts the mood. She tells him how good it feels to have cut her hair and helped him learn to wield a sword. To her, Vlad's already achieved something big in life. Unsure of how to respond, Vlad just thanks her, quietly taking it in. Before he can say anything more, Geminina rushes out of the room, leaving him alone with her words and the quiet realization of how far he's come. People with value shine no matter where they are, and it's only natural that others will be drawn to that light. Speaking of exceptional individuals, remember that black stallion who helped Vlad take down the death worm? It's time to catch up with him. After passing on his role as leader of the group, the horse set out to find Vlad again, thinking back to that unforgettable day. But his journey was cut short, intercepted by those who had their own plans for gifted souls like him. The black stallion was caught off guard. A group of hunters had been tracking him, and no matter how hard he tried to shake them, they were relentless. Mounted on their own horses, the men closed in fast. And this time, Vlad, the boy who once rode him in a battle, wasn't around to help. The brilliant stallion was on his own. No allies, no backup, just him and the hunters determined to break his freedom. Meanwhile, back in town, Vlad is trying to enjoy dinner. Not that he's having much success. Lamund is still doing his best to make up for nearly turning him into a smear in the alley. But Vlad isn't feeling very forgiving. The old man insists he already apologized, but seeing that the kid's still giving him the cold shoulder, he promises to make it up to him with something worthwhile. Vlad, still bitter, doesn't buy it. He knows not everything can be fixed with a gift. Some things, like his armor, just can't be replaced. That armor meant something to him. He mutters about how much he liked it, clearly still upset. Lamund nods, saying he understands. He even shares that his own first armor was just as special, given only to servants who showed promise. He remembers hugging it tight when he first got it. That just ticks Vlad off even more. This guy knows how important that armor was, and he still destroyed it. Feeling the weight of guilt, Lamund tries a new approach. He asks Vlad to come with him somewhere. Naturally, Vlad wants to know where they're going. Lamund tells him they need to prove something to Joseph, that he's not just wasting time during his suspension. If he keeps lying low, people might start labeling him a troublemaker. The way Lamund phrases it works. He's sharp with words, and Vlad gets the point. Even the voice inside Vlad's head agrees. Joseph values Lamund's opinion, so this could help. Now aligned, Vlad asks what they're supposed to do to prove he's still useful. Lamund gives a vague answer. They'll report on it later. Intrigued, Vlad presses for more details. All he gets is a grin and a question. do you like horses? The scene cuts again. Now the two are on the road, riding through the wilderness in a wagon. Lamont starts talking about a strange rumor, a mysterious black horse that was seen wandering around Shoera. Then one day it vanished. Some say it was possessed by a ghost. Just then, Gerda speaks up from nearby. He says he's heard that rumor too, and the locals call it the spirit horse. This is all new to Vlad. The story catches him completely off guard. Ghost, meanwhile, adds that he's got a bad feeling about this whole trip. And honestly, Vlad's starting to feel the same. Vlad starts to feel uneasy. The more he thinks about it, the more he suspects that this so-called spirit horse might be connected to the Headless Knight. After all, Dullahan had the power to possess people, just like what happened with the women in that village. If this is another case of possession, then things could be way worse than they thought. His inner voice chimes in, pointing out that if the horse is some kind of spirit, then yeah, there could be a link. Dullahan and the rumors might be tied together. That realization makes the journey feel far more dangerous than Vlad expected. Worried, he glances at Lamond and asks if it's really okay to be sitting around doing nothing. But the old man stays relaxed, insisting there's not much else they can do while following the merchants. Still, Vlad feels like they should at least stay on alert. But the veteran just waves it off, telling him to take it easy. According to him, if the spirit horse is real, it'll come find them. This only makes Vlad more restless. Curious, he asks what makes Lamond so sure. That's when the old man explains, this isn't an ordinary horse. It's fast, yes, but also behaves strangely. Vlad wants to know more, so Lamond tells him how the horse is often seen standing far off in the distance, silently watching travelers go by in their carriages. That strikes Vlad as odd. Why would a horse do that? Lamond just nods, confirming that this creature seems to know exactly what it's doing. The whole thing creeps Vlad out even more. He starts thinking that if this horse is truly being controlled, or worse, possessed, then the investigation squad should have already shown up in Shoera to track it down. Lamond can practically hear Vlad overthinking it. He tells the boy to relax, reminding him that no amount of mental gymnastics will change the outcome. The truth will reveal itself in time. With that, Lamond closes his eyes again like he's about to nap. But in reality, he's watching. He admits to himself that the whole spirit horse story was a setup, a way to observe Vlad more closely over the next few days. A quiet test. If Vlad impresses him, he might finally teach him something. Then, out of nowhere, Lamond asks how long it's been since Vlad started using aura. Vlad replies that it's only been about 3 or 4 months. Lamond raises an eyebrow, impressed. That's fast. But what really surprises him is that Vlad still hasn't found his color yet. That throws Vlad off. Color? No one's ever mentioned that to him before. Lamond explains that aura reflects the heart, and every user has a unique color. Vlad hasn't found his yet because, as Lamond puts it, his world hasn't been decided. Now completely intrigued, Vlad immediately asks what he needs to do to find it. The eagerness in his voice catches Lamond off guard. He didn't expect the kid to be so anxious or so uninformed. He's genuinely surprised no one's ever taught Vlad the basics of aura. Fed says he was only taught the basics. Hearing that, Lamond figures Sir Jaeger must have his own reasons for keeping things from the kid, so he decides not to go too deep into training just yet. Instead, he tells Vlad to stop hiding and start expressing more of who he is. That only leaves Vlad even more confused. Lamond believes he needs to help the boy unlock his inner world, what knights refer to as the key. He reminds Vlad that the knights who used aura weren't doing it with brute force alone. There was always something more. He urges Vlad to think. Did any of them do something specific before unleashing their power? Vlad tries to recall, but most of his memories are a blur. Those moments were always intense, high-stress situations. Still, he digs deeper and begins to remember. Sir Pablo would always raise his sword behind his shield. Sir Gregory moved in sync with his feet and blade, and Rutiger had a habit of flicking his sword with his finger. Seeing the realization dawn on him, Lamond tells him, that's the key. It's not just a move, it's the ritual, the trigger that opens the heart's world. Vlad mentions he's only ever used the basics, which confirms Lamond's earlier suspicion. The boy hasn't found his own color yet. Lamond reassures him. Jaeger will explain when the time comes, but it doesn't hurt to start thinking about it now. Suddenly, the veteran senses something off. He snaps at Vlad to get down. Right as a voice echoes the same warning, an arrow zips past them. In that instant, Lamond realizes their journey won't be as smooth as hoped. He immediately warns the rest of the group. They're under attack. Before anyone can react, someone is struck in the head. Chaos breaks out. The horses panic, people scramble, and no one can tell where the arrows are coming from. Then, one of the knights spots a massive group approaching from the horizon. Bandits. Lamond shouts at Gerda to drive the horses forward and hold them steady. Vlad is stunned. Bandits in a place like this? But Lamond clarifies. These aren't your average roadside thugs. They're much worse. They're barbarians. Out on the plains, soon to become a battlefield. A storm of arrows suddenly rains down. The barbarian army has launched their first assault, and just like that, chaos explodes across the open field. The mercenaries and travelers are completely blindsided. None of them had expected to face the infamous heathen army, especially not out here. Caught unprepared, they scramble to defend themselves, raising their shields in desperation to block the incoming arrows. They manage to form a basic defense and brace themselves, trying to hold the line. But it doesn't take long to realize they're outmatched. Still, they shout to each other, pushing through the panic, trying to keep the formation steady just long enough to weather the storm. But the barbarians aren't slowing down. The archers notch their next arrows without missing a beat, and in the blink of an eye, a second deadly wave comes flying in. Right behind it, the barbarian warriors begin their charge, charging forward with terrifying speed and bloodlust. From the looks of it, these attackers have been itching for a fight, and the unfortunate mercenaries just happen to be in their path. The heathens have the upper hand right now, and they're not wasting the chance. They rush in without hesitation. At the back of the caravan, our boy and his small group watch the ambush unfold. They're far enough behind the chaos to slip into hiding before the enemy gets close. It almost seems like Lamund saw this coming. He doesn't look surprised at all. He'd clearly planned for something like this, which explains why he insisted on traveling with the merchants at the tail end of the convoy. Thanks to that decision, they've bought themselves precious time to hide, to regroup, and to think. Watching the ambush unfold, Vlad is completely thrown off. Why are barbarians even here? Everyone knows they stay north of the border. What are they doing this far into the country? Lamund admits it too. This isn't normal. In all his years, he's never seen anything like it. The barbarians have never crossed this deep before. This unexpected turn of events leaves the old knight clearly irritated. He'd been hoping for a quiet, uneventful journey, but that hope is long gone now. With no other option, he prepares to draw his sword and face the ruthless heathens head-on. Lamund grabs his weapon and tells Gerda, the coachman, to saddle up the horse, making it clear he's heading straight into the chaos to handle things personally. Up until now, we haven't seen the veteran in real combat since his intense spar with Vlad. Facing a wave of enemies on the battlefield, this will be the first real look at what the old swordsman is truly capable of. Go hesitates. That horse isn't made for battle. It's just a pack animal. He's worried it won't make it. But Lamund shuts that down fast. Better to ride into a storm on a basic horse than try to dodge enemies on foot. And he's not wrong. With the barbarians already charging in on horseback, fighting them without a mount would be suicide. Lamund spells it out. Barbarians are terrifyingly skilled riders. It's in their blood. Male or female, young or old, it doesn't matter. They're born on horseback and live most of their lives in the saddle. But even so, Lamund says there are exceptions, and that's where knights come in. He tells Vlad, this is important, so don't forget it. If you're ever up against a barbarian, take away their movement. Their mobility is both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. Just as Lamund is trying to drill this lesson into Vlad's head, their talk is cut short. A booming, thunderous voice crashes through the noise, commanding enough to grab everyone's attention in an instant. Even the battered mercenaries lying on the field stop and listen. The man at the center of the barbarian horde speaks up, clearly their leader. He addresses the battered mercenaries and shaken merchants, assuring them that he and his warriors have no intention of killing anyone, as long as they agree to pay the toll. This sudden pause in the assault catches everyone off guard. The mercenaries glance at each other, stunned. Relief flickers in their eyes, but so does confusion. Could it really be that simple? Just pay a toll and be on their way? While most of them are still processing the situation, a terrified merchant at the rear raises his hand. Desperate to survive, he speaks up on behalf of the others, saying they're willing to pay whatever is asked. His only concern is making it out alive. How much is the toll? He asks. The barbarian leader answers without hesitation. Everything. They can keep their lives, but everything else must be left behind. Every coin, every item, every bit of food and gear. If they want to pass, they walk away with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The merchant stands frozen, completely blindsided. He'd hoped for a sum he could manage, anything but this. The weight of the barbarian's words crushes him. His expression says it all. Shock, disbelief, and growing despair. The leader doesn't stop there. He warns them. Any attempt to hold back, even a single item, will be seen as a refusal. And those who refuse will pay their toll with their lives. It's clear now. This man has no interest in mercy. All around, the travelers crouch behind their battered shields, still trembling from the earlier barrage. The same merchant who spoke earlier takes a hard look at the battlefield. Mercenaries injured, scattered, disoriented. It's painfully obvious they stand no chance. They paid good money for this escort, trusting the mercenaries would protect them. But now, surrounded by mounted warriors in enemy territory, it all seems meaningless. They never expected to run into bandits here, let alone barbarian raiders. the worst kind of enemy any traveler could face. And with no options left, the merchant lowers his head. They'll have to comply. Right now, survival is all anyone cares about. But even with that, the merchant spokesman can't help but question whether the barbarian's promise to spare them is real. He keeps his doubts to himself, though, saying nothing that might provoke a reaction. The barbarian leader gives a signal, and just like that, his men spring into action. One rider surges forward, yelling for the others to follow. The whole group begins advancing toward the merchants. Watching from a distance, Vlad sees what's happening and quickly catches on. They're about to strip the merchants of everything. With a bitter tone, he mutters that he really doesn't like barbarians. Lamund and Gerda both glance at him with the same deadpan look. It's clear they're used to this. To Vlad, it's still unfamiliar, but to them, this is nothing new. Lamund admits he once tried to see the good in barbarians, but that didn't last long. Then they spot a group of riders breaking off and heading their way. The old knight stiffens, warning the boys to be ready. He tells Vlad plainly he's only going to get one shot at this, especially since he doesn't know how to ride. Vlad lets out a sigh. He knows it's going to be rough. Still, he draws his sword and braces himself. Ready or not, here they come. The barbarians close in, just meters away now. Then something strange happens. Vlad glares at them, and somehow, it's not the barbarians who freeze, it's their horses. The animals skid to a halt, eyes wide with terror. For reasons the riders don't understand, their steeds refuse to move forward. They try pushing them, urging them on, but it only makes things worse. The horses start panicking, nearly bucking their riders off. It's not long before they realize something's seriously wrong. The fear in their mounts is real, and it's intense. Meanwhile, Vlad struggles to keep himself together. His power is surging again, uninvited and uncontrolled. He's furious. It keeps showing up when he doesn't want it to. But Lamund sees the opening. With the barbarians confused and their horses in disarray, there's no better moment to strike. Their mobility is broken, and that changes everything. The old man kicks into action, charging ahead on horseback and calling out to Vlad to follow him into the fray. Vlad doesn't think twice. He takes off running right behind the veteran, even if he's only on foot. Sure, it's far from an ideal setup for a head-on attack, but the seasoned knight is willing to risk it. The gap between them and the enemy is wide, and it's clear the barbarians have no intention of dismounting. But Lamund sees a window, a narrow one, but it's there. If they move fast enough, they might just land a solid blow. It's supposed to be a sneak attack, something the enemy won't see coming. But because of the distance, the ambush doesn't go as planned. The barbarians spot Vlad and Lamund charging toward them. Their leader doesn't flinch. He's cocky and completely unimpressed by the sight of just one old man and a kid. In his mind, they're easy prey. With full confidence, the barbarians storm forward, galloping at high speed in an effort to overwhelm the pair with brute force. Their leader shouts for his men to cut them down, prompting them to hurl their curved blades through the air like deadly boomerangs, meant to slice and return. Lamund watches them rush in, and he's done playing nice. The idea that these thugs think they can push him into a corner sets him off. He's not about to let that slide. With no warning, the knight launches forward, exploding toward the enemy with speed they can't even register. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance and knocks them clean off their horses before they even realize what's happening. With devastating swings of his sword, he tears through the first two, dropping them instantly. The rest freeze. That kind of power, it's unmistakable. They recognize it for what it is, aura. And with that, they finally understand this isn't just some old man. He's a knight. Panic spreads across their faces. Suddenly, they're scrambling to retreat, whipping their horses around in desperation. They know all too well how deadly knights can be in close combat. No one wants to be on the wrong end of that blade. But just when they think they've found an opening to escape, Vlad appears out of nowhere and cuts them off cold. Vlad sneaks in from above like a silent shadow, dropping down right over their heads. The moment they look up and spot him, panic sets in. They know it's over. The first barbarian to make eye contact with Vlad is paralyzed in pure terror. Without missing a beat, Vlad tells them coldly that none of them are getting away. Those words alone make the man's eyes nearly burst from his skull, right before Vlad slices his head clean off and sends his body tumbling off the horse. It happens so fast, the guy didn't even have time to scream. The other one, still mounted, spots the head in the dirt and goes pale. He's frozen, stuck in place, mind racing but body refusing to move. His horse shifts nervously beneath him, but the man's too shaken to do anything. Vlad slowly turns toward him, his gaze sharp and cold. That one look is enough to make the barbarian snap out of it, not to fight but to flee. With panic written all over his face, the man kicks his horse in motion and bolts from the scene as fast as he can. He's lucky Vlad's on foot, because if Vlad had a horse, he'd already be dead. All Vlad does is watch him vanish into the distance. That's when Lamund calls out, telling Vlad that the ambush has failed. The element of surprise is gone. So they need to act now and take down as many enemies as possible before reinforcements arrive. But just as he says that, a new threat shows up, another barbarian dropping in from above, aiming straight for Lamund. Vlad spots it first and yells a warning. Lamund turns fast, just in time to see the curved blade coming at his neck. The knight whips around and blocks the blow with his own sword. The impact is explosive, metal clashing, sparks flying. The old man grins mid-duel, unfazed by the attack. It's clear this is nothing to him. But the barbarian isn't smiling. He can feel the raw power behind Lamund's blade and starts to question where this monster and knight even came from. While still locked in combat, the barbarian finally takes a closer look, and it hits him. The man he's clashing blades with is a knight. Surprisingly, though, he doesn't seem the least bit shaken. That level of confidence catches Lamund's attention. It's rare for anyone to stand their ground after sensing a knight's aura, but this guy doesn't flinch. That's all the proof Lamund needs. This isn't someone he can just cut down with a single blow. With that realization, he stops holding back and goes all in, channeling everything he's got into the fight. At the same time, he shouts for Vlad to get out of there, fast. Vlad freezes. The fact that Lamund is telling him to run means only one thing. This fight won't be easy. Still, he doesn't move. He can't bring himself to leave the old man behind. Lamund, however, won't have it. He reminds Vlad that the mercenaries will scatter if given the chance. And when that happens, the merchants will be left vulnerable. He needs Vlad to protect them. Even then, Vlad hesitates, trying to argue, but Lamund cuts him off sharply. He makes it clear, without a horse, Vlad is only slowing things down. His duty is elsewhere. Left with no choice, Vlad finally nods and takes off running, sword in hand, heading for the others. But before he can get far, another high-ranking barbarian spots him. This one doesn't waste time. He charges at Vlad full speed, blade raised, ready to kill. Caught off guard, Vlad barely reacts in time. At the last second, his instincts take over and he raises his sword just in time to block the strike. The clash is brutal. The sheer force of the blow, amplified by the horse's momentum, sends Vlad sliding backward, nearly knocking him off his feet. He stumbles through the sand, barely staying upright as dust explodes around him. Breathing hard, he mutters that the hit was no joke. With the horse's speed backing it up, the attack hit like a hammer, and now he knows he's in for a real fight. Vlad spots the barbarian, turning his horse around, ready for a second charge. Just as tension grips him again, the voice inside speaks up, calm and steady. It tells Vlad to breathe, to stay grounded, and to face the threat head-on. But the encouragement barely lands. Vlad's mind is spiraling. He knows he's at a huge disadvantage without a horse. He can't help but wish he had one right now. Then, out of nowhere, something shifts. Vlad's eyes begin to glow faintly, like he just sensed something beyond sight. At the same moment, dust clouds rise in the distance, catching everyone's attention, including the barbarians. They turn to look confused. No one can tell who or what it is. Some of them wonder if it's another group of warriors returning, but that theory quickly falls apart. The dust isn't from a group, it's from just one figure. Then it becomes clear. Charging across the open field is a single black horse, and it has no rider. As the sound of its gallop reaches Vlad, a small smile forms on his face. He knows exactly who that horse is. The barbarians recognize it, too, and their reactions are far from pleasant. Panic flickers across their faces as they shout warnings to each other, realizing it's the same wild horse that escaped them last time. This isn't just any horse. It's the legendary son of the grasslands, a creature known across the region. And now, unbelievably, it's charging straight toward them. The barbarians' priorities shift instantly. Forget the merchants. Forget the fight. They've got a bigger prize in sight now. They regroup, rallying their numbers to capture the wild horse once and for all. With ropes and weapons in hand, they prepare to bring it down. But the horse has no intention of running. It storms toward them, completely unfazed by their weapons or numbers. Ropes fly through the air, but every throw misses. No one can land a single hit. The wild beast moves like lightning, slipping through every trap as if it already knows their every move. The son of the grasslands bolts right through the first wave of barbarians like they're not even there. They're left stunned and frustrated, watching as the wild horse escapes without breaking a sweat. But they're not ready to give up. Fueled by greed and pride, they push each other to chase after it. Even so, it's obvious the wild stallion is in a league of its own. No matter how hard they push their horses, they can't close the distance. Meanwhile, Vlad climbs onto a high platform, knowing the horse will be looking for him. He calls out, signaling his location. His eyes glow once again, and so do the horses, as if their spirits are in sync. The son of the grasslands suddenly skids to a stop when it spots Vlad glowing with aura on that cliff. Then, without hesitation, the majestic creature turns and charges directly toward him. Everyone watching realizes the truth. They're connected. A barbarian nearby notices Vlad racing to meet the horse and rushes in to stop him. But it's too late. Vlad runs full speed toward the edge, and just as the curved sword swings down at him, he leaps. It's a daring jump, pure instinct and faith. For a moment, he's suspended in the air, probably realizing just how dangerous this move really is. But then, just in time, the son of the grasslands launches into a leap of its own, rising up to meet him midair. Perfectly timed. Vlad lands right on its back. No saddle, no reins, just him gripping tightly to its flowing mane. The barbarians freeze. What they just witnessed shouldn't even be possible. To them, the son of the grasslands is a divine creature, untamable, untouchable. And now it's carrying a boy who's not even from the grasslands? They're left speechless, trying to make sense of the impossible. Our boy charges into the fray, no longer burdened by any disadvantage. He's got a horse now, and that changes everything. With speed on his side, he heads straight for the embattled merchants who are being robbed blind across the plains. As he rides, Vlad suddenly bursts into laughter. The sheer rush of galloping forward brings back memories. This is exactly how it felt when he went up against the Deathworm. That raw, unfiltered excitement. That sense of holding nothing back. And it's not just him. His horse feels it too. The wind, the speed, the liberation, it's pure freedom. So much so that Vlad releases the reins, trusting the bond between them. He knows he won't fall. All that matters now is charging ahead with no limits. While Vlad is reveling in this long-lost thrill, the barbarians have their eyes locked on a prize of their own, the horse. To them, it's not just any horse. It's the legendary son of the grasslands. And they'll stop at nothing to claim it. No way are they going to lose it to some imperial upstart. Or so they think. As a few bandits try chasing Vlad down, he isn't retreating. He's heading right for the heart of the enemy forces. Confident, composed, and ready to take them all on. The barbarians, on the other hand, believe they've got the upper hand with sheer numbers and brute force. They rally together, prepared to crush this lone warrior. But Vlad knows it's time. He unleashes his aura. Instantly, the son of the grasslands follows suit. In that moment, man and beast move as one. Powerful, precise, and completely in sync. Their combined energy lights up the battlefield, a radiant force that stuns everyone around. The barbarians are caught off guard, frozen in disbelief at the blinding intensity surging through the plains. Then it hits, like lightning. Each bolt of that radiant power, an unstoppable killing ray, strikes with deadly precision. Wherever it lands, it leaves no survivors. The aura, now fully awakened and fused between Vlad and his horse, sweeps through the enemy like a storm. With a single, ferocious swing of his blade, Vlad unleashes a strike that instantly multiplies. One slash becomes many. In a heartbeat, wave after wave of barbarian soldiers fall before him. After wiping out the first wave of heathens, the rest of the barbarian forces are left in complete shock. They finally realize something they hadn't before. This kid is no ordinary empire brat. He's a full-fledged knight. That revelation alone sends a wave of fear crashing through their ranks. Just moments ago, they were mocking him. Now, they're staring at the carnage, counting how many of their own fell in the blink of an eye. It's clear now, going toe-to-toe with him is suicide. The smarter ones immediately back off, deciding there's no point trying to overpower him up close. Their best chance is to retreat and hit him from a distance. But Vlad? He's already one step ahead. Before they can even regroup or reposition, he wheels his horse around and flips the situation on them completely. The hunters become the hunted. Now they're running, desperately trying to gain enough space to fire their long-range attacks. But outrunning the son of the grasslands? That's wishful thinking. The black horse is a blur across the battlefield, faster than anything they've ever seen. Vlad is gaining on them, his aura-infused sword raised and ready to strike. Cornered and out of time, the barbarians make a desperate call. They split up, hoping to flank him from both sides and trap him in a pincer move. But the horse knows better. As soon as they make their move, the son of the grasslands lets out a strange cry, one that echoes across the plains. Every other horse hears it, and something shifts. The barbarian mounts suddenly start resisting commands. Riders yell, pull, and kick, but the horses just won't obey. It's chaos. The beasts are spooked, and none of the barbarians can figure out why. The panic spreads fast. Confusion takes over. One of the leaders, furious and completely lost, shouts in frustration, demanding to know what's terrifying the animals so much. But as he glances back, he finally sees the answer for himself. It's Vlad, closing in, relentless, and more terrifying than anything they could have prepared for. Perched atop his steed, Vlad cuts a chilling figure. The air around him is heavy, almost toxic with power. His expression carries a quiet menace, while the black horse beside him looks even more terrifying, its sharp unicorn horn gleaming and glowing eyes burning with unnatural energy. Their combined aura crackles in the sky, warping the atmosphere itself. It feels like a storm is about to erupt. From within this swirling vortex of energy, Vlad emerges, and the sight alone sends the barbarians scrambling. Fear grips them. They know full well they're no match for the warrior and his monstrous companion. In just moments, Vlad has flipped the entire battle on its head. The battlefield itself has turned into a waking nightmare. And he isn't done yet. Looking down on the retreating enemies, Vlad calls out, declaring that they are now the hunted. That this fight is no longer theirs to control. Confidence surges through him, and it's well earned. The same barbarians who were ruthless moments ago are now nothing more than panicked prey. But the moment doesn't last. Suddenly, a familiar threat returns. The high-ranking barbarian officer from before. This time, he's even more dangerous. He's been giving Lamund serious trouble, and now it's clear why. With a vicious swing, the brute launches another attack. Lamund meets it with his blade, but the impact rattles him. This enemy is stronger than most, relentless and precise. Blow after blow rains down, and while Lamund holds firm, each strike is taking a visible toll, not just on him, but on his horse as well. The old steed begins to tremble, froth dripping from its mouth. It's exhausted, clearly pushed beyond its limits. Lamund sees it, too. He knows now, this horse wasn't meant for war. Regret sets in as he realizes how hard he's pushed the animal. With no strength left, both rider and mount are left open. The barbarian seizes the chance, swinging one final time with crushing force. Lamund blocks it, but the hit throws them off course. The strain is too much. Horse and rider stumble, then tumble violently across the sand. A thick cloud of dust explodes into the air, swallowing them whole. As the dust finally settles, all that remains is Lamund's horse, collapsed and barely clinging to life. Its eyes are glazed, its strength spent. It won't be getting back up. Lamund takes a moment, disappointed, but far from defeated. If anything, the fall has only reignited the fire in him. The barbarian seems to pause, surprised by the knight's resilience. Lamund notices the flicker of hesitation and intends to drive it deeper. He wants this savage to remember what it means to fear a true swordsman. A slight smile creeps onto the old knight's face. It's been a long time since someone's managed to rattle him like this, and unexpectedly, the thrill of battle returns. With no more words, he draws his sword again, ready to settle this one-on-one. But when the barbarian turns to see Lamund standing once more, he's anything but impressed. The persistence annoys him. This old man just won't quit. Before their duel resumes, a strange sound breaks through the tension. Both fighters turn toward it. Lamund instantly knows what it is, the call of the barbarian warhorn. He looks back and spots the source. It's Vlad, charging after the fleeing barbarian army. And this time, he's not just fighting, he's leading. Mounted on a legendary black stallion, he rides with such presence that the remaining heathens scatter like leaves in a storm. The barbarian leader, watching from a distance, seethes with fury. The image of his best warriors retreating before a lone boy from the Empire, it's unbearable. His pride burns as he kicks into motion, racing toward Vlad with raw rage in his eyes, intent on crushing this humiliation himself. With that, Lamund's fight comes to an abrupt halt. His opponent no longer cares about the duel. He's now set on dealing with the one who's truly stolen the spotlight. Lamund calls after him, but the barbarian doesn't even look back. What's truly eating him is more than just defeat. It's the sight of Vlad riding that horse. The son of the grasslands had rejected even him, the leader of the barbarian horde. And now, it carries a young empire warrior with ease. That stings. That humiliates. Furious and humiliated, he bellows at Vlad, demanding he dismount the horse immediately. As soon as Vlad spots the barbarian leader charging straight at him, he's caught off guard. Wasn't this guy supposed to be fighting Lamund? His mind jumps to the worst. Did the old man lose? Is he dead? But then, just behind the charging brute, Vlad sees him, Lamund still alive. Relief washes over him. He exhales, tension leaving his body for a moment. That moment doesn't last. The barbarian roars again, shouting for Vlad to get off the horse. He spits out his fury, claiming the son of the grasslands isn't meant for someone like Vlad. According to him, Vlad has no right to even touch the beast. That crosses a line. Vlad's expression shifts. He snaps back, warning the man not to mess with the wrong person. Who does this guy think he is, trying to order him around? The reply only fuels the barbarian's anger. He roars in return, demanding silence. And as he does, a violent burst of red magic explodes from his body. That's when a voice in Vlad's head speaks up. It explains that certain barbarians have the ability to shape magic into their own personal world. This guy isn't just a brute. He's on the same level as a knight who can wield aura. Definitely not someone to underestimate. Still, Vlad doesn't back down. The barbarian declares that Vlad's life is forfeit, riding the divine horse. That's a sin he won't let slide. But Vlad is more than ready. With fire in his voice, he dares the barbarian to try. The standoff ends there. Both men, aura flaring, charge like warriors in a deadly joust. They crash into each other with full force, blades clashing violently. Then, side by side, they begin their brutal exchange, attack after attack, neither one letting up. The barbarian slashes relentlessly with his curved blade, each strike fast and deliberate. Vlad meets every hit, deflecting with his aura-infused sword. The two are neck and neck, neither one giving an inch. The battlefield trembles under the sheer intensity of their duel. They lock blades, pushing against each other mid-gallop. The barbarian glares at Vlad with burning, glowing eyes, clearly trying to shake him with raw intimidation. But Vlad doesn't flinch. He stares right back, unfazed. Realizing intimidation won't work, the barbarian suddenly pulls a move Vlad doesn't expect. He stops his horse dead in its tracks. Vlad doesn't notice fast enough. He surges forward, unintentionally pulling ahead. That's when a voice in his head warns him. The barbarians change tactics. He's now behind them, aiming to strike from the rear. Vlad immediately realizes what's about to happen, but by the time he tries to spin his horse around, it's too late. The barbarian leader is already bearing down on him, ready to unleash a brutal strike. But just before the blade connects, the son of the grasslands reacts. The divine horse dips low, ducking beneath the incoming slash and pulling Vlad's body down with it. The blade barely misses, slicing the air right where Vlad's head had been just a second before. It's a close call, far too close, but it works. The horse saves him in the nick of time. Vlad takes a shaky breath, still processing what just happened. That was way too close. He quickly thanks the horse, genuinely grateful that he's still breathing. Meanwhile, the barbarian leader is fuming. Not just because his killing blow failed, but because the horse, his dream mount, just pulled off a move that most warriors wouldn't expect from a trained war steed, let alone one supposedly wild and untamable. He knew the horse was powerful, born of divine blood, but he never imagined this level of awareness, this precision. And watching it protect Vlad so naturally, that jealousy burns hotter than ever. Vlad, on the other hand, starts to feel it. He and the horse are moving as one now. Their rhythm is nearly perfect. And while the barbarian is undeniably strong, Vlad's faced monsters like this before. He's confident in his swordplay, but something still feels off. Before he can even put it into words, the voice in his head speaks up, pointing out exactly what's wrong, his riding technique. He has no saddle, no bridle, nothing to keep him steady. He's been hanging on through sheer will and instinct. The only reason he hasn't been thrown off yet is because of the unique bond he shares with the son of the grasslands. Vlad agrees. His thighs are shaking, his legs barely holding on. He's been riding on adrenaline this whole time, but it's catching up to him. If this keeps going, he'll be at a serious disadvantage. He needs to change the game. Then it clicks. He remembers something Lamond once drilled into him. If you want to win against a barbarian, you take away their mobility. That lesson suddenly feels more relevant than ever. With that memory fresh in his mind, Vlad makes a bold decision. Time to bring the fight to the ground. No more charging. No more chasing. It's time to get dirty. Vlad charges headfirst at the barbarian leader, trying to figure out how to slow the guy down. But the moment the warrior spots him coming, he knows it has to end now. No more dragging this out. He calls Vlad out directly, no backing down, and charges right at him. Seeing the brute close in at a ridiculous speed, Vlad knows he has to act fast. Without hesitation, he whips his horse around. The sudden move kicks up dirt straight into the barbarian's face. That brief distraction is all Vlad needs. He takes off in the opposite direction. The other warriors are caught off guard, and their reactions are mixed. Age, the leader, watches this unfold and isn't just shocked. He's furious. In his eyes, Vlad's retreat looks like cowardice, and worse, it stains the honor of riding the sacred horse. He already wasn't thrilled with our boy, but now he's seething with rage. Fueled by that fury, the barbarian chief charges after Vlad, gaining ground quickly. Almost too quickly, like Vlad's letting him catch up. It's clear there's a plan in play, and that sly smirk on Vlad's face, that's a dead giveaway he's got something up his sleeve. Once the leader's close enough, Vlad starts talking. He says he's heard barbarians are born in the saddle, while he himself has always lived in the dirt beneath those horses. The warlord doesn't care one bit for this chatter. He thinks Vlad's just rambling nonsense. But Vlad glances back and calmly explains that he's been generous, keeping the fight on horseback the entire time. And now, Now, it's the barbarian's turn to return the favor. With perfect timing, Vlad lets his cloak fly off, aiming it right at the guy's face. It should have been a perfect distraction, but the barbarian's instincts are too sharp. He sees it coming, swats it away with one hand, and roars in frustration, telling Vlad his little tricks won't work anymore. But just as the barbarian leader starts to shout out his warning, he looks up and freezes. Vlad is already mid-air, diving straight at him from above. The blonde knight has launched himself off his horse in a bold move, aiming to tackle his opponent straight off the saddle and take the fight to the ground. Even with his sharp instincts, the barbarian can't react in time. Vlad moves too fast. In a flash, he's got the guy by the neck, locking him in and saying it's time they brawl in the mud. The barbarian's eyes widen. He can tell Vlad means every word, and it's a terrifying thought. But there's no escape. Vlad slams into him, dragging the warlord off his mount and down the slope, holding him tight in a headlock. It's not a clean fall either. They tumble and crash down the hillside, kicking up dust and dirt as they wrestle. And then, suddenly, they're both over the edge, falling off a cliff. The sight of their leader plunging down the cliff stuns the rest of the warriors. Even Lamund looks shaken when he sees Vlad going down with him. No matter how skilled a knight is, a fall from that height should be deadly. He stands at the cliff's edge, filled with dread for the young swordsman's fate. But then, something catches his eye. There's a glowing light at the bottom. Lamund narrows his gaze and bursts out laughing. He instantly recognizes the move. That glowing aura means Vlad used a technique Lamund hadn't even taught him yet. He can't believe it. The kid pulled off an advanced aura focus skill on his own. That skill saved his life. And now we see Vlad, alive and well, standing over the fallen barbarian leader. He's got the man pinned, his sword pressed close to the guy's throat. The warlord, clearly defeated, finally gives his name, age of the Budat tribe. Maybe he hopes his name will earn him some mercy. But Vlad? He doesn't care one bit. The scene shifts back to Shoera, where his sister from the convent visits Joseph with a stern warning. She tells him to be cautious with Vlad, though her wording makes it sound like he's trying to groom his servant, something Joseph clearly doesn't understand. Her glare sharpens with frustration. We're then taken to a flashback that explains her anger. It turns out Vlad took Geminina away from the convent without following any official process, even though the girl was practically living like a nun. In that memory, the sister confronts Vlad, saying he had no right to take her, not even with his noble status in the Bezit household. But Vlad doesn't back down. He snaps right back, saying it's thanks to the Bezit name that the convent even has a future. His eyes flare with energy, and the intensity of his words leaves them speechless. Back in the present, the sister is convinced Vlad is dangerous. She labels him as blasphemous, impulsive, and cruel. She warns Joseph that this boy will tarnish his honor. Joseph listens quietly, but when she finishes, he doesn't hide his doubts. He tells her he already knew Vlad had crossed the line with the convent, and if she was truly concerned, she had plenty of time to speak up. So why now? Why wait until Vlad received recognition from San Rosino, and even earned the blessing of Priest Andrea? Joseph sees right through it. There's only one person who can mobilize the convent's leadership, Bishop Pierre, and suddenly, everything clicks into place. Shoera is ruled by two powers, Mayor Joseph of the Bezit line, and a bishop who serves the faith and its people. But now that balance is tipping. Vlad's achievements are strengthening Joseph's position, and the opposing side is starting to panic. It's becoming clear they were never after Vlad. They were after Joseph. The story continues with Joseph sitting down in his office, speaking with a visitor. Together, they reflect on Vlad's actions. While it's true Vlad has given their rival some ammunition, Joseph insists that certain lines shouldn't be crossed, no matter what his vassal did. He also reminds them that he doesn't owe anyone anything just because Vlad stepped out of line. Still, he can't shake the feeling that there's more to this situation than meets the eye. Some hidden motive must be driving it all. His thoughts are cut short when there's a knock at the door. A knock interrupts the meeting. The mayor's guest apologizes for the intrusion, and Joseph finally lifts his head to see who's entered. It's Sir Jaeger, and he's got news. Apparently, the stable hand who traveled with Sir Lamund has returned. The usher steps into the room, and Joseph just watches, silent and tense, waiting to hear what the man has to say. One look at Gerda's face is all he needs to guess. This won't be good. After a long pause, the stable hand finally speaks. His words hit hard. The barbarians have appeared. The sister from the convent is visibly shaken, gasping at the revelation. But Joseph stays calm, almost unaffected. He had a feeling something like this was coming. Without flinching, he turns to Gerda and asks him the only question that matters now. Where? Gerda quickly explains they're on the roads between Shoera and Varna, already attacking travelers. That's when Joseph hits him with another question. Did he run away and leave the others behind? Caught off guard, Gerda rushes to explain. No, he didn't abandon anyone. He says it was Sir Lamond who ordered him to return and call for help. He also adds that Vlad has managed to capture the barbarian leader and is currently holding his position. Joseph breathes a little easier hearing that, though concern still lingers. He then asks about the mercenaries who were supposed to guard the merchants. Gerda's face darkens. He admits the mercs bailed as soon as they saw an opening. If not for Sir Lamond and Vlad, everyone would be dead by now. With all the pieces now laid out, Joseph realizes it's just the old knight and Vlad standing between the raiders and the rest of the people. Gerda confirms it. Meanwhile, the sister looks like she just swallowed a bitter pill. Vlad, the same young swordsman she called reckless and blasphemous, is out there risking everything. That clear hit to her pride doesn't go unnoticed. Joseph catches the frustration written all over her face, and a faint smile creeps in. Having made his point without saying a word, the mayor turns to Sir Jaeger. It's time to act. He instructs him to personally lead the mounted troops and ride out to support Vlad and Lamont. Gerda is to guide them straight to the fight. They're to move fast, no delays. Both men nod, fully understanding the urgency. Without another word, they head off to carry out the mission. Once the others leave, the mayor casually resumes his talk with his sister, tossing out a comment about how impressive his vassal is. Naturally, it's a jab meant to rile her up, and it hits the mark. She doesn't quite catch his drift at first, so he breaks it down for her. From his perspective, Vlad might be a commoner with a short fuse, but he's still doing God's work by protecting the innocent. That's when it dawns on her. She can't exactly argue with that. As much as she hates to admit it, he has a point. Sensing the shift, Master Joseph jumps on the moment. He figures he'll eventually have to meet Bishop Pierre, but before that happens, he wants the sister to deliver a message. She leans in, clearly nervous about what he'll say. Joseph keeps his tone even, expressing genuine thanks for the bishop's concern. But just before finishing, he drops the real kicker. He plans to visit the bishop soon. That line alone sends a jolt through the sister. She's visibly shaken, knowing full well what might come from such a meeting. And she's right to worry. Joseph isn't planning a polite conversation. He intends to confront the bishop head-on. And when that day comes, sparks are going to fly. The scene cuts away and brings us back to Vlad, who's deep in the wilderness alongside Sir Lamond and the merchant. He looks completely worn out in the saddle. As they move along, he glances to the side and spots a group of mounted warriors riding in formation. It doesn't take long for him to figure out. They're more barbarians. The old man confirms it, noting that a surprising number of them are heading south. That's strange to him, though. If they were just ordinary raiders, they would have scattered once their leader got captured. That leads Lamond to a troubling conclusion. Their prisoner must be someone with serious clout. Sure enough, the captured warrior is tied up in a wagon, calm as ever, clearly unfazed by their situation. He probably expects his comrades to break him out soon, and that's exactly what Lamond fears. The barbarians haven't left, and that means they're likely planning something big. Lamond knows this isn't looking good. If things keep going this way, they might be in serious danger before they even get close to Shoera. For now, they press on, trying to stay ahead while the enemy waits for just the right moment to strike. The old man is visibly uneasy now, growing anxious over how long the stableman is taking to return with backup. Suddenly, the barbarians begin to scatter, and that shift in behavior sends a chill down his spine. He fears their plans may have changed and wonders if something went wrong. That's when Vlad and his horse snap their heads to the side, spotting something unexpected. A massive dust cloud rises in the distance. Gerda has finally returned, and he didn't come alone. Sir Lamond narrows his eyes, confirming Vlad's hunch. Reinforcements are charging in, led by Sir Jaeger with Gerda right at the front. Relief washes over the old knight as he realizes he was worrying for nothing. The merchants let out sighs of relief too. They instantly recognize the cavalry from Shoera, and for the first time in a while, they believe they're safe. But while everyone else celebrates, the barbarian leader looks far from pleased. He clearly didn't expect reinforcements to arrive this fast. That sudden dispersal earlier? It all makes sense now. They must have seen the cavalry approaching and retreated to avoid being trapped. Seeing the tide turn, the barbarian chief lets out a grudging compliment. He admits that sending Gerda for help was a smart move and acknowledges Sir Lamond's judgment. Had they tried to stand their ground while still holding onto their loot, the outcome might have been disastrous. Lamond simply shrugs, saying it's one of the perks of getting old. But he doesn't waste time with banter. Now that the danger has passed, he has questions for the captive. The first thing he demands to know is why the barbarians came this far into their lands. The prisoner doesn't hesitate. He tells Lamond they came looking for the son of the grasslands. The old knight raises an eyebrow. If it was just about the horse, they could have gone after it directly instead of raiding the merchants. So he presses further. Why the looting? The bound warrior answers plainly. They needed money. The raids were a way to survive. Simple as that. In his view, it was a practical move. But now, things have changed. The horse, The legendary beast they came for has chosen someone else. Their mission has no point anymore. The barbarian leader admits he didn't expect the horse to bond with a mere imperial boy instead of a seasoned warrior like himself. Still, he accepts the outcome. And with that, he sighs, reflecting on how ruthless time can be, even to someone like him. Sir Lamond sits quietly, turning over everything the captive just said in his mind. That moment of stillness doesn't last long, though. Sir Jaeger finally shows up, and the first thing out of his mouth is a jab at the old knight. He jokes that he figured Lamond could handle a few barbarians on his own, especially since he's a seasoned veteran. Naturally, Lamond bristles at that and fires back. He snaps that if he'd had a proper warhorse, those thugs would have already been halfway to Varna by now. Jaeger smirks, realizing the old man has a point, and decides to drop the teasing. He shifts gears, saying he's just glad everyone made it out in one piece. Now it's time to escort them all back to Shoera. But before they can ride out, their attention shifts again. The barbarians are still lingering nearby, and Lamond eyes them cautiously. He asks Jaeger what he plans to do about the riders, since they clearly aren't backing off yet. Jaeger looks off toward the group, his expression calm. He reminds Lamond that things are already unstable enough as it is. The last thing they need is more chaos. Still, he doesn't plan on leaving it unresolved. He'll talk to them first, try to get them to leave Bezit territory peacefully. Without waiting for a reply, Jaeger turns his horse and begins riding toward the barbarians. As he moves, something strange happens. His eye begins to glow beneath the patch, and an intense aura flares up from him. It's visible, unmistakable, and terrifying. The hostage's confidence shatters as soon as he sees it. Jaeger claims he just wants to have a civil conversation, but the energy radiating from both him and his sword says otherwise. It's not just the captive. Every barbarian watching this unfold is struck with fear. The leader stares at Jaeger approaching slowly, overwhelmed by the sheer force coming off him. He mutters that this world, the one Jaeger walks in, feels like a different realm altogether. And in that instant, he understands. If this one-eyed knight wanted to, he could wipe them all out without blinking. Panic sets in fast. The leader yells at the top of his lungs, ordering a full retreat before Jaeger even reaches them. The hostage joins in, shouting desperately for his army to pull back while there's still time. The mounted barbarians freeze for a moment when they hear their chief screaming at them to retreat. His voice is urgent, desperate, but the warriors hesitate. They're confused. Why would he give up so easily? Yes, Jaeger is terrifying, but some of them still believe they might have a shot at beating him. What they don't realize is their leader knows better, and he's losing his mind watching them stand there, debating. He can't believe they still don't see how dangerous the situation is. Despite his repeated shouts, they stay rooted, unsure whether to run or stay. If they retreat now, they risk leaving their leader behind. But standing their ground could get them all killed. Worse still, they're deep inside Shora's territory. Reinforcements could be arriving any second, and they wouldn't even see it coming. And then there's Jaeger, still approaching, still glowing with that deadly aura. They'd struggled enough when it was just Vlad and Lamond. Now, they're staring down a knight who feels like a force of nature. One of the barbarians finally cracks. He makes the call to fall back, promising they'll return later. He believes the people of Shoera wouldn't dare harm their leader. They wouldn't want to risk igniting a war with the barbarians. His reasoning hits home with the others. Slowly but surely, the rest begin to turn. One by one, they mount up and start to retreat, finally listening to their chief's desperate commands. As they ride off, they shout back at him, urging him to survive and swearing they'll come back for him someday. With the barbarians now gone, the tension starts to fade. Sir Lamond watches Jaeger calmly and lets out a dry chuckle. He mocks him a little, asking how a civilized man could have been so obviously ready to tear through an entire army if they hadn't backed off. The green-eyed knight snaps back at the old man, brushing off the argument by pointing out that the outcome speaks for itself. While the others continue squabbling, Vlad is off to the side, surrounded by grateful merchants showering him with thanks for saving them from the mounted bandits. The praise doesn't sit well with the black stallion, though. It seems agitated by the noise. Without warning, the horse rears up on its hind legs, catching Vlad completely off guard. He scrambles to steady it, try to regain control. Meanwhile, the merchants begin murmuring among themselves about how wild and dangerous the horse looks. Some of them start to believe it might not be tamed at all, deciding it's safer to keep their distance. Vlad keeps calling out to calm the creature, wondering what suddenly set it off. As he tries to make sense of the horse's sudden behavior, Sir Jaeger walks up. The seasoned knight doesn't waste time. He asks Vlad who the horse belongs to. Vlad hesitates, unsure how to explain. Eventually, he admits this is the same horse he encountered during his battle with the Deathworm. He says the black stallion somehow found its way back to him. Jaeger's expression shifts. He remembers Vlad mentioning a wild horse on his last journey. Now that he sees it for himself, He's taken aback. The knight notes that the horse is clearly larger than usual and immediately senses there's something special about it. Vlad agrees, adding that once he returns to Shoera, he'll need to make a proper saddle for the son of the grasslands. Jaeger just smirks, telling him it looks like he's finally starting to earn his place. Later that night, the group reaches home. As they arrive at the entrance, Sir Jaeger realizes Vlad hasn't followed him inside. He turns back and asks what the kid's waiting for, wondering if he's not coming in. At this point, our young hero finds himself stuck. The horse has come to a complete stop and refuses to take another step. Vlad looks baffled, totally lost as to why the son of the grasslands is acting up again. The veteran knight silently observes the boy struggle, saying nothing at first. But after a long pause, he finally throws out a theory. He recalls how the horse looked uncomfortable when the merchants got too close, and then jokes that maybe it's because the rider himself is disliked by other horses. That jab hits its mark. Vlad gets riled up, but Jaeger isn't entirely wrong. He continues, saying that the stallion doesn't just dislike horses, it probably hates humans in general, which only complicates things further. This kind of behavior is something Jaeger's never dealt with before, and it's clearly frustrating him. At this point, he feels like he'll never quite figure Vlad out. Still, there's a small silver lining. Maybe this horse, as wild and difficult as it is the perfect match for Vlad. At least someone finally speaks his language. Since the stallion refuses to enter the city, Vlad decides they'll camp outside for the night. He hopes that with some time, he can figure out how to help his new companion overcome its apparent fear of people. The next morning, we cut to Sir Lamond, already nursing his first drink of the day, watching Vlad from afar as the boy circles around with a bouquet in hand, grumbling about how stubborn the horse is. Lamond raises an eyebrow and asks if Vlad's little plan is actually working. Vlad admits it had some effect, though maybe not enough. Turns out they got the tip from an unexpected source, the barbarian they captured. Apparently, the hostage told them the black stallion is fond of the color red. He explained that in the frozen grasslands, wild horses instinctively follow rose vines because they only bloom in response to warmth, which signals safety and survival. That's why red has a strong pull on them. Vlad gave a shot using some rose vines, but they might not have been quite the right ones, or maybe just not enough. After hearing the whole explanation, Lamond figures Vlad should be able to crack this puzzle soon. He already knows what the horse likes. Vlad takes a second to think things through and figures his plan might actually work. He just needs more red. The old man agrees, saying the more, the better. Vlad then adds that making it bigger could help too. Sir Lamond nods at that as well, admitting that, yeah, bigger usually works best. Then Vlad throws in a curveball, saying it'd be even better if his bait could move. Lamond looks completely confused now, trying to wrap his head around what the kid means. But before he can ask, both of them get distracted. Walking by is none other than Geminina, carrying out her chores with a basket of laundry. Her vibrant red hair catches both their eyes immediately. It's the exact shade Vlad needs. Lamond remarks that she truly fits the name Rose, and from the way they're both thinking the same thing, he starts to worry. He glances at Vlad and asks if he's really up for this, knowing full well the two don't exactly get along lately. But Vlad just grins and shrugs it off, saying Gemina's always been grumpy since they were kids. Their bond, he says, goes beyond things like getting along or not. Judging by that smirk, he's pretty confident she'll help. Cut to the next scene, and things aren't going quite the way he expected. Before Vlad even says a word, Geminina coldly tells him to get lost. He hasn't even opened his mouth, and she's already shutting him down. When he tries to speak up, she sharply warns him not to get in her way. She's busy working. She lays out the sheets like he isn't even there, but Vlad keeps at it, saying he just needs a moment. That's when she snaps. Without missing a beat, she barks that if it's so important, he can go cry to Lady Alicia about it. The anger behind her words says it all. Still, Vlad doesn't back down. He tells her plainly that he needs her help. That's the final straw. She whirls around, clearly fed up, about to tear into him, but then she freezes. Her eyes fall on a massive bouquet of roses in his hands. Just like that, the fury melts from her face. Her brows furrow in confusion, and she stares at him, completely thrown off. "What is this?" she asks, clearly baffled by the unexpected gesture. Vlad calmly tells her he just wants her to hold the flowers and help him out with something. The moment Geminina realizes this is another one of his "can you help me" moments. She cuts him off, reminding him again, just like before, that he should take all his requests to Lady Alicia, not her. She says it a second time, more firmly now, but Vlad isn't budging. He plainly replies, no, he's not going to Lady Alicia, and that's final. He tells her this isn't something just anyone can do. It has to be her. As he says it, he offers her the bouquet again. This time, there's something different in his tone. It's soft, warm, and the smile on his face is the kind that's hard to resist. Geminina turns red instantly, blushing so hard she might as well be glowing. Still, she keeps up the act, refusing to take the flowers just yet. She insists on knowing exactly what he wants before agreeing to anything. Vlad, ever the clueless one, notices how flushed she looks and asks if she's feeling all right. He's genuinely concerned, but completely unaware that he's the cause of her overheating. To shut down any further awkwardness, Geminina snaps at him to shut the hell up. While that's going on, the scene shifts elsewhere to the underground prison of Shoera. Young Master Joseph, accompanied by Sir Jaeger, is making his way through the dim stone corridors. After a long walk, they finally reach their destination, the heavily guarded cell at the end of the hallway. Inside sits a massive figure, chained and silent. It's the barbarian leader they captured not long ago. Joseph introduces himself as the mayor of Shoera, clearly making his first direct contact with the prisoner. The man in chains responds without hesitation, introducing himself as Age of the Budat tribe. Though he's locked up tight and looks like a man who's been through plenty, there's no fear in his expression. Instead, a sly smile spreads across his face. He welcomes the visit from the mayor of Shoera and adds, with a calm, almost mocking tone, that he has a few questions of his own. The young master remarks that he sincerely hopes his journey here won't end up being a waste. As he speaks, Joseph scans the prison carefully, struck by the scene before him. Over the years, he's encountered many people putting on an act, pretending to be tough or noble in moments like this, but very few have ever felt genuine. This barbarian leader, however, seems like one of those rare few. From what Joseph just witnessed, he's convinced this man is the real deal, and that only makes him more curious to talk to him. Joseph admits that at first, he assumed this whole thing was just some cultural rite of the Budat tribe. But later, he realized the truth. Capturing a wild horse is actually forbidden among them. And once that clicked, he found it fascinating. To him, every world should be free to shine in its own way. Wild horses, in particular, were meant to run freely through the open grasslands, not be caged or controlled. He says all this to the barbarian leader, suggesting that the Budat tribe must have once believed in those ideals too, before everything fell apart. Inside the cell, Age stays silent. He has no way to justify his actions, because deep down, he knows he's gone against their ancient customs. With nothing to defend himself, Joseph keeps pressing. He scolds Age, saying he broke tribal law and risked his life crossing the Iron Duke's territory just to get here. Joseph refuses to believe that a clan leader, someone expected to uphold tradition, would go this far unless there was something more behind it. So he demands the real reason. Slowly, Age rises to his feet. With his wrists still bound to the wall, he steps forward until he's face to face with Joseph through the bars. He admits that during his time in this cell, he's had a lot to think about. He confesses that maybe this is for the best. After all, he's the one who will shape the future of the Budat tribe. And then, he lays it all out. There was only one reason he would ever dare break tribal law and go after the wild horse, the son of the grasslands, because they needed the fastest being they knew. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he lets out a powerful roar and lunges toward Joseph, straining hard against the chains. Furious, he shouts that the people of Shoera ruined everything. And that's when he notices the tip of a blade inches from his forehead. Age's sword, now stretched into the cell, ready to strike if Age dares to move again. Master Joseph, clearly intrigued by Age's outburst, asks what exactly he's talking about. But instead of answering calmly, Age's rage only intensifies. He demands to know what the people of Shoera did to send the dragon into a violent frenzy. Joseph flinches slightly. From his reaction, it's obvious he knows what Age is referring to. Apparently, a dragon that had long remained dormant is now rampaging. Age, still fuming, keeps pressing him. What did Joseph do with the dragon's fragments? The mention of fragments makes Joseph uneasy. He doesn't know about them. As far as he's aware, the West's piece, known as the Path Fragment, was safely handed over to the Iron Duke. Everything should have been secure. Still, with the dragon going wild, he starts to wonder if something went wrong. Before he can get deeper into his thoughts, Age cuts in sharply. He demands that the boy who defeated him be brought to him immediately. Joseph isn't thrilled by the request and asks why he wants to see Vlad of all people. Age explains without hesitation. Only the son of the grasslands can match the speed of the raging dragon, and that black horse is now with Vlad. The beast must have chosen the young swordsman over him for a reason. That alone is proof to Age that there's something exceptional about the boy. Hearing this, Joseph begins to connect the dots. He tells Age that he'll consider the request, but Age pushes harder, warning him that time is running out. He reveals something even more alarming. The remnants of the fallen dragon carry the blood of the most flawless dragon ever known. Up until now, they lived unaware of their true nature. But something has changed. Age warns that once those beings awaken to what they really are, the threat will extend far beyond their borders. After this grave warning, he looks at Joseph once more. this time with unmistakable urgency, and asks again, "What did your people do with the dragon's fragments?" The desperation in his eyes makes it clear this isn't just some tribal dispute anymore. The danger is much bigger than Joseph had ever imagined. The scene shifts over to Vastapal, the main city, specifically to the Baranov dukedom. A blue flag bearing a flaming fist flutters high above the castle towers. Standing at the top of one of those towers is a white-bearded man, quietly gazing out at the snowy mountains. What catches his eye is the fallen dragon, crying. The sight makes him visibly uneasy. This man is none other than the Iron Duke, Timur Baranov. As he stares through the window, deep in thought, one of his subordinates bursts into the room with urgency, announcing that something's happening to the dragon's fragments. The old soldier's tone makes it clear this isn't a small matter. And when the Duke hears it, his face darkens. The soldier explains that their long-familiar problem has started again. To handle it, he says they'll need the mages. The Duke immediately asks what the mages are doing now, but the news isn't good. This time, magic alone isn't enough to calm the dragon. Realizing how bad things are, the Duke orders them to summon the priests, specifically the ones who can engrave divine prayers. Everyone scrambles to carry out his commands. As they rush around, the Duke asks about the Holy Knights. He's told that Knight Captain Gunther is on his way. Without wasting a moment, the Duke instructs them to bring the knight to him immediately once he arrives. While everyone else prepares, the Duke heads straight to the heart of the disturbance. When he reaches the door, the noise behind it is deafening. The energy pulsing from within is unlike anything he's felt before, and it alarms him. Still, he steels himself and opens the door. Inside, two large chests tremble violently, glowing with wild, surging energy. These chests contain the dragon's fragments, and now they're resonating with each other. As the people of Baranov dukedom race to contain the chaos, the scene shifts once more, back to Show era. There, the entire city is in a frenzy over the young swordsman. A huge crowd gathers at Vlad's residence, arms full of gifts and offerings. But they're met by a young woman who gently informs them that Vlad isn't home. He's out on a mission. Disappointment sweeps through the crowd. Some of them sigh, feeling like they've missed their only chance. One man grumbles that he even prepared a special gift, having been unable to greet Vlad back at the convent. While the visitors continue to sulk, the young lady quietly regrets even mentioning Vlad's name. Maybe she got swept up in all the excitement. But then again, this might be her opportunity. The rumor that Vlad saved merchants from a barbarian attack is spreading fast. If she plays her cards right, she might be able to spread his name even further. With that in mind, she addresses the crowd again. She tells them that Vlad has been incredibly busy lately, and that he's quickly rising as a major talent within the Bayezid household. Naturally, the visitors agree with the young lady. They all feel it's only right. Vlad is clearly destined for great things. Since no one knows when he'll return, she suggests they leave their names behind. The crowd loves the idea and happily agrees. While the excitement continues outside, Geminina walks by carrying a fresh stack of clothes. She doesn't look thrilled by the crowd and feels a strange mix of emotions. Deep down, she knows she should be happy for Vlad. Everyone adores him, and his name is spreading like wildfire. But instead of joy, there's a heavy sadness growing in her chest, like he's slowly slipping further out of reach. Tears start to well in her eyes, just as the dark-haired woman from earlier calls out to her. Geminina quickly responds, and the woman invites her into the kitchen. Once inside, she informs her that she wants her to look after the guests who came to see Vlad. Geminina is stunned. The request completely catches her off guard. She hesitates, unsure how to respond. Sensing her confusion, the woman explains, those guests will only be able to reach Vlad through her from now on. The weight of that statement crushes any confidence Geminina has. She looks down, overwhelmed. These are important people, she says. She's not even sure she should be talking to them. Gently but firmly, she turns the job down, insisting the woman should be the one to handle it. Geminina admits she's scared. Scared she'll make a mistake and end up causing trouble for Vlad. Her words trail off, but the woman doesn't back down. She looks at her, lost for words for a moment, then says something that hits deep. If Geminina's talking about being qualified to meet Vlad's visitors, then she should know no one in Rose's Smile is more qualified than her. That makes Geminina freeze. The woman adds that the Vlad everyone's so proud of today might not even exist if it weren't for her. The realization stuns Geminina. Her eyes widen as the truth sinks in. She played a major role in shaping the young knight the world now admires. Still shaken, Geminina struggles to process what she's just heard. But the dark-haired woman doesn't let up. She tells her, plainly and sincerely, that all she needs to do is believe in herself. That confidence alone is more than enough. And with the unwavering faith the woman places in her, something begins to shift in Gemina's heart. Geminina admits she's bound to mess up. Truthfully, she doesn't even know where to begin. But the lady just smiles, brushing off the concern. A few mistakes? That's nothing. In her eyes, Vlad should be more than willing to shoulder that risk. After all, Gemina's out here dealing with his guests. Then, out of nowhere, the lady drops a bomb. She overheard Vlad asking Geminina to distract a horse. Clearly, he still needs her. If he's turning to her for something like that, it means she's not just a bystander. With that, she casually invites Geminina to her room. The redhead is visibly caught off guard and hesitant to accept. But the lady simply tells her, battlefields aren't just for men. Women fight their own battles too. She intends to help Geminina learn how to use her weapon, just like Jorge once handed Vlad his dagger. The scene cuts. Now we're with young Master Joseph, deep in conversation with Sir Lamond, while Sir Jaeger stands quietly nearby. Over tea, the older knight stresses the importance of stability when it comes to expansion. Based on that, he believes Count Gaidar won't be heading north anytime soon. Joseph responds, pointing out that remnants of Ravnoma, the previous alliance, are still scattered throughout the west. Even though Count Gaidar commands powerful forces, the dwarf movement's frontline is backing them. With everything going on, the Count will need to secure the west before thinking about any northern ambitions. Joseph agrees, but Sir Lamond still seems uneasy. Curious, Joseph asks what's really bothering him. That's when the knight opens up. He's troubled by the burden he carries. His gut tells him that his final mission should be aimed at someone from the Bezit house. He knows it might sound harsh, even cold-hearted, and he apologizes if it offends. Still, he speaks from the heart. The knights of the West have already surpassed those of the North. It's a bitter truth, but one the young master needs to hear. Hearing all this, the mayor of Shoera is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old knight starts blaming himself. He admits he's grown complacent. Watching the rise of the Western Knights while trudging along the lowest path, he feels like he's failed in his duty. He remembers a time when the North stood unmatched, stronger, and more honorable than anywhere else. It was a North that pushed back the barbarians without rest. Back then, the only thing colder than its winter winds was the chilling indifference from the central region. Lamond says the Northern Knights were forged in struggle and battle, but that fire is fading. Now, as Master Joseph secures stability, the raw might that once defined the North is vanishing. Meanwhile, the West continues its rapid rise. That's why Lamond warns Joseph not to take Baron Heinel's request lightly. He urges the young master to start preparing before he finds himself outpaced. Joseph listens intently and agrees with everything, even the bitter truth that the North isn't what it used to be. Still, he believes that despite its decline, the North has continued to bear strong fruit in recent times. While Sir Lamond carries a heavy burden of worry, the mayor's expression shifts. He starts to show hope, faint at first but growing. It's a quiet kind of hope, and soon enough, even Lamond's grim face begins to soften. He speaks of how every generation eventually passes the torch, and his thoughts go straight to one person, the young blonde knight. Speaking of which, we finally catch up with him. He's still trying to get that stubborn horse into the city, and things haven't gotten any easier. But when he returns to the entrance, he's stunned by the size of the crowd waiting there. Why are so many people gathered? A voice speaks up, suggesting that something or someone must have caught their attention. Vlad doesn't get it first. What something is the voice talking about? The voice walks him through it. They tried covering the horse's eyes, dragging it by force, and even tempting it with food. Nothing worked. In the end, Vlad had to lower his head and beg the beast, and he doesn't deny it. The voice keeps going. This boy, Vlad, whose name is gaining more attention by the day, brought to his knees by a horse. That alone, it says, is more than enough to draw a crowd. But Vlad isn't buying it. He doesn't think his situation with the horse is that interesting. Certainly not enough to draw this kind of crowd. That's when Geminina calls out to him. She's dressed head to toe in red, looking like a bride, and it definitely wasn't part of the original plan. Vlad quickly asks what she's doing wearing something like that. The voice chimes in again, explaining that it's not just a dress, it's a woman's combat uniform. And, honestly, it's impressed with her level of preparation. Seeing that everything's ready, Vlad gives the signal. It's time. Gemina's been waiting for this moment. She slowly removes her veil, revealing her striking red hair. The crowd falls silent. Every man nearby is completely stunned by her beauty. They start murmuring, realizing just how well she'd been hiding it until now. Even the horse reacts. The moment Geminina reveals herself, the son of the grasslands is immediately drawn to her. Unfortunately for her, the feeling isn't mutual. Up close, the horse feels even more intimidating than she expected. With all those eyes locked on her, the pressure is suffocating. But she pushes through it. Geminina reminds herself, if she falters here over something this small, then she has no right to stand beside Vlad. She pulls out the bouquet, made of roses and vines, and carefully uses it to guide the horse forward. And just like that, it works. The crowd watches in disbelief as the mighty stallion begins walking into the city. Vlad is thrilled inside, but keeps it together. He gives Geminina a quick nod of approval, encouraging her to keep leading the way. Watching how particular the horse has been, Vlad now fully understands it doesn't just follow anyone. This creature has its own standards. The horse reaches Geminina, who offers the bouquet. It stops and stares into her eyes, an intense, silent moment. Geminina stands still, heart pounding, but finally lifts her hand and reaches out. The stallion doesn't resist. It allows her to touch it. The moment sparks a wave of cheers from the crowd. Someone shouts, "The Crimson Lady!" Another voice calls her the Rose of Shora. Vlad turns to see who it was. It's his friend Harvin. More familiar voices join in, all of them chanting, praising Geminina. She stands there in the center of it all, taking it in. Watching from a distance, the Lady of the Roses smiles quietly, content with the sight of the children standing beside their cherished crimson rose. Some people in the crowd begin to ask the Lady of the Roses when she had time to prepare that stunning outfit for Geminina. With a calm smile, she simply tells them to take a good look, really look, at the red-haired girl standing in front of them. She then asks, "Have any of you ever seen someone from the back alleys get this much attention?" No one answers, because they all know the truth. No one from the alleys has ever been celebrated like this, at least not beyond their hidden corners. And yet, here it is. Shoera, for the first time, is paying attention, and not just to one, but to two children who came from nothing. The story shifts. Far away, high in the snowy mountains, two figures are on the move, clearly investigating something. As they move deeper into the frost-covered terrain, they stumble across a chilling sight. The bloodied corpses of orcs, scattered and torn apart. The beast girl among them instantly assesses the scene. It was a total massacre. She believes all the victims were killed in an instant, and based on the damage, she estimates there were over 50 gray orcs. Her partner nods grimly, agreeing that it must have happened so fast. The orcs likely didn't even realize they were dying. At this point, they both confirm that Joseph's report was accurate. The beast girl adds something even more startling. What everyone has started to realize now is that the most perfect existence was torn apart by a Swordmaster. When that powerful creature fell, its blood scattered across the world, and that event marked the birth of what's now known as the remnants of the fallen dragon. Some of those remnants lost their wings, others their scales, some even lost their eyes. Stripped of their memories, they were scattered, unaware of their origins. But one among them remembered. One of the creatures realized it was, in fact, a dragon. The beast girl makes this claim, and her partner agrees, saying it's that dragon that carries the most flawless leg. Right after this, we see it for ourselves, a massive footprint pressed deep into the snow, with every toe clearly defined. The creature they're speaking of is real. Suddenly, the scene shifts again. We're on a beach now, and a quiet voice reminds us that life is nothing but an endless chain of choices. No one else can decide for you, and it's in those defining moments that a person discovers who they truly are. Here, a broad-shouldered, red-haired man named Sigmund confronts someone. His tone is stern as he asks if the man really plans to defy orders. That man? Jorge. And Jorge doesn't flinch. He simply replies, cool and direct, reminding Sigmund that he's not the Lord. The man firmly insists on carrying out the complete extermination of the remaining members of the dwarf movement, Battlefront. He claims the order bears the official seal of his uncle, Count Gaidar. Hor steps in, urging Sigmund to take a closer look at the people nearby, pointing out that they're nothing more than refugees. But Sigmund isn't moved in the slightest. To him, if Count Gaidar has ruled them as enemies, then they're no different from dragons. Jorge refuses to accept that the Count would ever give such a ruthless command. That sets Sigmund off. He accuses Jorge of disloyalty and questions whether he's abandoned the oath he once swore beneath the Gaidar banner. Jorge answers bluntly. He's human, and he can't follow an order that makes no sense. The tension reaches a breaking point. Sigmund, now certain they stand on opposite sides, challenges Jorge and demands to know if the rest of his men plan to defy Count Gaidar as well. But one by one, the men silently walk away from Jorge, declaring that no matter what, a lord's orders must always be followed. In the blink of an eye, Jorge is left standing alone, except for one. That one is Godwin. Though still at Jorge's side, it's clear Godwin is having doubts. Sensing this, Jorge tells him that it's fine to go. He can follow the others and find a place where his talents will shine even brighter. The scene shifts. We now see Godwin seated at a meeting. He's the new leader. The topic on the table is the Knights of the Iron Duke. The group discusses troubling news. Baron Uthman has been making questionable moves. A list is handed over. Godwin immediately recognizes it. It's the same list mentioned in a report from years ago. From what's visible, Both the barons and the duke's houses seem to have failed in training a new generation of knights. The only notable exception is Rutiger, the eldest son. He's the one promising new knight among them. Still, Godwin isn't so quick to dismiss them. He warns that a family's true strength can't be summed up in a report. After all, he used to be Gaidar's hidden sword. He knows firsthand that Bezit may be hiding a powerful force of their own. Hearing this, his subordinates quickly apologize for jumping to conclusions. Then, one of them speaks up. He's heard from someone back in his hometown that there's an unusual person currently within the Bezit household. That catches Godwin's attention. He leans in and asks the man to tell him more. The man finally reveals that there's a young servant in the Bezit household who's been showing remarkable potential. The moment he mentions the name, Vlad of Shoera, Godwin feels a chill run down his spine. The guy keeps talking, recounting how Vlad first appeared during the honor fight in Dearmar and even managed to wield aura. That gets the whole room's attention. The others are stunned. Aura? From a servant? That should be impossible. Some burst out laughing, dismissing the entire thing as a made-up tale. To them, it's just Bezit trying to save face after failing to produce a new line of capable knights. But while the rest joke, Godwin sits quietly, turning the name over in his mind. It sounds familiar. Then it hits him. Vlad was the same gutsy kid who dared to face him when he killed Jorge. The memory brings a faint smile to Godwin's face. He remembers how badly he wanted to take Vlad with him back then. The boy had something rare, something bright. Still, he isn't fully convinced this servant is the same Vlad. For all he knows, the kid didn't survive. The scene cuts to Vlad, and it's clear he's barely holding on. He looks completely drained, his body worn out. A voice nags at him, telling him to quit complaining and eat his food already. Apparently, his exhaustion comes from a brutal schedule. Combat training with Sir Age in the morning, aura and body strengthening drills with Sir Lamund in the afternoon, and on top of that, a nighttime session for tracking his progress. He mutters to himself that if things keep going like this, he might actually drop dead. But the voice isn't having it. It reminds him how lucky he is just to be receiving this level of training at all. Vlad sighs and admits that he knows. That's the only reason he keeps pushing himself through the pain. Because he's grateful. Just then, Gerda steps into the room, carrying a large bag over his shoulder. Vlad blinks in confusion. Why is Gerda hauling luggage? Gerda explains that Joseph asked him to move in. Still confused, Vlad asks why. Turns out, Vlad recently got a stable for his new horse, and since Gerda's the stableman, he has to stay wherever the horse does. Vlad isn't exactly thrilled about this new setup. He's unsure if Gerda can even handle his horse properly. But Gerda just shrugs it off, reminding him that he's the official stabler of the Bezit household. With a skeptical look, Vlad dryly wishes him luck. That catches Gerda off guard. He nervously asks why he'd need luck just to handle a horse. But Vlad's too wiped out to even answer. Right then, Gerda mentions that Sir Joseph has summoned him. That gets Vlad's attention. He's instantly rattled. Why would Joseph call for him now? Gerda figures it might be because the young master wants to lift Vlad's punishment. A little later, Vlad arrives at Joseph's place and instantly regrets ever believing Gerda's guess. The atmosphere here is anything but forgiving. Just by looking at the setup, Vlad can tell this feels more like a trial than a pardon. Joseph cuts right to it. He reminds Vlad of the time he disobeyed orders and rescued the children from one of Baron Uthman's villages. Vlad doesn't deny it. Without changing expression, Joseph then asks a sharp question. Would Vlad do it again, even if it meant defying orders a second time? The question stuns Vlad. Joseph says nothing more, just waits, eyes locked on him. Vlad remembers the oath he swore, not to blind loyalty, but to truth. And because of that promise, he can't lie. So, he tells Joseph plainly, yes. If the same situation happened again, he would do the same thing. That kind of answer could easily get him kicked out for good. But instead, Joseph lets out a small nod. This is exactly what he hoped to hear. He explains that it's the very reason he chose Vlad. Honor, he says, is a light meant to illuminate others. But conscience, that's the light that lets a person shine from within. Joseph believes conscience is the compass that brings someone back to the right path when they've strayed. And right now, he's convinced that Vlad has found his own. With that, Joseph presents him with a new set of armor. Something to help protect, not just his body, but that conscience he values so much. Vlad's eyes widen the moment he sees it. It's the armor sent from San Rosino, a legendary organization known for crafting the finest iron gear. And, judging by the quality, it's clear this one was made with every technique they've perfected. Vlad glances at his current armor and feels a wave of emotion. It's scratched, dented, and battle-worn, but every mark tells a story. Joseph nods, understanding completely. He knows that each scar represents a step Vlad took on the path that brought him here. Still, he gently assures Vlad that the new armor isn't meant to replace his past. It's a symbol of the path he's found now. Vlad doesn't quite grasp the meaning at first. Sensing that, Joseph gestures for him, to come closer. As Vlad steps in and takes a proper look, his eyes land on the engraving across the breastplate, Defender of Children. The surrounding knights smile proudly. Joseph has honored him not just with armor, but with a title, a purpose. With his hand on the boy's shoulder, Joseph says this is the path he'll now walk. From this moment forward, Vlad is more than just a knight. He's a protector. The scene shifts, taking us high into the snowy mountains. There, we see Volkov Baranov, heir to the Iron Duke, leading his men through thick snow in pursuit of a dragon. Up ahead, flames flicker across the icy landscape. To Volkov, it's confirmation they're closing in on their target. But they're not the only ones hunting today. Several other horsemen charge through the snow, locked in the same chase for the white-scaled beast. Despite their speed, the dragon is even faster. To have any chance of catching it, they decide to fan out and corner it. As they struggle to trap the beast, Volkov suddenly joins the chase, charging straight into the chaos with his massive spear. Once he's within range, he launches the weapon like a colossal arrow, hoping to bring the chase to an end with one devastating blow. But the dragon moves with shocking agility, twisting through the air and dodging the strike with ease. Volkov is stunned. He knew the creature was quick, but this was something else entirely. What he failed to consider was that this wasn't just any dragon. It was Lindblum, the fastest dragon in existence. Though the strike misses, it distracts the dragon just long enough. The horsemen close in, boxing it in from all sides. Realizing there's no way out, the dragon shifts tactics. It rears back, ready to unleash a fiery breath upon its hunters. Seeing the incoming threat, the riders scatter to avoid the blast. But Volkov stands firm. He refuses to give the dragon the chance to attack. In an instant, he fires off another massive magical arrow, forcing the beast to cancel its breath and take off again to escape. The chase resumes, but the white dragon, swift as ever, pulls away from the riders with ease. No matter how hard they push, it stays out of reach. Volkov watches helplessly as the beast slips away once more, cursing under his breath while his men scatter in frustration. His target has eluded him yet again. Meanwhile, we shift to young Master Joseph, who's just received a visit from his older brother. The elder enjoys a cup of tea, casually remarking that nowhere else serves anything quite like it. But Joseph isn't buying the small talk. He cuts straight to the point, asking what his brother is really here for. Trying to play it off, Rutiger initially pretends there's no hidden motive, but Joseph isn't fooled. Pressed, Rutiger drops the act and admits he came with news. It seems the barbarian's warning was true. Joseph immediately knows what that means. A dragon is on the move. Rutiger explains further. If the West was troubled by the Deathworm, then the North now faces the Lindblum. This dragon, said to be the fastest and coldest of them all, lives deep in the icy winds of the North. The local mayor is stunned. It's not the usual season for dragons to migrate, and even then, they don't always move just because it's winter. But Rutiger points out that patterns are shifting. Even the Deathworm acted unlike anything they'd seen before. Worse still, the Lindblum has already tasted the blood of the GRY orcs. That's a dangerous sign. It means they need to stop the dragon before it goes on a full rampage. With that in mind, Joseph asks which direction the dragon is coming from. Unfortunately, Rutiger says it's moving too fast to track. Its trail vanishes too easily. Realizing there's no time to waste, Joseph says they need to act immediately. Rutiger agrees. That's why he was assigned to lead the mission to bring down the Lindblum. Hearing this, Joseph asks how he can assist, offering full support from Shoera. Rudiger's request is straightforward. Appoint knights and start recon. Joseph finds it reasonable and asks how many knights are needed. But Rutiger shocks him by saying he only needs one. That throws Joseph off. Facing a dragon typically takes several hardened warriors, not just one knight. Still, as strange as the request is, Joseph knows the situation is urgent. He has no choice but to go along with it. Joseph, still unsure, asks if just one knight is really enough for this kind of mission. Rutiger answers plainly, when the blade is sharp enough, one is all you need. After all, the Lindblum isn't like the Deathworms. Curious, the mayor asks who Rutiger has in mind for the job. Before Rutiger can respond, someone steps into the room. It's Vlad, the blonde swordsman, announcing that he came because Sir Joseph called for him. The mayor looks puzzled. He doesn't recall summoning Vlad, but Rutiger lights up at the sight. It's been a long time, and he's clearly glad to see the legendary dragon herder of the North once again. That night, Vlad has a quiet talk with Geminina. He mentions the mission will take at least a month. She responds with a soft comment, saying it's good that he's staying busy, and tells him he's been doing well lately. Then, almost absent-mindedly, a small smile plays on her lips as she says their missus would have been happy to see him like this. Vlad's expression hardens. He turns to her and asks why she would bring that up now. Geminina just shrugs. It simply popped in her head. But Vlad clearly isn't comfortable with the subject. It's been over 10 years since the woman passed. Geminina may not remember her own mother, but she remembers Vlad's. She recalls how his mother never gave up on him, even in the worst of times. Unlike her own, who left without looking back, Vlad mutters that he doesn't even remember his mother anymore. Trying to shift the mood, Geminina finishes the final stitch on the crest she's been working on. She shows it off proudly. It's the third one called San Lo Gino. She admits the Countess's craftsmanship was superior, but still, she's proud of this one. Vlad, however, thinks it stands out a bit too much. Pushing that aside, Geminina suddenly asks if dragons are really that dangerous. Vlad doesn't hesitate. They're walking disasters. With the mission taking a month, she guesses he'll be back by winter. He nods. Then, almost shyly, she offers him a handkerchief. Vlad's taken aback. He asks what it's for, but quickly catches on. It reminds him of the time he accepted the princess's silk handkerchief. And now, Gemina's giving him one of her own. He teases her about holding onto that memory all this time. Flustered, Geminina immediately denies it. With cheeks blazing, she slaps him and snaps that her handkerchief is made of pure cotton, unlike the silk one, which he didn't even know how to use. Still red-faced, she tells him to be safe, then storms out before he can say another word. After Geminina storms out, Vlad touches the fresh bruise on his cheek with the handkerchief she gave him. As he dabs his face, his mind wanders, thinking just how fiery Geminina really is. But then something on the cloth catches his eye. Looking closer, he notices her name subtly stitched into the fabric. A small, surprised smile spreads across his face. He's genuinely moved by the gesture. Soon after, Vlad sets off on his new journey. Alongside Rutiger and the rest of the group, they make their way through the snow-covered forest, hunting the Lin Bloom. During the trek, Rutiger vents his confusion. He can't understand why Joseph sent 3 knights when he specifically requested 1. Turning to Vlad, he asks if he knows the reason. Vlad casually suggests it might have been out of consideration for his older brother. But Rutiger immediately shuts that down. He knows Joseph far too well to buy that. If anything, he's convinced Joseph is still upset with him. What else would explain sending 2 knights who clearly despise each other? It turns out the other members on the mission are none other than Sir Lamond and the barbarian leader. 2 men who look like they'd rather cut each other down than cooperate. Rutiger knows they could be valuable assets if managed properly. But judging by how things are going, that seems like a long shot. Since he doesn't have the patience to deal with them, Rutiger drops the responsibility on Vlad. The boy is left stunned. He doesn't think he's got the authority for something like that. But Rutiger reminds him that Lamond served under the former patriarch, and that alone makes things complicated. As for the barbarian, Rudiger's noticed the old man has a soft spot for Vlad. In his eyes, that makes Vlad the only one who can possibly keep them from tearing each other apart. With a sigh, Rutiger tells him to just do his best. He's already getting a headache just thinking about the 2 in the back. Vlad is left wondering how he's supposed to handle this mess. And while he's still trying to figure things out, the tension between Lamond and the barbarian starts to boil over. The 2 are already trading sharp words, and it's clear that it won't be long before fists or blades fly. As the bickering escalates, Vlad gets visibly irritated. All he really wants right now is to go home. But before he can even collect his thoughts, a sudden, sharp scent hits his nose. Blood. Nearby. Rutiger picks up on the scent too, and just like that, the group comes to a stop. One of the crew, a beast girl, clearly isn't thrilled. Annoyed at the delay, she turns her irritation on Vlad, snapping at him and asking if he's part wolf or something. She can't believe he caught the scent of blood in a snowy field like this. Ignoring her sarcasm, Rutiger tells Vlad to take the lead. Without hesitation, Vlad moves ahead, and the rest follow close behind. It doesn't take long. After only a few moments of tracking the scent, they come across a brutal scene, an open area filled with blood-soaked corpses. The carnage is shocking, and Rutiger immediately recognizes that the place was utterly wrecked. Judging by the victims, he guesses they're barbarians, and turns to the one traveling with him, asking if they're from his tribe. The man replies that while the fallen warriors aren't from his own tribe, they were from a neighboring one he knew well. Still, that doesn't bring much comfort. The man reveals that his own tribe isn't far from here either, meaning they could be next. Lamond steps forward, analyzing the scene. What bothers him is how the bodies were cut down. It looks like the work of a sword, but not the kind of weapon a northerner would use. Rutiger agrees. The slaughter is excessive, and for no clear reason. The days of avenging blood with more blood have long passed. There's no reason for such savagery. Given how off everything feels, Rutiger concludes that this kind of brutality could only mean one thing. Someone else, an uninvited guest, is here. They continue on until finally reaching their destination. Rutiger breathes a sigh of relief. They've arrived just in time, right before a storm rolls in. He informs Vlad that they've made it to the northern core of Bezit County, Berenheim Fortress. As they approach the stronghold, Vlad notices something unusual. There are 2 flags flying. He points it out to Rutiger, who clearly wasn't aware of this. Curious, he takes a closer look, and then his expression shifts to shock. One of the flags is all too familiar. Vlad can't figure out what's going on, so he asks. That's when Lamund speaks up, revealing that the red banner belongs to her central. The name doesn't ring any bells for Vlad, not like the center everyone usually talks about. But Lamund explains, this flag belongs to the elite, direct knights serving the dragon blood, Duke himself. Bold on the crimson cloth is the unmistakable crest of the Dragon Killer Knights. Hearing that, it becomes clear they're not walking into a fortress guarded by your average swordsman. Still, Rutiger isn't the type to back down. He's ready to enter the fortress regardless. But before doing so, he pulls one of his knights aside for confirmation. The man tells him that the Dragon Killer Knights arrived 2 days ago. Rutiger, hearing the news, turns to the man and demands to know what the Dragon Killer Knights are doing here. It's revealed they've come to the fortress to take down the Lindblum. This clearly annoys Rutiger. He didn't expect them to catch wind of the dragon so fast. Without saying a word, he suddenly signals his deputy, who instantly understands the unspoken command and rushes off to carry it out. Vlad and a few others are left scratching their heads, unsure of what's happening. The blonde guy still doesn't get the full picture, so he asks again, who exactly are these Dragon Killer Knights? Sir Lamund responds plainly. They're a specialized order formed for one thing, killing dragons. He adds that they're officially recognized by the Emperor, and their ranks are led by none other than the Dragonblood Duke, one of the central nobles. Basically, if a dragon shows up, these knights have the legal authority to get involved. Vlad's eyes widen at that. It suddenly hits him. These aren't just regular knights. These are top-tier powerhouses. At that moment, something catches Vlad's eye. Up on the top levels of the fortress, he notices some signs of recent damage, maybe a fire. Curious, he mentions it, and the old knight responds. He says Berenheim Fortress is what they call a beacon mound of Bezit. Vlad's confused again and asks what that even means. Sir Lamund answers, saying this fortress is meant to be taken and taken back, burned down and rebuilt. It's a wall against monsters and barbarian hordes, but for Bezit County, it's a symbol of unshakable resolve. Listening to him speak so passionately, Vlad starts to understand why Rutiger is so fired up. The Dragon Killer Knights have just marched in and claimed a symbol of Bade's pride without so much as asking. As these thoughts whirl through Vlad's head, Rutiger steps up to the fortress's main gates and swings them open, ready to confront whoever is inside. What he finds is the Dragon Killer Knights already well settled inside. A loud voice booms from within, saying he's been expecting Rutiger and his men. The speaker steps forward, introducing himself as Maria, captain of the Dragon Killer Knights. This smug, pretty boy draped in a cape? That's Mircea Dragulia, the eldest son of the Dragonblood Duke's main wife. Yeah, that guy. After Mircea's bold entrance, Rutiger doesn't hold back. He snaps, asking how someone so important just waltzed into his tower without a word. Then he formally introduces himself as the acting commander of Berenheim Fortress. Mircea just gives a lazy smirk in response, which only fuels Rutiger's frustration. The two stare each other down, tension crackling in the air, until Mircea's gaze shifts. His eyes land on Vlad, standing in the back. In an instant, Mircea's interest pivots. He fixes his eyes on the blonde youngster and starts to toy with him for fun. Vlad, caught completely off guard, feels an intense pressure washing over him, one that instantly reminds him of when he encountered the Deathworm. He can't explain it, but Mircea's aura feels just as terrifying. As Vlad tries to make sense of what he's feeling, Mircea locks eyes with him and smirks again, clearly enjoying the effect he's having. But the moment is broken when Rutiger demands answers. Did the Dragon Killer Knights attack the barbarians? Shockingly, Mircea doesn't even try to deny it. He admits it like it's no big deal, saying it had to be done. He explains that the Dragon Killer Knights were sanctioned by the founding king himself, and their order has spent generations gathering experience and knowledge. He continues, stating that Lindblum, the swiftest of the remaining fallen dragons, is their target. Since they can't chase it down, their brilliant idea was to draw it in using piles of barbarian corpses as bait. The words hit like a slap. Rutiger's furious, but not as much as Age, the barbarian warrior. He's absolutely seething, ready to explode. Without warning, Age roars and lunges at Mircea, consumed with rage and bloodlust. But before he can get far, Sir Lamund tackles him to the ground, restraining him with surprising force. Pinned to the floor, Age thrashes and yells, demanding to be released. But Lamund doesn't budge. He calmly warns that if Age says one more word, he'll snap his neck right then and there. Surprisingly, Age cools down a bit after that threat. Lamund leans in closer, speaking to him in a more measured tone. He tells Age he understands the fury boiling inside him, but that anger only matters if he's strong enough to act on it. Charging in without the power to back it up? That's just throwing your life away for nothing. While the old knight tries to calm things down, Mircha watches with an amused smirk. He takes the chance to mock them even more, saying Rutiger must have raised a bunch of unruly subordinates. Then he throws a jab at the beast girl, calling her a cat and sneering that low-born creatures often forget their place once they're tamed. Rutiger doesn't let that slide. Calmly but firmly, he fires back. His people are exactly where they should be. Then he turns it around. If anyone's out of place here, it's Mircha. The tension skyrockets. The Dragon Killer Knights instinctively reach for their weapons, ready to throw down, but Rutiger doesn't flinch. He simply unleashes his powerful flame aura, the air around him igniting as he begins walking forward, unshaken. The pressure is immense. The knights can only stare as Rutiger strides straight through them, too overwhelmed by his presence to stop him. They part like waves, letting him through without a fight. Rutiger steps up, face to face with Mircha, whose smug smile hasn't faded. Locking eyes with him, Rutiger cuts straight to the point. Who gave him the right to raise his banner over Berenheim Fortress? Mircha doesn't even blink. He answers coolly, saying he did make a request. But since nobody responded, he went ahead and had his men raise it. That answer pushes Rutiger closer to the edge. He leans in and snarls, asking if Mircha even bothered to get anyone's permission before standing here and claiming the place as his own. Still, Mircha is completely unfazed. He shrugs it off and even jokes that it's silly to need permission, especially when, under Imperial law, the Dragon Killer Knights have full authority to use any manpower or stronghold within the Empire. Rutiger steps forward with authority, and that single motion is enough to make Mircha instinctively back up. With a commanding tone, the Fortress Master concedes that the Dragon Killer Knights do have those rights, but only if they request permission from the one in charge of the facility. Though visibly holding back his temper, Rutiger remains composed. Mircha, on the other hand, keeps trying to provoke him, flashing that same infuriating smirk. He casually asks if Rudiger's implying he won't cooperate, clearly fishing for a slip-up. But Rutiger doesn't fall for it. He replies firmly. He will cooperate, but only if Mircha follows proper procedure. As he speaks, he gestures toward the flags flying at the top of the fortress. Mircha doesn't get it first, but then he looks out and finally notices his house's red banners have been raised everywhere. That's when the message clicks. Still calm, Rutiger spells it out. If Mircha wants his flag flown over Berenheim, he needs to request it properly. His red eyes lock on Mircha with an icy stare, making it clear he's not asking twice. Rutiger reminds him that this is Bezit land, and the right thing to do would be to ask the locals for help in killing the dragon. The message is crystal clear. If they want to move forward, it starts with Mircha swallowing his pride and asking. By now, the Dragon Killer Knights are already shaken, and Lamund stepping forward only deepens their unease. With the balance of power tipping against him, Mircha realizes he's lost the upper hand. Grudgingly, he gives in. He stays silent for a moment, then tells Rutiger he'll regret this. But Rutiger doesn't even blink. He shoots back that regret isn't something Central nobles are known for. Mircha smirks faintly and says that no matter who you are, life's full of regrets either way. Before the tension can fade, a group of knights storms into the room, furious. They demand answers. Why would anyone dare disrespect the flag of the Central? Apparently, Captain Mircha wasn't too happy with the earlier arrangement, and now things are heating up fast. Sir Lamund clenches his jaw, clearly furious. He mutters that this kind of behavior is exactly why people steer clear of the Central. Even so, the old knight stays composed. His men do the same, holding their ground calmly. Lamund knows how fast a standoff can spiral, so he tells them to stay put. The master of the house hasn't authorized any weapons to be drawn. With that handled, he turns his attention to Captain Mircha. Rutiger backs him up, saying they should at least move forward with what has to be done. If they're going to clash, so be it. But the scene quickly shifts, and now we see a crystal ball resting on a pillow. A seer stands beside it, relaying information to Mircha. The hooded figure begins revealing details about Vlad. He's 17 and was born in the slums of Shoera, deep within Bezit territory. The moment Mircha hears that the boy hails from Shoera, his curiosity spikes. He starts thinking back on the slums, trying to connect the image in his mind to the boy's golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Not to mention the pounding heartbeat he felt the instant they crossed paths. The more he dwells on it, the more convinced he becomes. Everything about the boy feels different, unpredictable. Events surrounding him never unfold the way anyone expects. Because of that, Mircha is certain Vlad can't be far now. The seer agrees. Confident in his instincts, Mircha starts speculating. Maybe the boy was just born too low, a nobody in the mud. That's one possibility. But then again, something doesn't sit right. They say even the strongest seeds can bloom anywhere. But what if noble roots sometimes take hold in the lowest of places, like Shora's slums? The thought leaves him wondering. The pieces don't quite fit, and he knows better than to blindly trust the seer's words. There's more to this kid. He feels it. So, Mircea gives a clear order: dig deeper. He wants every detail about the boy's past. But the seer admits they hit a wall. They've learned plenty about Vlad after he left Shoera, but inside the city, nothing. That doesn't sit well with Mircea at all. Furious, he demands an explanation. His family has planted more spies in the north than anyone. How could they know so little? That's when a voice through the crystal ball reveals the real reason. Every spy inside Shoera has gone dark, and it's all because of one man, Joseph Bezit. Ever since he took over as mayor, he's locked down the entire city. Total control, surveillance, communication, completely sealed. That's why they've got nothing on Vlad's time inside the city. Mircea grits his teeth, frustrated, but he doesn't let it show. He cools off with a slow sip of wine. He didn't expect Joseph to rise to power so fast, let alone seize total command of Shoera in such a short time. The spy on the other end of the crystal ball confirms that Joseph hasn't held power for long. Still, he somehow managed to gain full control in record time, using the recent string of missing person cases to justify tightening his grip on the city. Hearing that, all Mircea can think about is how closely swords resemble authority. Both need to be sharp, strong, and adaptable. That thought brings his mind back to Joseph Bezit. He's heard a thing or two about the man. Supposedly, the guy can't even lift a sword. Yet he understands a sword's nature better than most warriors ever could. Mircea can't help but acknowledge the irony. For someone who lacks physical strength, Joseph seems to wield power like a seasoned general. Grudgingly, the arrogant captain admits, those Bezit sons are sharper than he thought. While Mircea continues plotting in silence, the story shifts again. Back with the old knight, Sir Lamund is sternly lecturing the young men who suggested using barbarians as bait. He reminds them that the captured barbarians' central's holding belonged to Age's tribe. Provoking the clan leader, who only recently calmed down, would be a disastrous move. Sir Lamund stresses that the North and the barbarians have coexisted for generations. Exploiting them now could shatter that fragile peace. He warns that pushing forward with such a reckless plan might ignite a war across the entire North, all for the sake of killing a single dragon. The two knights quickly realize the weight of their mistake. They bow their heads and apologize, admitting they spoke without thinking. Lamund just sighs, disappointment heavy in his voice. If this is how the next generation thinks, the future looks grim. As the old knight finishes his scolding, Rutiger silently agrees. Lamund is absolutely right. No matter what path they choose now, the consequences will be severe. But then a darker thought creeps in. What if the situation is exactly what the Central wanted all along? Rutiger starts to suspect that this entire mess may have been orchestrated from the beginning. He can't shake the feeling that Central might be pulling the strings, eager to watch the North tear itself apart. The thought weighs on him, but instead of panicking, he shifts into planning mode. After some thought, he gets an idea, one that strangely involves Vlad's horse. He brings it up, mentioning that the son of the grasslands is known for incredible speed. But before he can say much more, Sir Lamund shuts it down immediately. Absolutely not. He warns Rutiger not to even consider it. That horse listens to no one, and everyone knows it. Rutiger is stunned. It's really that stubborn? The old knight confirms it, saying the creature is even more uncooperative than he can imagine. That it's hard. Rutiger had been hoping to borrow the horse, track the Lind Bloom, and maybe take it down himself. But with that route now a dead end, the frustration starts to creep in. He hates to admit it, but maybe that's why people call those other guys dragon killers. The way they hunt is calculated, efficient, and considering the dragon's overwhelming speed, they might be the only ones who can bring it down. The thought grates on Rutiger. He curses under his breath, feeling boxed in. Are they really going to have to follow Central's lead, after all? He's desperate to find a solution, something that lets them kill the dragon without Mircea and his men interfering or getting credit. If only they could just pinpoint the Lind Bloom's location, that alone would solve half the problem. But before he can think further, one of the guards bursts in, calling out his name. Rutiger immediately turns to him, demanding to know what's going on. The guard catches his breath and explains, there are people outside the fortress requesting entry. More guests? Rutiger's frustration deepens. Who could it possibly be now? He demands a name. The guard replies, and it stops Rutiger cold. The visitors are flying a blue banner with a silver iron gauntlet. It's the Knights of the Iron Duke, the Baronoff household. As Rutiger and his team scramble to deal with yet another uninvited force parked at their gates, the scene cuts back to the snowy mountains. And there, we see the Dragon Killer Knight's plan has already borne fruit. The corpses of countless barbarians lie scattered across the snow, bait for a beast. And sure enough, the bloodthirsty dragon has arrived. The scene shifts to Vlad, the protagonist, expressed that his face didn't need anything. However, the beast girl insisted, holding the tip of her tail, which was painted red. She claimed his face was unguarded and that the imprint from her tail would grant cold resistance. She persistently tried to convince him. Vlad found it odd that she was the only one trying to use the paint on him, especially since everyone else had their faces uncovered. In response, she told him that he needed the imprint most, as he would be on the field the longest. Just then, another knight jokingly called Vlad the Bezit family's best dragon repeller. They respected him, especially after seeing how he handled the death worm in the wilderness. They encouraged him to go wild again. Realizing everyone agreed, Vlad finally gave in and allowed her to apply for it. Without hesitation, the beast girl turned to Picasso and drew a symbol of protection on his face using her tail. It was no ordinary paint. Immediately, the mark vanished like a magical seal. Vlad sat there indifferently as the young lady reminded him to avoid the dragon's breath attack. The imprint wasn't invincible and couldn't protect him from dragon flames. Vlad understood. She also informed him that she would imprint the horse as well. Vlad was fine with that, knowing he wouldn't want his horse left vulnerable. Still, he warned her to be cautious, as the black stallion was infamous for its nasty attitude. Unaware of the horse's temperament, she dismissed the warning, assuming it wouldn't bite like a dog. Vlad informed her that it did. Gerda had tried saddling it and got bitten. Just then, Lord Lamund appeared and asked Vlad if his preparations were complete. Vlad turned to the old man and confirmed. Lamund shared that the scouts had returned, stating that the Lynn Bloom had taken the bait laid by the dragon killer knights. However, the situation had become more complicated. Lamund revealed that Age was willing to testify that his tribe's slaughter wasn't the Northerners' doing, but tensions would persist. Still, they had to do their best. He asked if Vlad had all the details. A mischievous smile crept across Vlad's face as he said the plan was simple. He just had to drive the Lynn Bloom to the designated location to trigger the rest of the operation. The old man liked the strategy. If Vlad could push the dragon to the East Canyon, Lord Rutiger, lying in ambush, could strike and finish the job. At the same time, Volkov would probably fly in to ensure the Lynn Bloom was rendered helpless. Concluding the plan, the old knight asked if Vlad had any more questions. The battle-ready swordsman had none. Still, the veteran urged him to ask something, reminding Vlad that he was the core of the strategy and had to be in sync with the rest. He emphasized that this mission wasn't just about hunting a dragon. That caught Vlad off guard, as he believed it was exactly that. He expressed his confusion, prompting the old knight to explain that the future of the North depended on the subjugation. An unseen war between the North and the Central had already begun. Lamund elaborated, mentioning that the Varanovs in the Northeast and the Bezids in the Northwest were the North's supporting pillars. The next generation of these households would join the mission. The Dragon Blood Duke would also be involved. Just having these leaders gathered in one place posed a threat to the Empire. Even if things went as planned, if both households failed to defeat the dragon's remnant while the Dragon Killer Knight succeeded, the Central would use it to tear the North apart. That's why the Lynn Bloom had to be killed by the Sword of the North. Vlad began to grasp the mission's full weight. This wasn't a mere dragon hunt. The only way to rescue Age's tribe, held captive by the Central, was for them to be the ones to slay the dragon. Their conversation was cut short when Rutiger arrived. The party leader asked the advance guard if they were ready. They all confirmed. With his men prepared, Rutiger informed them they would rendezvous at the canyon. The knights acknowledged the command and immediately set out. They mounted their horses and rode out into the snowy wilderness. Among the line of knights, one blonde stood out on a striking black stallion. He wasn't the only one watching Vlad. His partner interrupted his thoughts, questioning whether the boy from Shoera would hold up on the battlefield. Lord Volkov had doubts, thinking Vlad was too young and might not endure the pressure. But Rutiger reassured him that Vlad was his top pick. Though he didn't look like much, he was the same kid who had lured out the death worm from underground. Volkov was stunned, never imagining someone so young could do such a thing. He didn't know about Vlad's growing reputation. Rutiger, already aware of the boy's potential, continued praising him. He explained how Vlad had done it before he could even ride a horse. The red-eyed master was amazed and admitted it was hard to believe. Still, Rutiger said that was just how Vlad was always doing the unexpected. This left Volkov deep in thought. He knew that age wasn't everything. Experience and skill spoke louder than appearances, and everything they gathered so far would decide the mission's outcome. In this new generation of the Bayezid household, Volkov realized he wasn't the only one worth watching. Another legend was quietly being born. Later, the party was seen back in the snowy mountains. They navigated using intel from scouts and barbarian prisoners. Based on their findings, they were convinced the Lynn Bloom was nearby. They believed it had gone berserk, destroying its territory and heading south, deviating from its usual behavior of following the cold. One knight suggested the Lin Bloom seemed to have a goal, making them suspect it had gained intelligence. Though uncertain, they noted the dragon was acting differently. Normally, dragon remnants had beast-like instincts. However, if the creature believed it was a dragon, as mages claimed, it might have indeed gained intelligence. The theory made more sense, considering the Deathworm's past behavior. It only targeted pilgrims. This supported the idea that remnants thought of themselves as dragons. Soon, they noticed footprints leading in one direction and concluded they were in the right place. Thanks to the snowfall from the previous night, only the Lin Bloom's tracks were visible, indicating it had been there recently. Without wasting time, they followed the tracks, determined to complete the mission. They traveled through the snowy mountains for a long time until sunset. For some reason, Vlad stayed at the back of the line. Suddenly, he looked behind and felt something strange. He recalled they were told the Lin Bloom was heading south, but the tracks veered north. The direction didn't make sense, as they were being led into a forest, an area that would restrict the Lin Bloom's movement. While trying to understand its motives, it suddenly ambushed them. As soon as Vlad saw it, he cursed and shouted a warning. It was a trap. The fast and deadly beast roared at him with murderous intent. He quickly warned the others to spread out. The Lin Bloom didn't hesitate. It charged before they could react. The knights heard Vlad's warning, but the white dragon was already closing in, aiming to finish him off. Fortunately, Vlad managed to block the attack, though the powerful strike forced him and his horse several feet back. Now fully aware of the danger, the soldiers lit their torches and charged toward the monster. Rutiger ordered his men to surround it, which they did. Within seconds, the Lin Bloom was encircled by fire. For a brief moment, the Lin Bloom appeared vulnerable and confused. But, as feared, it had developed intelligence. It quickly scanned the barrier for weak spots. Suddenly, it began charging up a breath attack to break free. Seeing this, the soldiers instinctively spread out. While attempting to escape the blast radius, the white beast opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of lethal blue flames. As the powerful beast unleashed its radiant blue flames, one would assume the soldiers were moments away from being reduced to burnt crisps. However, the dragon did not seem like the typical type to spew fire from its mouth. Its initial strike left the victims frozen atop their horses instead of turning them into charcoal. The remaining soldiers witnessed the horrifying fate that had just befallen their comrades, prompting them to charge at the beast in a furious attempt to avenge them. Before the others could even reach the Lin Bloom, the head knight propelled himself forward and fired a powerful shot at the dragon. The strike indeed made contact with a monstrous creature, but to the soldiers' utter dismay, the hit failed to leave even a scratch. They had foolishly charged with nothing but their swords. While they were still shaken by the realization, the head knight shouted at them to retreat and tried desperately to save them from the creature's oncoming attack. Unfortunately, they were not swift enough. The beast pounced, tearing through them and swiftly turning their bodies into mangled, bloody pieces of flesh. As the Lin Bloom viciously devoured them, the knight cursed in fury and readied himself for vengeance. His eye glowed ominously as he activated his magical abilities. With a blazing torch raised high above his head, he managed to attract the creature's attention. At that moment, the white monster despised the sight of those flames and desperately yearned to tear the knight apart for even daring to carry such a light. This, however, was all part of his calculated plan, intending to lure the Lin Bloom away from the rest of his group. He informed his comrades that he would lead the charge and ordered the rest to maintain their distance while pursuing the beast. Without hesitation, he bolted forward on his horse, the torch brightly burning above him, forcing the Lin Bloom to follow. The dragon dashed after him, determined to shred him to pieces. Meanwhile, the other knights kept up the chase, lighting their torches and trailing behind the beast. However, the creature was intelligent enough to notice that it was being followed and quickly devised a way to slow them down. As the knights drew closer, the dragon used its powerful tail to hurl snow backward, destabilizing the terrain for the pursuing horseback soldiers. While attempting to shake off those in the rear, the cunning monster also accelerated its pace and rapidly closed in on the head knight. The knight failed to notice the closing gap, and by the time he realized the Lin Bloom was almost upon him, it was nearly too late. The beast opened its mouth and began charging up another breath attack. Seeing this, the knight quickly warned the others to spread out to avoid another fatal strike. In a flash, the beast turned around and, while the pursuers struggled to steer their horses away, unleashed another powerful blast of icy blue flames. This time, the knights could not escape it in time. The crafty creature aimed at the ground using his breath attack, freezing most of their horses in place. Not all of them succumbed to this seemingly mediocre attack, however, as some highly skilled swordsmen remained. Among them was Vlad, who calmly commanded his horse to leap across the frozen areas affected by the blast. As a result, he avoided getting stuck and managed to stay in pursuit. Yet, upon looking back, he was taken aback by the damage suffered by the rest of the group. Although he had escaped the breath attack, he hadn't anticipated that the Lind Bloom would target their horses. Due to this, most of his men were now trapped amidst extremely sharp ice spines that could potentially rip their horses' bellies open if they attempted to move forward. Recognizing that their strategy had failed, the head knight instructed everyone to dismount. The Lind Bloom had proven too formidable to contain, so he concluded that the only viable way to slow it down would be to sever one of its legs. Regrettably, without the advantage of their horses, this would be far more difficult. Despite the setback, they remained undeterred. Drawing their swords, they advanced on foot toward the beast. The Lind Bloom sensed that they had suffered a major loss and no longer felt threatened. It saw them as nothing more than fresh prey, and so it waited, still and poised. Even though the head knight had directed his men to focus on disabling the creature, he was fully aware of the challenge ahead. He doubted their ability to pull it off, considering the monster's agility and ferocity. But he could not reveal such fears to his men. He had to remain brave and instill courage in them. The beast, no longer showing any signs of fear, was prepared to face them all. As they drew nearer, it let out a thunderous roar, nearly charging at the head knight. Just as it seemed the knight was about to be consumed, a sudden splash of blood diverted the creature's attention. Vlad shouted toward the monster, revealing his palm, which he had intentionally slit, letting the blood drip down. He had cut himself simply to draw the Lind Bloom's attention, and now mocked the dragon to come after the blood it seemed to crave. As expected, this small trick worked like magic. The creature was strangely obsessed with Vlad's blood. It zoomed in on his wounded palm, watching the drops hit the snow, and in a split second, its eyes turned crimson. With the next drop, the Lind Bloom went berserk. It had never appeared this frenzied or bloodthirsty since the beginning of the chase, which confirmed there was something truly special about Vlad's blood. Seeing the creature's crazed, desperate state, Vlad merely smirked, entertained by how effective his trick had been. He wasn't intimidated by the beast's wild glare, likely because he believed he could defeat it, but the voice inside his head was deeply concerned. The beast had never seemed so dangerous before, and no one could predict what it might do in this crazed condition. The voice warned him that attracting it in this way was reckless, and the consequences quickly became apparent. In the blink of an eye, the dragon lunged at Vlad, almost reaching him in a single leap. Thankfully, his horse was swift enough to evade the attack, and he immediately created distance between himself and the Lind Bloom. Naturally, the enraged beast refused to relent and continued its relentless pursuit. That's when the head knight called out to Vlad and hurled the flaming torch to him. Vlad caught it easily, and the knight yelled for him to flee. Without hesitation, Vlad took off, the Lind Bloom hot on his trail. The creature locked its sights on him and exerted all its energy to close the gap. Vlad, in turn, channeled his inner energy, syncing perfectly with his horse to increase their speed. The horse's eyes glowed, and a luminous horn emerged, confirming they had entered a heightened state. According to their original plan, they were to lure the white dragon toward the canyon, where Rutiger and his men lay in wait to ambush the beast. So far, the plan was unfolding smoothly, with the Lind Bloom fully focused on Vlad. At the canyon, Rutiger and Volkov awaited the creature's arrival. Eventually, a soldier spotted Vlad approaching from afar. Volkov asked how long it would take for him to reach the canyon. Initially, the soldier estimated 5 minutes, but upon a closer look, he realized Vlad was moving at a mind-blowing speed, faster than anything he'd ever witnessed. With each second, the gap closed rapidly, until Vlad and his horse were just meters away. Volkov was stunned by the incredible speed, temporarily dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it when the soldier informed him that Vlad was already upon them. Due to Vlad's astounding speed, Volkov failed to fire the signal in time. Nevertheless, now that Vlad was present, he immediately ordered his men to release the signal. The soldier fired the arrow, which Vlad recognized immediately. He knew the canyon was near, and at least he could count on Rutiger and his troops to assist him when the dragon caught up. But just when everything seemed to be going according to plan, disaster struck. Suddenly, Vlad felt an intense, stinging pain in his chest, like a bolt of lightning piercing through him. His horse suffered the same excruciating sensation. The voice in Vlad's head couldn't comprehend what was happening and tried to assess the situation. Vlad, overwhelmed by the agony, couldn't speak. All he could do was focus on the torment in his chest, as if something was crushing his heart. Eventually, the voice deduced that this must be a binding spell, as shocking as that seemed. Confused and in pain, Vlad tried to understand who could have cast such a spell. As the squeezing force tightened around his heart, the face of the culprit came to mind. It was none other than the Dragon Blood Duke from earlier. With this realization, all Vlad could do was groan in anguish as the binding spell placed him precisely where the dragon wanted him. Rutiger was confused when he noticed that Vlad and his horse had abruptly come to a halt. He had already been standing there, waiting with his sword drawn, ready to finish off the Lindblom. But now, it appeared that the dragon remnant might be the one to eliminate his favorite young knight. At that moment, it truly seemed like everything was over for Vlad. He could hardly move, let alone defend himself against the bloodthirsty berserker, who was only inches away. Anyone would assume this was where our protagonist's journey finally ended. Yet, something completely unexpected occurred. In a sudden and shocking twist, the Lindblom began to retreat instead of pouncing on the young blonde knight. The beast had sensed something unnatural and cautiously stepped back. Rutiger immediately noticed this and alerted his soldiers, shouting at them to advance and strike the beast. They had already sacrificed so much just to lure the Lindblom this far, and they couldn't allow it to escape now. He ordered the knights to march forward and finish off the dragon, and they responded without hesitation. Among the knights, Lamund led the charge and leapt into action, while Rutiger instructed them to close in tightly and push the creature into the canyon. Meanwhile, he headed out with his troops to secure all possible exit points, ensuring the dragon had no openings left. In mere moments, the Lindblom was surrounded from every direction. However, the creature was fast enough to spot a possible exit, so it quickly turned around and attempted to flee. For now, that narrow path was its only route to freedom. But escaping wouldn't be easy. Rutiger called upon Volkov, instructing him to handle the situation. As the closest warrior to the Lindblom, Volkov confidently told the others to leave the beast to him. He wasn't bluffing. Before the dragon could understand what was happening, Volkov unleashed a powerful blast that temporarily disoriented it. Seizing the opportunity, he struck again and again with fierce energy. Each of his attacks landed directly on the Lindblom, and the continuous explosions sent plumes of smoke and frost swirling through the air. For a moment, the soldiers couldn't even see if the creature had been taken down. When the smoke finally cleared, a pair of enraged, glowing red eyes pierced through the fog. The Lindblom, still alive, released a supercharged breath blast before anyone could react. Lamund noticed the buildup and urgently warned everyone in its path to scatter. Most of the knights managed to dodge the attack, but they soon realized they weren't even the target. The breath blast was heading directly toward Vlad and his horse, who were still immobilized by the binding spell. Vlad was still writhing in pain, barely able to move. Yet now, he was also in danger of being obliterated by the deadly breath attack. The voice inside his head pleaded with him to get a grip and do something, but all he could manage were groans of agony. Just then, Lamund galloped toward him to help. In a retired knight's eyes, if not the best, then the second best must always be protected. His virtue as a former knight had earned him the right to take responsibility for the future. With this resolve, Lamund hurled himself directly into the blast path, shielding Vlad from harm. The old man absorbed the full force of the supercharged breath blast. As the attack engulfed him, the surrounding soldiers stood frozen in place, their hearts breaking silently. Despite enduring such a devastating strike, the old knight still found a way to joke about how cold winds reach even the joints when one gets old. He bore the pain with resilience, making sure the young knight lived on, while others could only watch in solemn silence. The immense blast sent snow flying through the air. As the mysterious voice continued trying to awaken Vlad, the young swordsman slowly began to regain consciousness. The icy breath had frozen the earth beneath him, causing cold to creep into his body, wrapping around him like a spider's web and rendering him immobile. For many soldiers, this would be the moment they accepted defeat and surrendered to fate. Vlad, too, started recalling how he had once dragged himself out of the horrific, muddy slums of the back alley. He had survived that nightmare, yet now he couldn't escape a snowfield. His will to fight began to fade. Everything grew hazy. Even the voice inside his head, calling his name, began to blur and fade. Just when it looked like he might be closing his eyes for the final time, Vlad suddenly felt a warm sensation in his hands. At first, he was confused, but then he realized the warmth was coming from Lord Lamund's world. The voice confirmed it, telling him that the world the old knight had built up through his lifetime had just reached Vlad's horizon. Lamund had sacrificed himself to pass this warmth and strength on to Vlad. The voice urged him to break the binding spell and let nothing restrain him any longer. Reinvigorated by the old knight's world, Vlad finally summoned the strength to move. With fierce determination, he drew his sword, and his eyes glowed with renewed energy. He swung the sword with all his might, breaking the binding spell that had held him down. As he broke free, glowing remnants of the spell flowed off his blade. This newfound power, gifted by Lamond, allowed Vlad not only to escape the spell, but to send a powerful message back to the caster. He raised his sword, channeled all the dark energy of the binding spell into it, and drove Lamond's blade into the ground. A backfire was triggered, launching a sting back at the blonde mage who had cursed him. The magical backlash caused the caster to bleed from his eye. It wasn't the most severe injury, but it impressed him nonetheless. He acknowledged Vlad's strong will and ability to resist. He remarked that the boy from Shoera was indeed formidable, then continued to observe the battlefield. Now freed, Vlad turned toward Lamond, realizing that the seasoned knight had saved him. He called out, seeing him still on his knees, but the old warrior told him to move on. He claimed he had fulfilled his duty, and now it was Vlad's turn. The young swordsman seemed unsettled by the statement, even though he likely understood what it truly meant. As he tried to share a final moment with Lamond, he suddenly sensed the Lind Bloom preparing another breath blast. By the time Vlad turned around, the attack had already consumed several of his comrades. Although he wished to remain with Lamond, he was forced to run to avoid being hit. Meanwhile, the old knight remained still, waiting for the second breath blast. It struck him again. This time, the cold completely froze him from the inside out, down to the folds of his cape. Ratiger, observing the destruction from a nearby cliff, felt slightly reassured that his men had the engravings to resist the cold. Still, he knew they would be too frozen to move for a while. He hesitated to release his world, fearing it might harm his men. The commander stood helpless, frustrated that their entire plan might fail by just one misstep. Unsure of what to do, he wondered aloud whether this would be their downfall. As the breath blast covered the entire canyon in a thick white fog, he suddenly noticed a glowing light shining through the snow. It was Vlad, riding his horse toward the Lindbloom. The voice inside him urged him to summon every last ounce of strength. His eyes glowed with power and unshakable resolve as he charged at the monster. The bloodthirsty dragon also rushed toward him. The two collided violently, causing a deafening explosion. As the battle wore on, Vlad began to struggle again. He admitted to himself that it was becoming too difficult, but the voice reassured him that every single strike mattered. It reminded him that he had already inflicted a wound on the beast's scales. Vlad took another look and realized it was true that the Lindbloom had been injured. Encouraged by this discovery, his momentum grew. He saw hope. The voice pushed him to keep going and that he can't stop. He continued attacking with his radiant sword, striking the dragon repeatedly. They clashed furiously, every hit stronger than the last. He notices that the Lindbloom can no longer keep up, so it becomes clear that his strategy is working. Eventually, Vlad saw that the Lindbloom was slowing down and realized he could soon land a decisive blow. But just as he believed victory was near, he noticed a dangerous crack forming on his sword. All the clashes against the monster's tough scales had severely damaged it. Vlad was stunned, and he can't believe his eyes to see his cracked sword. Blue blood dripped steadily from the cracks in the monster's wounds. Though it should have slowed the beast down, the creature remained surprisingly active for something so badly injured. The Lindbloom charged at Vlad, as though it instinctively knew that his sword was severely damaged. Remaining mounted on his horse, the young knight awaited the monster's move, aware he could no longer afford careless strikes. Every move needed to be precise and deliberate now, as his sword could shatter at any moment. His hands trembled slightly as he prepared for the impact, seemingly reluctant to wield the damaged blade. The voice within sensed this hesitation and grew concerned. Despite that, Vlad managed to deliver another critical blow, tearing deeper into the dragon's body. After this strike, the voice questioned his hesitation and reminded him not to ever halt his sword mid-charge. Vlad knew this already, but was painfully aware of the sword's fragile condition and tried to protest. Unfortunately, he couldn't utter a word before the Lindbloom launched another furious attack, not giving him even a moment to breathe. The berserk dragon seemed consumed by a thirst for blood, determined to end Vlad. The knight recognized this bloodlust clearly, having endured its lethal gaze since their first clash. Mistakes were no longer an option. Extreme caution was now his only strategy. As the Lindbloom pounced from above, it was blasted away just in time by Volkov. This fierce warrior joined the battle with a powerful barrage, assuring Vlad he would provide cover. Now wounded and outnumbered, the Lindbloom turned tail and began to retreat, knowing it couldn't face both Vlad and Volkov alone. The creature fled toward the plains, an area where tracking it would become difficult. Ratiger, witnessing this, called out to Vlad, urging him to give chase. They had sacrificed so much in this hunt and could not afford to let it escape again. With most horses either exhausted or frozen, Vlad was the only one capable of matching the Lindbloom's speed. Rutiger pushed him to pursue the beast. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Vlad prepared for the chase. As he urged his horse forward, the voice within him spoke once more, explaining how beings that reach their limits must eventually stop. It told him he, too, must stop, just like his sword, which was nearing its end. The voice admitted that they couldn't remain together forever, yet urged the blade to fulfill its duty one final time. Encouraged by these words, Vlad was motivated to keep going despite the exhaustion. Gathering the last reserves of his energy and magic, he infused the sword once more and set off after the fleeing monster. The dragon raced from the canyon into the plains, its swift strides driven by survival. It was hailed as the fastest creature on 4 legs. But perhaps those who claimed this had never heard of the son of the grasslands. Vlad's black horse, tireless and determined, closed the distance rapidly. When the Lindblum looked back, it was stunned to see the swordsman right on its heels. Vlad, gaining with each moment, soon landed a devastating strike. He didn't stop there. This was his opportunity to go all out. With relentless fury, he slashed repeatedly, chipping away at the dragon's thick scales. He shouted for it to stop as he continued his assault, ultimately delivering a powerful blow to one of its hind legs. The force of the attack caused the dragon to tumble through the snow, finally halting its escape. Before the dragon could recover, a powerful blast from Volkov struck it once again. The creature shrieked in pain, now completely incapacitated. Volkov revealed that he had used his final spear on the attack and could no longer assist. Everything now rested on Vlad. The young knight understood this fully. With his loyal steed still strong beneath him, he charged once more, his glowing eyes reflecting the determination to end this battle. He knew everyone was relying on him, and this was the final moment he would ever wield this sword. As he raced toward the downed beast, he recalled the journey he had shared with his blade. From the moment he received it to his first monster kill, to the battle with the death worm, every memory flashed through his mind. A quiet gratitude filled him as he thanked the sword for carrying him this far. Accepting that this would be the blade's final act, he focused on ending the Lindblum once and for all. His horse thundered across the snow, while the dragon stood still, unable to flee but not yet defeated. Though it could no longer run, it could still unleash deadly breath attacks, its signature move. Realizing that Vlad was about to deliver a fatal blow, the dragon entered a desperate, self-destructive state. It began charging its most fearsome breath attack, blue flames of ice swirling ominously in its mouth. Yet Vlad remained undeterred. He had committed to this charge, no matter what. With a tightened grip, he poured the most magical energy he could muster into the cracked blade. Knowing this would be his final strike, he had to make it count. Finally, he delivered a crushing blow to the dragon's head. The resulting impact was so intense, it seemed like a miniature atomic explosion. The strike killed the Lindblum instantly, confirmed by the massive eruption of blue blood splattering across the battlefield. The onlookers were left stunned, jaws dropped in disbelief. Even more astounding was the sight of Vlad's sword shattering as it met the dragon's skull. Though broken, the blade still glowed brilliantly in its final moment. It was no longer the knight's shining weapon, but it had been wielded by a boy who yearned to shine. Who would have imagined that a sword from a back alley could become worthy of being called star? Likely no one. And yet, it earned the name the Dragon Slayer's Sword, a title that only a few blades could ever claim. The remaining half of the weapon stayed clutched in Vlad's hand, while fragments of its body scattered across the snow. The pointed piece that had landed the final blow now rested in the snow, soaked in blue blood, reflecting the lifeless body of the Lindblum. As the battle ended, the other soldiers arrived and began tying the limbs of the slain creature. They used ropes to drag their massive trophy back north. While the others celebrated, Vlad sat alone in the snow. Though victorious, he had suffered the most. He had nearly lost a mentor, a seasoned warrior who had guided him during this journey, and he had also lost the first sword he had ever wielded as a knight. His solitude was soon interrupted when Rutiger approached to commend him on his achievement. Startled, Vlad turned to see the master and quickly asked if the older knight was all right. Rutiger was surprised by Vlad's reference to the old knight as Sir and questioned whether the man had ever revealed his name. Vlad responded that the man had not, as he felt his duty was not yet complete. Rutiger sat beside him, reassuring him that the old knight would disclose his name in time. Then his attention turned to the broken blade in Vlad's hand. Vlad defended the sword passionately, claiming it had done the best it could. The master agreed, acknowledging the weapon's effort. It was a solemn moment for the young warrior, and though uncertain whether it would bring comfort, Rutiger promised to get him a new sword. Vlad didn't respond immediately. Eventually, he asked if the master could find another sword like the one he had lost. Rutiger admitted that while many sharp, powerful swords existed, It was rare to find one capable of containing an entire world the way Vlad's sword had done. Even for an emperor, locating such a unique weapon would be nearly impossible. Seeing the disappointment on Vlad's face, Ratiger encouraged him not to despair. He reminded him that the old sword would remain by his side through the title it had left him. Vlad was momentarily confused, unaware of what that title was. Ratiger explained that it was a title to be proud of, one that only 2 individuals in this generation of Bezits possessed. He concluded by telling Vlad that his broken sword was the very witness to that title, the Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Shoera. Back in Shoera, the newly appointed mayor, Joseph Bezit, received an unexpected letter from Dirmar. The sealed envelope was handed to him by his green-eyed knight, leaving the young master slightly confused. Jaeger explained that Baron Hainel had personally sent the message. Joseph then opened the envelope with a sense of curiosity. As he read through the contents, he asked Jaeger if he had observed any movements toward the west during his journey. In response, the knight revealed that Count Gaidar's army had not yet made any move, which led the young master into a moment of deep contemplation. Joseph found the news rather intriguing. After reflecting on the implications for a few seconds, he inquired about when Vlad would return from the dragon hunting mission. The knight responded that the last time they had heard, he had played an exceptional role in subjugating the Lindblum. However, beyond that, they had no further information about Vlad's whereabouts or his expected return. This uncertainty led Joseph to sigh heavily, as he knew it would take at least a month for him to come back. Observing how worried his master appeared, Jaeger asked if Joseph needed Vlad for anything in particular. The young master admitted that he did indeed require Vlad. However, since he was currently unavailable, Joseph realized that they would be pressed for time. He reasoned that the subjugation squad had likely returned to Sturma after completing their mission, and Jaeger agreed with this assessment. Seeing that they shared the same view, Joseph announced that he would be heading to Sturma himself to meet with the subjugation squad, as well as his elder brother. Of course, Jaeger already understood what this meant and immediately offered to prepare for the journey. The one-eyed knight promptly departed to make the necessary arrangements. As he exited the room, Joseph Bezit found himself lost in thought once more, replaying the content of the letter in his mind. He braced himself for what lay ahead, now that he understood Count Gaidar's intended strategy. Although the man had done nothing overtly threatening, Joseph was convinced that the letter carried a calculated message with deliberate intentions. A part of him wondered if everything was merely a coincidence, yet he could not shake the feeling that the brief, hopeful moment might be the key to overcoming this looming issue. As it turned out, the current series of events appeared to be connected to Vlad's unexpected encounter with the Princess of Dirmar. Ironically, the mistake Vlad had made that day might have been the best possible move in retrospect. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the snowy hills within the Blood Duke's domain. There, Volkov returned to his father with triumphant news of their victory against the Lindblum. The Blood Duke, sporting a fierce red gaze, commended his son for the outstanding job. Volkov mentioned that the Bayezid family had provided tremendous support during the operation. He explained that they had been fortunate enough to have the dragon slain by a northerner, which left the dragon killer knights with no excuse to intervene. After hearing their conversation, the spiky-haired duke then asked about their biggest threat at the moment. In response, Volkov reported that Mircea had departed alongside the dragon killer knights. He assured his father that the Knights of Bezid would closely monitor those traitors until the very end. Hearing this, the Blood Duke began to piece the situation together. With the White Dragon now dead and the Dragon Killer Squad having left the territory, there seemed to be no further reason for unrest in their lands. While this was indeed positive news, the Duke remained wary. He knew that peace was only temporary, and it would only be a matter of time before another dragon recognized their power and unleashed destruction upon them. He believed that such problems continued to emerge because they were currently safeguarding 2 fragments of the dragon simultaneously. Consequently, he concluded that the fragments needed to be split up. Unfortunately, he found himself uncertain about whom he could entrust with such a critical responsibility. The Duke stood before the 2 chained chests containing the dragon fragments. His son and one of his advisors stood at his side. As the guardian of the oath, it was supposed to be the Duke's responsibility to handle the fragments. However, given the urgency and the necessity to divide them, the Blood Duke could only wonder whom he could truly trust with one of the fragments. While the Blood Duke grappled with this difficult decision, the scene shifted. Rudiger's party came into view. Lamund finally woke from his comatose state, and the first person he saw was Vlad. Vlad had been transporting the older knight in a wagon while he lay unconscious, bundled up in layers of thick clothing. Lamund opened his eyes and saw him. He asked if Vlad thought he was moving a corpse. Vlad explained calmly that the wind was frigid, and that was the reason for the layers. They were still far away from Sturma. The veteran scoffed at the explanation, proclaiming that a man should not fear the cold. Despite his bravado, pieces of ice still clung to his face, betraying the freezing conditions. Vlad reminded the old knight of how he had previously complained about his bones aching when he had been blasted by the lindworm's breath attack. This reminder served as a checkmate for Lamond, who could not deny the fact. Though he tried to appear unaffected, he insisted that Vlad not tie him up any tighter, fearing that his blood flow might be restricted. As the two bantered, Rutiger and Mircha were engaged in a separate conversation. Rutiger commented that preparations were nearly complete and asked him whether he planned to head to Sturma. Since Lord Mircha and his dragon killer knights were considered important guests from a distant land, Rutiger suggested that his father, Lord Bezit, would be pleased to see them. Mircha, aware of Rutiger's distaste for him, politely declined. He acknowledged that it was indeed a rare chance to visit Sturma, but expressed doubts about finding any peace there. Rutiger didn't press further. He wasn't truly interested in Mircha's company. He was speaking only out of obligation. Feeling it improper to send a guest off empty-handed, Rutiger mentioned that since Volkov had taken the spear embedded in the Lindblum's leg and asked Mircha if he might want to take the tail. Predictably, Mircha refused politely and declined Rutiger's offer once again, claiming that he would just accept his well wishes instead. Of course, Mircha's pride would never let him accept such a minor piece of the dragon when his original intention had been to slay it. Rutiger appeared amused by the interaction. He had the upper hand in their exchange, and both men were aware of the subtle psychological sparring. He teases Mircha one more time, suggesting that it's better not to take anything since it would just be unnecessary luggage for their long journey back home after making this statement. Rutiger told Mircha that Bezit would handle the captured barbarians and advised him to leave the concerns of the north to the northerners. He wished him a safe journey. Mircha accepted this with quiet resignation, realizing he had lost the verbal spar. Before departing, he asked to say his farewells to the new dragon slayer. This request took Rutiger by surprise, but he agreed, though with a warning that the interaction be brief. Rutiger also sternly warned him that there would be no forgiveness if he tried any tricks again. Mircha feigned innocence, pretending not to understand what Rutiger was referring to. Rutiger, however, found it insulting that Mircha would assume he did not know about what had happened on the battlefield. A flashback showed Vlad struggling after being struck by a binding spell during the fight with the dragon. Mircha had been the one responsible. Rutiger had somehow discovered this, giving him more than one reason to despise the man. Mircha assured Rutiger that he understood the warning. Right after that, he makes his way over to Vlad. While thinking about what just happened, he feels that he acted too rashly unlike his usual self, and he kind of regrets it because he realizes now that the encounter was an opportunity for him to see the world of Rutiger Bezit. Unfortunately, he wasn't composed enough for that, and now he might never get another chance. Either way, he feels that there's no need to be disappointed since he already got to see the most important thing, which just happens to be our protagonist. Meanwhile, Vlad was busy ensuring that all their luggage was packed. Suddenly interrupted by Mircha, who approaches him. Mircha commended Vlad for his performance during the battle. Vlad, clearly irritated by his presence, replied that he could have done better if it hadn't been for someone interfering. Mircha sarcastically remarked that he was pleased to finally meet Vlad of Shoera. Vlad didn't respond this time, but the tension was palpable. Mircha acknowledged Vlad's irritation, but also admired the boy's growth. He recognized that Vlad had matured rapidly and understood how to carry himself with dignity. Knowing it was unwise to provoke Vlad any further, Mircha shifted the conversation. He claimed he would ask a few questions and then be gone. Without waiting for approval, he asked if Vlad's heart raced whenever he saw dragon. The question caught Vlad off guard, as he recalled his battles against the remnants of the dragons. Mircha slyly suggested that Vlad had felt thirst upon seeing the blue blood of the lindworm. Vlad began to panic, especially since he had indeed felt something unusual when witnessing the dragon's blood. At that moment, Mircha directly asked if he wanted to drink the dragon's blood, leaving Vlad stunned. The scene gradually transitions, and the unfolding narrative continues in Sturma, the capital city of Bezit County. There we see that Vlad and the others have finally arrived. While the rest of the group is likely enjoying a peaceful night's rest, Vlad remains wide awake, unable to sleep. His mind is burdened and overwhelmed with countless swirling thoughts, constantly returning to Mircha's final question. Ever since he was asked whether he desired to consume the blood of a dragon, his thoughts have been haunted. Vlad had initially felt deeply insulted by the inquiry and had the strong urge to snap back angrily at the man. Yet, upon reflection, he reluctantly acknowledged that Mircha had a valid point. Vlad already knew that his heart would always beat with inexplicable excitement whenever he saw a dragon. Moreover, during his confrontation with the lindworm, there had been a mysterious resonance echoing within his chest. He found it baffling that Mircha was aware of something so intimate, something even he could not fully comprehend himself. This persistent enigma left Vlad wondering who Mircha was and how he seemed to possess such uncanny insight into things Vlad hadn't even discovered about himself. Still immersed in his thoughts, Vlad was suddenly and abruptly drawn back to the present by the sharp sound of someone knocking on his door. As expected, he was not in the mood for conversation or company. In a tone of frustration and irritation, he commanded the visitor to go away, stating bluntly that he did not wish to be disturbed. At that moment, Rutiger hesitantly pushed the door open just a little, feeling rather unwelcome due to Vlad's harsh tone. He could tell the young man was under significant stress. Rutiger had gone in a battle against a dragon not once, but on 2 separate occasions. Because of this, he expected a degree of respect, which he felt he rightly deserved. Vlad, of course, had no idea that the person standing at his door was the elder brother of his own master. The realization struck him hard, and he immediately shot up from his bed and offered a sincere apology. He explained that numerous individuals had been approaching him, asking questions about the recent subjugation, and he had simply assumed that Rutiger was yet another curious admirer. Upon hearing this, Rutiger felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a lighthearted expression, he joked that he had been worried Vlad harbored some sort of unknown grudge against him. Rutiger asked if he could come inside, and Vlad naturally welcomed him in. Once inside, Rutiger took a moment to glance around the room, observing its details with interest. It was his first time entering a servant's quarters, so he genuinely had no idea what such a room looked like. Vlad, on the other hand, was well aware that Rutiger had not left the comfort and luxury of his chambers simply to take a casual tour. With a hint of nervousness, he cautiously inquired as to what brought the man to his modest room. In response, Rutiger revealed a large case he had been carrying with him. He explained that the case contained the sword he had promised to give to Vlad earlier. The weapon, according to Rutiger, had been custom forged by the most skilled blacksmith in the entirety of Bezit. As he opened the enormous scabbard, the magnificent sword was unveiled before Vlad's astonished eyes. Not only was the blade extraordinarily strong and razor-sharp, but it was also impressively light and perfectly balanced. Rutiger elaborated further, stating that the blacksmith who created it was renowned not just in the north but throughout the entire empire. He felt completely assured that this sword would be more than suitable for Vlad to wield. Upon seeing the breathtaking sword, Vlad was completely overwhelmed with emotion. He could hardly believe the extraordinary effort Rutiger had gone through to procure such a remarkable weapon for him. With great humility, he expressed that the sword was too extravagant, too grand for someone like him. However, Rutiger did not share that sentiment in the slightest. He strongly disagreed, insisting that the sword was not excessive for a true dragon slayer. As far as he was concerned, this blade was the rightful reward that Vlad had undoubtedly earned. Rutiger went on to mention that he had considered gifting Vlad an even more exquisite artisan-crafted sword, but he refrained from doing so out of concern that it might cause misunderstandings. He reassured Vlad that there were absolutely no hidden intentions behind this gesture. He simply recognized how highly his younger brother, Joseph, regarded the young swordsman. At this point, Vlad saw no reason to resist any further and accepted the sword with heartfelt gratitude. Rutiger then asked Vlad if he had recently seen Joseph. Vlad responded that he had, but only briefly, since Joseph appeared to be extremely preoccupied. This comment amused Rutiger, who remarked that sometimes it felt as though Joseph were the servant rather than Vlad. Every scandal Vlad managed to get entangled and had to be cleaned up and resolved by Joseph. Vlad was taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't realized he was the reason his master had been so overwhelmingly busy lately. Realizing that the boy had not yet been informed, Rutiger clarified the situation by revealing that the Bezit household had officially issued a summons to all of its knights. The scene then shifted to an exterior setting, where Lamund was seen in the presence of the head of the Bezit family. The aged knight expressed that he had been contemplating ending his long pilgrimage. The lord, in turn, asked whether he had finally reached a decision. Lamund admitted that arriving at this conclusion had been incredibly difficult for him, but he had indeed made up his mind. Lord Bezit nodded in understanding, noting that Lamund must now be ready to hand over his final duty. The elderly knight simply nodded, while the lord acknowledged that this would be a heavy burden for Vlad to bear. Lamund, however, firmly stated that this was precisely why he intended to pass it on to the young swordsman. He was entrusting it to Vlad as a knight and as a loyal vassal of the Bezit household. The veteran knight expressed a deep sense of relief, feeling as though he had finally fulfilled all of his obligations. Hearing this, the lord offered his heartfelt thanks for the many years of dedicated service Lamund had provided. In turn, the old knight offered a quiet apology for any trouble he may have caused during his long tenure. Lord Bezit then inquired whether Lamund planned to return to his hometown now. The knight confirmed that he did, admitting it had been a long time since he had seen his manor, and he wished to go home. The Lord seemed rather saddened by the prospect of parting ways with such a devoted knight, and asked him to remain a few more days so they could organize a proper farewell. Surprised by this, Lamond found it uncharacteristic. He knew the Lord was not one to struggle with goodbyes. Curious, he asked if there was a specific reason. The Lord explained that when someone prepares to leave, a new figure often emerges to take their place. Upon hearing this, Lamond immediately connected the dots. He realized this was why all the knights had been summoned. He asked if the Lord had already acknowledged the new successor, and the Lord responded with confidence that those who are qualified deserve the authority. The Lord believed that Vlad would break records by becoming the youngest and fastest to be fully knighted. Lamond found this amusing and commented that such traditions and records should be challenged more often. Knowing how deeply the old knight respected tradition, the Lord felt even more confident in his decision. Lamond now considered this symbolic passing of the torch to be his retirement gift, and he looked forward to the upcoming gathering when a new honor would be formally recognized. 3 days later, Jaeger was seen walking down a long hallway in the Grand Mansion. He stopped abruptly as he sensed Vlad's presence. When he turned to look, he was stunned by the transformation. He wondered if Lady Oksana had used some sort of magic to prepare Vlad for the occasion. The change in appearance was so dramatic that Vlad seemed like an entirely different person. Indeed, the young man looked regal and majestic, though he did not appear to be very comfortable in his new form. He felt somewhat out of place. Recognizing Vlad's discomfort, Jaeger asked if he was feeling nervous. Vlad admitted to feeling flustered, his cheeks burning red. This had all happened so suddenly. Jaeger reassured him kindly, promising not to scold him for being anxious. He reminded Vlad that he was the reason the doors of knighthood would open that day. With that, Jaeger stepped forward and requested that Vlad be granted entry, stating he stood there on the Count's command. As the grand doors swung open, Vlad was awestruck by the grandeur that unfolded before him. He had officially been granted entry into the Hall of Knights. Just before stepping inside, he glanced back to see Master Joseph watching him proudly. Joseph reminisced about how he could never stand before those doors himself, as he could not wield a sword. He once believed that line could never be crossed. Yet today, Vlad had become the sword that reached him. With pride filling his chest, Joseph encouraged Vlad to proceed forward and congratulated him on his brave journey, calling him his swordsman. The red path represented a route of honor, and the boy had unknowingly taken each step along it. This path symbolized the oath he had once dreamt of, a journey that began beyond the slums of the back alley. At last, he was on a path that led to the shining star, and now he had finally arrived. As he walked along the red carpet, other knights stood proudly on both sides, forming a corridor of recognition. At the carpet's end, he knelt before Lord Bezit, who awaited him with a sword in hand, ready to officially bestow knighthood upon the young swordsman. The Lord addressed the boy, Vlad, servant of the Bezit household, commending him for making it this far. He handed Vlad a scroll containing the timeless commandments of a swordmaster and instructed him to hold it in his left hand. The Lord urged him to deeply engrave the following words into his heart. The old man reminded him that a knight must always perceive the world of possibilities, a principle that served as the first commandment of the swordmasters. In that profound moment, the meaning of this commandment became crystal clear. Despite having encountered older knights as adversaries, they had still protected the possibilities Vlad represented, for that was the duty every knight must fulfill. Lord Bayezid then explained the second commandment. A knight must always listen to his conscience. Vlad could instantly connect this to past experiences with several knights he had been fortunate enough to meet. He recalled the mission with Gregory in the village plagued by corrupted priests. Even in that fog-covered town, the knights had given everything they had, risking their lives without hesitation. They stood firm in their rightful place, taking action at the decisive moment, guided solely by their conscience. The blade of Lord Bezid's sword rested on Vlad's shoulder once more as he recited the third and final commandment. A knight must always pursue the path of honor. A knight must maintain clear vision so they may remain honorable, striving to be worthy, and living a life without even a trace of shame. Vlad resonated with these three commandments deeply. He had already been living in alignment with them, making it effortless to swear by the sword and by the very commandments of the knights. Vlad of Shoera had always envisioned becoming a simple, unadorned sword, and the red-haired girl who stood beside him could attest to that dream. Though he lived amidst the alley's filth, he consistently upheld what was right. Besides Geminina, Jorge, the knight who safeguarded Rose's smile, Vlad's conscience also stood tall. Since he had always aimed for the stars, he had found the strength to keep moving forward in hopes of grasping them. Even though he had done so unconsciously, he had always strived to stay true to this ideal. The plain sword that had endured trials with him would testify to this resolve. With such overwhelming proof of his worthiness, Vlad solemnly swore before Lord Bezit, the sacred sword, and the commandments of the Swordmasters that he would devote himself to upholding those sacred principles. In response, Lord Peter Bezit, master of the Bezit household, issued his command. The servant who once knelt humbly before him was now ordered to rise as a knight. Vlad stood tall once again. From that moment, he was no longer just a servant. He became known as the Knight of Lady Alicia, the protector of the children blessed by San Logino, the slayer of the Lynn Bloom, and a knight formally recognized by the Bezit household. He was the one and only Vlad of Shoera. This young man had once come from nothing and had forged a legacy through sheer will. All the knights present smiled with pride, especially Rutiger and Jaeger, who felt immense joy that day. However, none felt more pride than the one who had first welcomed Vlad into his home, young Master Joseph, silently watching from just outside the Hall of Knights. The boy's journey from the depths was something all the stars gathered in that hall could testify to. It was a historic moment in the legacy of the Bezit household. As the knights celebrated the newest addition among them, a voice echoed within Vlad's mind, telling him that he had done well, and for the first time, addressing him as Sir Vlad. The scene then shifted to Trinova, the capital of Gaidar County. There, the infamous Count Gaidar lounged on his throne, while one of his advisors encouraged him to advance boldly. Yet, the dwarves around them continued creating tension, complicating the situation. For this reason, the Count had decided to proceed cautiously, as the other nobles had done. He noted that the only surviving Hainel member, Lady Alicia, remained unmarried. The Western ruler, Sigmund Gaidar, made this observation with a sinister expression. When his subject confirmed the information, Sigmund remarked that it simply could not continue that way. He believed a frail woman like Alicia could never survive in such a perilous world alone. It was then revealed that Sigmund was speaking to Godin, the rogue knight. He instructed him to take action once more. Godin asked what he needed to do, and the massive, villainous ruler responded with instructions to travel to Dermer with his son. He wanted Godin to secure a reasonable justification while in that region, a command that surprised the rogue knight. He hadn't expected a preference for justification over violence or warfare. While Godin was still contemplating this new directive, Sigmund praised him, confident he wouldn't fail. In return, the white-haired mercenary promised to do his utmost on this assignment. After this ominous conversation, the story returned to Sturma, where Peter Bezit and his household held a meeting. Lord Bezit declared that he had positioned Vlad exactly where his son, Joseph, had desired. In response, the young master merely thanked his father. The Lord then revealed startling news. The Lord of the North would soon host a gathering where everyone would convene. This revelation left Joseph stunned. He hadn't anticipated the great assembly taking place, especially since it hadn't been held in over a decade. Lord Bezit confirmed it, and Joseph was left frozen in disbelief. He wondered whether the secrecy of the preparations had hidden the signs, or if it had all been rushed to take everyone by surprise. Joseph, still anxious, began to worry about Lady Alicia's decision in the face of such developments. Before he could overthink, his father expressed his desire to align Dermer, Lady Alicia's land, with the North during the assembly. This left Joseph even more speechless. However, before he could question the intent, Peter Bezit continued. He noted that the Hainel household had long benefited from the equilibrium between the North and the Central Territories. Opening a bottle of wine, Peter concluded that the time had come for Hainel to make a decision. The wise lord wished to pressure the situation, fully aware that the Hainel household would be devoured by the Eagle of the West if they failed to act swiftly. The peaceful era had ended, and now was the time for survival and unity. Dermer had remained neutral long enough, and Peter Bezit was convinced that a difficult decision was unavoidable. Joseph, filled with concern, wondered whether Alicia would choose the North. His father, however, only smiled knowingly. He understood just how far Joseph had gone to guide her toward that decision. While his son stood in surprise, Peter Bezit promised his complete support, declaring that in all matters concerning Dermer, Joseph represented the entire Bezit household. Overwhelmed by his father's words, Joseph finally pulled himself together and began to walk away. As he departed, Lord Bezit watched silently, reflecting on the struggles his son had endured. Born without sharp fangs, he had still fought his way forward. Now, his father was prepared to back him unconditionally, particularly in this pressing matter. After all, the fate of the Hainel household was not the only concern. Peter Bezit understood that delaying decisions would only increase the likelihood of bloodshed within their family. Therefore, he resolved to end the cycle in his generation. This never-ending conflict had become a curse, one that had weighed heavily on him for years. And so, with firm resolve, he vowed to break it once and for all. Later that evening, as the sun began to set, Lamond led Vlad up to the top of the castle to show him something. Vlad was utterly captivated by the view and admitted that he had never known how breathtaking the scenery appeared from that height. In response, the elderly knight revealed that he had always wanted to show him this place, at least once. He pointed out how the castle walls appeared more radiant at that particular time of day, claiming that the walls of Sturma had withstood time by absorbing the blood of their enemies. However, he somberly mentioned that they had also been nourished by the blood of the Bezit household. From the tone in his voice, Vlad could sense the heartbreak the old man carried. Lamond admitted that blood was sometimes necessary to protect something, and then explained that knights were those who had sworn to willingly offer their blood when the time came. Suddenly, the mood turned serious as the veteran knight informed Vlad that he, too, would have to offer his blood when his time arrived. Vlad responded with a warm, reassuring smile, letting him know that he already understood. Hearing this, the elder knight finally decided it was time to reveal his name. He disclosed that his name was Lamond, which left Vlad stunned, as the confession had come without warning. Vlad expressed his confusion, prompting the old knight to instruct him to call him Sir Lamond henceforth. Still trying to comprehend what was unfolding, the old man handed a coin to him and told him to take it. Vlad hesitated, unsure of what the object meant. Lamond explained that it was payment for breaking his armor. Although Vlad took the coin, he examined it with suspicion, unable to understand how a rusty, old copper coin could cover the cost of armor. While the boy studied the coin with clear disappointment in his eyes, Lamond informed him that the coin was worth much more than the GRY orc leather armor he had. The elderly knight knew Vlad would not understand its value at that moment, so he simply assured him that he would recognize its worth when the time was right. Lamond figured that Vlad must have received his mission upon being knighted, and he confirmed this, revealing that he would be departing in the morning. Upon hearing this, the old knight realized that it would be their final meeting for quite some time. With that in mind, he urged Vlad to visit his manor if the chaotic situation ever settled soon. In response, the young knight promised his favorite elder that he would do so. He even joked about collecting the rest of his insufficient payment during his next visit. Despite the bittersweet nature of their farewell, they managed to bring some humor to the moment, as both of them had the heart of a comedian when they wished to show it. They shared a wholesome moment, and Lamond told Vlad that he would always be welcome to visit. He reached out for a parting handshake, and, rather than calling Vlad a brat as he usually did, finally addressed him as Sir Vlad. Vlad was genuinely surprised by this, but the retired knight simply gave him a warm smile, expressing that their time together had been enjoyable. It was finally time to say goodbye. Although Vlad felt sorrowful about parting from the old man, a soft smile gradually spread across his face as they shook hands. He thanked the elderly knight for everything he had taught him, and that was the moment they went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in Dermer, the scene shifted to a blue-haired princess who sat in growing frustration. It had been a month since she sent that letter, and no one had come to visit her. Her advisor attempted to calm her down, urging her to exercise patience and reminding her that one must always be prepared for the worst so that they are equipped for anything that follows. Time was slipping away for the Hainel household, and Alicia began to fear that the worst had already arrived. She contemplated Count Gaidar's suggestion in his letter to marry his eldest son, but she found herself too conflicted to reach a decision. She turned to her advisor and asked whether she should proceed with the marriage into the Gaidar household. The elderly man was utterly shocked. It was far from what he had intended to suggest. He feared that he might have phrased his words poorly. Despite his attempts to pacify the lady, Alicia still trembled with anger after receiving the wedding invitation, which felt more like a one-sided declaration. Count Gaidar had not given her a choice, and she could tell that the West was showing her blatant disrespect, even if they masked it with sweetened words. There had been no real promise for Hainel's future, only a clear display of greed. At this point, Alicia was more confused than ever and found it increasingly hard to trust anyone, from the north to central, even Count Gaidar himself. To her, everyone around her seemed like a thief, each desperately eyeing her land. Her advisor, observing her rising distress, told her not to worry too much. He assured her that their opportunity to rise again would eventually come. Upon hearing this, she agreed and decided they would continue trying. Yet, even after claiming to trust no one, she could not help but wonder why there had been no word from Bezit. She found herself anticipating their offer, unable to comprehend why even a servant had not been dispatched by now. The advisor speculated that it must have been a calculated move. He reasoned that the opposing side understood Dermer's terrain advantage. Still, he had one concern he wished to voice. Before he could express it, a servant suddenly burst into the room to inform the Baroness that Count Gaidar's delegation had arrived. The servant appeared terrified, likely because he understood that the ruler of the West never brought good tidings. As for Lady Alicia, she looked completely drained, not expecting such a sudden visit. Aware of her fragile state, The advisor offered to postpone her meeting with the Gaidar delegation to the following day, promising to buy her as much time as he could. Alicia already knew that this visit would bring nothing favorable, and her expression showed how deeply troubled she felt. The advisor understood her worries and advised her to brace herself for whatever was about to come, remarking that a starved eagle never showed mercy. Just outside the Hainel barony, Count Gaidar's arrogant heir, Istvan, made his arrival. Before even entering, the young man began commenting on how outdated the place looked. Godin, his companion, explained that Dermer had always been like that, preferring diplomacy to war and valuing family over commerce. Upon hearing this, Ishan dismissed them as boring. With a lazy tone, Istvan asked whether he would have any responsibilities during this visit. Godin informed him that he would need to introduce himself to Lady Alicia, since she was the one they intended for him to marry. Istvan inquired further and was told that he must at least pretend to be interested in her. The idle noble expressed his dislike for the arrangement, complaining that he hated doing any kind of work. Seeing that Istvan might become a liability, Godin decided to clarify the seriousness of the situation before they met Alicia. He reminded Istvan of his duties as the heir and told him to take this matter seriously. This prompted the heir to question why his father was approaching the situation so cautiously this time. Count Gaidar had always used force to claim what he wanted, and diplomacy was never his style. Istvan was confused by the sudden change. Godin explained that the North had always protected what they valued, while the West expanded by taking. Now that Count Gaidar had become both the ruler and alliance leader of the West, he had to tread more carefully when stepping beyond their borders. The rogue knight's explanation finally helped Istvan understand why they were proceeding with caution. Moreover, he realized the importance of this task since Godin himself had accompanied him. Despite this, Istvan remained largely uninterested until Godin cleverly mentioned that Lady Alicia was extraordinarily beautiful. He claimed she was unmatched, even among the noble women of the region. Upon hearing this, Ishan's attitude shifted, and he admitted that he was finally motivated to behave properly. Elsewhere, in Brigantes, the empire's capital, something was beginning to stir within the dragon-blooded duke. Mircea returned to his aging father, Duke Sarnas Dragulia, and was asked for a report. Mircea informed him that the white dragon had been slain by northern knights. The duke became furious, condemning the barbaric north for not knowing their place. Before he could rant further, Mircea revealed that his journey had not been in vain. He claimed to have discovered a young boy in the north, whom he believed to be a dragon who had not yet awakened. The duke was astonished, and Mircea asked if his father had ever visited the north. Sarnas confirmed that he had traveled everywhere, dedicating his life to spreading seeds of potential across the continent. He explained that a seed was a being of possibility, its future unknown. So, upon learning that a human might be a dragon, he felt his efforts had not been in vain. Sarnas asked Mircea if his heart resonated upon seeing the child, and he confirmed it. Then he asked what Vlad looked like. Mircea described the boy as having golden hair and blue eyes, features that had been passed down through the Dragulia bloodline. Hearing this, the old duke became even more intrigued. Since the child had not yet called forth the dragon's fragments, Sarnas figures that Vlad still has not opened his eyes, just like Mircea said. Now, having made this extraordinary discovery, Sarnas acknowledged once again that the process of waiting for seeds to grow was difficult. But he had lived long enough to know that humans repeated the same patterns endlessly. That was how he had lived as well. He confessed that he now deeply wished to meet the special child his son had encountered. Istvan looked gobsmacked when he finally set his eyes on the princess. All of a sudden, it started to seem like the rumors he had heard about were nothing more than baseless gossip. His perspective had shifted because he saw an indescribable feature before him, something that suddenly changed everything. With this overwhelming feeling, he finally greeted Alicia, claiming it was a pleasure to meet her. With such a composed demeanor, he introduced himself to her, revealing that he hailed from the Gaidar household. As much as she probably despised him, she politely welcomed him with a very stern look etched across her face. Unsurprisingly, Alicia was not the only one with a mean look. Even her advisor stood furious. Upon hearing Istvan introduce himself, the advisor realized that his suspicions were correct and concluded that the ruler of the West harbored impure intentions. To him, that was the only plausible explanation as to why his successor would dare address Alicia merely as lady, even though she held the prestigious title of Baroness of Dermer. It didn't take long for Istvan to notice the old man glaring daggers at him, and he found himself utterly confused, as he probably had no idea what he had done to offend a man. Either way, he didn't particularly care, since his main concern now was the beautiful blue-haired lady he intended to make his wife. At this point, Alicia finally responded to the uninvited guests. She thanked him for coming such a long way and informed him that it would have been better if he had informed them of his visit earlier. As Istvin tried to interrupt and say something, she immediately cut him off again. She pointed out how necessary it would have been to coordinate the details of his proposal in advance rather than just thrusting it in her face. It almost felt as if she were scolding the young man and the knight who had escorted him. Alicia admitted how disappointed she was in the attitude the House of Gaidar had shown toward her. Initially, Istvin appeared taken aback by her strong demeanor, but then a smile crept up on his face as he found himself impressed. Before meeting her, he had assumed she was just a harmless young lady. But after this brief exchange, he realized that her words were as cold as ice. It was exactly the kind of atmosphere he preferred, so he was already looking forward to his time in Dermer. Before Istvin could respond with some impolite comment, Godwin quickly spoke on his behalf. The white-haired knight quoted what Count Gaidar had told him, claiming that fateful relationships born from sudden meetings were always precious. Unfortunately, Alicia didn't agree with such sentiment. She couldn't think of a single noble family that would rush through inter-household meetings in the way they had. At this point, Godwin realized that the Baroness would be a tough nut to crack. So, he simply stated that their count valued her greatly, so much so that he'd sent his son to Dermer just to see her. Alicia's advisor listened closely to the exchange, silently boiling in anger. He was disgusted by the Westerners, but he also knew that he needed to keep his emotions in check. From his perspective, Count Gaidar's house must have had a reason for acting so rudely. He believed they might be seeking some kind of reaction, a justification to finally take over Dermer by force. While he pondered over this, the bratty successor spoke up again. Surprisingly, Istvin began by apologizing to Lady Alicia for not observing certain manners and etiquette. Surely, he wasn't truly sorry, but at least he had played his part in portraying good behavior, which allowed Godwin to formally introduce him as the heir of the Gaidar household. For some reason, the knight suggested that the successor's presence alone could replace all unnecessary procedures. Naturally, Alicia wasn't pleased to hear such a statement. She chose not to respond verbally, and instead just glared at both of them for a few long seconds. Istvin could immediately tell that she was offended, so he let out a small laugh and asked her not to be angry, claiming that they had come all this way after hearing good news. In response, the Baroness decided that they would discuss the details along the way. However, before that, she urged them to get some rest in the accommodations she had prepared. Istvin, for some reason, refused to postpone the discussion. He claimed that he would rather spend some more time talking to her alone instead of resting. This statement struck a nerve in Alicia. She remained dazed by his audacity when he went on to claim that the current situation was quite urgent, even though he knew that proper etiquette required him to greet her parents first. Patience was indeed a valuable virtue for everyone, but even it had its limits. If one remained patient while the other crossed boundaries, it was no longer patience, but merely an act of lowering oneself. The Baroness was enraged by Istvin's boldness and furiously asked why he would dare suggest such a thing. Seeing the look on her face, the arrogant heir felt delighted. His little scheme to provoke her had worked perfectly. This was a reaction he had hoped for, and he couldn't believe it had been that easy to trigger. As such, his objective in coming here had been fulfilled. They now had their justification. Just before the Westerners could reveal their true colors, something entirely unexpected occurred. Suddenly, someone announced that the Knights of Bezit had arrived, leaving everyone in the room shocked. Without hesitation, Alicia's advisor ordered that the knights be led inside. Sure enough, the massive doors opened immediately to welcome the powerful Knights of Bezit. As expected, Jaeger led the way while Vlad and the other skilled swordsmen advanced to greet the blue-haired lady. Jaeger was the first to greet the Baroness, admitting that it had been a while since they last saw each other. With great humility, they all greeted the master of Dermer, revealing that they had come to pay their respects. For the first time since the arrival of the Westerners, Alicia had a smile on her face. She welcomed the knights warmly, and that was when Vlad stepped forward to apologize for arriving late. Istvin became immediately irritated by Vlad's presence and wasted no time glaring at him with murderous intent. Vlad then stepped forward to address Lady Alicia, revealing that he had come in response to her summons. The smile on her face widened even more, clearly delighted to see him. After all, Vlad was the only one who had the right to address her as a lady. She had granted him that right when she offered him her handkerchief. Vlad declared that he had come to Dermer to pay the price for receiving her handkerchief. When the arrogant heir to the West heard this, he was completely confused, as he had no idea what handkerchief was being referenced. Vlad then turned his gaze toward Istvin, the person he would soon have to confront. He proclaimed that the price he intended to pay would be his name, guaranteed by the Bezit household and in the honor of a knight. As he reflected on how he had climbed and struggled through the mires to reach this point, Vlad thought about how far he had come from the slums of Sora. Now that he stood face to face with the rogue knight Godwin once again, he was glad that his shadow had finally touched the traitor. Godwin was shocked when he realized that the young knight standing before him was the same boy he had once crossed paths with long ago. The realization disturbed him, but Vlad wanted the traitor to look him in the eyes. Godwin had always felt elusive to Vlad, but now he was thrilled to have earned the right to stand before the knights of the Blue Moonlight. Later that day, the men from the west had a private conversation. Istvin looked deeply upset, having assumed things would go smoothly. That hadn't been the case since the Bezit knights had shown up and disrupted everything. He never anticipated such a bold move from the Bezit household. He was especially annoyed by Vlad, who had completely overshadowed him in front of the Baroness. Until now, Istvin had never heard of Vlad of Sora. He thought he had met the young knight's gaze earlier, but in truth, Vlad hadn't even looked at him. His attention had been fixed on Godwin, who had stood behind Istvin at the time. As the memory replayed in his mind, Istvin chuckled, finding it intriguing. He had never been humiliated like that before. The fact that Vlad hadn't bothered to spare him more than a second's glance made him furious, but also curious. He asked Godwin if he knew the young knight, stating that Vlad had seemed rather arrogant. In response, the white-haired knight admitted that he and Vlad had once had a brief encounter. The rogue knight remained surprised at what the kid had become, never having imagined that he would meet him again in a place like this. Godwin thought back to the last time he saw Vlad and realized he probably hadn't spared the boy's life out of pity alone. It occurred to him that perhaps the shining potential he saw within Vlad had compelled him to offer his support. Even though it was now clear that Vlad might become a thorn in his side, Godwin still admitted that the young knight was truly admirable. He couldn't believe this was the same person he had received a report about not long ago. His thoughts were interrupted when the bratty heir asked what they would do next. Istvin reminded him that his father had asked them to create a reason to take over Dermer, but now that plan seemed unlikely with the Bezit household's involvement. With this in mind, Godwin paused for a few seconds before assuring Istvin that there was still a way to complete their assignment. He claimed that it would have to be a case of the winner taking all. According to him, this was a universal law, and now that the Bezit knights were involved, it was the only viable option left. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Baroness, who was holding a small meeting with Jaeger and Vlad. As they gathered over tea, Lady Alicia mentioned how Joseph had promised to prove the strength of the alliance between their households. Now that Jaeger and the Knights of Bezit had arrived, she believed there was no longer any need to prove it. Once they were on the same page, Jaeger placed a letter from his master, Joseph, on the table, and she quickly picked it up to read. Even though Vlad had her handkerchief, Joseph thought it would be difficult for her to reject the Gaidar household's proposal with just that gesture. So, he had offered her a plan B in the letter. Once she finished reading, she was shocked to learn of an alternate method to escape the West grip. Jaeger assured her that Joseph was doing everything in his power to support Dermer, and Alicia agreed, stating that the idea in the letter was a viable solution. Alicia revealed that her grandmother had been part of the Oscar household just like Madame Oksana, which meant she shared the same bloodline. Her advisor hadn't known this, and when she revealed it, he was left speechless. Jaeger confirmed the revelation, explaining that the Bezit household had lent her their swords because she had inherited that lineage. Alicia began to process the implications. If the Countess of Bezit became her godmother, she could easily reject the Gaidar marriage proposal. For the Gaidar heir to marry her, he would require permission from the Countess, and there was no way Lady Oksana would allow a union with the tyrant's family. Still, Alicia worried that she might be inconveniencing the Countess. Seeing her concern, Jaeger reassured her that Madame Oksana had already promised to always welcome her. This gave her a sense of relief, but her advisor remained unconvinced that this was the best path. As much as the knights had expressed good intentions, he knew that this arrangement gave Bezit a justified reason to interfere in Hainel's matters. The possibility made him suspect that even Bezit's intentions weren't entirely pure. It troubled him deeply, though he acknowledged there was no better solution at present. He wondered if the Bezit household had foreseen all of this and intentionally delayed their arrival to let the Westerners move first. If that were the case, then he concluded that Joseph Bezit must be a truly fearsome man to have orchestrated the entire affair. To him, it seemed as if this was all part of a chess game, and that Dermer had already been positioned on the board Joseph had prepared entirely by himself. Alicia found herself under intense pressure, overwhelmed by the numerous forces at play and the complexities tied to any decision she might make. Uncertain of what to do, she questioned whether making a decision immediately was truly necessary. Jaeger recognized her struggle and reassured her that there was no rush. He acknowledged the stress she was experiencing and emphasized that she was welcome to take her time. His understanding brought a sense of relief to the Baroness, who expressed her gratitude for their thoughtfulness. Her advisor, equally aware of the situation's weight, understood the difficulty she faced. On one side stood the Gaidar household, approaching with the pretense of a marriage proposal. On the other hand, The Bezit household dangled the offer of protection like bait. The circumstances made it appear as though Alicia had no one she could trust fully. As her mind wandered, she unintentionally met Vlad's gaze. Acknowledging his new status as a knight, she addressed him with formality and asked how he was feeling about his duties. Vlad responded with calm confidence, assuring her that he would do his best for her, not just because it was his duty, but because he wanted to. His unwavering loyalty surprised her, and a wave of realization washed over her advisor. He concluded that among all the scheming parties, the one person Alicia could trust unconditionally was Vlad. He was willing to serve her without ulterior motives. When Vlad made his devotion clear, Alicia thanked him earnestly and then requested to see the handkerchief she had given him earlier. She believed it might need repair after being carried for so long. Vlad reached into his breastplate to retrieve it, and Alicia deduced that he kept the cloth deep within his armor, which made her feel comforted knowing how much he treasured it. Moments later, he pulled out the purple handkerchief and handed it to her. However, this simple act became his first major blunder. Unknowingly, he also pulled out a second white handkerchief, one given to him by Geminina. Forgetting to hide it, he revealed both. Alicia's expression shifted immediately upon seeing the white, one placed above her own. Before Vlad could process the situation, she swiftly snatched it from his hands. Both Vlad and the voice inside his head were stunned by her speed. The voice claims that he hadn't even seen her hand move. Alicia inspected the white handkerchief closely and confirmed that it wasn't the one she had gifted him. Her displeasure became apparent. Vlad tried to defuse the tension with a light laugh, explaining that it was nothing serious and merely a gift from a friend. He confessed that he had been using both handkerchiefs. Alicia deduced that the friend must be a girl. Vlad, innocent and honest, admitted that Geminina was a young lady he had grown up with. Unexpectedly, Alicia's anger seemed to subside, and her expression softened. Vlad, oblivious to the situation's delicacy, interpreted this as her calming down and began to smile as well. He even went as far as to compliment Gemina's handkerchief, noting how it was made of pure cotton and felt great to use. The older men in the room were mortified. They saw clearly that Vlad was digging himself into a deeper hole. Her advisor grew anxious, hoping Vlad would stop before worsening things. Jaeger silently pleaded with the heavens for Vlad to shut his mouth. Finally sensing the tension, Vlad noticed how worried the others looked. He realized that Alicia was barely holding herself back from hitting him and concluded that he had indeed made a terrible mistake. The voice in his head echoed the same sentiment, labeling the situation as serious. Jaeger, unable to contain his frustration any longer, scolded Vlad with vehemence. He lamented that despite all of Joseph's preparations for him, Vlad had managed to ruin everything over a mere handkerchief. Jaeger was so exasperated that he declared Vlad might possess an innate talent for foolishness. Feeling ashamed and remorseful, Vlad accepted the scolding and apologized sincerely. He explained that he never intended for things to unfold that way. Unfortunately, his explanation only fueled Jaeger's desire to punch him. Still, the experienced knight restrained himself, aware that Vlad was nearing adulthood and was now a knight himself. With that consideration, Jaeger finally calmed down and ordered Vlad to leave the room. Vlad was stunned by the command, but Jaeger repeated it sternly, making it clear that he didn't want to see him for the time being. He even threatened to beat Vlad as he had done in the past. Surprisingly, Vlad responded with defiance, daring Jaeger to try, believing that the man wouldn't dare strike him now. This only enraged Jaeger further, who warned him once more to leave before he lost control. As his rage mounted and he cracked his knuckles, Vlad decided to flee. Despite his bold words, he ran away quickly. Watching him retreat, Jaeger could only wonder what to do with the reckless youth. Vlad fled to another room, where a group of Bezit knights was casually drinking wine. Upon his entrance, all eyes turned toward him, and he immediately became the subject of ridicule. They mocked him for the handkerchief blunder, teasing him for apparently courting two women at once. They laughed heartily, and their teasing grew relentless. Vlad, now genuinely bothered, stated that he wanted to be alone. This only made them mock him more, refusing to give him space. Realizing they wouldn't stop, he walked out, prompting more jokes, including a suggestion to warn the maids about the stallion roaming the mansion. This small accident had spiraled into a massive embarrassment for Vlad. He couldn't understand how things had gone so wrong. All he had to do was present Alicia's handkerchief, yet he had failed miserably. As he walked the hallway alone, lost in thought, he reflected on his failure. He had truly wanted to perform well on his first mission as a knight, yet he had already stumbled so badly. What stung even more was how the other knights ridiculed him instead of offering comfort. The voice in his head broke the silence, oddly pleased by the teasing, interpreting it as a strange form of affection. According to the voice, these men, hardened by Rudiger's training, wouldn't openly show kindness. Their mockery was their way of acknowledging Vlad as one of them. Vlad found the idea believable, recalling similar experiences in Soara under Jorge and his men. Whether they were alley thugs or high-ranking knights, people were similar in their ways of bonding. Pushing that aside, he returned to the main issue. He had nowhere to go. Jaeger would strangle him if found, and the knights would only tease him more. Looking out a nearby window, he spotted a solitary tree in the field. The loneliness it represented mirrored his own. Realizing it had been a while since he last prayed, he decided to head outside and do just that. Meanwhile, Alicia remained upset. She sat at her table, trying to comprehend Vlad's actions. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. It baffled her how he could keep her handkerchief alongside another woman's. Though annoyed, her advisor tried once more to help Vlad's case. He pointed out how clean the handkerchief still was. Alicia brushed it off, but the old man emphasized that it was rare for a young man to maintain such care for a small item. Despite her irritation, Alicia found herself slightly interested. She asked what he meant. The advisor reminded her that Vlad had been sent on countless dangerous missions since receiving her handkerchief. Yet he had kept it pristine, which meant he had taken deliberate care to protect it. He admitted that Vlad made a foolish mistake out of ignorance, but suggested this also implied that his intentions were pure. In the old man's opinion, Vlad was unlike the others who pledged loyalty to her while harboring hidden agendas. After making a logical case, he directed Alicia to look out the window. There, they saw Vlad praying beside the lonely tree. The advisor noted that his actions reflected why the Bezit household held him in high regard. Alicia's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. She was glad to find that Vlad hadn't changed since the day they first met. However, her expression quickly turned grim when she spotted someone approaching Vlad. The figure was none other than Istvan, drawing closer with each step. Too far away to intervene, the advisor began to panic, frantically asking if anyone could go warn Vlad, now that this had become an emergency. While everything else was unfolding, Vlad remained immersed deep within the space of his mind, trying desperately to awaken every memory he had of the lonely tree. He requested the guiding voice to search for them, but unfortunately, there wasn't much success. He recalled that some memories had returned to him after encountering War, and the voice subtly implied that a certain connection existed between him and the serpent spirit. Their meditation was abruptly interrupted when the voice suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Upon hearing this, Vlad instantly snapped back to full awareness and listened carefully to identify who it might be. As Istvan drew near, he expressed mild astonishment upon realizing that a grave existed in a secluded place like this. He quickly deduced that someone precious to Vlad must be buried there, which explained why he had come so far, just to offer his prayers. At this moment, Vlad rose to his feet and, even before turning around, informed the arrogant Westerner that this location could only be entered by someone who had received permission from its master. He was furious that Istvan had tainted such a sacred space with his foul presence. He finally turned and reached for his sword. Witnessing this reaction, the insolent intruder immediately felt challenged. He questioned why Vlad was allowed here while he was not. Vlad responded by clarifying that he had received permission to be present. However, Istvan paid no real attention to this explanation. Instead, he seemed more satisfied that the young knight was finally acknowledging him. Istvan was elated to finally be recognized by the knight who had ruined his mission in Dermer. He confessed that he had begun to feel invisible ever since the Bezit knights arrived, as Vlad had eyes only for Godwin. Naturally, this sentiment did not affect Vlad at all, who was already incensed by the man's nerve. He stood quietly, waiting for the Westerner to finish rambling so he could dismiss him. But Istvan continued to speak, and then abruptly delivered a cryptic message supposedly passed down from the rogue knight. The message stated that if Vlad relinquished Baroness Hainel's handkerchief, Godwin would consider that as the payment for the second jerky. While this would seem like nonsense to almost anyone, Vlad, having met Godwin before, immediately understood the meaning, and it disturbed him deeply. Istvan, not knowing the context, merely repeated the message and curiously asked Vlad to explain what it was supposed to mean. After a short while, Vlad remained dazed and visibly shaken, something Istvan easily noticed. Still unsure of the message's meaning himself, Istvan confessed he wasn't interested in their shared history anymore. His only concern now was the handkerchief, which he confidently demanded. Unsurprisingly, Vlad had no intention of parting with it. Instead, he boldly invited Istvan to come and try taking it if he dared. The successor of the West was stunned that a boy from Sora would speak to him in such a way. He could hardly believe Vlad would doubt his ability to overpower him. That made him even more determined to claim the handkerchief. It was already well known that the West never concealed its desires, as it was a world where only the greedy could survive. In contrast, the North never retreated because its survival depended on never allowing anything to be taken from them. Observing that Vlad had no plans to surrender the handkerchief, Istvin was not surprised, since Godwin had warned him that Vlad would be unyielding. Given the situation, Istvin accepted that he had no other options. Both men instinctively knew what would happen next, and each was ready. As expected, Istvin, being the challenger, was the first to unsheath his massive sword. It was so enormous that it should have been impossible to wield with just one hand. But the brute heir of the West was no ordinary man. He extended his weapon, its razor-sharp tip resting just inches from Vlad's face. His eyes, glowing red with desperation, fixed on Vlad as he labeled him the rookie from the North and declared his intention to duel him for Alicia's handkerchief. Vlad remained completely unfazed despite the enormous blade hovering near his face. After a pause, he told Istvin to repeat himself, leaving the brute momentarily confused. Seeing the perplexed expression, Vlad decided to clarify. He reminded him that he was both Bezit's knight and Lady Alicia's knight, and told him that if he truly intended to challenge him to a duel, he should address him properly. Having made his point, Vlad concluded by labeling Istvin a hooligan of the West. Later that night, Godwin sat engrossed in paperwork, mostly concerning Vlad's latest achievements. He read about how the boy had annihilated an entire organization in a city and forced out a dark mage's enforcer. He also learned that Vlad had lured the Death Worm and defeated the Lin Bloom on his own. At this point, Godwin began to feel that Bezit had acted far too hastily in Vlad's case. Although standards and logic existed, Godwin felt they had been inflated. From the Rogue Knight's perspective, Vlad would have developed just fine without being sent on all these missions. Now it seemed everything had been manufactured. He reflected on his previous clash with Vlad, recalling that it had been only a single sword path. To him, it had been nothing more than a display of potential and certainly not worthy of the title of Dragonslayer within a year. Still, despite thinking that Bezit had rushed things, he acknowledged that awakening Vlad's aura had been incredible. After all, aura couldn't be taught. Now, having read all this, he regretted not taking Vlad with him by any means necessary. His thoughts were interrupted when Istvin returned, prompting Godwin to ask him about the handkerchief. Naturally, the brute had failed to retrieve it and confirmed that Vlad truly didn't listen. Godwin was surprised that the powerful heir had come back empty-handed, having assumed that Istvin would simply take the handkerchief by force. Istvin explained that he had been ready to do just that, but the mood was ruined. It turned out that Bezit's knights and some Hainel guards had suddenly arrived at the scene just before he could engage Vlad. He had no clue how they knew what was happening, but he mentioned that at least he had managed to formally request a duel before being interrupted. Upon hearing this, Godwin asked when the duel was scheduled. Istvin revealed that it was set for 2 days later and mentioned that they needed a priest present to officiate. Godwin approved of this, stating that having a priest as a witness would ensure no one could protest the result afterward. With how things were unfolding, the Rogue Knight felt confident they would soon gain both justification and benefit. That was good news for the West. However, Istvin had his reasons. He wanted nothing more than to see Vlad's face twisted in fear. The scene shifted, and we saw Jaeger engaged in a private discussion with the old advisor. The older man inquired whether there was any real chance of winning the duel. Jaeger admitted that victory would not come easily. Istvin was the eldest son of the Gaidar family, conquerors of the West. He was a fierce warrior who had received top-tier training since childhood. Even Lamund had acknowledged the skill of the Western Knights, so Jaeger knew this duel would be difficult. He admitted that Vlad's chances were currently quite low. The old advisor appreciated his honesty, but remained concerned about what would happen if Lady Alicia's handkerchief fell into Istvin's hands. Jaeger reassured him, reminding him that Vlad had fought a knight while still only a squire. He added that Master Joseph had not sent them to Dermer without thorough preparation. Curious, the old man asked if they had a strong strategy in place. Jaeger quietly confirmed that the duel was simply part of a larger process. Observing the certainty in the knight's eyes, the advisor was relieved to know that Bezit had made extensive preparations. He offered his full support for anything they might need. Taking advantage of this offer, Jaeger immediately made his first request. He asked for the opportunity to propose the duel's location to Lady Alicia. On the day of the duel, Istvin appeared visibly baffled by the location. They were standing in an open field, which struck him as odd since duels were typically held in a lobby or hall. Godwin explained that the Baroness had made a special request related to a proposal. She wanted her deceased parents, who were buried nearby, to be present to watch over the battle. Therefore, the duel was being held on the mansion's grounds. Istvin accepted the explanation, but still found the field eerie. It had been cleaned so thoroughly that not even a pebble could be seen. He wondered if it had rained earlier, as the grass was wet. Godwin informed him that it had not. Still, he encouraged him to focus, reminding him that even though they were in unfamiliar northern terrain, he needed to stay composed. As the rogue knight glanced at the Bezit camp, he observed how the battlefield had been deliberately constructed to secure an advantage, a fundamental trait of a good commander. It was exactly what he expected from Jaeger. Jaeger noticed Istvin's gaze and gave him a knowing look. He reminded Vlad to steady his breath, knowing well how sharp Gaidar's presence could be. Vlad began to feel the pressure mounting, likely understanding the sheer strength of his opponent. Jaeger, though nervous himself, firmly believed that Vlad could win. After all he had endured through everything, and at the heart of that resilience lay his vow to Lord Joseph. It almost felt like Vlad could hear his mentor's thoughts. After a few controlled breaths, he finally opened his eyes, signaling his readiness. The seasoned knight was proud. As Vlad rose to his feet, prepared to fight, Jaeger encouraged him to go forward and demonstrate what a justice sword truly represented. It was nearly time for the young warriors to clash swords. Alicia sat in her designated place, silently observing the duel that would be fought in her honor. The priest stepped forward and began solemnly announcing the rules of the battle. Since the duel was not intended to determine life or death, the match would be immediately interrupted if either of the duelists found themselves in danger. After clearly stating the conditions, he turned to both participants and asked if they accepted the terms. Predictably, neither had any objections. Once all parties agreed, the priest officially declared the beginning of the duel. Suddenly, Istvin's demeanor turned even more menacing. He attempted to provoke his opponent by inquiring mockingly whether he still carried the handkerchief. Vlad, however, remained composed and asked what Istvin would offer if he ended up losing the match. The question initially confused the brute, but Vlad clarified by asking if he could at least claim Istvin's enormous sword as a prize if he emerged victorious. This suggestion unsettled Istvan, who realized that losing was a very real possibility if he wasn't careful. He wasn't the only one capable of playing mind games. Vlad continued to unnerve him with calm, well-timed psychological jabs. He casually mentioned hearing that it was like Westerners to rob others, then asked Istvan if it was something he proudly identified with. Before the brute could formulate a response, Vlad remarked that he came from a place where stealing was a way of life, but where being robbed could mean instant death. He referred to the notorious back alleys of Soara, where he had grown up. He concluded his pointed remarks by questioning which of them was truly greedier, the one who stole out of indulgent desire, or the one who stole to survive. Finally, Vlad drew his blade and assumed his battle stance, one that Istvan found particularly odd. At that very moment, the Bezit knights unsheathed their massive swords as well. Upon witnessing this, Godwin realized that the Northerners had anticipated a duel from the very beginning. Now bolstered by the support and morale of his fellow knights, Vlad raised his sword, eager to see what Gaidar's successor was truly capable of. Istvan, tired of Vlad's mind games, lunged toward the blonde warrior with a powerful swing. Vlad swiftly leapt aside to evade the initial strike, but Istvan followed up with a devastating second blow. Vlad managed to block it, but underestimated the immense force behind it. The impact nearly cleaved him in two. Still, he held his ground and waited for an opening to slip beneath the attack, attempting a counterstrike. Yet Istvan allowed him no such opportunity, relentlessly pressing forward with a vicious backhand swing. Vlad spotted it just in time, dodged, and regained his footing. The Bezit knights, watching the duel, were thoroughly impressed by Vlad's performance. Godwin, too, was astonished. He noticed that Vlad skillfully dodged attacks that relied on weight, while expertly deflecting thrusts designed for reach. It was clear to him that the young warrior was thoroughly prepared for the battle ahead. Furthermore, the damp grass beneath their feet favored swift movements, but made it difficult to maintain the kind of stable footing required for heavy sword techniques. Godwin realized this wasn't a mere coincidence and began wondering who had orchestrated such a well-thought-out battlefield. Young Master Joseph might have lacked the physical strength to wield a sword, but he was undoubtedly a master strategist. Back in the duel, Istvan intensified his offense, throwing everything he had in a landing a single hit. Yet Vlad always remained a step ahead. Frustrated by his failures, the brute gathered all his might and swung his sword downward in a deadly arc, hoping to finish the fight then and there. Once again, the agile knight managed to block the strike. The sheer force nearly toppled him, but Vlad stood his ground, enduring the pressure just long enough to escape once more. This continued evasion began to deeply puzzle Istvan. He simply couldn't comprehend how Vlad kept eluding his attacks. After all, he had been told that the boy was just a rookie who had only been wielding a sword for a year. In his eyes, that wasn't nearly enough time to master the skills Vlad displayed. Even more astonishing was the fact that Vlad managed to handle his massive sword while under constant attack. As Istvan struggled to make sense of it, Vlad suddenly switched to offense, charging forward at blistering speed. Until now, he had been playing defense. But now, he wished to test the true limits of Ishvin's strength. The brute immediately reacted with another fierce swing. Fortunately, Vlad anticipated it and halted just in time to dodge. In a desperate attempt to land at least one solid hit, the Westerner followed up with another powerful downward slash. But Vlad once again danced out of reach, making the duel resemble a sparring match more than a deadly confrontation. Vlad's unorthodox fighting style irritated Istvin to no end. He furiously demanded that Vlad fight him properly and questioned how long he planned to continue running. Vlad, unshaken, responded with yet another taunt, suggesting that his evasive tactics were far from over. The wet ground beneath Istvin's feet felt more like a muddy swamp, and he feared that if the battle dragged on much longer, he might slip and give Vlad the perfect opportunity to strike. The mere thought of losing to an unnamed knight filled him with rage and humiliation. He realized that he needed to provoke Vlad into attacking head-on, and he knew exactly how to do it with brutal trash talk. He began by insulting Vlad's background, accusing him of having crawled from a lowly place and using a revolting fighting style. Finding this insufficient, he escalated the insult by mocking Vlad's mother, claiming that she would be ashamed to look upon him. For a fleeting moment, Vlad's face darkened, as if the words had hit their mark. But the expression quickly vanished, replaced by a mischievous smirk. He had no intention of letting Istvin's taunts get the better of him. If anything, he knew that the brute was more likely to act irrationally under emotional pressure. So, he retaliated in kind. Vlad expressed disappointment, stating that he had expected nobles to come up with more refined insults than common slum thugs. Istvin was momentarily thrown off by this. Before he could fully grasp Vlad's intentions, the knight charged toward him again, stating that what Istvin had said about his mother was nothing more than a casual greeting in the back alleys. He brought his sword up to Istvin's face, and though the brute blocked the strike with his massive blade, a thin cut still marked his cheek, crimson blood dripping down, proof of noble heritage staining his skin. Enraged, Istvin summoned his aura and released a powerful blast, hurling Vlad backward. Vlad, however, quickly got back on his feet, unfazed. Istvin advanced with fury, threatening him with a death devoid of peace. Godwin was certain that this would mark the moment his ward claimed victory, while Jaeger acknowledged that Istvin's depth in battle came from the legacy of Count Gaidar. Still, he believed Vlad could endure even now. Vlad, aware of the toll that prolonged duels with greatswords demanded, knew that stamina would be his undoing if he activated his aura continuously. He believed that, at best, he could force the match into a draw by avoiding further blows. Lord Joseph had already told him that losing was acceptable. The Bayezid Knights had been anxious from the beginning. Jaeger, his mentor, and even Lady Alicia, who entrusted her honor to him, all seemed to doubt his chances of winning. Likely because they didn't believe someone from the back alleys could best account son raised with the finest training and resources. Even so, Vlad didn't want to lose. He didn't want to continue running, evading, or making empty promises about winning next time. At the very least, he wanted to claim victory before the knight who had once shattered his world. With this resolve burning inside him, he activated his aura and summoned his world. He turned to Godwin and told him to observe it well. For now, he possessed the proud qualification, the very strength he needed to stand before the Knight of the Blue Moon. These were the hard-earned fruits of his unrelenting struggle. Istvin activated his aura and imbued the powerful energy into his blade as he took yet another mighty swing, hoping to end the duel once and for all. As he swung his massive sword to decapitate his opponent, Vlad swiftly leaned back with blistering speed, allowing him to dodge the strike. However, he knew this would not be the only attack coming his way, as several follow-up blows were instantly unleashed by the ruthless warrior from the west. Istvin threw blow after blow, viciously trying to land a hit, but Vlad continued to block each attempt just in the nick of time. Istvin was the one relentlessly attacking now, forcing Vlad back repeatedly, leaving him with no chance to counterattack. He was stuck playing defense at the moment, since Istvin was no longer holding back, throwing everything he had and proving exactly why he was such a formidable warrior. He now had the upper hand in the duel, and it almost seemed as if Vlad did not stand a chance, as all he could do was block insanely powerful strikes or risk getting smashed into the ground. Istvin made things even more difficult by maintaining his aggressive streak and finally landing his mightiest blow yet, which nearly sent Vlad sinking into the muddy ground. Although he managed to block the strike, the force behind it was so immense that he started slipping. Istvin noticed Vlad losing his balance and capitalized on this with another deadly strike. He declared that it was time for Vlad to die and insulted him before unleashing another aura-infused attack. This time, Vlad was not strong enough to hold it back and was sent flying due to the sheer power of the attack. From the expression on his face, it was clear the hit was devastating. Yet, Just before he could crash into the muddy earth, he regained his balance and landed on his feet, using his sword as an anchor. Though he had managed to survive that blow, Istvin showed no signs of backing down. The hot-headed warrior continued marching toward Vlad, his enormous blade brimming with a terrifying glow. At that point, Vlad realized that he could no longer afford to mess around in this duel. He might suffer serious harm. It was obvious that Istvin was powerful, and Vlad admitted that he had never faced such rough and heavy swordsmanship before. In the greatsword's range, he was at a complete disadvantage, and he was fully aware of this. As the dust cleared, he saw Istvin approaching with a murderous glint in his eyes. Even though the odds were against him, Vlad refused to back down. He prepared to charge forward, convinced that there was only one way out of this situation. He activated his aura and blasted himself toward his opponent, determined not to lose. Both warriors clashed once again to resume the slugfest. Vlad swiftly dodged Istvin's first strike and slipped underneath to create an opening, but the brute immediately followed up with another powerful blow. Despite being severely outmatched, Vlad stayed focused and continued pushing forward, even beyond the boundary of death. He was prepared to endure pain, knowing that his primary goal was to enter his enemy's space. It did not take long for him to achieve this. Vlad evaded all of Istvin's strikes and created enough distance to unleash a devastating counterattack. This allowed him to shift the dynamics of the fight in the blink of an eye. The brute who had held the upper hand for so long suddenly found himself pushed back several feet. Istvin managed to block Vlad's attack and remain on his feet despite the impact. However, before he could consider his next move, Vlad charged again with a follow-up assault. He blasted himself toward the Westerner, determined not to let him escape. When Gaidar's successor saw this coming, he grew infuriated that such an unknown opponent was giving him so much trouble. Istvin braced himself for the collision, calling Vlad arrogant for believing he could win. While he was still speaking, Vlad engaged him again. Just like before, Istvin was strong enough to block the attack and stand his ground. He even managed to overpower Vlad using his massive sword. Vlad struggled to keep him at bay the entire time, but Gaidar's first son was simply too powerful to hold off for long. It did not take him long to unleash a devastating blast of his own at the young knight. Before Vlad could react, he saw the giant flaming sword hurtling toward him like a heat-seeking missile. His first instinct was one of shock and fear upon witnessing it. Istvin grew confident, believing he had secured victory. However, Vlad quickly pulled himself together and narrowly slipped out of harm's way, avoiding being split in two by the terrifying blade. He escaped by the skin of his teeth, using his armor to deflect the sword. The Westerner was dumbfounded upon seeing this. Istvin could not believe his eyes, certain that he had already won. But he was not the only one shocked, as even Godwin could not believe what had just happened. Vlad had used something known as armor art, a technique exclusive to holy knights, not something a rookie should be capable of utilizing. The rogue knight was stunned to discover that Vlad was so familiar with the skill. Meanwhile, Vlad was still feeling the effects of the technique he had just used. As expected, such a demanding move took a toll on him, especially given his lack of experience. Moreover, the sword attack launched by Istvin had been so powerful that Vlad had not even managed to deflect it completely. He was overwhelmed by the brute's strength, and while he was still recovering, Istvin appeared right in front of him, fists clenched, ready to strike. Istvin was about to deliver a devastating punch, but Vlad noticed it just in time. He grabbed his sword and charged forward again, ready for another round. As far as Vlad was concerned, there was no way Istvin's punch could hurt him, and this was confirmed when the punch landed on his face. The force of the blow triggered a small explosion, but the result was unexpected. Suddenly, Istvin's fingers were all dislocated. Vlad's face had been far too tough for the redhead to damage. Instead, the Westerner screamed in agony, his hand completely wrecked. Vlad seized this opportunity to end the fight. The voice within him signaled that this was his best chance to take down the heir of the West. Vlad took a powerful swing of his sword, hoping to finish the duel. Surprisingly, Istvin recovered quickly enough to pick up his sword and attempt a counter. The Westerner succeeded, and both warriors clashed once more. A massive blast followed due to the overwhelming energy and aura concentrated in their respective attacks. Lady Alicia saw the explosion and immediately panicked, fearing that Vlad might not survive. Even her advisor looked deeply concerned. Everyone anxiously waited for the smoke and dust to clear to see who had emerged victorious. As the haze dissipated, they were stunned to find both fighters still standing, still locked in a fierce sword clash. Vlad continued to hold Istvin back, aware that the Westerner had not anticipated such a difficult battle. Once the smoke cleared completely, it became evident that Godwin had stepped in to save Istvin. Istvin was already down, and the rogue knight had intervened to protect him before Vlad could finish the job. Vlad taunted the Scarface knight, asking if he truly believed himself righteous for interfering. In response, Godwin admitted that he did. Vlad then asked if this meant he could now claim his rightful reward since he had won the duel. Godwin hesitated, knowing how humiliating it would be to concede to a young knight. Unfortunately for him, Vlad had run out of patience. He yelled at him to answer immediately. Realizing he had no other choice, Godwin accepted defeat and allowed Vlad to claim his reward. Vlad was finally relieved, for his sword had reached the elusive and treacherous knight of the blue moonlight. He recalled the last time he had seen Godwin and asked if he remembered what he had said. He reminded him that a knight only claimed what was rightfully his. The white-haired knight began to recall those memories. His name had been Sir Stanga, and he had once been 42 years old. Vlad revealed that he had received the wrong prize from Godwin back then and was ready to return it now. However, he was also ready to claim his rightful reward and the victor's due. With that, Vlad boldly confronted the god of Gaidar and demanded Istvan's sword as the prize for winning the duel. Hearing this, the rogue knight was shocked, as was everyone else present. They were all stunned by Vlad's audacity, but he insisted it was his rightful reward, the privilege of the victor. The scene shifted back to Sturma, where snow gently fell over the land. Lord Joseph received an urgent report from Dermer and wasted no time opening the letter. As he read, he reflected on how he had done his best to prepare Vlad in his way, but now he feared the assignment may have been too much. A sudden look of shock spread across the young master's face as he remembered his hopes that the boy would avoid the worst possible outcome. However, the contents of the letter took him aback. He had not anticipated what it revealed. Vorden, who had delivered the letter, stood nearby. Joseph immediately asked if Istvan was an easy opponent. He was a little surprised by the question, as it was common knowledge that the heir of the West was a formidable warrior. Though still in his mid-20s, none of the new knights in the West stood out as much as he did. Many even expected him to become the best knight in the region. After confirming that Istvan was not an easy opponent, Vorden listened as Joseph revealed that he had based his plans on this assumption. Istvan, being the eldest son of Count Gaidar, the current ruler of the West, seemed like the ideal choice for Vlad's debut opponent. Joseph believed that if Vlad were to face a well-known, strong adversary, no one would blame him in case he lost. On the other hand, if Vlad managed to push Istvan back even once during their clash, his reputation would rise significantly. Even without winning, the outcome would be favorable. Furthermore, Joseph had considered that if Vlad lost the handkerchief to Istvan during the duel, Alicia would have no choice but to side with the Bezits. A mischievous grin formed on his face. When he thought that Vlad never fails to surprise him, he decided it was time for the next phase of his master plan. Suddenly, he called out to Vorden about a task he had assigned earlier, and he assured him that it had been prepared without a single flaw. The knight was amazed and impressed by his master. Still in a daze, he then heard Joseph instruct him to scrap everything they had prepared. At first, Vorden did not fully process the command, but after a few seconds, the realization hit him hard. He already knew how much work the task required. He expressed his confusion, prompting the young master to inform him that they needed to start over from scratch. Vorden was extremely reluctant to comply. Preparing the first plan had already been difficult, requiring 10 days of effort without any sleep. He couldn't believe they were about to discard all of that work. Unfortunately for him, Joseph had made up his mind. He calmly stated that the situation had changed. The clever mayor had prepared thoroughly for the worst-case scenario, putting various countermeasures in place in case Vlad lost to Istvan. Now, however, his youngest knight had made him proud by defeating the Westerner. Joseph was filled with mixed feelings and could not even tell whether to laugh or cry. Vorden, on the other hand, was already in tears, thinking about the amount of work he now had ahead. Meanwhile, in Dermer, Vlad emerged victorious from a duel. The knights of the two houses from the north and west gathered in a hall. Count Gaidar's knights looked furious, while the Bezit knights couldn't hide their smiles, proud of their victory. At the same time, Godwin and Jaeger sat at a table, engaged in a serious discussion. The white-haired knight expressed a desire to get Istvan's sword back, even though Vlad had won it as his prize. Jaeger calmly pointed out that the request had procedural issues. Godwin acknowledged this, but was desperate to retrieve the sword, knowing how humiliating the loss was for Istvan. He claimed that Vlad was asking for too much. At this, Jaeger stated that it was not for the Westerners to decide. The Bezit knights would determine whether the demand was excessive. The Northern knights were unwilling to return the sword. Godwin became visibly more desperate and impatient, arguing that it was unreasonable to demand an opponent's sword after a simple duel. Jaeger immediately corrected him, emphasizing that the event on the field was no mere duel. Istvan had been the one to issue the challenge, and the West had crossed the line by supporting him. Unable to argue further, the Blue Moonlight Knight sighed in defeat. He then asked Jaeger what he wanted in exchange for the sword. The advanced knight responded that it was not his decision. Vlad had won the duel, so the choice was his. It was clear that the boy had personal reasons for taking the sword, and Godwin knew this. Realizing that the negotiation had failed, Godwin was forced to accept the situation. Jaeger advised the Westerners to leave if they understood the implications. As much as Godwin would have liked to use force, he knew how strong and protective the Northerners were. He also knew what a formidable knight Jaeger was. Rising from the table in frustration, he stated that they would meet again someday. In response, Jaeger boldly told him to pick a date, offering to come and greet him personally. As Godwin prepared to leave, he told Jaeger to say goodbye to Vlad for him. He happily agreed. Once the Westerners exited, Jaeger could only feel sorry for Vlad, surprised that a young boy from Shoera had gotten involved with a dangerous man like Godwin. The scene shifted again to the Baroness and her old advisor. Now that Count Gaidar's plans had failed and the Westerners were leaving, the Baroness felt there was no longer any need to accept Lord Joseph's offer. The old knight agreed, pointing out that she had already rejected Gaidar's proposal with her knight. Lady Alicia felt relieved. Despite Bezit's warm embrace, she had felt uneasy about giving them leverage over her and her land. Now that she was somewhat free and no longer under intense pressure, she considered the reason for this change. Alicia admitted that a knight like Vlad was rare and difficult to find. Her advisor agreed, affirming that such individuals were extremely uncommon. She then grew curious and wondered about how far he would go, and the old man predicted that Vlad would represent the North in the next generation if he continued to grow at this pace. The lady was visibly astonished. Though she had known that Vlad was special, she had never imagined that he had such great potential. Her excitement was evident, and the advisor explained that even his prediction was a cautious one, given Vlad's exceptional talent. Alicia became even more intrigued. She began to speak about the burdens of leading a noble house alone and expressed concern that they had no guarantees of safety from future threats like the Westerners. She admitted that she would rather have a knight without a political background by her side than be tossed around by the succession of nobles. Her tone carried a hint of affection, and her advisor could already see where her thoughts were heading. Alicia had developed a strong fondness for Vlad. Despite the old man's attempts to dissuade her, she proposed that having Vlad by her side would be a decent offer to House Bezit. She compared it to a blood alliance. The advisor gently suggested that it was a little early for such thoughts, even if Vlad had been granted noble status. Alicia reminded him of his own words that Vlad would someday represent the North and suggested that they should secure him before other houses had the chance. In her opinion, it would be far better to be with him than be married off to a stranger. Her advisor nervously admitted that she was right, but couldn't bring himself to protest. As she looked out the window, Alicia spotted Vlad at the tree again and commented on how admirable his actions were. Vlad, meanwhile, was seen pouring whiskey for the spirit in the tree. The spirit became ecstatic, and Vlad noted that it must be very good liquor. The voice inside him agreed, stating that it had been chosen for being made from barley, making it a good offering for the earth spirit. The spirit was delighted, circling around Vlad to bless him. The voice concluded that the pricey drink had proven its worth, as the white serpent's blessing was akin to gaining an extra life. Vlad thanked the spirit, which expressed even more gratitude. The next day, Lady Alicia invited Vlad and Jaeger to her chambers for a chat. She asked Vlad if he felt any pain or discomfort from the duel, but he assured her that he was fine. She mentioned that she had seen him pouring liquor at the hill, and he confirmed it, explaining that it was his way of greeting the spirits. Vlad claimed that he always left Dermer with a shining victory, suggesting that the spirits favored him. The Baroness smiled and expressed that for the first time in a long while, she had felt a warmth tied to blood. She handed Jaeger a letter for Lord Joseph, declaring that Dermer had finally decided which side it should align with. This was excellent news for Bayezid, and the advanced knight promised to deliver the message without fail. As for the knight who had defended her honor, Alicia believed that the former heads of her house would have admired him. She was certain that her parents would have loved the honorable young man and granted her permission to give him their heirloom. With this in mind, the Baroness opened a chest on the table and revealed the jewel inside. Vlad was stunned, and the voice within him recognized it immediately. It was the elf's amber. The story continued with additional background information about the elves in this world. The elves were another species that resided on the eastern outskirts of the empire. Due to the different god they worshipped, their exchange with the empire was only partial. However, Alicia revealed that it was said their first patriarch had once been acquainted with the elves. With that in mind, she presented a gold-colored gem to Vlad, revealing that the precious stone had been earned through that ancient connection. It was an amber stone, created from the resin of a rare and valuable tree. Lady Alicia explained how her father had even adorned the pommel of his sword with this very amber stone. Yet, since she had no reason to carry a sword herself, she figured it would be best to pass it down to her knight, Vlad. Even though she was not a swordsman, she had no intention of letting the amber stone go to waste. She suggested that it would fit perfectly on Vlad's sword and stretch her hand out, offering him the gem. Vlad was taken aback and, for a moment, could not believe his eyes. When it became clear that she was serious, he began to question what such a gift meant. He felt that he would have to pay a steep price for such a valuable item, and the thought made him hesitant. He was confused about why she would offer him the amber stone when she had just stated that it was a family treasure, supposedly passed down from their first patriarch. With that in mind, he admitted to himself that he probably could not accept it. He continued trying to convince her to keep it, but Lady Alicia calmly informed him that he was more qualified to receive it than anyone else. Since he still seemed to be struggling with the idea, she reminded him that he had already protected the Hainel clan twice. The Baroness kept insisting, almost shoving the gem into his hands, which overwhelmed him. Vlad remained confused and, despite her reasoning, still felt that it was too much. Even Sir Jaeger appeared dumbfounded, looking strangely nervous. Vlad noticed this as well and became even more uneasy. At that point, the voice in his head spoke, offering some guidance. Seeing how reluctant Vlad was, the voice encouraged him to accept the amber stone and bring it along if possible. As soon as Vlad heard the voice, a wave of realization swept over him. It finally made sense to accept the gem, especially now that he had a new sword. So he promised to help the voice with its memories, while the voice helped him with the sword. Vlad had come to this point based on that promise, using it as a stepping stone for his journey to Dermer. With that understanding, he concluded that he needed to help the voice recover its memories, and the first step toward that goal was accepting the amber stone. Vlad finally took the gem, understanding that a knight should only accept a just reward. He thanked Lady Alicia sincerely, and she responded with a gentle, genuine smile. Meanwhile, Jaeger still seemed overwhelmed by the whole situation, unable to decide whether Vlad should have received such a gift. On the other hand, Vlad felt much less anxious now that he had a clear purpose for the gem. He grew more confident, believing that everything would work out. The voice thanked him, understanding how burdensome it must have felt to receive the stone along with the expectations and responsibilities tied to it. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, Vlad now felt hopeful, believing that this gift might lead to a clue about the voice's memories. The voice agreed and suddenly asked Vlad to look at the amber stone through its world. Vlad attempted and was blown away by what he witnessed. The gem seemed to expand massively, as if to suck him into it. As his gaze delved deeper into the stone, he suddenly unlocked one of the voice's memories. In the vision, a lonely tree stood on a hill in the middle of the field, looking exactly like the one outside the Hainel Manor. The scene shifted, and attention turned to the other knights from Sturma, who had begun to notice Vlad's recent accomplishments. Despite having only recently become a knight, he was already making waves. They agreed that his ambition was rare and that it was impressive for someone so new to be aiming for a noble title. They discussed how he had shown promise since the first mission. Though their conversation made Vlad feel awkward, the knights did not seem to care. At this point, Vlad began to regret allowing them to find out that Alicia had given him the amber stone. He should have expected them to make a big deal out of it, and now he had to endure their chatter throughout the journey back. He trailed behind them while they talked about him, as if he were not there. Eventually, he became frustrated and interrupted, trying to explain that things were not what they seemed. Of course, they refused to believe him, though they did not necessarily think it was a bad thing that he had accepted the gift. Still, they felt that the Hainel household had only lent the stone to him because it was a family heirloom. The older knights kept teasing him, especially since he was the same knight to whom Lady Alicia had given her handkerchief. Vlad grew even more frustrated, knowing they had no interest in understanding his side. He called out to Jaeger to say something, since the advanced knight had been right beside him and had witnessed the whole exchange. Unfortunately, he preferred not to get involved in the idle banter. After a brief pause, he stated that he would simply write a report to Lord Joseph separately. The reason behind Jaeger's distance was that he had not been able to decide on the amber stone's purpose and therefore preferred to stay silent. Meanwhile, Vlad was left to endure the teasing, which showed no sign of stopping. Shortly after, they arrived at their destination, and Vlad was likely very relieved to finally be free of their constant mocking. They had been picking on their youngest for quite some time, but now that they were just outside Shoera, they decided to let him off the hook. Most of them felt this way, but one knight enjoyed teasing Vlad so much that he jokingly suggested they camp outside the city for the night and head inside at dawn. Naturally, this was not going to happen, so the group's leader ordered them all to proceed inside. With that, they ceased their teasing. Upon reaching the gate, Jaeger turned to Vlad and told him to try opening the gates with the phrase. Knights had the authority to open gates using only their words. Vlad was surprised to learn this. unaware that he had gained such a privilege. His current status felt surreal. Not long ago, he had been sneaking through small tunnels to enter and exit the city, and now he had the authority to command its gates to open. As he tried to process this, the knights at the back teased him again, suggesting that he should just camp outside if he could not manage it. Determined to prove himself, Vlad lifted his sword and announced his presence. One of the guards spotted him, and Vlad introduced himself as a knight of Bezit, stating that he had returned from completing his mission. Upon hearing his name, the guards hurried to open the gate, realizing that he was the one who had slain the Lindblom. They scrambled to open the castle gates for him, and Vlad looked up in stunned silence, surprised at how effortlessly it all happened. Jaeger reminded him of who he was now in case he had forgotten. He explained that knighthood was a qualification, an honor, and a title held only by those who had proven their existence. With that, he informed Vlad that he now possessed the right to open every castle gate in Bayezid's land. Vlad was amazed by this new information. It represented a monumental upgrade from the days when he had to hide in dirt-filled wagons or sneak through tunnels to enter towns. The gates opened instantly, and the guards respectfully welcomed him in, even apologizing for any inconvenience. Seeing this, Jaeger encouraged Vlad to raise his hand and move forward confidently. The door he once entered as Vlad the Squire was now welcoming him as Vlad the Knight. He rode into the city on his powerful black horse, feeling a sense of pride he had never experienced before. The scene then shifted to the infamous city of Trinova, the current Gaidar County. By this time, Godwin and Ishtvan had returned home with bad news for the conqueror of the West. As expected, the man was furious upon hearing that they had failed to acquire the city of Dermer for him. He began to scold them both, directing most of his wrath at the rogue knight, whom he had trusted to complete the mission with ease. Count Gaidar was utterly disappointed in both men, and he didn't even attempt to conceal the deep annoyance radiating from his stern expression. In his opinion, Godwin and Ishtvan should have laid down their heads in Dermer rather than returning home only to present him with such a disgraceful and unacceptable report. As far as the Count was concerned, they had failed him so thoroughly that their survival seemed like an insult. Regarding his son, he felt an even deeper shame festering inside him. He could barely believe that Ishtvan had lost to a mere boy, one who had just recently been knighted. It was incomprehensible to him. He had personally trained Ishtvan with intense discipline to become one of the most powerful and respected warriors on the entire continent. Hearing of his son's defeat felt not only infuriating, but also humiliating on a deeply personal level. Ishtvan, on the other hand, was equally tormented by shame. He was painfully aware of just how severely he had disappointed his father. Bowing his head in regret, he offered an apology, one that held no real power to undo the damage that had been done. Count Gaidar's fierce eyes narrowed in disgust, and his scowl grew darker as he looked at his injured son. That scornful gaze caused Ishtvan to tremble visibly in fear while he clutched his broken arm with trembling fingers. In that moment, Ishtvan appeared small, powerless, and broken. One could hardly blame him, though. Count Gaidar was, by all accounts, a terrifying man. His reputation was as dreadful as his presence. Unfortunately for Ishtvan, his frightened demeanor only aggravated the already furious Count even more. He grew increasingly livid as he witnessed his son appearing so utterly pathetic. He had genuinely believed that Ishtvan had finally started to settle into his place as a worthy successor. He had held hopes and expectations that he had planned to give the boy a wife, a future, and a land to conquer. Gaidar believed he had already offered him Dermer on a silver platter. Yet, Ishtvan had managed to throw all of that away with one foolish and disgraceful defeat. What made it even worse in his eyes was that it hadn't even been a loss to someone experienced or respected like Ratiger, but to a fresh and inexperienced rookie who had only just been honored with his knight title. The humiliation was too much for Gaidar to tolerate, and so he lashed out with biting words, metaphorically chewing his son up in fury and resentment. He informed him harshly that he hadn't just lost a sword. He had lost the honor and influence of Dermer itself. Everything that had been gained had now been handed over to Bezit, all because of his shameful incompetence. At that moment, the conqueror of the West found himself far too irritated and infuriated to continue speaking to his son any further. With a sharp turn of his head, he directed his burning gaze toward Godwin instead. He demanded to know where the knight had been during Ishtvan's moment of public humiliation. He wanted a clear and direct answer as to where this so-called guardian had been while his son was being treated like a dog on foreign soil. Godwin admitted that he, too, was deeply ashamed of the disgraceful outcome of their mission. But Gaidar wasn't interested in apologies or empty remorse. What he required were explanations. He wanted to understand how they had managed to throw away all their strategic advantage and hard-earned progress in one reckless stroke. The Count was especially baffled because Godwin had previously claimed to know Vlad's capabilities and strength. How, then, had everything fallen apart? Why hadn't he intervened? Gaidar pressed him with increasingly sharp criticisms, continuing to berate the knight with escalating impatience. Eventually, Godwin found a way to redirect the conversation. He subtly reminded the Count that Vlad might not be as disconnected from him as he had assumed. The moment those words reached Count Gaidar's ears, a realization dawned upon him. He instantly recognized Vlad as one of the young men whom the knight Jorge had raised after abandoning their cause. That memory sparked a long-suppressed rage. Even in death, Jorge still managed to boil Gaidar's blood. The mere idea that a dead man was still haunting him from beyond the grave made the Count's fury skyrocket. He was overwhelmed by the realization that Jorge had continued to defy and undermine him, even now. This latest revelation made it clear to him that Jorge had found a way to betray him one last time. And it worked. Vlad's existence was proof that Jorge had still managed to harm him from the shadows, long after his passing. Now that Gaidar finally knew where Vlad originated, his curiosity deepened. He found himself wanting to learn more about the blonde knight's background and exactly what had transpired in Dermer. To satisfy that curiosity, Godwin provided a concise but detailed summary of the events. The rogue knight admitted that Vlad's raw talent and combat capabilities were exceptional, surpassing expectations. Moreover, the surrounding knights who supported Vlad were of unusually high quality, both in skill and coordination. Vlad had also made excellent strategic use of his environment, taking full advantage of his home ground to gain the upper hand. But that wasn't the most alarming part. Godwin revealed something even more shocking. He had encountered Jaeger for the first time. Jaeger was a complete surprise, an unexpected force. Godwin could immediately sense that this strange new knight possessed the kind of raw intensity and skill that could go head-to-head with his strength. It was clear that Jaeger was no ordinary soldier. Godwin concluded that Jaeger must be one of the hidden swords that Bezit had been secretly keeping in reserve. This made sense, considering Jaeger was not widely known or publicly recognized. Hearing this analysis, Count Gaidar sighed deeply and muttered a curse directed at the cunning northerners. He was disturbed by everything he had just heard, though he tried not to let it shake his confidence entirely. Suddenly, Gaidar shifted the tone of the conversation. With a firm and deliberate voice, he reminded Godwin of the ancient teachings of their Western ancestors, the wise and brutal pioneers who had once blazed trails across untamed lands. Godwin immediately recalled the lessons, teachings that encouraged warriors to consume everything within their reach first, and only then extend their hands to seize the belongings of others. That principle was said to be the only way one could survive the unforgiving lands of the West. Count Gaidar proudly stated that he had always followed those ancestral teachings without question. He had lived under that guiding principle his entire life, destroying, conquering, and pillaging as he moved forward. Gaidar turned his attention toward his surrounding followers and reminded them all of a vital truth. They were Gaidars, pioneers by blood and destiny. It was their solemn duty never to let go of what was theirs, even though they made it their mission to strip others of what belonged to them. With that declaration, the conqueror of the West raised his voice, commanding with finality that from that moment onward, I must turn to the north. Their objective was crystal clear. They would retrieve his son's sword by any means necessary, no matter the cost. Back in the snowy city of Sturma, we see Vlad as he received his first pay as a knight. Vorden was in charge of distributing wages and was more than happy to congratulate Vlad. He pulled out 4 gold coins, and as soon as Vlad laid eyes on them, he widened them in disbelief. He appeared shocked by the amount. Vorden, noticing his reaction, quickly assumed Vlad found the pay too low. When asked, Vlad admitted he had expected more and felt a bit disappointed, assuming knights earned higher salaries. Vorden simply reminded him that he was still a rookie. He even scoffed, pointing out how Jaeger still kept Vlad close like a vassal. However, the knight suddenly explained that knights didn't earn wealth through salaries. This piqued Vlad's curiosity, prompting him to listen closely. Vorden went on to say that knights were rewarded by fulfilling duties and taking on responsibilities. Although Vlad tried to understand, he still seemed confused about how that related to money. Before he could ask further, Vorden interrupted, explaining that duty and responsibility were the currency of a knight. He told Vlad, a full cat doesn't hunt mice, and concluded by advising him to accomplish as much as possible to gain both honor and money. He then mentioned that the reward for honor would come at the year's end in the form of special pay exclusive to knights. Vorden added that Vlad could expect more than 4 coins by then, considering all he had achieved already. Curious, Vlad asked what the value of his duties and responsibilities would amount to. In response, Vorden casually said that he shouldn't be asking after all. He was the one who brought over the treasure of the Hainel clan. Vorden then revealed he'd heard about Vlad's new epithet following his Dragon Slayer title. It was clear that Vorden, like the other knights, saw it as a major feat. He even recalled how Vlad had tucked 2 handkerchiefs into his bosom and finally called him the debauchee of the North, Vladishoera. The new title caught Vlad off guard. He hadn't expected the conversation to take such a dramatic turn. Feeling awkward now, he watched as Vorden suddenly began acting like a fan. The older knight leaned in and asked him not to forget him when he became a noble in the future. Later that morning, Vlad joined his master, Joseph, for tea. He advised him to embrace the responsibilities of his new status as a knight. Joseph then informed Vlad that he would now be assigned a patrol area. Naturally, Vlad, who had little experience, was surprised and slightly anxious. But Joseph reassured him that he'd have guards, though he would still be in full command. Relieved, Vlad accepted the assignment. That's when Joseph revealed the second part of the duty. He planned to assign Vlad to the back alleys. Vlad instantly agreed with this choice. It was his hometown, after all. Unfortunately, he'd be short on men, as Sir Gregory, Maxim, and Kate had already assigned most of the available personnel. However, Joseph offered him the funds to hire up to 4 people for his team. Vlad was taken aback by this responsibility. When he voiced his confusion, Joseph explained that this role was vastly different from being a mercenary captain. A knight had to be a leader and a potential representative of their lord. Even though Vlad understood that, he still had a major concern that he didn't think he'd find capable team members, as most of the people he knew from the back alleys were gang members. But Joseph wasn't bothered. He assured Vlad that using his name wasn't necessary for this post. He admitted he would have pulled Vlad out of Rose's smile even sooner if his reputation mattered. The young mayor then pointed out that using people for good was far more difficult than cutting them down, acknowledging Vlad's concern. As a show of support, Joseph offered to personally recommend someone for Vlad's team, since this would be his first patrol. Grateful, Vlad thanked him and prepared to leave. On his way out, Jaeger asked Joseph what he was trying to achieve. It turned out Joseph had planned all of this just to place Vlad alongside a specific group of people, without him realizing it. Though Jaeger seemed skeptical, Joseph believed it would work because it was Vlad. He simply had to take a chance on Vlad's unpredictability. The scene shifted as Vlad began recruiting his team. The first member he selected was Gerda, who burst into tears when he heard they'd be working in the back alleys. Vlad quickly told him to stop being so dramatic and to return to the mindset he had back during their mercenary days. Gerda recalled how he'd once been terrified, but had stuck by Vlad anyway, even while cleaning horse dung and getting bullied by the horses. To him, this new assignment felt like a reward for enduring all of that. Overwhelmed, Gerda mistakenly thought he was being made a squire. Vlad immediately corrected him, asking what nonsense he was spouting. He'd never called him squire. He clarified that Gerda was just an employee. The realization stunned Gerda, but he clung to hope. After all, Vlad himself had once started as a mercenary. Even though Gerda had no signs of becoming a real swordsman, Vlad chose not to crush his dream. He simply encouraged him to work hard and keep trying. This reminded Vlad why he needed Gerda by his side. He talked too much and panicked easily, but he always got the job done. Just then, a woman at the bar interrupted his thoughts, telling him to take someone else with him. Vlad was confused until she pointed to a tall guy standing at the door, Otar. Vlad immediately recognized him. Otar had bulked up significantly, thanks to the bar lady feeding him properly. She claimed it was a waste for him to be guarding a bar with no fights. Vlad admitted that Otar could be trusted. He was strong, dependable, and familiar with the back alleys. However, he hesitated to take her only security guard. She laughed, explaining that since Vlad's arrival, no one dared to cause trouble. Rosa's smile had become the safest spot in the alleys, all thanks to him. Every customer now came to drink and rest peacefully, knowing the bar was where Sir Vlad stayed. She reminded him that ever since he took down Armorjack's forces, the bar had become a safe haven. She even encouraged him to use it as a base for his team. Vlad admitted that the best part of being a knight wasn't swinging a sword, it was being able to protect others without even drawing it. Hearing this, the lady smiled, happy to see that Vlad was starting to realize the influence he held. With Gerda and Otar now officially on his team, Vlad needed just one more person, and he already had someone in mind. The scene shifted to the harbor, where Vlad reunited with his old friend Harvin, who was currently drunk on what he called premium alcohol. Vlad was surprised that Harvin still drank the boss's old, poison-like brew. Harvin laughed it off, saying it was the boss's only joy. Seeing Vlad again made Harvin emotional. It felt like just yesterday that he'd taken in Vlad and Geminina and sheltered them. He joked that blonde animals were always better to take in, but Vlad ignored the drunken remark. Harvin finally asked what brought him there, hoping it wasn't a waste of time. Vlad remembered that Harvin had once studied navigation and constellations, so he asked if he still pursued it. Harvin revealed that he'd quit long ago. No one would ever hire a lame man as their navigator, so he abandoned the dream. Hearing this, Vlad recalled Harvin's old desire to sail far away one day. Harvin responded bitterly, saying that not everyone could achieve their dreams just by working hard. Back alley urchins like him were lucky to even survive this far. Vlad, clearly frustrated by the self-deprecation, looked him in the eye and asked if he believed that. Harvin lowered his gaze in silence. Vlad then told him, "A bird forgets it can fly when it's been caged for too long." The words struck Harvin deeply, and Vlad stood up, drawing his sword. He had seen enough. This city had eaten away at his friend's dreams long enough. It was time to do something about it. Vlad looked pretty upset and immediately concluded that those bastards at the harbor were to blame. Harvin tried to stop him as soon as he realized what was about to happen. Meanwhile, outside, some workers were busy with their tasks, carrying bags around the port, when suddenly a loud explosion disrupted everything. As the dust settled, they saw that the blast had come from Captain Hoover's hideout. One of the leaders shoved through the crowd, barking orders for the men to stop standing around and clear a path. When he reached the site of the explosion, he immediately ordered them to inform the boss and summon the rest of the gang. While the others ran off, the man stayed behind to examine the damage. He thought things had finally calmed down after the money grubber died, so he was at a loss. He had no clue who would attack them now. Back in Harvin's office, we see the destruction caused by Vlad. He had practically split the building in two with a single slash of his sword. Harvin, horrified, shouted at Vlad, asking what the hell he thought he was doing. But Vlad only cursed the damn dogs gnawing away at his friend's dream. He believed these stupid walls were what had been cutting Harvin and the river apart, walls that had kept him locked away from the one thing that reminded him of possibility. Determined, Vlad decided to remove all the obstacles holding his old friend back, obstacles Harvin himself couldn't destroy. Harvin had once saved him from being consumed by the darkness of the back alleys. He had taken in both Vlad and Geminina as kids and had reminded Vlad that he could still have dreams. Now, Vlad was determined to return the favor. With this resolve, Vlad tore through the building again, his overwhelming power shocking the men outside. When the dust cleared, they finally saw the source of the destruction. Vlad, standing amidst the wreckage, his eyes glowing with ruthless determination. After tearing down the room's walls, Vlad called Harvin over to look outside. He told him that his dream still flowed. Harvin stepped forward and was mesmerized by the sparkling river, lit up beautifully by the sunlight. It looked more magical than he had ever remembered. For the first time in a long while, he truly saw the water. Moved, he admitted that he had forgotten what he'd lost and was grateful to Vlad for reminding him. Later that evening, Vlad walked alongside Harvon, who was still riding the high of rediscovered passion. As they strolled, Harvon commented on how crazy it was that Knight could seemingly get away with anything now. Turns out, Vlad had not only busted up the hideout, but also walked away with a gang member. And instead of chasing him, the gang had given him a parting gift. Vlad, confused, asked what gift Harvon meant. All he received was the horrible Captain Q's alcohol, which he was pretty sure was meant to poison him. Their banter was cut short when Harvin confessed that it felt strange to leave the place. Despite the captain's awful brewing, the man had given him a home despite his disability. He felt guilty abandoning that. But Vlad reassured him that there was nothing to worry about and promised that Lord Joseph wouldn't lay a hand on the captain. He explained that the young master could tell the difference between pests that helped and pests that harmed. Relieved, Harvin acknowledged how sharp Lord Joseph must be. Even though he hadn't met him, he could tell, just from all this, that the man was both meticulous and wise. He then speculated that putting Vlad in charge of the back alleys might be a test. Vlad was surprised he hadn't considered that, but it made sense. Joseph hadn't given him detailed instructions, leaving him confused about what to do next. When he asked Harvin for guidance, his friend simply chuckled and told him he already knew the answer. Vlad was puzzled until Harvin reminded him of what he had done today. He had made Captain Hoover surrender without spilling a single drop of blood. Vlad hadn't even realized how impressive that was, but Harvin had. Now, Harvin believed it was time to let the rest of the back alleys know who was in charge. They needed to understand the new order. The scene shifted to show Gerda trembling on a dark alley street. Terrified, he waited for Vlad, who was late. When Vlad finally showed up, Gerda rushed over, asking where he'd been all day. He explained that someone had come looking for Vlad. At first, Vlad brushed it off and told him to send a visitor to Geminina, who handled his guests. But Gerda nervously insisted that Vlad should meet this one personally. Elsewhere, Vlad's horse looked murderous for good reason. The visitor was none other than Age the Barbarian. Age stared at the horse, impressed that it still looked just as strong as before. But the moment was cut short when Vlad and the others arrived at the stable. Vlad, still unaware, kept questioning Gerda about who the guest was and why he brought him here, especially to the backyard, which was off limits because Nor might bite someone. Upon entering, Vlad froze in surprise. He never expected the visitor to be Age. He asked the barbarian what brought him here, and Age quickly replied that it was on the mayor's recommendation. Turns out, when Lord Joseph had said he'd find someone for Vlad to work with, he meant this guy. Meanwhile, back in Show Era, we saw Lord Joseph in his room, speaking with Jaeger. They talked while watching the fireplace burn. Jaeger was concerned that he didn't think Age would submit to Vlad. The guy used to lead his clan, so he wasn't the type to bow to anyone. Joseph knew this already, but felt that Age understood the sincerity of the offer and the reality of his situation. Jaeger started to see the plan. Joseph confirmed that they needed to resolve the threat beyond the northern borders. With Vlad firmly controlling Dermer now, Age's former clan could be the key to uniting the northern tribes under Bezit's rule. Joseph believed the time had come to end all the threats to their house's authority. Many clans had challenged them for too long. Now, with Vlad at his side, he was ready to silence those threats. Jaeger still wasn't fully convinced. As talented as Vlad was, this was a huge burden for a newly knighted warrior. But Joseph had complete faith in him. This was the same man who rode the horse the barbarians revered and who hunted the dragon of the north. Joseph was certain. Vlad was the only one who could finally break the endless chain of hatred between the houses. Geminina was walking down the halls after doing some laundry when, on her way, she suddenly started hearing voices from Vlad's room. Confused, she headed to his door to check things out. She knocked, and Vlad opened the door rather quickly, looking surprised to see her. He asked her what was up, but she just stared at him in confusion. She heard voices coming from his room, but after peeking inside, she couldn't see anyone else there. Now, she was even more baffled. Before Vlad could say anything, Geminina threw the laundry at him and pushed him back into the room, shutting the door behind her. She immediately started interrogating him. There was no one else in sight, so she demanded to know why it sounded like he was talking to someone. She suspected he was still talking to ghosts. Vlad looked a bit confused by the question. Though she was suspicious, he insisted he wasn't talking to any ghosts. Geminina wanted to believe him, but she heard voices. So, she told him to change rooms. Vlad was shocked by her sudden order. He asked where he was supposed to go, and she told him to move to the end of the hallway. As far as she was concerned, no one else needed to discover what he was like right now. To make him feel less bad about it, she promised she'd move into the room right next to his. She said it because she felt Vlad shouldn't keep hiding anymore. Hearing that, Vlad was a little stunned. Geminina was saying she was willing to become his accomplice for his sake. Whether she was shining in armor or surviving in shabby alleys, she had always cared about him, and that thought made him truly grateful. After laying out the new plan, she got up from the bed and grabbed the laundry, but not before reminding him to go to church. Vlad hesitated a bit, but then called out to her just before she left the room. He asked if there was something she wanted him to get for her, saying he'd buy it no matter what it was. That completely caught her off guard. She hadn't expected the offer and didn't even have a request in mind. As Vlad waited for her answer, she just gave him a teasing smile and told him to take care of himself first. Her words left him stunned, and as she walked out the door, she advised him to at least grab some decent equipment or something. Vlad stood there momentarily frozen, but not entirely surprised. He knew this was just how Geminina was. Smiling, he called after her that he was only putting the offer out there. Just then, Gerda arrived to inform him that everything was ready for their next assignment. Vlad was surprised that he'd managed to get everything set up so quickly, but he was also glad to hear it. Wasting no time, our boy got right to business, with Gerda following closely behind. The scene shifted to a small casino in town, where Vlad was now in the middle of a high-stakes gambling match. The roulette wheel spun fast, and as it came to a stop, one of the players yelled in frustration it just wasn't his day. Vlad stared intently at the wheel, his thoughts wandering as the voice in his head remarked that they should have come here sooner. Casinos were perfect for training reflexes and dynamic vision. Vlad agreed and activated his aura, focusing deeply on the game. He hadn't known that combat techniques could be applied like this before. It was a cool discovery. The more he concentrated, the slower time seemed to move. As he stared at the spinning ball, something caught him off guard. No one else noticed it, but Vlad did. He reacted in shock, and the voice confirmed that the movement he saw was out of the ordinary. Taking a closer look at the dealer, Vlad realized there was foul play involved. Not surprisingly, scams in gambling houses were a given. The moment the shady dealer looked into Vlad's glowing blue eyes, he started panicking. He knew he'd been caught. Vlad smirked. It was the perfect moment to stir up a little trouble. But before he could act, a man in a purple suit appeared behind him, asking if he was enjoying himself. Vlad turned to face him, startled. Judging by the two massive bodyguards flanking him, the guy held some authority around here. The man claimed they would have given Vlad a proper welcome if they'd known he was coming. Vlad understood what he meant. It was as if he was saying Vlad needed permission even to be there. The man insisted that it wasn't the case, but his creepy laugh suggested otherwise. Adjusting his glasses, The man informed Vlad that they'd be escorting him upstairs, where their boss was waiting. That annoyed Vlad. The idea that someone was sitting up there, expecting him to climb the stairs and grovel, didn't sit well. Before the suited man could say more, Vlad cut him off, declaring that he wasn't some back alley bum anymore. The man began to squirm nervously, but one of the bodyguards didn't look fazed. He warned Vlad that, even as a knight, there was a limit to how far his behavior could go. That was a mistake. Before the guy could finish his sentence, someone suddenly delivered a powerful kick to his side, knocking him to the ground. It was Otar, flanked by Gerda and the rest of Vlad's crew. Gerda stepped forward and calmly informed everyone present that Vlad was simply carrying out official duties. The hooded barbarian then eagerly asked if they could just kill these guys, clearly hoping for permission. The man in the purple suit was now terrified, because he never imagined that an actual barbarian would be in the mix. It doesn't even make any sense to him, because he doesn't get how there could be a barbarian in Show Era. Now that everyone understood who they were dealing with, Vlad told the man to go upstairs and bring his boss down. He also declared that this gambling hall's operations were shut down effective immediately. The suited man protested that this was his livelihood. He angrily demanded to know what Vlad meant, but Vlad coldly repeated himself with a terrifying look. For the final time, he told them to bring the boss to him. A few days later, Sir Gregory paid a visit to see how the young knight was doing. The senior knight was impressed he'd heard that Vlad had already wiped out 2 major back alley groups. That was a huge accomplishment. Humbly, Vlad greeted him. Gregory handed him a bottle of Jamon, calling it the pride of House Kaner. Portly had once given it to Vlad when they were children. Vlad confirmed it, recalling that he'd shared it with Lord Joseph, who loved it. Gregory laughed, stating who doesn't love it? Vlad thanked him, but couldn't help wondering if there was a reason for the gift. When he asked, Gregory sheepishly admitted it might seem like a bribe, but now that the cat was out of the bag, he figured he might as well say what he came for. He wanted help taking down a man named Black Bear, the boss behind the back alley meat trade. Vlad recognized the name and asked what the problem was. Gregory revealed that Black Bear had been involved in a past kidnapping and had a very shady background. He asked Vlad if he'd be willing to help him take Black Bear down. Vlad was taken aback, but it only took a moment to understand as it became clear to him that this was what Gregory meant by a personal agenda. Vlad wanted order in the back alleys. Gregory wanted to expand Portly's influence. Their goals aligned. Vlad was in, but he needed to know, would this be a warning or an outright subjugation? Gregory answered without hesitation. A man like Black Bear didn't deserve warnings. Vlad smiled, pleased that they were on the same page. He was already planning to deal with Black Bear anyway. Gregory promised to prepare his forces. They begin in 2 to 3 days. Vlad was fine with that. Before leaving, Gregory asked if he could help with anything. Vlad simply requested a bottle of whiskey. Surprised, Gregory asked why, and Vlad replied that he needed it to bribe someone. That night, Vlad went to visit someone in a dark corner of the alley. When he reached the old blacksmith shop, he was surprised to find the door closed. He knocked, calling out, but after a couple of tries, the door creaked open on its own. Inside, the place was empty. Worried, Vlad explored until he found the old man lying still in another room. He brought good liquor and meat, like he promised, but it was too late. The blacksmith was gone. Vlad took a moment to honor him. He told the old man where he'd been on the northern border, a beautiful place where snowy mountains rise to touch the sky. He told him how he fought a snow-white dragon there, and how the sword the blacksmith made stayed with him until the very end. He took out the broken blade and stared at his reflection in it. There was so much he wanted to say, but in the end, only one sentence was needed. He placed the sword in the man's hands and whispered, "Thank you for saving my life." A simple blade born from the dream of an old man was completed by the hands of a boy. And now, the sword that once reached for the heavens had returned to its master, shining brighter than anything else. Vlad, Geminina, and Harvin stood in solemn silence, paying their final respects to the elderly man. Before they left, Harvin was surprised to discover that Vlad had spent his very first paycheck to purchase a gravestone and a tomb marker for the old man's resting place. Moreover, he had chosen one of the more expensive cemeteries near the monastery to do so. As one might expect, Vlad did not mind any of it. All he ever wanted was to help the blacksmith escape from the back alley at last, even if that escape only came after death. On the tombstone, he had them inscribed that it belonged to the finest blacksmith in Show Era. The sentiment was just, considering the man had forged the sword that cut down a ghost and pierced a dragon. Sadly, the old man had left behind no name for the world to remember. Harvin stated that he had tried asking around the back alleys for his identity, but no one had known what it was. Though that might have been a somber realization, Vlad did not think it mattered. All that truly counted to him was that he remembered the man. After the funeral, Vlad and the others began making their way back home. Along the road, they stumbled upon a group of children hiding nervously under a bridge. Harvin quickly noticed them and asked Vlad what was going on with those kids. Vlad admitted that the children had been acting like that lately. They were starving and most likely homeless. He figured that the kids wanted to beg for help. Still, instead of approaching directly, they always just peeked from behind wherever he went. Hearing this, Harvin chuckled, clearly amused that Vlad had no idea why the children were acting that way. Vlad still did not understand. So Harvin concluded that he must have forgotten what their childhood had once been like. With a gentle smile, he reminded Vlad that there had been a time when they, too, had wild and fearful eyes just like those children. Harvin observed that this winter was even harsher than the last and confessed that he understood all too well what the poor kids were going through. Harvin warned that many of them would likely freeze to death in the end, and Vlad agreed with his assessment. With this grim thought in mind, Vlad figured that even one blanket might be enough to help them make it through the night. He began thinking about ways he could assist. Before he could act, Harvin reminded him that he had only 1 gold coin left from this month's earnings, given that the rest had gone toward the old man's funeral. Vlad admitted that he had not been planning to save much this month anyway. With his remaining gold, he believed he could at least buy enough blankets for the children and their friends to help them survive the cold. Hearing this, Harvin could not argue with the decision. However, he did suggest that Vlad should ask the children to say a prayer for the old man while handing out the blankets. As far as he was concerned, 1 prayer per blanket was not a bad deal at all, especially since Vlad would be broke afterward. Geminina, who had been listening, then offered to speak to her madam about the children. She pointed out that a full belly helped fend off the cold, so getting them a decent meal would not hurt either. Vlad smiled warmly, feeling good about the little things they were doing. While they could not do much yet, at least they could begin changing things little by little. Witnessing them act this way proved that although the plain sword had been buried with the blacksmith, the star he forged still lit up the back alleys, even if its form and name had changed. Having honored the old man and helped the starving children with some food and warmth, Vlad set out on his next mission. This time, he was joining Sir Gregory's forces to take down Black Bear. As they advanced into the domain controlled by the notorious meat trade boss, the reasons for their operation became increasingly clear. He was overwhelmed by the ghastly state of the place. It was filled with blood, bones, and decaying meat, making it far more revolting than anything he had previously heard. He was now convinced that the stench and disease from this site would likely spread to every corner of the back alleys once the weather turned warmer. Sir Gregory had only planned to shut the location down, but after witnessing the horrific state Black Bear had left it in, he realized that a far more decisive approach would be needed. In response, Vlad assured him confidently that he had nothing to worry about, which caught him by surprise. Seeing his confusion, Vlad calmly explained that Black Bear would undoubtedly give them the justification they needed to eliminate everything. He was surprised by Vlad's confidence, but Vlad made it clear that one could never deal with the back alleys half-heartedly. Sir Gregory smiled, relieved to see they were on the same page once more. He admired the directness of the young swordsman, and together they pressed on toward Black Bear's headquarters. Once they arrived, Vlad loudly made his presence known to everyone within. He introduced himself as Vlad of Shoera and declared that he had come to arrest the one responsible for disturbing the city's order, Black Bear. Taking out a scroll, he read the charges laid against the boss, which ranged from murder and fraud to human trafficking and deceiving the rightful rulers of the noble city. Despite this bold announcement, there was no response from the building. Not a sound could be heard. For a moment, it made them wonder if anyone was even inside. Still, after a few silent moments passed, Gregory surmised that Black Bear and his men were likely preparing to fight. He believed everything was playing out exactly as Vlad had anticipated. By refusing to surrender, Black Bear had effectively given them the justification they needed to destroy his criminal empire. Vlad stared intently at the building's door, waiting to see if it would suddenly burst open. Gregory cautioned him that Black Bear's men would be heavily armed and fully prepared for a battle. These criminals all knew that being captured would mean execution, and they would rather die than face arrest. After processing what the senior knight had said, Vlad called upon Otar and Age to accompany him. They were arguably the strongest fighters in their force besides Gregory himself, who was already a seasoned knight. For that reason, Vlad decided he would lead the charge with them. Age was more than thrilled at the opportunity. He quickly stepped up and asked Vlad whether this would be another scare tactic like what they had done at the gambling den. He hoped that was not the case and hinted that a little warm-up would be nice, considering the severity of the charges. In reply, Vlad simply asked him what he thought they were here to do. Then, he revealed that these were the same men who had sold a pregnant woman and her unborn child as ingredients for dark magic. Age's blood immediately began to boil. His eyes turned blood red, and the veins on his forehead bulged aggressively. Harnessing the same inner rage, Vlad's eyes glinted with murderous determination. It became evident that they were not here for warnings. These were the types of criminals who were killed on sight. Since Black Bear had refused to surrender when given the chance, They now had all the grounds they needed to wipe them out permanently. Without hesitation, Age and Vlad stormed into the house with full force, catching the thugs entirely off guard. The barbarian decided that merely killing these men was not enough. They were utterly shocked to see a barbarian, as there had not been any in Sora for years. To make matters worse for them, Age was no ordinary barbarian. He was from the infamous Buddha tribe. Despite recognizing him, the thugs still foolishly believed they had a chance. As Age charged like a raging bull, they met him head-on. In an instant, he was upon them, mercilessly tearing them apart with his red, curved blade. Each slash he delivered painted the interior of the building a darker shade of red. Age mercilessly killing every enemy in his path. Though the men believed they could win by sheer numbers, they underestimated what was coming. Just as Age appeared close to being overwhelmed, Otar entered the fray with his massive battle axe. He butchered the goons around him and even aided Age by lodging his axe into one of the attackers' heads. The barbarian, surprised by Otar's prowess, complimented him silently. Otar merely hummed in response. In a matter of seconds, the two of them had annihilated the first wave of Black Bear's forces. Only bloody corpses remained. Of course, that was not the end. A true battle would not be complete without Vlad himself. The leader of Black Bear's forces scolded his men for hesitating and ordered them to launch a full assault. Just then, a powerful, radiant light shone into the room, clearly emanating from Vlad's world. His overwhelming power stunned the enemies, leaving them frozen in shock. As fear enveloped them, Vlad calmly warned that anyone still standing would be cut down immediately. The might of Vlad's world shook them to their core. Eventually, unable to resist, Black Bear's men surrendered and knelt before him. With that, Sir Gregory's forces stepped forward to apprehend them all. All the men on the ground floor were already on their knees as the soldiers surrounded and gathered them. At this point, Gregory recommended that the rest of the group head upstairs while the soldiers dealt with the thugs below. Vlad agreed with the plan and proceeded upstairs with Gregory and his team. On the upper floor, Vlad led the way with the others following close behind until they reached a locked door. Without hesitation, Vlad approached the door and boldly pushed it open, but his eyes widened in shock at what he saw inside. He was utterly stunned, for inside the room appeared to be some kind of deliverance ceremony. A priest was placing his hands solemnly on Black Bear, which was odd. Vlad never imagined that the gang boss would be a religious man. The priest welcomed Vlad into the room calmly, and even though he remained visibly stunned, he quickly regained composure and asked the man who he was. The priest turned around and revealed that he had been sent by the bishop himself, claiming he came from the church under the bishop's command. Vlad wasn't pleased by this sudden and confusing twist, though he maintained his composure. He informed the priest that he had come to this place under the direct orders of the mayor. He explained that the man receiving prayer was none other than Black Bear, a notorious and evident criminal. Before Vlad could complete his point, however, the priest interrupted him and disagreed. The priest asserted that there were no criminals present anymore, claiming that Black Bear's sins had been forgiven in the name of the Lord. The shady-looking priest then proceeded to present Vlad with a scroll, revealing it to be a sacred pardon, an official document through which the crime boss had allegedly been forgiven. Certainly, God's presence was believed to be everywhere, but this incident revealed how that light seemed to shine unequally, first upon those at the top, granting even more to those who already held much power. That had always been the face of God and the church seen by the people at the bottom, and, as unfortunate as it might seem, it was a harsh reality. Vlad stood speechless, staring at the scroll in disbelief. It was difficult to grasp that anyone would even consider pardoning someone like Black Bear. The mere thought that this man could now be deemed innocent felt utterly ridiculous. However, the priest insisted that such was the case. He repeated that Black Bear had been absolved and that the bishop himself had issued the pardon. Gregory was horrified by the revelation, struggling to believe that Bishop Pierre would personally offer forgiveness to such a man. He questioned why someone as influential as the bishop would ever involve himself with a back-alley crime boss. Vlad, on the other hand, remained stunned, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The idea that a single piece of paper could erase the cries and suffering of the countless women who had died in that false church was something he couldn't accept. As he stood in thought, Black Bear suddenly spoke up. The crime boss boldly declared his innocence and even taunted Vlad, smugly claiming that he had been forgiven and that this pardon should be enough. His arrogance infuriated Vlad. The man had just boasted about being forgiven for atrocities he had committed, and a blatant disrespect enraged Vlad. He snapped at him, but before he could go further, the priest intervened and defended the criminal. He claimed that any sin could be absolved through sincere faith. By this point, it was obvious that something dubious was at play. Black Bear added to the charade by supporting the priest's statement and began gloating further, claiming that this must have been a wasted trip for Vlad and his companions. Vlad stood there in stunned silence. He couldn't comprehend how this could happen. He thought of the terrified women Black Bear had sold, who trembled in fear and died in the shadows. He couldn't fathom how the church could allow a man who led innocent people to their deaths to continue smiling, let alone walk free. Vlad felt that something was deeply wrong. He couldn't even understand why the priest would defend such a decision. Finally, he asked the man a direct question if someone could truly be forgiven no matter what they had done, as long as they had sincere faith. The priest assured him that this was indeed the truth. He explained that if one received forgiveness from both God and the church, they could be declared innocent, regardless of how horrific their crimes had been. Hearing this, Vlad stood quietly for a moment and then turned to Gregory. He reminded him of something he had told him in that fog-covered village. If no one was where they were supposed to be, and no one was willing to take responsibility, then a knight must step forward and do it. Gregory was completely shaken when Vlad said this, for he immediately realized that the determined young knight was about to do something drastic. He tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Vlad remembered that what Gregory once told him was aligned with the Swordmaster's code. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and, in a single powerful and clean strike, severed Blackbear's head. The priest gasped in horror at the sight, while Gregory appeared deeply disappointed. However, Age looked satisfied with what had just happened, and Otar appeared visibly shaken. Blackbear's head rolled across the wooden floor, trailing blood behind it. His headless body remained upright for a moment as crimson liquid poured from it. As expected, the shady priest was furious. He angrily scolded the young knight for murdering a supposedly repentant man. But before the priest could continue yelling, Vlad dropped to his knees, holding his bloody sword, and accepted that he was a sinner. He did not protest or argue with the priest's anger. Instead, he calmly and humbly surrendered himself and asked that he be granted the opportunity to receive forgiveness, too. After all, if it didn't matter how grave the sin was as long as one threw themselves at the mercy of the Lord, then he, too, could be forgiven. This bold act of using the priest's argument against him left the man completely speechless and slightly terrified. He just stood there silently, unable to respond, staring at the ruthless knight in complete shock. The scene then shifted back to the mayor's residence. News of the event had already reached the young master. At the moment, Joseph appeared weary and emotionally overwhelmed. He needed a moment to absorb what had happened, as the weight of it all was considerable. He was still shocked by the fact that Vlad had killed someone who had received a church-issued pardon. Now, Gregory stood before him, bearing the burden of what had occurred. He had been the one to propose the mission and had been entrusted with overseeing it. Yet he had failed to control the situation. Accepting responsibility, he apologized sincerely. He confessed that he had never imagined the crime boss would show up with a pardon from the bishop. Joseph, however, clarified that Black Bear had not acquired the pardon himself. The document had simply been handed to him. This detail left the gathered knights bewildered. They struggled to understand why a bishop would bestow such favor upon a back-alley boss. The explanation made Joseph's blood boil. He knew precisely why it had happened. He felt that those in power must have believed the Bezit house to be a joke, which was likely why they acted so brazenly to undermine his authority as mayor. With this realization, Joseph calmly asked where Vlad was now. Vorden looked nervous, clearly afraid that the boy would receive severe punishment. Still, he informed Joseph that Vlad was currently waiting in his office, having been kept out of sight to prevent further agitation. Joseph agreed that this was a wise move. Then, without warning, he turned to Jaeger and shocked everyone in the room by ordering the advanced knight to arrest Sir Vlad immediately. Moreover, he commanded that the young swordsman, once a symbol of hope for House Bezit, be charged with murder. The knight stood frozen in disbelief. It was clear that the young mayor was taking this far more seriously than anyone anticipated. However, Joseph had another motive. He understood that while Vlad's action was reckless, it was also a response to something unjust. Joseph suspected that the bishop had deliberately issued the pardon to bait Vlad. Now that the trap had been sprung, Joseph realized he had no choice but to respond with equal resolve. He stared silently into Jaeger's eyes, sending a message that needed no words. Jaeger understood immediately and acknowledged it, though the other knights remained concerned. Gregory, especially, felt deeply responsible. He tried to speak on Vlad's behalf, but Jaeger cut him off, reminding him that Vlad was his vassal, and thus his responsibility. Gregory, now guilt-ridden, had no words left. He felt the weight of being a teacher forced to arrest his apprentice. He blamed himself for rushing matters for the house's benefit, believing it had all led to this. Joseph wasn't letting him off easily either. Since Gregory had been involved, he too would be held accountable. The knight didn't protest. Instead, he accepted the decision and expressed readiness to take full responsibility. In return, Joseph thanked him and handed him a sealed envelope, instructing him to go to Varna and deliver it. Though unsure at first, Gregory understood what it meant after glancing at the seal. He promised to complete the task swiftly. Joseph then turned to Vorden, ordering him to summon the mage, stating that he needed to contact both his father and San Rosino. As for Maxim and Cade, he ordered them to cancel all ongoing missions and gather only the most elite soldiers. Joseph had expected a day like this to come, but not with such bold hostility. Bishop Pierre had used Vlad as bait to declare war on the Bezit family. Now, as the mayor of Shoera, Joseph realized that he had no choice but to respond as a true Bezit. A storm was approaching, and he believed it was finally time to reclaim a city free from all bonds, a city that would belong solely to Bezit. The priest from earlier reported the shocking news to Bishop Pierre, who now stood as the Bezit family's most powerful and dangerous adversary. The bishop was visibly surprised to hear that the young knight had executed Black Bear without a hint of hesitation. He sought confirmation, and the priest, clearly terrified, nodded and affirmed it. Expecting an outburst, the priest braced himself, but Bishop Pierre remained calm. Instead of fury, he expressed intrigue, remarking that the young knight was even more intense than he'd been led to believe. Curious, the bishop asked if it was Father Andrea who had vouched for Vlad. The frightened priest confirmed that it was indeed what he had been told. The bishop concluded that setting the boy up had been the right decision. Just as Joseph had suspected, the bishop had crafted the entire scheme with the intent of baiting Vlad into a trap. Now that he had succeeded, Bishop Pierre hoped the rest of his plan would fall into place, enabling him to eliminate the rising star of Shoera in one swift stroke. To Pierre, Joseph, the second son of the Bezit family, had dared to challenge him using only the power of lineage. But even more infuriating than Joseph was Father Andrea, whom the bishop saw as a thorn in his side. He believed the man merely pretended to be a devout clergyman. And now, with a lowborn knight backed by both Joseph and Andrea, Pierre felt truly provoked. That realization led him to conclude that it was time to stop waiting. In Bishop Pierre's mind, his will was the will of the papacy, and the will of the papacy was the will of God. With such conviction, he ordered the priest to send word to the mayor of Shoera. Joseph Bezit, he commanded, must guide the foolish knight who ignored a direct pardon from the church. But that wasn't all. Bishop Pierre also ordered the priest to prepare their secret weapon. The man flinched at the drastic command, reluctant to believe what he was hearing. The bishop confirmed that he wanted the weapon. It was the same one they had been preparing ever since Pierre was posted in Shoera. The weapon is said to have been struck by black lightning. Pierre insisted it was absurd that Vlad could emit an aura and become a knight, no matter how gifted he was. He suspected a dark shadow lurked within the boy and believed that soon the truth would be revealed. When that happened, everyone who had vouched for Vlad would fall as well. The scene shifted to the gates of Vlad's current residence, where a small army arrived bearing the church's banners. The leader, wearing a white cape, stepped forward and declared their presence. They had come under the bishop's authority. He loudly proclaimed that Vlad's defiance of the bishop's pardon amounted to blasphemy, a direct rejection of God's will. Therefore, he demanded that the gates be opened at once. He warned that anyone inside would be labeled heretics if they didn't comply. In response, the door opened, and one of Bezit's knights appeared. Teasing the visitors, he asked if they intended to cause such a ruckus so early in the morning. The man in the white cape, clearly unamused, reached for his sword and demanded to know who he was speaking to. The knight introduced himself as Maxim, a loyal servant of Lord Joseph, and declared that the place known as Rosa Smiles was under investigation by mayoral order. The bishop's knight scoffed, stating that this investigation was beyond the mayor's jurisdiction. He claimed that the individuals present were under suspicion of blasphemy. But Maxim, undeterred, pushed back, saying it was ridiculous to accuse someone of blasphemy simply for being in the same place as Sir Vlad. Growing more irritated, the bishop's knight reminded Maxim that when the church made a judgment, it was final. He warned of the unbreachable boundary between nobles and the church. But Maxim responded sharply, stating that they weren't the ones who crossed that line. With tensions rising, Maxim's soldiers emerged, forming ranks with weapons drawn. He then declared that House Bayezid was invoking legal jurisdiction to seal off the area. If the church wished to enter, they would now need the mayor's express permission. Enraged by the challenge, the bishop's knight promised Maxim he would regret this defiance. But Maxim smiled cheekily and claimed he'd have to try to bear the consequences after all. He was already in debt. Standing against the bishop was the least he could do to repay the cost of his life. Later that morning, the scene shifted to Vlad, who now sat behind bars. As usual, Jaeger didn't hold back in scolding him. He was furious, especially since he had warned Vlad to always be prepared. But Vlad hadn't thought things through this time, and now Joseph had to clean up after him. Jaeger's frustration was real. This was the biggest mess Vlad had ever created. The knight's fury was justified, and Vlad acknowledged it with an apology. There were no excuses. Jaeger, seeing how defeated he looked, starts to feel sorry for him. Despite the scolding, he knew Vlad was intelligent. Perhaps if he hadn't been constantly deployed on missions, he would have had the experience to understand the delicate balance between nobles and the church. Unfortunately, Pierre had exploited that lack of experience perfectly. After calming down, Jaeger informed Vlad that Lord Joseph was buying him some time, but it wouldn't last. Vlad would soon have to testify at the church. He accepted this, feeling ashamed. Seeing this, Jaeger, who was never good at expressing emotion, quietly promised to bring him a warmer blanket. As Jaeger left, the voice inside Vlad spoke, reassuring him that he had done what had to be done. But Vlad, though still believing his actions were right, couldn't shake the guilt. His fall from grace made him realize how different the world of knights was from that of the back alleys. Even a voice was at a loss. Vlad remembered Jaeger's lesson. A knight's sword must be heavy because it is sharp. Back then, he hadn't understood. Now, sitting in a cold cell as snow fell over the town, he finally did. Days passed, and the scene moved to Bishop Pierre, staring out his window with disgust. Outside, a protest had erupted. Citizens chanted against Vlad's unfair trial. They claimed that Black Bear deserved death and insisted Vlad had done what was right. The bishop, they said, granted pardons to murderers while condemning a knight who protected the people. The protesters argued that this was the North and demanded a bishop with northern blood. Pierre found the protest infuriating but amusing. He believed these were cheap tricks. As far as he was concerned, this trial would be the church's stage. Eventually, the trial began. Vlad stood before the court. Joseph watched, trying to stay calm until Bishop Pierre entered. What shocked him most was the bishop's secret weapon, a heretic inquisitor. Even at the peak of witch hunts, the church never went this far. Joseph was stunned. This was orchestrated, and Gregory still hadn't arrived. With everything in place, the bishop called for the trial to begin. Vlad was asked to place his hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth. As he did, a golden light shone from the book in the floor. The crystal orbs held by inquisitors also glowed. Most of the people present are blown away by the sight before them. They've probably never seen something like this before. The bishop explained that the oath had been engraved. If Vlad lied, the light in the orbs would vanish. As he said this, he locked eyes with Joseph across the hall. The mayor stared back, mentally preparing for the worst. Meanwhile, Pierre relished the moment. He believed he had all his enemies exactly where he wanted them. With complete confidence, he wanted Joseph to witness just how powerless northern blood truly was before the so-called truth. Bishop Pierre officially began the trial with the clear intention of disgracing the nobles and everyone who had dared to challenge his authority. He opened the session by stating the official charge that Vlad had killed the man known as Black Bear, although the deceased had been granted an official pardon. When asked if the charge was true, Vlad did not deny it. With his hands bound and his head lowered like a criminal, he calmly confirmed that he had indeed killed the man. The orb continued to glow, verifying the truth of his statement. The bishop, unsurprised, acknowledged this fact as it was the entire basis for holding the trial in the first place. Following this, Pierre raised another question whether Vlad admitted to defying the word of God. The accusation startled Vlad. He immediately questioned what the bishop meant and firmly denied defying the divine will. Though irritated by Vlad's tone, the bishop remained composed and continued the questioning. Joseph, observing the proceedings, found himself both irritated and intrigued by the bishop's relentless and manipulative approach. He recognized that Pierre was twisting the trial using carefully worded and misleading questions to trap Vlad into admitting guilt. The previous question had been a clear example of that. No matter how Vlad had responded, the bishop would have used it to reinforce his claim. As the trial moved forward, Pierre asked Vlad whether he believed he had always made just and righteous decisions in all the times he had taken a life. This question, like the one before, was designed as a trap. Vlad, unaware of its full implications, paused briefly before responding with a yes. The moment he answered, the light in the orb vanished. Confused, Vlad was left speechless. Before he could react, the bishop coldly stated that Vlad's response had been a lie. Joseph, carefully watching, understood the setup. The bishop had deliberately phrased the question using absolute terms like always, just, and righteous, knowing no one could truthfully meet that standard. Even though Vlad had no intention to lie, the phrasing forced the orb to judge otherwise. As Vlad protested, maintaining that he had spoken truthfully, the bishop ignored the plea and pressed on with the trial. The next line of questioning took a deeper turn. The bishop recalled a report from a year earlier, where a boy was said to have been struck by a bolt of black lightning in the back alleys of Shoara. He then asked if Vlad was that boy. Shocked to hear the incident brought up, Vlad hesitated, but eventually admitted that he was indeed the one mentioned in the report. A twisted satisfaction crossed Pierre's face upon hearing this confirmation. To him, this connected Vlad directly with the ominous phenomenon, giving further weight to his accusation. Before Vlad could offer any clarification, Pierre continued, asking whether Vlad had heard a voice or received a revelation from an unknown force after the lightning strike. This question placed Vlad in a far more dangerous position than before. The onlookers were stunned. Some of them struggled to believe what they were hearing, while others began to doubt everything they had believed about the young knight. For them, this cast a shadow over all of Vlad's accomplishments. It painted the possibility that his strength had not been earned, but rather granted by some forbidden force. Joseph also began to panic. While he acknowledged Vlad's rapid and almost unnatural growth, he had seen Vlad's strength and brilliance firsthand. He knew that Vlad's radiance and power could not have stemmed from anything evil. Still, Vlad remained silent. The pressure of the moment overwhelmed him. If he admitted to hearing a voice, he risked being labeled a heretic. If he denied it, the orb might once again judge it a lie. Either way, the bishop would twist it to his advantage. At that moment, the voice within Vlad's mind offered him guidance. It urged him to respond with a yes and to explain that the lightning had left lasting aftereffects, including a brief period of mental confusion. This, the voice assured, was a safer path than denying it and risking another false judgment from the orb. Vlad realized that only 3 questions remained. He feared that the voice's identity could be exposed if things escalated. But the voice reassured him that it had a way to protect itself, which left Vlad somewhat uncertain, but hopeful. Pierre, quickly losing patience, demanded an answer. The pressure intensified. Just as Vlad was about to respond, the trial was suddenly interrupted. A voice called out, commanding the proceedings to stop. The outburst shocked everyone in the hall, including Bishop Pierre, who had nearly obtained the confession he sought. The man who entered was Father Andrea. His presence stunned Vlad and visibly angered the bishop. Pierre lashed out, claiming Andreas had no right to speak. But Andrea stood firm, stating that he had been the one to vouch for Vlad and that he should have been consulted if there had been any suspicion. Realizing he could not keep Andrea from participating, Pierre reluctantly allowed him into the hall. Andrea approached Vlad, offered him comfort, and took over the questioning from that point onward. He then asked the bishop to repeat the previous question so that he could respond on Vlad's behalf. Pierre complied and restated the question whether Vlad had received any revelation or heard any voice following the black lightning strike. Andrea paused for a moment before answering, claiming that Vlad's actions would continue to be accompanied by that voice. The bishop tried to use this response to suggest that the voice came from something unholy, but Andrea countered swiftly, claiming the voice came from the heavens, from God. The response left the bishop furious, but Andrea continued. He reminded everyone present that over the past year, Vlad had fought through darkness with blinding light. He had protected pilgrims, saved children, and defeated heretical beasts. He had not done these things under some dark force. His deeds were guided by divine will. Andrea also pointed out that Vlad was vouched for by both himself and San Rosino, a rare and powerful endorsement. The crowd, which had been tense and uncertain moments before, began to calm. They started to believe that perhaps the voice Vlad followed was not dark, but holy. The atmosphere shifted. Still unwilling to concede, Pierre argued that God would never bless someone born in the back alleys. Andrea swiftly reminded him that Lord Frausen, too, had risen from humble origins and gone on to become the founding king and the first Swordmaster. He emphasized that God's blessings are not granted based on one's birth, but on the path they choose. Pierre was left momentarily speechless. He then shifted to another accusation, bringing up Vlad's crimes from the alleys. Andrea calmly responded that those acts were a form of emergency relief, necessary acts taken in desperate conditions. Pierre was outraged by the response, unable to comprehend how such deeds could be defended. Andrea then asked whether Pierre had ever witnessed the harsh reality of the back alleys, where crime was sometimes the only way to survive. He made it clear that this was not just Vlad's experience, but a reflection of everyday life for all those born into that world. Compassion and support from the church, Andreas argued, could break that cycle. The bishop, visibly frustrated, attempted to raise another point. He questioned how someone like Vlad, who had only recently picked up a sword, could already awaken an aura, fight season knights, and even kill a dragon. Andrea answered without hesitation, recalling the moment Vlad had torn through the pitch-black night with pure white light. He insisted he was not the only one who had seen that brilliance. The bishop asked if there were any other witnesses. Joseph Bezit seized the moment to step forward, presenting written testimonials from Duncan of Hainel, Holy Knight Justia of San Rosino, and Volkov Baranov, each a respected knight, all acknowledging Vlad's accomplishments. Pierre, though losing ground, refused to admit defeat. After building an intricate web of accusations, he now moved to reveal his final strategy. He ordered the seal of binding to be brought forth. A group of knights entered, and the audience gasped. These were paladins of the Vatican. Once the seal was brought in, the bishop revealed that he would not ask the final question with words. Instead, the truth would be revealed through action. The case was opened, and even Father Andrea was stunned to see what lay within. Inside was the mirror of Saint Marilo, a sacred relic said to reflect the true nature of anyone who gazed into it. Bishop Pierre announced that the exorcism ritual was about to begin. Father Andrea believed it was absurd to proceed with an exorcism ritual, especially since, in his view, Vlad's innocence could easily be proven through honest testimony. Unfortunately, Bishop Pierre had long stopped caring about truth or reason. He declared that it was his sacred duty to eliminate even the slightest trace of doubt, dismissing any other opinion entirely. Joseph grew increasingly frustrated as he watched the bishop twist everything to suit his agenda. It was clear the old man was determined not to lose, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. What made things worse was the impact of the exorcism itself. Being subjected to such a ritual would brand Vlad with disgrace for the rest of his life. Knowing this, Joseph realized that the bishop no longer cared about uncovering the truth. His only goal was to crush anyone who dared stand beside Vlad. From the very beginning, the trial had been a ploy to seize control of the north, and Bishop Pierre was now dangerously close to achieving that goal. The bishop ordered the inquisitors to begin the sacred prayer. It became evident that the situation was spiraling beyond control. Trying to steer things back, Father Andrea made one last attempt to offer a reasonable alternative. He reminded the bishop that there was still another holy relic that could reveal the truth, urging him not to treat Vatican artifacts with such recklessness. But Pierre had reached the end of his patience. He snapped at Andrea, warning him to be careful with his words. To Pierre, the pursuit of evil was a sacred mission, and he resented Andreas for treating it lightly. The bishop insisted that all Vlad needed to do was stand before the relic without deceit. If his soul was truly pure, there would be nothing to fear. At this point, Andrea could do nothing more. He knew that once evil was invoked as justification, even a refusal became a sign of guilt. He gently broke the news to Vlad, admitting that the exorcism could not be stopped. Still, he reassured the young knight that the relic merely exposed impurity and that his faith in him remained unshaken, having seen Vlad's true self. Despite those words of comfort, Vlad looked uncertain. The bishop, growing impatient, demanded to know why the boy hesitated. With no other choice left, Vlad finally stepped forward. The voice inside him offered quiet encouragement, reminding him to walk forward proudly, just as he always had toward the light. Summoning every ounce of courage, Vlad took a deep breath and approached the relic. The moment he stood before it, everything around him shifted. A powerful knight in a white cape appeared before him, though his face remained obscured. As the vision unfolded, the voice spoke once more, and the knight's face was finally revealed. In that moment, the voice expressed a deep understanding of the emotion he had once seen in the blacksmith's eyes, a quiet hope that the humble sword he left behind would never hold Vlad back. For the first time, the voice was no longer just a presence in his mind. Vlad could finally see the being behind it, the immortal knight who had guided him until now. The knight, while proud of Vlad's growth, admitted he had hoped to stay and watch him evolve a little longer. But in order to avoid being detected by the mirror, he explained that he would now have to descend into a deeper realm. Stunned, Vlad asked what he meant. The knight explained that the world of knights was vast and deep like an ocean. Everything Vlad had shown until now was just the beginning, a mere step into those waters. But now it was time to go deeper. Though Vlad understood that this was farewell, he wasn't ready. He felt he was still far too weak to face that deeper world alone. But the immortal knight offered him a smile of assurance, telling him that he believed in him. The time had come for Vlad to walk his path alone, to forge his complete world. Still, Vlad hesitated. He feared the long, lonely journey ahead. But the knight, fading into a bright light, simply told him to have faith. He hoped that one day they might meet again in that deeper world. As the knight vanished, Vlad reached for him, desperate to hold on, but there was nothing he could do. Accepting the inevitable, Vlad closed his eyes, and his consciousness slowly returned to the physical realm. There, the bishop was already shouting at him to open his eyes and look into the mirror. With one last deep breath, Vlad opened his eyes, now fully aware of what he had to do. In his heart, he promised he would meet the voice again someday. The moment his eyes met the mirror, a radiant glow burst from within him. The mirror responded with a blinding light, shocking everyone present. Even the bishop was terrified by what he saw. The crowd, overwhelmed, stood frozen in disbelief. Father Andrea, who had always had faith in Vlad, likely never imagined he would witness such a dazzling display of purity. The entire hall was filled with the light of the mirror, and many were forced to shield their eyes. The mirror of Saint Marilo, bathed in dawn-like brilliance, reflected a noble light, one that could only shine from a soul completely untouched by shame. Yet the miracle didn't end there. Outside, the clouds began to shift. In the skies above the cathedral's cross, pure white clouds started spiraling into a perfect circle. The phenomenon could be seen throughout the city, from the church courtyard to the town square, the harbor, and even the darkest corners of the back alleys. People everywhere stood in stunned silence, mesmerized by the heavenly sight. Even Geminina, watching from Rosa's smile, gazed up at the sky in awe. Back in the cathedral, the trial had taken a dramatic turn. The bishop, who had been so confident moments ago, now stood utterly confused and defeated. Vlad, filled with raw emotion, finally spoke up. He couldn't understand why everyone had been trying to curse him and strip everything away from him. With tears streaming down his face, he cried out, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. In that moment of intense emotion, a powerful bolt of white lightning struck the cathedral, blasting the mirror with divine force. The light it emitted became even more intense, almost frightening. It felt as if the heavens themselves were lashing out at the bishop for his sins. The message was clear that Vlad was innocent. He had simply survived. He had done what was necessary. As the storm raged and lightning shook the city, the final witness to Vlad's innocence was revealed. It was the one that had always been with him. Now the entire city could see what had always been true. This child was, without a doubt, the pride of Shoera. The bishop stared at his shattered reflection in the broken holy relic with confusion. Behind him, the priest looked on in concern, wondering what the bishop was thinking. The bishop's expression showed his disdain over the situation. He couldn't believe that a holy relic given to them by the papacy itself was shattered so easily because it had tried to reflect the soul of a mere rookie knight. The knight wasn't even anyone special. He was simply a nobody who had managed to make it out of the slumps and try to act like he was better than everyone else. The bishop turned towards the priest and asked if anyone saw what kind of being was reflected in the knight's soul. The priest explained that it wasn't anything evil. If that were the case, they would have already eliminated the knight. He explained that as the knight had looked into the mirror, lightning had struck the church, and just from this attack alone, they knew that the being inside the knight was strong. It is so strong that it could easily bend reality and summon nature-based attacks. The bishop looked at his reflection in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew that the bright light that had come from the knight's reflection meant the being inside him couldn't be evil. But the shining light also meant that the being wasn't a blessing from God either. It was too confusing, and he wasn't sure what to do. All he knew was that he had to report what happened directly to the papacy and hear their thoughts on the situation. It didn't matter whether the being inside was good or evil. It was powerful, and the papacy could use its power. If they could control it and the knight wielded it, then it would help them greatly. And if they couldn't control the knight, they would simply hold him on trial and ruin his reputation again. Just then, another priest came running in through the room door, shouting for the bishop. He shouted that there was a telegram from San Rosino. The bishop didn't react to his presence, keeping his back towards the door, and told the priest to read the message. The priest held the message up, shaking hands, and read it. The message was a demand from San Rosino to the bishop, telling him to explain the incident with the Black Bear and the Dark Mage. They demanded to know how the two were connected. If the bishop failed to explain the incidents, they would launch an investigation against him. The bishop was left shocked at how these northerners could have the audacity to make demands on him. How dare they try to challenge him? A direct member of the papacy? He clenched his fists in anger. He knew why they were being so confident. The San Rosino house had allied with the other northern houses. They knew all the northern houses were strong enough to stand against the papacy and win. But the bishop couldn't let this get to him. He took a deep breath and turned toward the priest. He told the priest to go and bring in a mage. The bishop had no time to waste. He needed to send a message to the Bloodhound Duke. He was the only option left in dealing with this mess. Far away in his manor, Jaeger told Joseph the news about San Rosino sending a message to the bishop. Joseph was surprised at how fast they were taking action, but he knew that the North had been oppressed for way too long, and they wanted to get their revenge as quickly as possible. Jaeger agreed with him. He told Joseph everyone knew about the papacy's neglect of the northern people. They all knew how badly the papacy treated the people from the north and the hatred and resentment they held against them. Joseph agreed with him. He knew that the hatred and jealousy of the Central Kingdom had spared no one on its path. Joseph was glad to see how everything was progressing. He had planned to get San Rosino on their side through politics, but it would have been hard. But now, with San Rosino siding with the northern lords on their own, he didn't have to worry about trying to get them on their side. A new power balance was formed, and the North and San Rosino worked together. Everyone knew how strong the North was. They all respected and feared the northern warriors. And now, with them siding with San Rosino, the North was strong enough to even take on the papacy if they wanted to. Joseph turned towards his butler, Vorden, and asked him how the mage they had saved was doing. Vorden informed him that the mage was no longer in danger of dying. He was resting and would be fully recovered after a few days. The mage was old and had no injuries, but he lost a lot of energy while trekking through the snow. Joseph told him to care for the mage as if he were a guest at their manor. He wanted the mage to stay here until the rest of the winter. He didn't want to risk sending the mage back to Varna in the middle of winter. Though that was what he told his butler, Joseph also had ulterior motives. The mage had come to his manor while following Vlad. They could save him in time, and now they had an advantage against the bishop. As long as the mage was with them, they had an advantage over the bishop. The mage was so renowned that he could easily take over the role of bishop. They had to make sure that he stayed on their side so that they had an advantage when they went against the bishop. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a voice from the other side asked to be let in. Joseph told the person on the other side to enter. The door opened to reveal Vault, the knight. He walked forward until he was standing in front of Joseph. Joseph stared at the knight with a cold look in his eyes. He was so tired of him that Vlad always disregarded his orders and did whatever he wanted. He finally turned towards the knight and asked what he should do with him. Vlad tried to apologize, but Joseph ignored him. Instead, he told Vlad that he was someone who planned everything. At the same time, Vlad was unpredictable and always did whatever he wanted from the start. His recklessness had now put them all in danger. After Vlad had ruined the papacy's plans, they would try to keep a close eye on him. The papacy would monitor his every move. Vlad looked down guiltily. He didn't think his actions would have such enormous consequences. He tried to apologize again, but once again, Joseph ignored him. Joseph told him that the priest had said Vlad had the blessing of God. Vlad instantly denied the claim. He knew his powers weren't related to or given to him by God. Joseph didn't care if he had the blessing of God. All he cared about was taking advantage of the situation. Vlad was confused about what Joseph was planning. Joseph pointed towards a bag and told him to take it. He explained that it was a special bonus for all the hard work Vlad had been doing since he became a knight. Vlad remembered Vorden telling him about the bonus Joseph gave out at the end of every year, and he figured this was it. Joseph told him that it was 300 gold coins, which was the reward for all of the accomplishments he had gained during Vlad's time, which he had spent training under Joseph to become a knight. Now that he had become a knight, he could claim the reward. But becoming a knight also came with bad news. Since he was a knight, he had to be punished for his actions. He had ignored the direct order of the papacy to indulge God's will, and the papacy demanded that he be punished. He told Vlad that as punishment, he would be Shoera. Vlad was left shocked, but Joseph didn't care. He couldn't let Vlad go free. If he did, then the papacy would not have mercy on him. So he told Vlad he had a week to take his things and leave Shoera, or he would be severely punished. As he was leaving the manor, Vlad remembered when he was a kid. A group of knights talked about what they would do if they had 100 gold coins. They asked Vlad, who had worked at the inn as a kid, what he would do with the money, and Vlad told them that he would pay off his debt with the money. The men had been confused as to why a kid had a gambling debt on him, but that wasn't what he was talking about. He would use the money to pay the debt of the owner, saving his life. Now, after growing up, Vlad returned to the inn. He only had a few days before he would have to leave the city, so he wanted to repay the debt while he could. He gave 50 gold coins to Marcella, the owner of the inn. Initially, she declined his money, but Vlad told her to keep it as an investment in the inn where he had grown up. He told her he wanted to see the place become something better for little Rosie, who now lives there. Marcella thanked him and told him that even though she wanted to take a break, she would put his money to good use and improve the place even more. She told him she was sad that he was leaving on a mission so soon after returning to town. Vlad apologized and told her he would be more careful out there and return soon. Before leaving, Vlad turned to her and thanked her for everything. While walking towards the room where the priest was resting, Vlad ran into a kid carrying a bucket filled with water. The kid was having trouble carrying it, so Vlad took it from him and walked towards the priest's door. While going there, Vlad asked the kid how the priest was doing. The kid explained that the priest was doing better than before, but needed to rest more. Then the kid turned toward Vlad and asked him if what the bishop had said was true. Had he received a blessing from God? Vlad tried to explain that it wasn't true, but the kid wasn't listening. He was excited that the knight who had prayed with him had received a blessing from God. He asked Vlad if he could brag about knowing him to his friends. Vlad let the kid have his fun and gave him his permission. Soon, they arrived at the room where the priest was staying. Vlad returned the bucket to the kid before turning to leave. As he was walking away, Vlad thought that he had wanted to meet the priest one last time before leaving, but the silence that answered his thoughts left him frozen. Vlad was so used to the voice that not hearing him left him lonely. But there wasn't anything he could do about it. He would just have to get used to it. That evening, Vlad shared drinks with Sir Gregory. Gregory told him that perhaps they shouldn't go on missions together if, every time, they would end with Vlad being punished. He asked Vlad when he was leaving. Vlad told him that he had to leave in 5 days, but he would leave early if he completed his business before then. Gregory told him that the outcome of their mission wasn't great, but at least they had completed it. They got rid of the Black Bear clan, helped the Canner family expand into Show era, and completed Joseph's mission. Gregory explained that he owed Vlad for saving his life, and his family would repay this debt by paying Vlad with their famous sausages. Vlad thanked him for the offer, but Gregory wasn't done yet. He told Vlad that he hadn't seen a knight like him in a long time. Most knights were now all worried about political or personal gain, but Vlad didn't care about it and had risked his life to save him. He had only cared about the Swordmaster's code. True knights were rare, and Gregory was proud to know that Vlad was one of them. He told Vlad to take care of himself and to return safely. Vlad smiled at the praise he received and promised Gregory that he would return. Vlad went with Harvin to the docks. Harvin was happy to see all the ships there. He had always dreamed of sailing in the sea, and he knew that while he limped on land due to his bad leg, he would do great things on the sea. Vlad told Harvin to follow him as they walked around the dock. Harvin was shocked at why Vlad was suddenly interested in looking at the ships. Vlad showed him one of the merchant's ships. Harvin looked at them in awe as Vlad took a shipping certificate from his pocket. He gave it to Harvin to sign. He explained to Harvin that he had bought the ship, and Harvin simply needed to sign the paperwork for it to be in his name. Harvin looked at Vlad in shock. He didn't want to take such a tremendous gift. Vlad explained that Harvin had been a massive help to him and Geminina. Vlad wanted to repay his debt for helping him. Harvin couldn't control his tears as Vlad placed a captain's hat on his head. He thanked Vlad for the ship and for making his dream of sailing the seas come true. As the days passed, Vlad said goodbye to everyone he knew. He honored the blacksmith who had made his sword by offering alcohol at his grave. He had thanked Sir Maxim for offering to take care of Rosie while he would be away, and Vorden for carrying out the decree in his place. He had also met up with Sir Gregory and Sir Cade and thanked them for caring for and protecting the children. He had shared drinks and laughter with the two knights, as they assured him they would always look after the children at the inn. One by one, he had repaid the debts he owed to everyone in town, and soon, it was the day he would have to leave Sawera. That night, he sat in front of the fireplace at the inn with Harvin and Otar. He told Harvin that he had gotten permission from Gregory to fish in the waters owned by the Canner family. Now, all Harvin had to do was wait for the ice to melt before he could set sail. Since it would be his first time sailing, Vlad told Otar to go with Harvin until he learned to do everything himself. Harvin was surprised that Vlad had taken care of everything for him. Harvin then asked Vlad when his time would be up tomorrow, so he asked when he would leave. Vlad explained that he would leave at dawn. Harvin asked if he had met with the mayor. Vlad explained that the mayor was busy handling the bishop and trying to get Vlad pardoned. If Vlad was seen with the mayor, then the papacy would use that as an excuse to not listen to the mayor anymore. Harvin asked if he had said goodbye to everyone in town. Vlad turned his eyes to the rooms upstairs and told him that only one person was left for him to say goodbye to. He walked upstairs and knocked on Gemina's door. He told her to open up and asked her how long she planned to stay in the room. He told her to come out because he wanted to tell her something. When she didn't say anything, he told her to open the door or he would break it down. He asked if she had heard the story about Captain Hoover's door from Harvin. Inside the room, Gemina flinched at the reminder of what Vlad had done. Vlad told her he would count to 3 before breaking the door. Gemina didn't let him count and opened the door. She asked him what he wanted. Vlad told her he had been waiting patiently for her to stop being angry, but he didn't have time to wait anymore. So, instead, he apologized for what he was about to do. Gemina stared at him in confusion. She didn't understand what he was apologizing for. Suddenly, Vlad picked her up and threw her onto his shoulder. Gemina was shocked and told him to put her down. She beat her fists on his back, but it didn't affect Vlad. He calmly started walking away, ignoring her protests, and told Gemina that he wanted her to come with him because he had something to show him. Vlad has taken Gemina and carried her on his back against her will. Gemina. Vlad takes her out of her room. Gemina screams out, asking Vlad to let her go. Vlad responds that he was concerned about Gemina to lock herself in her room in isolation for a whole week, which was not healthy for her. Therefore, Vlad had no choice but to drag her out of her room with him in this manner. Gemina, still shouting out loud, asked Vlad where were they heading for as it was late at night. She further asked Vlad what he was trying to do. Vlad answers Zemina's question and states that he would be leaving tomorrow. Gemina calms down and her face suddenly turns sad. Gemina points out to Vlad that this was the very reason he should have stayed out of trouble, otherwise he would not have to run away again. Vlad clarifies that in the past, he was running away, but now the circumstances are that he is being chased away. Gemina calls Vlad an idiot and rests her head on his shoulder. Vlad tries to comfort her by stating that it could not be worse than being killed and that he is only being chased away. All of a sudden, Vlad and Gemina notice that it's way past curfew time. Vlad suggested that since it was a later time than he thought, then he would try to run instead of just walking. Before Geminina could process what Vlad had just said, Vlad suddenly dashed forward with godly speed. The inertia from Vlad's high-speed running was greatly affecting Geminina. Geminina called him a bastard and shouted at Vlad to let her go, but Vlad did not stop at all. They both then stop at a dress shop. Geminina is mesmerized by the beauty and elegance of the dresses in front of her. The shopkeeper is delighted and welcomes Vlad. Vlad apologizes for coming at this late an hour and asks the shopkeeper if the order which he had placed had been completed. The shopkeeper confirms that the order was completed, and he also intended to bring it to Vlad the next day, as he did not come to pick it up that day. Vlad looks at Geminina and asks her to try on the dress. Geminina, on the other hand, is surprised and confirms if Vlad actually meant for her to try on the dress. Vlad and Geminina are on their way back. Vlad praises Geminina that she looked good when she wore the dress he gave her back then. Geminina is walking silently, and Vlad notices it, asking her why she was acting all awkward. Geminina questions what Vlad meant by his statement. Vlad further adds that it was a good thing that he got the dress tailored to fit her well, as it did not seem that Geminina was about to get any taller than her current height. Geminina is offended by Vlad's words and asks if Vlad had a death wish for teasing her. Vlad tells Geminina that from now on, she can wear her own dresses rather than borrowing from Adam. Geminina stops and goes in deep thought looking at her new attire. Geminina asks Vlad that the necklace, dress, earrings, and fan would have cost a lot for him. Vlad answers that the price was only about the price of a hanging sword in a forge. Geminina does not believe Vlad's words, as she knew that the shoes alone had cost more than 5 golds. Vlad thought that it would have been even better if he had gotten Geminina's hair done as well, but he could not do so because of his busy schedule. Geminina is still angry about Vlad getting kicked out. She asks Vlad when he intended to come back this time, but Vlad had no idea, as the ones kicking him out had told him anything about it. Geminina hesitantly tries to confirm if the situation would not be like Vlad could not ever return. Vlad smiles at Geminina and asks her if she has a desire to tag along with him. Geminina is taken aback and blushes. She states that she is not crazy, and why would she leave behind the roses smiles? Her words remind Vlad of something. He revealed that Madame was thinking of letting Geminina run the inn. Geminina cannot process this news. Vlad starts moving forward and teases Geminina by stating that he would have to come back before Geminina bankrupts the inn, as he has invested quite a lot of money in it. Vlad further adds that he would definitely come back soon to recover his investment and asks Geminina to take care of their home. Geminina is in deep thoughts about what Vlad meant by his words. Vlad hands a handkerchief to Geminina, which he had made himself, stating that nobles did it like this. Geminina was already confused by this when Vlad got down on one knee and asked Geminina if she would grant her handkerchief to him. There were 2 ways for a knight to ask for a lady's handkerchief. One was with the tip of a sword, and the other was asking for it hand to hand. The view was mesmerizing. A knight knelt before his lady in an empty plaza, and her handkerchief was passed from her hand to his. The lady might not have realized what was going on. However, the knight willingly took on the duty through an act with a smile on his face. It was Vlad's vow to protect his lady, Geminina. After his vows, Vlad set foot to leave at night. Along the way, Vlad ran into a person who had been freezing from the cold, waiting for him. Vlad asked the person why he was here. The person stated that he almost froze to death before he and Vlad went away, and stated that he is a knight's attendant. Vlad reminded the man that he was an exiled knight, and he should stay here so that he could have a good life rather than tagging along with him. The man stated in a harsh tone that he had invested too much in Vlad to let him go alone. He further stated that Vlad being alone would not be a good idea with all the scammers out there. They engage in a hearty conversation, and they both start to go off on their path. The man asks where they were heading to, and Vlad tells him that they are heading east. The man was dumbfounded by the random direction Vlad intended to go to. Vlad tells the man that there is something he needs to find in the east, and the man is assured that having something to find is better than wandering around aimlessly. Vlad looks back at the castle one last time and bids farewell before setting off on his journey. Meanwhile, Joseph watches Vlad leave, stating that Vlad did not even look back when leaving, revealing that he has a goal in mind. Joseph turns to Jaeger and tells him that things are about to get busier, so they need more power, enough to not lose what belongs to them. Jaeger hesitates and asks if Joseph was sure about what he said, as Vlad is now already unpredictable. Jaeger further suggests that Joseph could have given Vlad a mission or a destination. Joseph shakes his head and states that he cannot rob a man who spent his whole life following orders. Joseph further adds that this is a historic moment, a knight setting out with nothing but his skill, his sword. A long-lost tradition was now revived, which they had seen in their grandfather's generation. Sora had taken good care of Vlad, now a knight carrying his own banner, Knight Banneret. And that wraps up today's video. If you want more recaps like this, drop a comment below and let me know. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more awesome content. Catch you in the next one.